The second in the world can achieve longevity. Introduction. 5 years ago, Shangguan Changsheng crossed over here, with a phrase in his mind: the second in the world can be Changsheng. Unfortunately, before setting foot on the path of cultivation, he was involved in a royal conspiracy because his younger brother, who begged like him, turned out to be a lost prince, but he was fortunately saved by an old blind man. 5 years later, Lao Xiaozi died, and Shangguan Changsheng had made some progress in his studies. This time down the mountain, not only to seek justice for myself 5 years ago, but also to become the second in the world in this arena. And the whole rivers and lakes rolled up because of the second strongest in the world. Chapter 1:5 years. Among the mountains and forests. The ground is covered with white snow, and the trees are dressed in silver. There are no households in front, no villages behind, only a dilapidated temple, isolated from the world. There is a dark shadow shuttling through the mountains and forests, a 13 or 14-year-old child stepping on a wooden board, holding a stick in both hands, gliding between the snow. And behind him was a black-clad adult man, leaving light footprints on the snow, moving at an extremely fast speed. Shangguan Changsheng stepped on the wooden plank until he slid to the front of the broken temple, threw away his twin sticks, removed the wooden plank, and ran into the broken temple at a very fast speed. Then he slid on his knees and walked to an old man. Shangguan Changsheng supported the ground with both hands, stopped sliding, and then forcefully knocked his head. Dong! Disciple Shangguan Changsheng came to pay respects to the master, earnestly requesting the master to accept. Shangguan Changsheng speaks very quickly and loudly. Afraid of being late, afraid that the elderly cannot hear clearly. The old man opened his hazy gray eyes. I have taken in this disciple. The voice is full of energy, like a bell. The man in black reached the temple gate at this moment, standing outside the gate, neither daring to step inside nor daring to leave. The old man's aura locked onto him, a murderous intent shrouding him all around. The man in black bowed with clasped hands. Senior, please don't be offended, I am also acting on orders. The other party's voice was sharp and piercing, as if something was missing from the lower body. At this moment, Shangguan Changsheng was kneeling on the ground, panting heavily. If he hadn't crossed over to this world and been bullied by some hooligans and rogues, he wouldn't have set up some small mechanisms in his own place as a warning. Otherwise, I would have come to this dilapidated temple today for nothing. Why do you want to kill me? Shangguan Changsheng's current identity is just a beggar, and his speed running on the snow is no different from running on ordinary flat ground. He couldn't understand why such a master would want to kill him. The man in black frowned, originally not wanting to answer the questions of this little beggar, but after feeling the pressure on his own aura increase slightly, he had to answer. You recently took on a little brother, who is the emperor's lost prince in the folk, and above him, there is an elder brother. As a modern person, my mouth is almost crooked by the other party's words. He also understood what the other party said, feeling that his actions had offended the prince, so he wanted to kill him. I became his big brother because I saved his life, protected his safety, and just because of this, he wants to kill me. Those hooligans who have bullied him, why don't you kill them? It's all done, you are the last one. Shangguan Changsheng. When the man in black spoke up to this point, he felt the aura and killing intent around him disappear. Old man Qian K. The man in black heard this, and a row of fine sweat appeared on his forehead in the cold winter. The famous mad blind man in the martial arts world, with only a strength of 7, is a master, but not top-notch. The problem is that the opponent has a master behind him who does not recognize him but is extremely protective of his disciples, and this master's strength surpasses the sky. It can be said that even if the other party kills him here, the people behind him will not do anything to this crazy blind man. Get lost. Qian K is injured now. By killing one person, the mastermind behind will send more people over. It's better to just send this one back to report the news, let them know that this kid has someone backing him up. Hatred is also a good medicine for practicing martial arts, and it can make this kid work harder in the future. The black-clothed man who heard this felt relieved. Just as I turned around and left, I heard a young man shouting from behind. You go back and tell him, 30 years in the east, 30 years in the west. Do not bully the elderly and poor. Shangguan Changsheng also didn't know if the other party heard it, because the other party ran without even looking back. Do not bully the poor elderly? Is there such a saying? Adding 2 30-year periods equals 60 years, by then won't I be old? Money Quan. Beggars can also understand, haven't read much, but fortunately understand some arithmetic. However, what surprised him somewhat was that this kid was actually willing to accept him as a teacher only after falling to such a situation. Half a month ago, he had already proposed to take Shangguan Changsheng as his disciple. At that time, he thought it would be simple. After all, a beggar with no food or shelter, no family or support. Just buy the other party 2 steamed buns, maybe you can persuade him to leave. So he casually mentioned to the other party the dangers of practicing martial arts under his guidance. The other party rejected him on the spot after listening to his words. In the end, he managed to survive for half a month in this cold winter with his own skills, carrying a child even younger than him. Master, give me a clear understanding. How long do I need to practice with you to have the strength to seek revenge on that unknown prince, no matter what rank he is? Didn't the other party tell you? It's the crown prince. Anyone who gives this order can be any prince, or even a supporter of any prince, but it has absolutely nothing to do with the crown prince. Children always know how to hide or lie when they cause trouble outside. How could the other party possibly expose the mastermind behind just because he casually asked a few questions? Xian Ke nodded slightly. With the other party having this level of intelligence, he felt relieved. 1 year. Shangwan Changsheng was first stunned, then overjoyed. My talent is so good that I can avenge the prince after just 1 year of practice. No, I can only live for 1 more year. How much you can learn from me depends on yourself. Shangwan Changsheng. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. 5 years later. Under a waterfall, there is a bare-chested young man sitting cross-legged, 8-pack abs, neatly arranged, long hair draped over his shoulders, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. The waterfall cascading down splits apart about 1 meter above the young man's head, without a single drop of water touching his body. There is a yin-yang tai chi diagram composed of black and white chi behind him. In this world of martial arts practice, men cultivate the yang meridians, while women cultivate the yin meridians, in order to achieve long-term success. If a man cultivates the yin meridians, he must castrate himself with a knife, becoming extremely feminine. If a woman cultivates the yang meridian, she will be unable to conceive, have no menstrual flow, grow facial hair, have a robust body, and develop male characteristics such as an Adam's apple. Although there are drawbacks to practicing the wrong method, the speed of practice will be very fast. But his master is different from everyone else in the world. He practices both pulses. When he knew these things at that time, he was still a little scared, not afraid of being possessed by evil spirits, but afraid of having strong chest muscles, and afraid of missing a brother. Fortunately, this martial arts training method, apart from the possibility of going astray at any time, will not cause any other unexpected incidents to one's body. However, he has been practicing for 5 years, and there is no sign of demonic possession on him, because he has integrated the Tai Chi he learned in his previous life in college. However, the Tai Chi I originally learned was not the complete version, and part of it was completed by the 8 words in my mind. The second in the world can achieve longevity. These are the 8 golden characters that have been constantly present in his mind since he crossed over, imprinted firmly in his mind like the aphorisms of Buddhism. So far, besides helping himself to complete Tai Chi, he has not found any other uses for these 8 characters. However, this is not important. These 8 characters are his goal from now on. In this world, the longest one can live in martial arts practice is only 300 years. If you want to change, you can only ascend. However, he had no intention of ascending, because throughout history, which ascender was not a demon genius? After ascending, it's uncertain and you have to start from scratch, just like he said online in his previous life. You are a peerless genius in the mortal realm. After ascending to the immortal realm, you became one of the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals besieging Sun Wukong, and you may not even be worthy. After working hard all my life and becoming invincible in the world, I don't need to suffer by becoming someone else's servant in the immortal realm. Chapter 2, Comparison of True Qi. Xian Ke was lying in front of the doors of 2 small houses sunbathing. A tall boy, holding a fish, walked towards this side in the afterglow of the setting sun. Although he couldn't see the money, he could feel his apprentice approaching. He feels that all his luck in this life has been spent on taking in this apprentice, leaving the sect to study the dual cultivation method that no one in the world can approve of, abandoning the previous cultivation, starting anew, studying ancient texts, making up for deficiencies, and combining with one's own understanding. Only then did one achieve the level of 7 battles and 28 turns in martial arts. Martial arts training has 7 levels from 1 to 7. 1 bucket, 1 turn, 2 buckets, 3 turns, 3 buckets, 6 turns. Each time you increase 1 bucket, you have to stack from 1 bucket to the current realm's bucket number of turns, continuously stacking up to 7 buckets and 28 turns. After completing the 28 turns of the 7 do, one can enter the realms of stepping into the sky, entering the cave, crossing the sea, understanding fate, and the endless sea, until reaching the ascension realm desired by all martial artists. 5 years ago, when he tried to step into the realm of stepping on the sky from the 7 do 28, he failed. The method of cultivation he had been exploring all the way was not enough to support him in stepping into the realm of stepping on the sky. At that time, his own meridians suffered serious damage, coupled with various hidden injuries caused by his previous exploration of the method of cultivating both pulses. He was already on the brink of life and death. Even if he used the life-saving elixir given to him by his master when he left the sect, he could only live for at most 1 year. However, unexpectedly, after accepting Shangwan Changsheng as a disciple not long ago, this kid actually created a boxing technique called Tai Chi that is extremely compatible with dual cultivation. Let him live for another 4 years. In the 5 years, he has imparted all he has learned, and has nothing more to teach. The other party has already surpassed him in the path of martial arts practice. Master, do you want to make fish soup with this fish or do you want to grill it? Don't rush, you come over first. Shangwan Shangsheng came to Qian Kei's front, half kneeling down. The fish in his hand still had a faint vitality, gasping with its mouth open. Reach out your hand. Shangwan Shangsheng placed the fish on the ground and stretched out both hands, palm facing upwards. The money emperor also extended both hands to cover his palms. A stream of air entered Shangwan Shangsheng's body from the palms of the two people touching. What does it feel like? Qian Kei smiled very kindly and freely. I felt a small air current entering my body. Is there no sign of a breakthrough? Shangwan Shangsheng shook his head. No. Since his cultivation reached 7 do and 28 turns, there has been no sign of breakthrough as before. Qian Kei laughed even more when he heard this. I don't have much time. Shangwan Shangsheng rolled his eyes. 5 years ago you said the same thing. 5 years ago, Qian Kei, looking weak, told Shangwan Shangsheng that he could only live for 1 year, but now he has lived for 5 years. Qian Kei did not refute, just kept talking to himself. You should also enter the rivers and lakes now. Don't. I'm only 28 turns old now. There are still 6 realms above me. There are so many martial artists in the world. I wonder how many have reached these realms? Now that I'm entering the arena, what's the difference between that and seeking death? Qian Kei's face twitched a little when he heard this. The two of them were at the same level, and he passed on all his lifelong skills. As a result, the other party only felt a small airflow entering their body, and didn't even realize that it was a transmission of skills. He didn't dare to imagine how much true energy his precious disciple had in his body. Just afraid of being beaten to death in the arena. Are the other people in the rivers and lakes not necessary to live? Anyway, they will all be beaten to death, might as well commit suicide. You're so timid, how can you seek revenge on the prince? When he dies, I will dig up his grave to take revenge. Money. With your words, I can rest assured. At least this child will not act recklessly out of hatred in the future in the arena. Shangwan Shangsheng also stopped talking nonsense, picked up the fish that had already lost its breath on the ground and entered the small house. Let me cook a fish soup for you tonight. Good. A faint sound came. And the fish in Shangwan Shangsheng's hand at this time had its mouth open and was no longer breathing. The second day, noon. Next to the cabin there is a pile of soil, and on the southern side of the pile of soil there is a stone tablet. The tomb of Qian Kei is written on it. In the lower right corner is written Beloved Disciple Shangwan Shangsheng. In front of the tombstone, there is a bowl of fish soup, and a pot of rice wine. Sometimes human death is so sudden, saying dead is dead, whether the living have built a strong inner defense line or not, they will be crushed. Shangwan Shangsheng was sitting in front of the tombstone, when suddenly a gust of fragrant wind blew by. Shangwan Shangsheng turned his head and saw a white-clad young woman with long hair down to her waist, her face beautiful and cold. Shangwan Shangsheng couldn't help but take a few more glances. He has been on the mountain for 5 years and hasn't even seen a female monkey. Now, suddenly such a stunning beauty appears, he must take a few more looks. However, looking at it, his brain did not stop turning. He and Qian Kei lived on this unnamed hill for 5 years, and no one would come here. And he doesn't know this girl, so it's impossible for her to be looking for him. In that case, it is very likely that Qian Kei felt that his days were numbered, so he sent a message in advance to call back his illegitimate daughter whom he wanted to see for the last time. Although Qian Kei looks like he is already in his 70s or 80s, in fact, he is not even 40 years old. It's all because of the mistakes made in the practice in the earlier years that he looks so old now. And this girl looks about the same age as him, and the timing matches up. But why didn't you mention it to him? Are you afraid he'll worry about it? Morong Yunxiu looked at this stele. She knew that today would come when Qian Kei chose this path long ago. When did you leave? When the sun set yesterday. If you had come a little earlier, maybe you could have seen him for the last time. After the two fell silent for a long time, Morong Yunxiu did not look at Shangwan Shangsheng, but a true energy rushed towards the other party. Qian Kei said in the letter that this disciple can prove that he has succeeded. She wants to see today if what Qian Kei insists on is better than what she teaches. However, she still controlled the force. After all, it was just a trial. There was no need to hurt the disciple. Try using a true qi intensity 1 level lower than the opponent's realm. Shangwan Shangsheng felt a true energy surrounding him. Then he looked at the girl next to him, which made his father feel upset. The master also said that the method of practicing the dual pulses together is not recognized by anyone, and the master, in order to cultivate himself, spent 5 years practicing on this barren mountain, obsessed with martial arts, and let down his family. There may be some resentment vented on oneself, so accompany the other party to practice, but do not hurt the other party. The master is still here watching. After a person dies, do their eyes see like a newborn or remain blind like before death? Although Shangwan Shangsheng was a little distracted, it did not affect the two qi of yin and yang rushing out from his body, resisting the opponent's true qi. His true qi was only a little more than what the opponent released. Morong Yunxiu found that his true energy seemed to be suppressed. Then raised a few more points. Shangwan Changsheng felt the increase in the opponent's true energy, and he also increased a few points. Morong Yunxiu glanced slightly higher at Shangwan Changsheng at this moment. Then they increased their true energy a bit more, and the competition between the two gradually intensified as they tested each other back and forth. Arriving at the Sky Realm, Morong Yunshan couldn't help but be amazed at Shangwan Changsheng's talent. However, when she was in Cheeto before, she could also compete with the strong at the Heaven Realm level. However, as she increased the intensity of her true energy to the level of the Cave Sky Realm, she found something wrong, and even at this level, this kid didn't even have a drop of sweat on his forehead. Sitting on the ground like this, it feels very relaxed and ordinary. Morong Yunxiu's heart had a slightly bad idea, so he suddenly raised it. As her true energy output intensity increases, the opponent also increases accordingly, crossing the Sea of Wheels to reach the Realm of Destiny. However, even so, she still did not see the other party's limit. Morong Yunxiu's heart was now in turmoil, and she no longer regarded Shangwan Changsheng as a junior. Further increase in true chi output. Endless we'll see. At this moment, she saw the pressure on the other party's face. Morong Yunxi is no longer focusing on the younger generation, but on winning or losing. The two of them were deadlocked for a long time, and the flowers, plants, trees, and stones around them were all blown away. In this true energy showdown, only this graveyard remained unscathed. After a long time, I lost. Shangwan Changsheng spoke. The two of them began to slowly retract their true energy in sync. Morong Yunxiu tried to keep herself calm as much as possible. If the other party had spoken a little later, she wouldn't have been able to hold on. Then Morong Yunxiu took out a jade pendant about half the size of a palm and threw it to Shangwan Changsheng. You can come to Shuejian Villa if you need anything in the future. Shangwan Changsheng took the token and nodded. Chapter 3, Corpse Demon. Morong Yunxiu handed over the token to the other party and then left, arriving at the foot of the mountain. Took out a letter from his bosom. Just look at a few key points in the letter. 18 years old, practiced for 5 years, 7 fights 28 turns, please ask the master for guidance on the disciple. Seeing these key points, Morong Yunxi clenched the entire letter tightly all at once. Pointing? How to point? She has practiced to this point, using 90 years. If this rebel did not deceive her, she has been practicing for 5 years, and her current realm is only slightly weaker than a disciple with a cultivation level of 7 and 28 turns. How dare she have the face to point fingers at others? Although there was some embarrassment, her facial expression then softened like the first snow, because she could already imagine how shocking it would be when Shang Changsheng entered the martial arts world. Everyone in the rivers and lakes will be slapped hard by money like today. After thinking about it, Morong Yunxi felt that the true energy in her body had recovered somewhat, and she flew directly into the air. She can be surpassed by her own grandchildren, but it shouldn't be so soon. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. Shangwan Changsheng sat in front of Qian Kei's tomb, patting his chest with some lingering fear. This world is too scary. Just a little girl can deplete 7 points of my true energy. This is the principle set by Shangwan Changsheng for himself, attacking the enemy with 7 points and keeping 3 points for oneself. In addition to the love between children, there is also the chivalrous spirit in the rivers and lakes. There is also selling out brothers, shooting in the dark, and being ungrateful. Do not exhaust your strength by being hostile to anyone, at least leave yourself some energy to escape. Now it seems that my idea was indeed correct. Even a seemingly delicate girl has such strength. There are probably as many experts in this arena as there are crucian carp crossing the river. How many cunning and treacherous people are among them? It's hard to imagine. So this time going down the mountain and entering the arena is mainly low-key. Returning to the cabin, I quickly packed the essentials, a long sword and a waterproof black cloak. As for money, in the words of Xue, all of it is spent on his martial arts training. So the whole cabin only has 5 copper coins. The rivers and lakes are not like the mountains where one can be self-sufficient. There will inevitably be many places to spend money. After going down the mountain, I still have to figure out a way to make money. As for continuing to live on the mountain, it's fine for a short time, but he can't stay for a long time. After all, humans are social animals. If you stay alone for a long time, you might even forget how to speak. Shangwan Changsheng put on a black robe, hung a treasure sword on his back, and as he stepped out of the cottage, he suddenly remembered something very important. Extend one hand, place it flat on the chest, and then gradually press it down to the lower abdomen. 2 turns. It has a certain deterrent effect on ordinary people, but in the eyes of martial artists in the rivers and lakes, it is just a small transparent person. Some strength, but not much. This way it's much safer. I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English. Xingyun Town, afternoon. After wandering in the deep mountains and old forests for 4 days, I finally saw signs of human habitation. 13. When I was 13 years old, I was taken to that deserted mountain, where I lived for 5 years, and I can't remember the way out. So I wandered in the wilderness for 4 days before finding a way out. Shangwan Changsheng wiped away the non-existent tears from the corner of his eye. Just as he entered the town, Shangwan Changsheng frowned, sensing that something was amiss. Several households in this town have white silk hanging in front of their doors. Let Shangwan Changsheng have a sense of déjà vu when arriving at the ghost town. At this time, an old man entered the village hurriedly with a hoe on his shoulder from the entrance of the town. Shangwan Changsheng happened to inquire, "Grandpa, why do so many households in this town have white strips hanging? Is it a custom?" "Hey, which family's unlucky customs are hanging white strips? There have been a lot of deaths recently in the town, and there are many ghosts." "Oh." Shangwan Changsheng looked up and saw that the sun had not completely set yet, so he should be able to make it in time. As is well known, those who practice martial arts cannot fight ghosts because their expertise does not match. The old man was sizing up Shangwan Changsheng at this moment. He was young, wearing a black robe, carrying a sword on his back, and his eyes were clear, exuding the demeanor of a young hero in the martial arts world. A sharp light flashed in the old man's eyes. "You see, young man, I think at most it will be only 1.5 hours. The sun is about to set. I suggest you don't leave the town for now. Because those corpse demons ran in from outside the town. If you leave the town now, you might run into those things in the mountains and forests. It's better to spend the night in the town and leave when it's bright the next day." The old man saw Shang Changsheng hesitating and spoke very warmly. "If you don't have a place to stay, you can come to my house for a night." "Okay, my name is Shangwan Changsheng. My last name is Zhao, just call me Uncle Zhao." "I'm sorry, but you haven't provided any source text for translation. Please provide the text you would like me to translate into English." "Chunner, take out the eggs and cured meat at home and cook 2 delicious dishes." As soon as Grandpa Zhao stepped into the house, he shouted inside, "Grandpa, what good thing happened today that you're eating so well?" A girl with delicate features and simple clothing walked out of the room. Chunner saw a tall and handsome man following behind Zhao Grandpa, carrying a long sword on his back, and said shyly, "Grandpa, I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to get married yet. Staying overnight also requires a marriage alliance. The local customs are so simple and honest. If it is a forced requirement, Shangwan Changsheng can only endure it. What are you thinking? This is a guest I met at the village entrance." Upon hearing this sentence, Chunner looked puzzled and confused. "Don't worry about that, go cook first." Chunner saw that there were outsiders here, so she didn't say much and could only go back to the kitchen first. Uncle Zhao said to Shangwan Changsheng, "You sit here and wait for a moment, I'll go help out a bit." Shangwan Changsheng nodded slightly. In the kitchen, Chunner looked at the few remaining eggs. "These things that we usually can't bear to eat ourselves, and we don't even know where these people come from, they want to take out these things to entertain others." Uncle Zhao whispered to Chunner, "Tonight, the mayor brought in a Taoist priest to subdue the corpse demon." "So what? You are not unaware of the situation of our mayor in this town. A few years ago, during the drought, we invited a Taoist priest to come, but not a single drop of rain fell. I don't know where this young Taoist priest came from this time. Can he be trusted? What if we anger that corpse demon and it comes charging into our house? You are a girl, and I am getting older. And that kid, I looked at him, he's tough, and he's carrying a sword on his back, most likely a knight-errant in the martial world. After all, he must have practiced some martial arts, stronger than us. And you are still young. As long as you are treated well with good food and drink, then you can say a few flattering words smoothly. Just praise him so much that he can't find his way north. If something really happens tonight, at least he can handle it. With so many households in the town, will they definitely come to our house? Not afraid of 10,000, just afraid of one. Aren't you afraid these days? There is a strong man in the family, and his heart is also a bit more at ease." Shangwan Changsheng sat on the stool listening to the whispers inside. "I said, why is Mr. Zhao so enthusiastic? However, he doesn't mind at all. If someone is so enthusiastic towards him without any ulterior motives, then he should be worried." And on the way back, he also learned from Uncle Zhao that the corpse demon, besides being a little faster and stronger than ordinary people, has no special abilities. After entering the arena, you will always come into contact with some strange things, and you can't always avoid them. You can also take a look at the weak ones first to prevent being deceived in the future due to information asymmetry. Chapter 4: Ghouls Surrounding the Town. Sunset Isolation. One life to live. A pride of the same generation. Who can compete? A young Taoist priest, plainly dressed, holding a wooden sword in his arms, stood on the roof of the mayor's house, watching the last remnants of the sun return to the mountains and rivers. This is the first step of his Liao fame and fortune. Since childhood in the bright moon view of the bitter cultivation waiting for this day, and see his sword tonight to chop ghosts. Brother-in-law, what are you doing standing on the roof with the Duke? The town mayor's personal dog-leg and brother-in-law. Wang whispered his inquiry beside the town mayor. Stand tall and see far. It will be dark soon, and when the ghouls come out, the Taoist master will also be able to respond quickly. Wang looked at the Taoist master standing on the roof. Always have a sense of town children with a wooden stick standing on the stone shouting, "I am a warrior," immediate sense of vision. The mayor looked at the young Taoist priest standing on the roof with confidence. Even though it was said that this was not the Taoist priest he was looking for at first, but he felt that this one was definitely better than those Taoist priests, because when he came across this young Taoist priest, the other was holding up a few thousand pounds of stone and staking out his position inside the woods. And this is a real skill compared to those fake Taoist priests who only have a false name. Late night. From the caves, under the cracks of boulders, inside the soft ground and other dark corners, ghouls with rotting bodies and broken armor crawled out. A tall ghoul on a rotting warhorse, dressed in silver armor and a tattered red cloak, emerges from a massive cavern. The other looked up and took a deep breath. Mellow and fragrant. The anticipation of food blossomed inside the blood-red eyes. This flavor was not something that ordinary people could have. It was a flavor unique to martial arts practitioners. His previous ploy had really worked. Sending one or two of his men to harass the inside of the town for a while was really able to attract people who practiced martial arts. The whole army is on the move, heading straight for Qingyun town. On top of the tallest building in Qingyun town stood two silhouettes. Outside of Qingyun town was a dense mass of red eyes, fluttering and flickering in the darkness of the night. Shangwan Shangxing noticed something wrong in the night and rolled over onto the roof. Found a man already on the roof. Faced with this situation, the two of them came to the same highest roof with the utmost tacit understanding. Li Ao observed the strength displayed by Shangwan Shangsheng. It seems to be about 2 buckets. My name is Li Ao. Martial Dao Realm 7 Do 26 Revolutions. Shangwan Shangsheng. 2 dipper 1 turn. I'll hold them off and clear a way for you to escape outward while you take the people inside this town and leave. Li Ao put the most dangerous task on his own, which was the bearing belonging to a strong man. Shangwan Shangsheng looked at this Taoist priest who was only 2 revolutions below him. The heart couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Inside a random town one could run into a person with a 7 dipper cultivation. This was going to go to a bigger place. One didn't know what kind of expert one would run into, but for some reason, it felt like the other party was weak, much weaker than his own master. However, his own master was old and still had injuries on his body, so it was normal for him to be weak despite his high realm. How can such a young and energetic young man also look a little weak? Is it intentionally hidden, or is it a realm elevated on drugs? Li Ao looked at the other party, did not speak for a while, maybe shocked by his own bravado. Maybe in this contrast, there is still some lack of confidence. Li Ao patted Shangwan Shangxing's shoulder. Don't worry, I'll try to hold them off as long as I can, and then all you'll have to deal with is 1 or 2 leaks. After Li Ao comforted Shangwan Shangxing for a few moments, looking at the densely packed ghouls outside, there were also some headaches. I was promised just 1 or 2, but I didn't think so many would come out now. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary to get these people out first. Otherwise, when the time comes to fight, so many ghouls swarming towards the people, it will be difficult for him to take care of it. Although there was some doubt as to why these ghouls had been surrounding the outside and hadn't rushed in yet, he couldn't think about so many things nowadays. Dang dang. A few men took a gong and struck it inside the town. The ghouls are coming. The ghouls are coming. Everyone gather quickly in the town center. Quick, quick, hurry, get up and run for your life. As the sound passed, each household began to light up one after the other. A large number of people walked outside the house. Master Zhao and Shunner had just walked out of the room when Shangwan Shangxing jumped down from the roof. Zhao Moncler Outlet Store was anxious to inquire. What happened? In the past, the reminder of the ghouls coming was for old people, women and children to hide. Let the men take their weapons and drive them away. But there was never any talk of such a thing as a concentrated escape to the town center. The ghouls are surrounding the town. When these words came out, Zhao's eyes widened. His mouth opened slightly, and the wrinkles between his foreheads became even tighter. Then Zhao suddenly knelt down in front of Shangwan Shangxing in one fell swoop. I'm old. I wouldn't have many days left to live, but my granddaughter is still young. Nor do I ask the young warrior to fight to the death to save me, but only ask the young warrior to consider my granddaughter when he feels that saving one person is not such a drag. If the young warrior is willing, Chunner can be betrothed to you on this. Shangwan Shangxing helped Grandpa Zhao up. Meet at the town center and I'll take the whole town with me. Chunner looked at Shangwan Shangsheng, who had uttered these words, and for some reason felt as if the moon had dimmed a few points. The silver-armored ghoul riding a high horse looked at the town not far away. However, he never dared to make a move, and his perception of danger had been greatly enhanced since he had been revived once more. This town, which used to be like a sheepfold to him, seemed to have tigers in it at this time, and the seemingly calm winds and waves made him feel uneasy. But that delicious prey made him reluctant to leave. While he was torn, he suddenly felt the danger inside the town moving away, and along with it, a small group of snacks. But the deliciousness he was expecting didn't leave. The tiger took the herd, but left a piece of the dragon's flesh there. This is a godsend. Liao twisted his head to look at the crowd that was gradually moving away, and then slashed his head with a sword, hacking to death the ghouls that scurried out from the shadows and tried to sneak up on him. Then he turned back to the ghouls that surged into swarms towards him and crossed his wooden sword in front of his chest. There were too many of these ghouls, and he didn't have much control over them, but he had to stand here, because the town couldn't outrun these ghouls. Liao of Bright Moon won. Today he is here in Qingyan town to subdue the demons and vanquish the devils. On a path in the mountains, the crowd from Qingyan town walked for a long time without encountering any more ghouls. Shangguan Changsheng was also slightly surprised in his heart. He didn't expect Liao to really stop all the ghouls and ghosts. It seemed like that was really just a foolish boy who was a beginner. Young warrior, why have you stopped? The mayor panted and inquired. I'm going back to save the day. Hearing this, Wang Er's eyes widened, then roared with great anger. You go to save that Taoist? Then we. Before the words were finished, the mayor flew up and kicked Wang Er's body, directly kicking him into the grass by the side of the road. The town mayor bowed to Shangguan Changsheng. Young warrior's great righteousness. It's just a pity that I'm just a mortal, and I can't give young warrior any help. I can only wish young warrior to come back safely. The mayor also took out 2 bags of silver as he spoke, first raising the one in his right hand. This bag of silver is what I promised the Taoist master earlier. Then held up the bag of silver in his left hand. This bag of silver is for you, young warrior. This time the incident happened suddenly. If it wasn't for the young warrior escorting us here, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to walk here safely. Although it's a bit untimely to give money at this time, I don't know what will happen after this farewell, and if something happens to me and I'm gone, or if I need the money, I may not be able to keep the silver. So it would be better to take this opportunity to give the young warrior the money first, and it would also give me more or less some relief in my heart. Shangguan Changsheng did not excuse himself and accepted the 2 bags of silver, then turned and sped over the tops of the trees at a surprisingly fast pace. Wang Er crawled out from among the grass at this time. Brother-in-law, why did you kick me? If I don't kick you, that sword will go through your neck. The mayor of the town from a poor farmer has been dry to the position of mayor, which also had a nobleman to promote. He deeply understand a truth. Don't let the people who help you feel you're not worth it. Don't let the people who saved your life think you're a wolf. Because the same people who can help you can kick you back. And the same people who can save you can kill you. Chun'er looked at the teenagers departing back, and instead of heroes rescuing beauty with adoration, there was longing and yearning in her eyes. Chapter 5 Self-Doubt. The rotting, sticky black liquid splattered onto Liao's clothes. Liao was like a god of war at this moment, piling up a small slope made up of ghouls amidst the surging waves of ghouls. The wooden sword in his hand is like the judge's pen of hell. Whoever he scratches will die. In the face of such a horrifying scene, the ghouls' eyes only held the desire for blood and flesh. Liao was a bit tired now. These ghouls were not only fast and strong, but some of their bodies were particularly hard. The mixed strengths, some high and some low, are really a bit of a defense. And just as Liao was carrying out his merciless decapitation, a powerful blade chi came towards him. Liao raised his sword to block and was sent flying dozens of meters away. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and the wooden sword in his hand, which was crafted from 500 years of divine ironwood, had a crack in its blade. Liao looked up into the distance as a tall figure with a large sword in his hand slowly rode a decaying warhorse towards him. With every step the warhorse took, the aura on the other side would be 1 point stronger. I'm afraid that the other party is stronger than a strong person of the heaven-treading realm. Liao used the wooden sword to support himself and stood up again. He was just a disciple from a small sect. This wooden sword in his hand was already the biggest support the sect could give. He didn't have the strength to fight across realms. The corner of Liao's mouth revealed a bitter smile. I might actually die today. He also wanted to participate in the young generation's rookie competition, and make a name for his Manhwa Guan again, but now I'm afraid it can only become an empty talk. The silver-armored ghoul smacked his lips a little in gluttony as he looked at the flesh and blood of this young martial arts cultivator. He could already imagine how delicious the other party would be when it entered his mouth. It was not in vain that he had waited until now to strike. Now that the danger was definitively gone, it was time for him to die next. Just as the warhorse rushed past, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. The long sword in the opponent's hand slashed towards him, and the silver-armored ghoul raised his sword to block. The horse at his feet was knocked straight into the dirt and his limbs were broken. The silver-armored ghoul was also knocked off his horse and tumbled a few times before regaining his footing. Shangwan Changsheng blocked Li Ao's body. The strength of the self reveals itself. 6 buckets and 3 turns. Fellow Taoist eternal life. Li Ao was surprised. Surprised that the other party is hiding their strength. It was also surprised that the strength and realm that the other party was now displaying was a bit of a mismatch. The silver-armored ghoul's vigilance was pulled to the extreme at this point, as he didn't even notice where this person had killed out from. The other party could also by no means have just arrived here. It's not like they instantly moved here, and on their way here, as long as the distance was close enough, he would definitely be able to feel it. He was thinking, but Shangguan Shangsheng wouldn't give him that much time. Shangguan Shangsheng immediately raised his sword and slashed. Only this sword was not as heavy as the power from earlier, but it was still full of force. After that, the two of them went back and forth, exchanging dozens of rounds, and at the same time, in the process, Shangguan Shangsheng also finished off the other remaining ghouls in the process. The silver-armored ghoul took advantage of an opening and knocked away the longsword in Shangguan Shangsheng's hand. I'll see what you'll do without your weapon. Shangguan Shangsheng moved closer to his opponent, the clenched fist in his hand coming straight for the opposite side door. There is also a whisper. I don't know how to use a sword at all. Silver-armored ghoul. Seeing the ever-enlarging fist, the silver-armored ghoul was like a walking tour at this point. Seeing all the things he had seen on this trip, 1,000 precautions were taken to avoid that old monk's pursuit, and even only dared to lay hands on some remote towns. But at an unexpected time, he would run into this kind of strong person, or this careful and prudent powerhouse. This was heaven's way of killing him. After the fight, Shangguan Shangsheng looked at his opponent's fallen body, his expression still cold. Li Ao ran over with joy this time. Come out. Don't hide. I found you halfway through the fight. Shangguan Shangsheng's words caused Li Ao to look around as if he was a scared bird alertly. Who is it? Come on out. The tips of the duo's hair were ruffled by the crisp wind, and none of them came out. Shangguan Shangsheng only retrieved his longsword at this time, wiped the stain on it to reinsert it back into the scabbard. Li Ao came to his side at this time. The other side hasn't come out yet. What should we do? I'm just talking. Scamming to see if there's anyone else. Li Ao. Shangguan Shangsheng thought something was wrong after he left. It's unlikely that if it was just monsters with a thirst for flesh and blood, they would have surrounded the town in such an organized manner. It should have rushed in a long time ago, so there must be someone behind this who is controlling it. So when he came back, he didn't simply suppress his realm, but instead, he operated the method of double chakra cultivation that had been improved by himself, so that his own aura would blend in with this surroundings and not be detected. Even in case the other side still had teammates, he always controlled his power during the battle, fighting to keep the battle from ending too early, always suppressing the other side and forcing any teammates the other side might have to appear. After fighting for a while and making sure that the other party had no teammates, he put his heart down and killed the other party with a single blow. After all, if at the very beginning, if you cut down the other party at an extremely fast speed, the enemy's teammates would inevitably escape, thus laying an unknown hidden danger for yourself. Shangguan Shangsheng crouched down and peeled off the silver armor on the other party. Then it was kneaded into a ball, and then it was run up and down the body, looking for anything else of value on the other person. Elder, what are you doing? Shangguan Shangsheng didn't turn his head back and took out a bag of silver from his own bosom and threw it over. Here's the silver the mayor gave you. I'm scavenging for loot. Li Ao took the silver and put it into his pocket, then inquired in a small yet polite voice. Elder, do you have any honorable names in the Jianghu? I've only just made my way to the jungle, and I don't have an honorable name. Li Ao surprised to express his doubt. After Shangguan Shangsheng realized that the other party really didn't have any belongings on him, he then stood up and said, It's not that I'm too strong, it's that you're too weak. Your own realm is vague, empty realm, no strength. That's why today's situation was created. If you can manage to match your own realm with your strength, you'll be able to decimate your opponent today even without me. Li Ao covered the wound on his chest and said incredulously, I'm a genius. Genius? There are geniuses everywhere in this world. If you are complacent because of the name of a genius, then you are not far from becoming a mediocrity. You're afraid now. Ugh. This sigh was several times more terrifying than the slash the silver-armored ghoul had just made. Li Ao couldn't help but fall into self-doubt. Chapter 6 Woman's Entry into Buddhism. Shangguan Shangsheng was just about to leave on that note when he noticed that on this ghoul's chest, there were 2 pieces of cloth that seemed to be a different color. Resuming his crouch, He ripped the 2 pieces of cloth from the other man's chest. Shangwan Changsheng looked at the 2 pieces of cloth that had been sewn together and kneaded them. It was found that the quality of the cloth seemed to be better than the quality of the clothes he was wearing, and he couldn't tell for a moment what the cloth was actually made of. It also had some unreadable golden patterns on it. It seems to be a treasure, so it goes into your arms for now. Then after making sure once again that there was nothing there, he was ready to leave on that note. Li Ao, who was about as self-doubting as he could be, saw Shangwan Changsheng preparing to leave, so he immediately came forward. Brother Shangwan, are you also here for the rookie competition? Shangwan Changsheng stopped in his tracks. A rookie bout? What is this? Didn't the elders of your division tell you about it? The Jianghu Rookie Competition, which is held every 5 years at 10 Peaks Mountain, determines the top 10 ranked heavenly prides in the world's martial arts. Stone Peak Mountain had 10 peaks, but they were of different heights, and this ranking was also based on the height of the peaks that everyone occupied at the end of the competition. The contest begins at midnight on June 15th and ends at midnight on June 25th for 10 days. I believe that with Brother Shangwan's strength, he will definitely be able to sweep the field and come out on top. Having rankings and having them published to everyone in the world would, in a way, also fulfill the requirement of being second in the world. But there are so many heroes in the world, and this second in the world is not necessarily something you can get for yourself. It is also good to recognize their own strength in the Jianghu. In fact, in what a position it is possible to go and see. And as for coming out on top, it would be too much of a presumption. The world is so big that I don't know how many people are above me. So don't be overconfident just because of a small victory. Li Ao listened to the other party's words and understood why the gap between himself and Shangwan Changsheng was so large. Because he did not recognize himself, too confident in his own strength. This time down the mountain is considered to be a long insight, but also is considered to understand that there are people outside the people, mountains outside the mountains. Brother Shangwan is right, but it's a long journey this time, so why don't we travel in pairs? Exactly. Shangwan Changsheng immediately agreed, because he didn't know the way, and it was good to have someone to lead the way, so the two left for the night, with no intention of going to the people of the town. The source of the cholera has been taken care of, and the money they've got. Even if you go and find the people, there will be no shortage of pleasantries, and you will end up separating. It would be better not to see this, if there is a chance to meet in the jungle in the future. Early morning, the first rays of sunlight shone on the crumbling town. An old monk, stepping on the void, holding a long-handled hammer the size of a man's head in his hand, with a white beard and white eyebrows, his muscles bulging under his robe, the face was like a sad Buddha, came to this one rundown town, walking to the edge of the other side of the town, and in the process, he also found the town, with some gnawed corpses and a scattering of belongings next to them. It seems to have become a ghoul's meal because it couldn't part with these extraneous things when it fled, but fortunately there aren't many people like that. Coming to the other side of the town, looking at the deep gullies on the ground, it was thought that a remarkable battle had taken place here. Eventually the monk stopped in front of a headless body. Observing the traces left behind at the scene, he was able to distinguish that there should have been 2 people here who had fought with this silver-armored corpse, and one of the weaker moves was still traceable, and the other he could not tell whose this was. The weapon used by the other party should also be a sword, but could not detect the door faction, and even had a feeling that the other party this was no move at all, but responded to it as he pleased. Master Lingtong was cautious and also went through the famous and powerful people in the Jianghu in his mind, and never found a counterpart. This silver-armored corpse was extremely cunning, refining 3 corpses, while he had left a Buddhist mark on the other's corpse soul during his first battle with this demon. That's why he had the chance to take out 2 of the other's corpses one after the other. The third time the other party learned to hide himself, so he could only know a general direction, and could not track the other party's location more specifically. As for the strength of this silver-armored corpse, if he wanted to finish off the other party, he would at the very least learn about the power of the life realm, and it was impossible for such a strong person to be unknown in the Jianghu. However, based on the traces left at the scene, Master Lingtong couldn't pinpoint which strong person had done it for a while. Then his eyes flicked to see a large number of footprints on a path not far away, perhaps following the town's inhabitants. Master Lingtong thought to himself that he still needed to pay a visit, so the feet went off into the void, 1 step like 10. Eventually, in a poplar forest, a group of people with tired faces, leaning on trees or lying on the ground to rest, were seen. Master Lingtong scanned around in the midst of this and did not find any of the cultivators. Chunner watched as a monk appeared in the middle of the road at some point surveying them as if looking for someone. Master, Are you looking for someone? Greetings, monks. You are the residents of the rear Qingyun town. Yes, master. Did you come from the side of Qingyun town? How are those two young warriors doing? How is Qingyun town doing? Chun'er, the ghouls have been removed as much as possible. There is no longer any danger. And as for the two young warriors you spoke of, I have not seen them. I came here just to see which of the strongest men had done it. It is only now that I have learned from the girl's mouth that it was actually the two teenage heroes who did it, and I am also overwhelmed with emotion. Master Ling Tong also did not expect that such a strong enemy would actually be killed by two teenagers, which really surprised him. Of course there exists another possibility, that it is some old-timer pretending to be young, and there are many such people in the jungle. Chun'er looked at the master in front of her and remembered all that happened yesterday. The Taoist priest with a wooden sword in his hand in front of the group of ghouls and ghosts, the teenager jumping at the end of the tree, is so spirited and fearless. Master, do you accept disciples? This monk in front of him was chasing the ghouls all the way here, and he looked highly respected and compassionate, just like a living Buddha. Such a person must be a high-ranking person. Do you have an older and younger brother who wants to worship the Buddha? It's me who wants to worship you. Psychic masters. I'm a monk. I know. Buddhists don't accept female disciples. Layman's row. Seeing the girl's bitterness, Master Ling Tong sighed helplessly and looked at the qualifications, so that he could have a reason to discourage the girl. Stretching out a finger, he tapped it on Chun'er's brow. It was relatively bland at first, but then the heart was surprised. This kind of talent, Buddhists don't take female disciples. When Chun'er thought that the master still wouldn't take him. However, a close friend I knew before gave me her gongfu on her deathbed, hoping that I would find a good disciple for her, so that her lifelong learning could be passed on. Today, you and I are destined to be together. So today I will take on a disciple for her and pass this gong method right on to you. Zhao Moncler Outlet Online watched the whole thing from the sidelines and didn't make a stop. He can't stay with his granddaughter for the rest of her life. He'll die eventually. By then only a daughter left behind. If you marry a good husband's family is okay. If the marriage is not good, and he is no longer in the, so it's better to let your granddaughter have the ability to stand on her own 2 feet. It's also good to learn martial arts from a master. Chapter 7 True Balloon. Do you have any other relatives at home? To the side, Zhao Daki stood up at this time. It's just the old me left. In that case, come back to the temple with me. Zhao Daki's eyes lit up. He was all ready to say goodbye to his granddaughter. I didn't expect to be able to pick myself up. Martial cultivation, practicing to the top of the sky is only 300 years. But if this is cut off from loved ones, resulting in thoughts that are not accessible, there are thoughts in the heart that are not accessible to the sky. That would be more than worth the loss. Why don't we take the old man back with us to spend the rest of our lives and finish well, so that the girl's heart can be complete? Master Ling Tong seemed to think of something and then added, but your journey back to the temple with me may take some long detours, so follow these villagers later to the nearest nearby town to buy a carriage before you set out. A little girl and an old man who haven't practiced yet can't travel long distances. And this time, when he returned to the temple, he was also thinking of making a trip to 10 Peaks Mountain. The 5-yearly rookie tournament is about to begin. It was mainly to let Chun'er see the world, because the other party had very good qualifications, and in the future, her cultivation would definitely be a day-to-day journey, and her mind would inevitably drift a bit. Let the other person meet the world's talents and be more composed when practicing. The Jiang Dynasty. In the middle of the imperial capital palace, hundreds of officials celebrated, 10,000 people kneeled down, and the new emperor ascended to the throne. The original Grand Prince, Crown Prince Chenjinza of the Dajiang Dynasty, successfully ascended the throne today, and kneeling below him, besides the courtiers, were the only 2 remaining brothers. Originally he had 5 brothers like this one, only to have 3 of them die one after another over the course of those 5 years, and now all that's left are the 2nd and 6th brothers. The 2nd brother, Chen Enz, was on the same side as him, while the 6th brother, Chen Xianza, was only born to a folk woman, or was retrieved 5 years ago. It has no roots in the dynasty and is not supported by any power or minister. It could be said to be the least threatening to his position of all the princes. Chen Xianza's present-day king of ceremonies deeply lowered his head, and he was afraid that this new emperor who had ascended to the throne would see the hatred and killing intent in his eyes, because just a little while ago, he got a piece of news about his big brother that he had been searching for years without finding. The elder brother is dead, and it is this new emperor who ordered his death. Shangguan Donkey Egg Big Brother. In his most critical time to save his life, his own hungry stomach to give him the only remaining half of the bun, sheltering him from the wind and rain, I look back on that time as a time of bitter days, but more peaceful than these 5 years. These 5 years can be said to be even more thrilling than when he was a beggar 5 years ago. There is no royal favor and affection, only for the position of the bloody storm, blocking the way can be killed. But these so-called brothers never treated him as a brother. They all treated him as a pawn. And what's more, they even treated him as a wild dog on the side of the road. Only the ones who saw him that way are dead. Second Prince Chen En's, or King Xian's afterglow looked at King Li. After laying it out for so long, he finally got his big brother to weather the storm and help him root out the others. And now he just needs to eliminate the big brother. After his arrangement, the big brother is now sitting in this position cannot be so secure. Brother Shangguan, why must I hide my cultivation? Liao followed Shangguan Changsheng's instructions to hide his cultivation, controlling it to one bucket and one turn, while inquiring in puzzlement. In this Jianghu, the heart of harm is occasionally there, and the heart of defense must be whole. If we met for the first time and I coveted the sword in your hand, you wouldn't even have a chance to react. In this world, it's best to always keep a low profile until you're invincible. There are all sorts of temptations in this Jianghu, like the chance to save a hero, the sudden overwhelming inheritance. In the face of all these things, you have to be careful and discerning. Most pies that fall from the sky in this world are poisonous. Shangguan Changshan was tirelessly passing on his knowledge of the jungle. Help! Help! The woman's cries reached both of them. The two looked at each other. Which direction did the sound come from? East? Then let's go west. Without hesitation, Liao followed Shangguan Changsheng to the west. Qingyun town had already been pitched once, and if it wasn't for Shangguan Changsheng, he would have died. He wants to be a hero, but that doesn't mean he won't listen. At the same time it doesn't mean he's stupid. This is the middle of nowhere. The two of them are struggling to walk. Where did the girl come from? The duo didn't have long to go west. Help! Help! The woman's weak cry came from ahead of them. The two of them stopped in a hurry. Although the two of them had hidden their cultivation, their foot speed was not slow at all. What kind of frail woman could suddenly run in front of both of them? Liao couldn't help but panic in his heart. Brother Shangguan, this isn't right. Shangguan Changshan was also thinking. Ever since he encountered the ghouls in Qingyun town, he understood that there were not only pure practitioners of martial arts in this world, there's also some godforce weirdness going on. And in this case, they seem to be caught up in something. Don't panic. Let's try going in another direction. The duo then began to walk south. But not a moment into the walk, the woman's feeble shouting voice appeared ahead of them once more. Liao raised his heart at this time. Why don't we walk up and take a look? Being harassed like that was distracting him. Don't act impulsively. You'll guard me while I try a little trick I've started myself. Hearing this, Liao nodded and drew his wooden sword. Looking around vigilantly, Shangguan Changsheng placed his palms in front of his chest, palms facing each other. Two streams of true qi, one yin and one yang, burst out from the left and right hands and converged in the two palms. It then converged into a ball of true air between the palms, which then continued to grow larger. And Liao, who was escorting on the side, swallowed deeply. He felt death from inside that one real balloon that became bigger. It was even more intense than the sense of death brought on by the silver-armored ghouls. After feeling almost the same, Shangguan Changsheng directly launched both palms. At this moment, deep in the dense forest, a woman with 4 illusory tails was lying on the ground, letting out seductive, yet pitiful cries for help. Today these two people she is sure to eat. The gods come cannot save. In the midst of her gaze, the trees and rocks in front of her that blocked her vision were all crushed and sent flying, and a glowing ball of real air came to her at an extremely fast speed, so fast that she couldn't react in time, or react at all. Thinking back on her life, what appeared in front of her? There was sword chi. Sword chi. There were also some unsuspectingly large hands, but never have I been given such a real balloon as today, when the person has not even been seen. The real balloon crushed through this dense jungle in the middle of nowhere, and a straight road with a width of 5 meters or more was carved out. Even the large mountain at the end of the road had a large hole punched through it. Liao's jaw was dislocating. Brother Shangguan, are you sure about your 6 buckets and 3 revolutions? A small difference in martial arts cultivation is a world of difference. And you're not even close to me? You're so thin on the ground. That's why you're so surprised. Liao couldn't hold back at this time and asked a question he had wanted to ask for a long time. Then what's with these 2 strands of your true chi? The opponent fought the silver-armored ghouls with his true chi internalized, mostly focusing on his attacks. So in fact, at that time, he had noticed something, but he wasn't very sure, because it was a recognized method of finding death in the Jianghu. The yin and yang veins could not be practiced together. So even though he had doubts at the time, he didn't ask for fear that the other party would think he was stupid. Obviously, I have two veins of the same cultivation. Shangwan Shangxing didn't try to hide this because it would be easily seen. Hiss. Liao made the temperature in the forest rise quite a bit this evening. Shangwan Shangxing smacked his opponent on the head when he felt a bit noisy. You're lacking oxygen. Hiss so long. Liao touched the back of his head. This real pain was not a dream. How did you do it? It is said that it is absolutely impossible to cultivate both veins together. Next, I'll teach you another Jianghu truth. There are no absolutes in this world. You can't come back from the dead. You forgot the ghouls in Green Cloud Town. Liao was dumbfounded for a moment. Stop being poor and follow me to the front to see if there's any loot. Walking on this great road reclaimed by the true Qi, Liao felt as if it wasn't a matter of him being weak. It was possible that Shangwan Shangxing was too strong. While he was in a daze, Shangwan Shangxing spotted 4 foxtails on both sides of this road. I can't believe it's a vixen. Impulse. While saying this on his mouth, Shangwan Shangxing unhurriedly picked up the 4 tails and then stuffed them into the large bag carried on Liao's back. Liao suddenly spoke at this time. Brother Shangwan, I want to become stronger. Chapter 8 The Amaji Pavilion. Getting stronger? Why are you asking me? Our cultivation methods are all different. All things in heaven and earth, though seemingly unlike each other, are of the same path. Cultivation methods always have something in common to make me stronger. 2. Shangwan Shangxing thought for a moment and picked 8 small stones from the ground. These 8 small stones floated in the center of the hand, making astral movements. This was something he did for fun when he was practicing and was bored with idleness. You can try manipulating it with your true Qi like I did. As soon as Liao received it in the middle of his hand, the astral movement of the 8 stones collapsed instantly. One stone is located right in the center, and the other stones must not only rotate around the center stone on a fixed track, but also rotate themselves. And each stone spins at a different speed, and all of this has to be done in one hand. The difficulty could be imagined. Yet the most crucial thing was that Liao, as a Taoist priest, had also read a lot of Taoist writings. In terms of what Shangwan Shangxing had demonstrated, it seemed to contain some sort of heaven and earth supreme principle. Brother Shangwan, what's the point of practicing this? It can enhance your control of true Qi, and those with a thin base like you will just have to enhance some of the skill aspects first. Liao said somewhat breathlessly. Brother Shangwan, is it possible that you yourself are too strong? I've never seen a martial arts practitioner with both veins cultivated together. Do you know? After my master's death, the first martial arts practitioner I met was a little girl, and at that time I competed with that little girl. And do you know how it turned out? Liao said incredulously. You're not going to say you lost, are you? Yes, I lost, and I'm afraid I would have had to flee if it wasn't for the fact that it was just a simple fight, and my opponent stopped after I conceded defeat. Liao was already shocked beyond words at this point. It was a long time before he spoke. What realm is that girl in? That's the scariest thing. I don't even know what realm she's in. Liao swallowed deeply. Shangwan Shangxing patted his shoulder. There are times when you think the gap between you and other geniuses is just a small river, but it's quite possible that a floater could see the blue sky. Take advantage of the fact that you are still young and have the opportunity to polish your base properly, so that in the future, you won't be killed by a punch from someone of your own realm, and you will at least be able to hold out until the second punch. Shangwan Shangxing also only 7 bucket cultivation, and in the realm above this, he had not reached or seen, so when he encountered a strong person above this, he could only judge based on his own experience, and this experience judgment could only be based on himself. Baida City, Sky Business Pavilion. In the bronze appraisal room. Hiss. Ugh. The bronze appraiser with white hair and brown clothes surveyed the silver armor that had been crumpled up on the table. Shangwan Shangxing knocked on the table this time. Well, good stuff. It's just too bad. Such a good baby. Don't know by which too little cutie. Made into a ball. If this was a complete set of silver armor, it could be sold for 20,000 taels of silver. But as it is now, it's up to 200 pieces of silver. Liao immediately stopped when he heard this. I can't even remove the silver from this for more than 200 taels, so you dare to give me 200 taels of silver. The old man took a deep breath. There will always be guests. Bear it. This silver armor is just silver in color, not that it's made of silver. And the reason why this silver armor is worth a lot of money, one is his material, and another is its craftsmanship, and the fact that it was worn by a certain general and has a certain status added to it. And now that this set of silver armor got into this state, The only thing we can do is to take out the materials inside and reforge it, so that we can get back a small amount of money. After taking care of the vixen, they arrived at the third largest shopping mall in the world, Baidu City. The Sky Business Hall occupies 1/3 of the entire city. This is a place for traders, and also an excellent place for people from the martial arts world to sell their goods. Li Ao, this kid, has not been able to recover from the injuries in his body after he was cut by the silver-armored ghoul last time. Shangguan Changsheng, and not being able to understand pharmacology. His master only taught him the ability to fight and not much about the rest, so have to buy each other some medicine for internal injuries. This kind of medicine can't be cheap. Just the 2 bags of silver given by the town mayor before is a bit insufficient. At the same time, he also had to prepare some medicines for himself. Walking in the Jianghu, things like injuries were inevitable. Even if he was careful, he didn't dare to guarantee that he wouldn't be injured at all. So the idea was to take the loot that had been harvested during this time and sell it to see if we could get some more money for it. As a result, I didn't expect that the silver armor with the highest expectations would only sell for 200 taels of silver. In fact, 200 taels of silver is quite a lot. Just give it to any ordinary person. They can take this money and live comfortably for the rest of their lives. But for them, it wouldn't be enough money. Shangguan Changsheng thought for a moment and took out another fox tail from the bag behind Li Ao. Do you take this one? I'll also take it, but you shouldn't have too high expectations, because the Sky Business Pipe also raises foxes, so the price shouldn't be too high. I'm no ordinary foxtail. The bronze appraiser just scoffed at such words. The ones who came here for his appraisal all said so. However, when the foxtail was in his hand, the bronze appraiser's eyes suddenly lit up, because the foxtail was as light as a goose feather, and there was also a burst of aroma coming from it. Usually wild foxes stink, and even captive ones don't have a scent of their own, or at best, any particular flavor. And the flavor doesn't seem like it was added with spices later. After all, after being an appraiser for so long, some of the eyes that should be there are still there. He then ruffled the fur on this tail, which was soft and silky, and in the reflection of the light, a 7-colored glare could be faintly seen. The appraiser froze in place for a moment, while his mind brainstormed a bit in the middle of his head. Suddenly, he thought of something that had once been auctioned off by the Heavenly Palace Merchant Hall, then gulped and said, "You guys wait for me, I'm going to go invite someone over." If this thing was really as he suspected, then it was not for him to appraise and make a decision. The appraiser was seen rushing away. Shangguan Changsheng said to Li Ao, "Don't open your mouth to speak later. This tale is estimated to fetch a very high price. I'll talk to them about the price, so you behave steadily." Li Ao nodded with some excitement. Just now when that little old man said 20,000 silver or cloudy, when he saw this fox demon tail, he had to go out and look for someone. This must be a good treasure. We'll have to rip them off when the time comes. Chapter 9, 1 million taels of gold. A little while later. Old money, I'm very busy. If this time it's some scrap metal again and you can't decide to call me to appraise it, don't come to me in the future. Don't worry. I swear on my honor. This time it's going to be a treasure. The door curtain was pulled open. And besides the bronze appraiser from earlier, there was another old man wearing a white robe with silver filigree on it, and his right eye was covered by a head of white hair. The silver appraiser's eyes first rested on the table, the one balled up silver armor. Then he turned and prepared to leave. A glance at the scrap was not worth his stay. Old Money lightly reached out and blocked the other's path. Can you bleam the hair from your right eye back? You only look at one side of everything. No wonder people call you one-eyed. There is nothing in this world yet that is worth identifying with 2 eyes. The silver appraiser's words suddenly stopped as he looked at the tail of a fox that was sitting on the table. Automatically, she ruffled the right side of her hair. Stepping forward, he gently and slowly reached out his hand and stroked the surface of the fox's tail. Then very excitedly, he withdrew his hand, then twisted his head around, becoming a little stuttered. This feel, is it that thing? I wasn't sure, that's why I called you over. The old Money said without good humor. This old boy is not as steady as him. Do not see the 2 guests across the table. The corners of their mouths cannot be suppressed? I've never touched this stuff before, either. I've just heard what it's like to touch it. Just wait a minute. I'm going to get someone over here, the silver appraiser said as he panicked and jumped and ran out. From under the cabinet, Old Money took out a box of fine tea. The 2 guests, please wait. This is fine spring flower tea. You 2 can taste it. Another moment passed. Once again, the curtain behind Old Money was pulled back. The silver appraiser who had just run out of the room walked in, pulling an old man who smelled of alcohol and was unkempt. "Ah, I'm not even awake yet and you're pulling me up. If it wasn't for some baby, you wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Don't waste so much time showing me before you do. The silver appraiser pushes the gold appraiser to the table. When the other man opened his small hazel eyes to see what was on the table, the whole thing became serious all of a sudden. Instead of touching the foxtail on the table first, she went to the sink next to the appraisal room and first tied up her loose hair. Then carefully clean your hands. After drying the water from your own hands, once more to the table, carefully surveying the white foxtail, he gently cupped it in his hands as if he were carrying a baby. After a moment of careful scrutiny, the foxtail was put down again. Demon foxtail you're selling. Right. Yes. Shangguan Chongqing nodded. Then you guys wait a bit, I'll go get someone over here who can make a decision. After the gold appraiser said this, he took 3 steps and walked out. Shangguan Chongqing's state of mind has changed from the beginning of the joy to become a little heavy. Exquisite living room. A mild-looking middle-aged man in fancy clothes. On his left was the gold medal appraiser who had run out earlier, while on his right was an immortal Taoist priest. You two young friends, I am Qian Sun, the head of the Heavenly Industry and Commerce Pavilion. Regarding the two of you's demon foxtail, I can provide you with 2 options here. One option would be for us, the Tiangong Museum, to make the purchase, though the price might be lower. The second option is that we will hold an auction in 2 more days, and we can put the demon foxtail up for auction, so that the selling price may reach the expectations of the 2 guests. And given that the 2 of you are new customers, we will only charge a 3% commission. The gold medal appraiser standing behind him raised an eyebrow. The commission for the Heavenly Palace Merchant Hall's auctions was normally around 15% 10%. He has been in this branch for so long, but he has not heard which kind of auction items commission is only charged 3%. The lowest is only 5%. And for these people who only charge 5% commission, no matter which one in this Jianghu are all famous big names, such a favorable offer in the face of these 2 nobodies. Liao looked at Shangguan Chongqing at this time. Something he didn't have the right to decide. It only depends on what the other side chooses to do. Shangguan Chongqing didn't expect the other party to be so polite with him. Before, when the other party invited them to move, they were a bit skeptical that the other party would not kill and take the treasure. As for the so-called auction, it wasn't in his consideration. Although it would make more money, the auction was a mixed bag. If you don't get it right, you'll be targeted or something, and there can be 3 more foxtails like this one in Liao's bag. This could be sold for another strip if you ever run out of money. First program. In that case, I'll bid 1 million taels of gold for this foxtail. Do you find it satisfactory? Liao's small hands were already trembling slightly uncontrollably by this time. I've been used to being poor inside the Taoist temple since I was a child. How have I ever heard of such astronomical figures? Gold is something he rarely see. At most is some to come to the Taoist temple inside the incense on the body of the rich people where jewelry can only see. Not to mention 1 million taels of gold. He was now wondering what legendary beast Shangguan Chongqing had taken out that a tael could be sold for so much. Although Shangguan Chongqing had made certain mental expectations, he was still shocked when this price came out. He vaguely remembered that when he was begging for food 5 years ago, he had heard some dignitaries and tycoons mention that the ratio of gold to silver seemed to be 1 to 8. That means it's 8 million taels of silver. But that price is only for a foxtail. Along with the shock was followed by a strong regret. At that time, because of some fear, he had directly used his true chi to open the way and hit the other party with just 4 taels. However, if you listen to Liao's advice at that time, not to say that you can capture alive, even if you catch a dead one, you can also peel a fox skin, and that body of flesh might be traded for more. After all, he had suffered the loss of youth and did not recognize this as some rare demon that was about to go extinct. Otherwise, why would he only have 4 foxtails? The gold medal appraiser standing at the back, hearing this offer from Qian Sun, was also shocked in his heart. If he took it to the auction, maybe the final price would be the same. Chanson directly by the price given. Not inevitably some loss. Facing these 2 teenagers whose highest cultivation level was only 2 dipper 1 turn, it was too much preferential treatment. Chapter 10, When a man's wisdom cannot handle his wealth. This is a golden ticket for 1 million taels of gold. Shensun held a stack of golden tickets representing 1 million taels of gold in his hand and handed it to Shangguan Chongqing. Shangguan Chongqing received the stack of golden tickets, which felt like paper and cloth. It felt a little surreal. He was prepared for the other side to pull up boxes of gold, not realizing there was such a convenient alternative. Still, you can't underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. Qiansun took out another piece from his bosom, a jade tablet engraved with the word Tiangong. Take this jade token. If you two have anything you can see in the Heavenly Palace Merchant Hall, Both of you can pay only 70% of the cost of the original price. When the other party's words came to this point, Shangwan Changsheng slightly sensed that something was wrong. Such a great deal? Our heavenly industrial and commercial management of the sea of all things, but the collection of items among the demon fox tail, you are willing to sell to me this time. I am also considered to pick up a great bargain. Naturally, to give some concessions, but also want to make friends with the two young talents. The two of us have a low status, and it was only by luck that we were able to obtain this treasure. Where can we climb high? Those of us in business like to make friends with you lucky people. Make lucky friends and accumulate wealth. So little friend Shangwan should stop excusing himself, so that I can't get rich doing business in the future. Xian Sun said very boldly, and if he further excuses himself, he will look like Shangwan Changsheng is a little petty. After the duo collected their things and left the living room, the gold medal appraiser, LV Liangjiu, who hadn't opened his mouth at this time. Pavilion Master Qian. It's just two fledgling brats. Why do you need to pull the strings like this? Before Qian Sun could say anything, the Taoist priest Wang Zixin on the side was the first to speak. A fledgling doesn't hide his realm. Shanson inquired at just the right time. Uncle Wang, you can see it too. The real cultivation of that young Taoist should be around 7 do, and there seems to be injuries on his body. As for Shangwan Changsheng, I didn't see it. LV Liangju exclaimed in admiration this time. So that Shangwan Changsheng has some skills, actually able to hide it so well. He was aware of Wang Zixin's strength, but he was a strong person in the realm of knowledge of fate, and to be able to avoid the probing of such a strong person, it could be said that his skills were not small. Shanson shook his head and laughed. It's not as simple as having a bit of skill. Demon Foxtail was last seen 20 years ago. 20 years ago, a small city was slaughtered by a fox demon, causing the top 3 on the sword list and the top 5 on the blade list to join forces with 2 powerful men. As a result, these 2 powerhouses ended up with 1 dead and 1 injured, and in the end, they only brought back a fox tail. Since then the demon fox is nowhere to be found. Now we see the second demon fox tail. Lu Liangju's brows furrowed as he heard some of the meaning in Qian Sun's words. But that's unlikely, isn't it? What if the demon fox fought a certain powerhouse and the 2 of them picked up the pieces? Qian Sun unhurriedly picked up the teacup beside his hand. Have any of the 3 of us here ever picked up this kind of slack? Not me anyway. Wang Zixin just gently shook his head. Lu Liangju was silent. The answer was already obvious. So what if it's? The words were swallowed back. Whose elder would give something like this to the younger generation to take out for money? Lu Liangju was silent. Qian Sun put down the teacup in his hand and continued. Although I don't know what means they used to do it, whether it's a scheme or strength. At their age, the future is unlimited. Observing through the bone phase and the reaction of these 2 to the 1 million taels of gold, no matter how old and steady they were, they could not hide the traces of a teenager. Xian Sun even had a guess that even the 7 buckets were not the true strength of that Li Ao. It was most likely the second layer of camouflage that the other party had performed on themselves, because the other party couldn't do what Shangwan Changsheng did, which was completely impenetrable, so they added 1 more layer. As for Shangwan Changsheng, Li Ao was completely dominated by the other party, and even when the 2 options were proposed, Li Ao's first reaction was to see what Shangwan Changsheng had to say. Coupled with the fact that Li Ao was injured, Shangwan Changsheng was most likely the one who had contributed the most. Therefore, the other party's realm was likely to be comparable to Wang Zixin's, or even surpass him. Thinking about this, Xian Sun felt that his guess was too bold, as the other party was simply too young. However, in a while, it would be the 10 Peaks Mountains rookie competition. I wonder what kind of shock these 2 will bring to the disciples of those great sects. Shanson had something to look forward to. After leaving the parlor, Shangwan Changsheng counted the golden tickets. There were 100 sheets in total, each in the oversized denomination of 10,000 taels of gold. Li Ao was bragging at this time. Big brother Shangwan, what kind of amazingly unearthly ferocious divine beast did you finish off? A tail can actually be sold for 1 million taels of gold. If this is a whole one, it shall not. Ferocious to talk about. It might just be because it's cherished, otherwise it wouldn't sell for so much. After all, if it's really particularly ferocious, it wouldn't have become so cherished. This was what Shangwan Changsheng had in mind. The human heart is most greedy, and once it finds certain treasures it can't contain itself from drawing on them, and then it causes something, or some creature, to become nearly extinct. He was also lucky to have found one by mistake, and to have taken out the other by mistake. If it really was some fierce divine beast like Li Ao said, if it was being hunted like this, it would have already started to counterattack. At the same time, Shangwan Changsheng also decided that the other 3 taels could definitely not be sold easily anymore. After all, it was a tael worth 1 million taels of gold. It was always impossible for others to buy this thing to really just figure out how rare it was. The price was too unequal, and it definitely had some hidden uses that he didn't know about. Thinking of this, Shangwan Changsheng glanced at Li Ao again. This deal was done too smoothly. In this transaction, he didn't feel any killing intent from the other party. The other party didn't have the idea of killing people to get rid of them, and he even realized that the other party was pulling the strings when they gave him that jade token. How could he, a teenager with no power behind him and not much strength, let the other party do that? Either that or it's because that foxtail is making the other side overly speculative. Or maybe it was that tiny division Minueg one that Li Ao was talking about, which could be some kind of low-profile super sect. Of the above 2 possibilities, Shangwan Changsheng favored the latter. Shangwan Changsheng drew out a golden ticket at the thought. Take this and go see if there's anything you like. Li Ao didn't pick it up. Brother Shangwan's saving grace. I'm already beyond repayment. I don't dare to accept this money. When dealing with this demon fox, I didn't put in any effort at all. Shangwan Changsheng didn't care about the other party's excuses, but directly shoved the golden ticket into the other party's hands. We are all brothers who have shared the same life and death. It is out of place to say such things. Besides, those who see it have a share. This money is not given to you. My heart is solid. Or maybe you look down on me and plan to disown me as your big brother. Brother Shangwan really don't need it. Besides, even if I buy something I can't use so much the money I have on myself is enough. Li Ao said and shoved the money back. Shangwan Changsheng raised an eyebrow when he heard this. They went all the way into the city and came here. But the jewelry sold to ordinary people inside the better decorated stores around them. They could not necessarily afford to buy with that little money. Not to mention the medicines, secret books and weapons used by martial arts practitioners. In particular, the quality of the things they mainly used in this realm demanded even higher quality. And the price of such things naturally kept doubling. Which of the other's pockets is inflated enough to give him the confidence to say such a thing? He could help zap the other guy back to reality. Li Ao revealed a very confident smile. Brother Shangwan, believe me, this amount of money is definitely enough. After a while, looking at the pile of broken copper and iron that Li Ao carried back, Shangwan Changsheng picked and chose inside. Found none of it useful. Helplessly, he looked up. You're out of money. Yeah, I think I should have gotten a lot of treasure back. Li Ao in the Taoist temple also read some of the words of the book. Also learned some how to in the inconspicuous stalls Taba. Do you know what happens when a man's intellect can't harness his wealth? What happened? His wealth will then flow out and return to the community at large. Shangwan Changsheng was thankful in his heart that the other party had returned that one golden ticket. Chapter 11. You can be arrogant, but don't be a stubborn ass. Open your mouth. Ha! Li Ao didn't get it, making a surprised noise. Shangwan Changsheng popped a small pill into the other's mouth. Ahem. Brother Shangwan, what did you give me to eat? An elixir for internal injuries. Shangwan Changsheng said as he threw the large bag he was carrying to the other party. Before the other party went to pan for garbage, he asked for the bag back to be carried on his own body. After all, it contained treasures, and in terms of the other party's strength, he didn't feel comfortable carrying the bag out on his back alone. Meanwhile, in the time it took the other man to pull out the trash, he hadn't been idle and had already made a partial purchase. Like what? Healing elixir, personal soft armor, and some secret martial arts books. He bought some of them. Shangwan Changsheng then strides towards the weapons area. Being rich is so confident and arrogant. When he came to the weapon area, he saw a longsword of a similar style to the one on Li Ao's back. Was about to ask the owner to take it down for him to try it out when, "I'll take this sword." An extremely arrogant voice came out. The noble gentleman with a waist ring and a jade belt, draped in gold and silver, and surrounded by 2 minions, who used his nostrils to treat people, came stepping in. Shangwan Changsheng first sensed the strength of the other party. It was weak and vapid, even weaker than Li Ao's strength. Shangwan Changsheng's tone became slightly cold. It's better to talk about first come, first served. The other man laughed dismissively. The premise of first come first served is that you have to be able to afford it. This sword could be worth 50,000 taels of silver, and with you two being so poor, you couldn't even afford to buy it if you sold yourselves. Although Lu Shao was arrogant, he was also looking at someone arrogant, a plainly dressed Taoist priest. There was also one wearing a black robe and carrying a long sword, which was a match that people all over the streets who were new to mixing in the Jianghu would engage in. It's important to play mysterious and look strong at the same time. But in fact this kind of person is the best to bully. This kind of wear-matching person is also slightly above the level of ordinary human strength. Not like the blind, the crippled, the child and the old man where the contrast is particularly great. Such disadvantaged people, who dare to mix in the jungle, usually have full hard power. So it's the kind of teenagers who seem to want to act mysterious and powerful who are the best bullies. And as the boss snapped, the lapdogs began to bark. Rise and shine. Get out of our boss's way while he's in a good mood and don't get in his way. That's right. If we upset our boss, we can't say we'll send you to the rabbit house. And at this time, the boss of the counter is very embarrassed. This Lu Xiao's grandfather is the senior appraiser of the sky industry and commerce management. Not only rich, but also has a lot of power. He can't afford to be offended. Looks like we'll just have to bother another guest. Just as the boss was still trying to think of wording, Shangwan Changxing silently took out a golden ticket and placed it on the counter. He did this just to show off his financial power. The moment Lu Xiao saw the golden ticket, he gagged the mouths of the two minions who were still gushing with their hands, then pushed back by their head. Lu Xiao immediately put away the arrogant stance he had just taken. You're right. First come, first served. I've been rude. I'm really sorry. I'll leave you to it. While saying this, he bowed, and also quickly grabbed the back collars of his two little brothers and flew away. Shangwan Changsheng was a bit stunned. He had already thought of the later episodes. How to pretend to hit the rich kid in the face. I didn't realize that such an arrogant rich kid, so reasonable, you can afford to buy it really don't compete with you. After Lu Xiao and the others came to a place where Shangwan Changsheng couldn't see them, they breathed a long sigh of relief. And at that moment the little brother who couldn't recognize the golden ticket said in disbelief, why did the boss just let him have that sword? Didn't you say you were going to use it for the rookie tournament? Lu Xiao said cautiously, to give you two a long look, lest one day you bump into a nobleman how to die without knowing. Just now that person took out that one thing is a gold ticket, and it's still 10,000 taels. So what? It's not like you can't take it. I can come up with 10,000 taels of gold, but I can't come up with a golden ticket worth 10,000 taels of gold. And even my father may not be able to come up with that. The two minions' eyes widened when they heard this. After following the boss for so many years, under the rendering of the ears and eyes, he also understands some of the upper echelons. Some things, at the beginning of their birth, have been set to use the group. Just like the official clothes of the officials, not everyone can wear them, nor can they be used by everyone. And that's when another minion said in defiance, what if he stole it? If the other guy is capable of that, then he should be able to do the same to steal my pants out of my face when he comes face to face with me. After saying this, Lu Xiao slapped this henchman on the back of his head. Remember, follow me can be arrogant, but don't be a stubborn donkey. When you meet this kind of looks like it may have status, background, and strength, don't go betting on any small probability events, which if you lose, you can't help but say that your whole family will have to ascend to heaven. And on the other side, the owner of the sword seller saw the golden ticket. Immediately, he smiled joyfully and said in a very flattering manner, I'm sorry for slacking off, guest. In order to express my apologies, I'll only sell you the weapons here at 80% of the original price. That's true. Absolutely no drama. When the boss said this, Shangwan Changxing took out the jade tablet that was engraved with the word Tiangong. I remember that holding this jade token can reduce it to 70%. That is to say, on top of your original reduction to 80%. The boss twitched inwardly. With such a drop, it would come down to less than 60% of the original price. It's literally no money to be made. But again, he had to agree. The words had already been put out, and he had to recognize this jade token. Otherwise, you won't have to do business at the Tiangong Hall in the future. But in the end, it was fine. Shangwan Changsheng only needed a longsword, as well as a 3-section lance. You can use it as a truncheon, or when you need to use the gun, just settle the connector together and give it a hard twist. The duo was leaving the store. Li Ao inquired in disbelief. Brother Shangwan, are you practicing your marksmanship? I just bought a secret book of gun techniques called In Gun while wandering around, so I'm going to practice. In fact, there was another reason why his strength had basically not grown much now. Shangwan Changsheng wanted to look for a breakthrough for himself by touching on other secret books. After all, one's cultivation method was different from everyone else in the world, so one could only slowly figure it out on one's own. Shangwan Changsheng, who was preparing to leave the Sky Industry and Commerce Pavilion, I happened to look up and see a sign. Organic Art Zone. Chapter 12, Machine Arts. Shangwan Changsheng was just about to walk in. Li Ao then took his hand. Brother Shangwan, Calm down. Organic artifacts are notoriously expensive, and they also tend to lead martial arts practitioners astray. It was the elders in your Taoist temple who told you that. Li Ao nodded. The words of the elders can be believed, but don't believe them all. Organism is not a divergent path. This, if used well, it can even benefit the people and change the world. Shangguan Changsheng, who had the memories of his previous life, naturally knew how terrifying the organ art would develop at a later stage. It's just that he can only bury these things in the bottom of his heart, and if he says them out loud, he'll most likely be treated like a crazy person. Li Ao had always been very convinced of Shangguan Changsheng's words, except for a slight suspicion of the other party's strength, suspecting that the other party had made himself out to be too weak. As soon as the duo stepped into the area, they were surprised by the scene in front of them. Wooden boxes that are transporting things like a conveyor belt. The wooden birds and butterflies hovering overhead, unsupported, like real birds and butterflies hovering in the sky. The box on the old man's back grows 4 arms that collaborate with him to repair something. Shangguan Changsheng. This wasn't quite what he had thought. Wasn't this development of organ art a bit ahead of its time? He thought it would be a bit of a machine lock at best, or just a concealed bow and crossbow or something like that. What's with the robot arm? It's not right. The machine art has developed to this extent. Why not see popularization all the way? Shangguan Changsheng brainstormed for a while, then snapped out of it again. System. This world is full of countries and the boundaries are immense. The systems of the various countries were not uniform and at times they would attack each other and open up conquests. Add to that the control of some of the clan's interests. Once something offends one group, then it will surely suffer layers and layers of obstruction. How can it be possible for ordinary people to enjoy getting these things? When one has lived a long life, one can wait for the end of a country's dynasty, and one can try to rebel and reform or whatever. But these things were only for later. Now that he had no power behind him, and his own strength was not strong, thinking about these things would not be of much use except for consuming his spirit. Benefit the people and change the world. We organ masters can't even say such words. So how dare you have such confidence to say such words for us? The one who made this sound was an old man dressed in rough linen, and in front of him lay a piece of rag, on which were placed a few not so subtle organ creations. The other party suddenly asked about this, causing Shangguan Changsheng to keep an eye out. Although it was near the edge of the area, the sound of them chatting outside the area just now wasn't that loud. Unusual people can't hear it. Martial cultivators need talent and resources. And even if an amazing talent emerges and creates a supreme technique, it can only be passed down in one family and one sect. But the organ art of this kind of thing, created there, martial arts practitioners can be used. Ordinary people can also be used. A person to create, the descendants of the inheritance of the improvement, reduce the cost, then the world's people can be used. It can be used for agriculture or for labor. These words brightened the old man's eyes, so the old man asked with an inquisitive tone, so in your opinion, how is the machine art here? There's still a long way to go. The old man wondered. Why do you say that? Heavenly thunder and flames, ocean waves and earth, borrowing from the creation of all things, and showing artificial skill, by the great power of heaven and earth, follow the movement of human wisdom. And what is shown here has not been shown to the fullest extent. Li Ao was listening to the side. Shangguan Changsheng's understanding of organ art was actually the power of heaven and earth for his own use. What kind of boldness and arrogance is this? Not placing heaven and earth and ghosts and gods in his eyes. The old man didn't feel offended at all after hearing this, but instead laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Boy, would you like to become an organist? No. Well, since you're willing to. The old man came back to his senses. You have such a deep understanding of the organist, and you think it's promising, so why don't you want to? Just because I understand doesn't mean I'm willing. I still think eunuchs can manipulate the emperor. Do I want to become a eunuch? Li Ao almost fell in place directly without standing still. He had always thought that Shangguan Changsheng was cautious, but he had never imagined that underneath this cautious exterior was actually a heart that challenged authority. Heaven and earth, ghosts and gods and imperial power. This can be said to be the most authoritative thing in this world, and compared to the emptiness of heaven and earth, the emperor is real. The Mingyueguan elders had once told him a story as well, and the one that impressed him the most was that there was an expert who assassinated the emperor of a certain country. As a result, the sect where that expert was from was flattened by the army, and this master was even more consumed by the siege of the army. If you ask this expert why didn't he flee? Is a country or a dynasty short of masters? It's not hard to find an expert to stall the opponent. Li Ao whispered a reminder. Don't say that nonsense, and beware of being put to death. I'm the only one of my 9 clans, And if word gets out about this old man, do you think he'll be spared? Older. Forget it. It's fine if you don't want to become an organist. Seeing as you're destined to be with me, I'll give you something. I don't want it. Shangwan Changsheng is not stupid. Chatting with the fate to send things, where there are so many good things, mostly some kind of hot potato, trying to throw him a diversionary conflict. Older. You have to take it or leave it. After the old man finished saying this, he shoved a gem-studded box in his hand into Shangwan Changsheng's hand. In his eyes, a kid with a second dipper and a first turn didn't have the strength to refuse his gift. Just as the item was handed over to the other party, he was ready to leave quickly. Instead, he found his wrist tightly gripped by a large hand. Shangwan Changsheng broke his hand and put the box back in his hand again. The old man blinked and waited for him to figure it out. Angrily, he said, "You've hidden your realm." At this time, Shangwan Changsheng had already left the organ technique area, while his flat words came out like green smoke. "Old man, you'll have to pit someone else." The old man stood up in place, his eyes burning like flames. "This disciple, I, Gongtu Chang, will accept it, and the ancestors coming down to earth can't even stop me." The walking Shangwan Changsheng did not notice the 8 words "the second in the world can achieve longevity" in the middle of his soul. One of the strokes quivered slightly for a few moments. Great nephew, great nephew. Inside a courtyard, there was a young boy with white hair, white eyebrows, and skin like snow, holding a secret book in his hand and delving into it. He heard a shout, raised his head, saw the visitor, and bent down. "Second uncle, what can I do for you?" Gongju Cheng came to Gongju Yu's side. "Are you going to that rookie bout or something?" "Going to? Why?" Gongju Yu returned in a warm voice. Gongju Cheng took out a portrait whose ink hadn't even dried. "See this kid? Help me beat him into submission and bring him back to me to kowtow to his master. If we meet during the tournament, we can exchange a few blows." "Just how strong is he?" "It should be only a little taller than me," Gongju Cheng said, judging from his own strength. Gongtu Yu heard this and had a bottom in his heart. Gongtu Cheng's strength is only 6 dipper 10 turns, only a little stronger than Gongtu Cheng. Then it should be 7 dipper or less than that. It is also considered to be a talented young man. Only for him it is still quite a bit worse, based on the direction that Shangwan Changsheng had left. Gongtu Cheng surmised that Shangwan Changsheng was more than likely going to participate in that what's-his-name rookie competition. So immediately he thought of his great-nephew at home who was not doing his job. Although the organ art was not great, it was better than being able to fight, and it was rumored that he had already crossed half a foot into the heaven-treading realm. So this disciple is definitely secure in his hands. He could already imagine the scene where the other party came back to him to learn organ techniques after being beaten into self-imposed isolation by his great-nephew. Chapter 13, 2 of the first 3. Shanson has a list in his hand. This was the item Shangwan Changsheng had purchased at the Celestial Commerce and Industry Pavilion. A human skin mask, close-fitting soft armor, a secret book of moves, and some drugs. What was interesting was that among these medicines, in addition to elixirs for internal and external injuries, they also contained poisons, ecstasy, and aphrodisiacs. Even more interesting was the book of gun techniques, Een Gun, which contained a total of only 3 styles. A style of disturbed chrysanthemums, second style broken eggs, 3 styles of skewered cashews. The name is not considered elegant, and the moves are as nasty as the name suggests. With these things, he can only say that whoever offended Shangwan Changsheng in the future would be unlucky. On a cliff, there was a huge organ creation that looked like a dragonfly and a bird. Li Ao was skeptical. "Brother Shangwan, are you sure this thing can fly?" They had stayed on this cliff for several days, because Shangwan Changsheng, for some unknown reason, had the sudden urge to build an organ creation here that could fly. Saying that he would take him there shouldn't be a problem. This feeling of creation came suddenly to Shangwan Changsheng, from some of the things he extracted from his mind about gliders, the way airplanes operated, plus the things he had read in the organ technique zone before, as well as the skills of making and piecing together various organ techniques that kept popping out of his soul. Let him build such a thing. Shangwan Changsheng knew clearly in his heart that this should be the knowledge passed out from those 8 words in his mind. Otherwise how could he, a student of liberal arts who had forgotten almost everything he knew about some things, suddenly think of them and even make up for the half-understandings he knew? In order not to waste such an opportunity, he tried it directly on the spot. Li Ao does not know the inside story of this. Some difficult to say. "Should, Brother Shangwan, I remember you said that you didn't seem to have learned the art of organism, right?" "Yes. So where did you get this confidence from?" Shangwan Changsheng didn't say anything and just stared straight at Li Ao. Li Ao could only sigh helplessly. Fly. Li Ao sat up anyway. Shangwan Changxing didn't come to the pilot's seat first, but stood outside to feel the wind speed, and after determining that it was almost the same, he pushed the entire organ flying wing on the side. When it was almost off the cliff, it was immediately back in the driver's seat. Just as Shangwan Changxing was about to enjoy the feeling of flying between the roaming skies, the machine's flying wing plummeted vertically downward. Li Ao, ah. Shangwan Changxing, ah. The duo disengaged themselves from their seats while letting out a terrified yell. Not forgetting the bag they had placed behind them, the duo grabbed onto a rocky outcrop protruding from the cliff face and dangled from it. Shangwan Changxing glanced at the flying wing of the organ that fell into pieces below. Then, using lightness, he reappeared on the cliff. Li Ao also followed closely behind and followed up, only coming up much slower. Li Ao was in shock at this time. Fortunately, he was not assured and left an extra eye, ready to run at any time. Shangwan Changxing climbed up and fell into contemplation. According to the knowledge in his mind, this thing he made should theoretically be able to fly. How did the plane crash? Shangwan Changxing mumbled as he was thinking. It's hard to believe that it's the weight, but it's not right. The load distribution is capped at another 50 pounds. It shouldn't be happening. Hearing this whisper, Li Ao remembered that when Shangwan Changxing was working on this thing 2 days ago, he suddenly asked about his weight. Weight he didn't lie about. Li Ao rolled up the sleeves at his wrists, revealing the weights strapped to his wrists. I got myself a little bit of weight at the Tengu Shokan. About 300 pounds. Shangwan Changxing snapped his head up, and he knew it wasn't his problem. It took a few more days of work. Shangwan Changxing and his duo finally set sail once again to Ten Peaks Mountain, and by now it was nightfall, with dark clouds obscuring the moon in total darkness. Lee, I think we're there. It should be here. After wasting so much time, once they took off, they traveled day and night without stopping. Find a hilltop later. There's no way to find a place to land smoothly in this environment now, and one slip could easily crash into the mountains, so they could only fly higher. And when the time came they disengaged the organ flying wing and stayed on top of the mountain. As for this organ flying wing, anyway, it was made temporarily, the material was available on the spot, and if it broke, it broke. Upon seeing a relatively flat mountaintop, which was not large and steep on all sides, only able to allow one person to stand, Shangwan Changxing lowered the height a bit. You jump in with the stuff first. Li Ao didn't push back and jumped straight down with his stuff, landing smoothly. Shangwan Changxing had just skidded for a short while when he saw another flat area at the top of the hill and jumped down with it. And the organ flying wing just flew downward diagonally because there was no one to control it. It hit somewhere causing quite a commotion. Shangwan Changxing just landed. You don't see many young men with balls like yours. A middle-aged man's mellow voice came from a middle-aged man standing in midair parallel to the top of the mountain. Shangwan Changxing politely said, "Senior is too kind." The strong man who stepped in the air. Just don't know why it looks so weak, but the respect that should be there still can't be less. After all, the other person also looked older than himself in years. And as for the praise in the other party's mouth, jumping down from a high altitude, although it seemed dangerous, most people in martial arts cultivation were able to do it. The middle-aged man shook his head. No, I'm speaking from the heart. The full moon, which had been absent at this time, gently plucked through the dark clouds and began to reveal itself. Shangwan Changxing looked down at this time, had an unobstructed view, and realized that there were many people standing at the foot of the mountain. Shangwan Changxing hadn't reacted yet, and thought to himself that the rookie competition was really a gathering of the world's great and powerful, and there were actually so many people down here. Finally, he twisted his head to look around and realized that there were 9 surrounding peaks that were just as extinct as the one under his feet, except for the one Li Ao stepped under. The height of the surrounding peaks were all below him. At this moment, Li Ao's gaze also looked over. Even from a distance, Shangwan Changxing could see Li Ao's trepidation as he realized, and that one middle-aged man with a pen and a book at his waist took a step forward. The hour has arrived. The 5-yearly rookie competition will now begin. The rules are simple. 10 days from now at this hour, the mountain peak you stand under your feet determines your ranking. In this process, no matter the means, no matter the time, as long as you're standing in that position at this hour 10 days from now, that's where you'll be ranked. If in the midst of this you retreat from a certain peak, whether by yourself or by being beaten back, this peak, you may not challenge again. And at that moment, everyone's eyes were on the first and second highest peaks, because before it even started, there were already people standing up on these 2 peaks. It was almost determined that both positions were already theirs. The rookie competition had been held for so many sessions, And those who could occupy a mountain peak and hold on for 10 days could be said to be the existence of a phoenix. And it wasn't unheard of in past historical records for people like this to occupy a mountain peak in advance to swear sovereignty before the tournament had even begun. But most of them died a miserable death. Gong Shoyu looked at the teenager who occupied the second peak. I'm afraid I won't get a chance to cross paths. Even he wouldn't stand up at this time, any more than the last 3 or 4 days. Chapter 14 Initial Guardianship. There are so many masters here, so many people, that if you stand upwards early, even if the others were not as good as he was, just by fighting in a wheel battle, he could exhaust his true chi and drive himself from that position, and now standing on it from the very beginning, even before it started, then I don't know how many expert challenges I'll have to suffer for the next 10 days, because just the behavior of these two standing on this 1 or 2 peaks in advance could already be seen as a challenge to everyone present. However, just as Gong Fu Yu was thinking, there were already 2 people darting up along the cliff. The strength of those who climbed the second peak was around 4 buckets. The strength of those who climbed the first peak was around 5 buckets. With strengths like theirs, they came here not thinking that they would be able to take up a spot on these 10 peaks. There is only one purpose to come here, and that is to be famous. If in the late stage, by chance to occupy a peak, and then be driven down by an expert. This expert, if you can hold on to the end, into the Jianghu, can also have a meal bragging, defeated by so-and-so under the ring. That carries a lot more weight than people becoming one of the unknown challengers after they've stabilized a peak. However, now something even more famous had appeared, and that was for the sake of defeating 2 guys who didn't know the sky and the earth at the beginning of this session's rookie tournament. When the time comes, he will make a gesture again, recognizing that he is not strong enough, and gladly retreat. And under this lining, he will also be able to leave a beautiful name. Shangguan Changshengfoot is about to come to the top of the mountain of the Han. The person has not yet arrived. The sound first. Ignorant little child, let grandpa drive you down today. This kind of peak is also something you can occupy. Snap. As soon as the Hanyu showed his head, a slap swung down violently. The Hanyu was like a child's gyroscope, spinning and falling through the air, falling from hundreds of meters in the air. You can normally notify the townspeople to kill a pig and start a banquet. However, when Sua Luck landed, he was caught by a dense tree branch, and although he did not die, he was not badly injured. On Li Ao's side, it was also just a matter of kicking the opponent's head that had just popped up. These two, how could they not expect that the person who stood on top of this actually hid the realm at this time? Originally, it was only thought to be a 1 double turn and a 2 double turn ignorant child. I didn't realize that this ignorant little child was the 2 of them. And some of the Jianghu people who were chagrined that they were late in striking out saw the scene, and the corners of their mouths twitched. These 2 are too shady to actually hide the realm on such an occasion. Gong Tuwu at this time color more than a point of gravity. In fact, he has long been clear in his mind that this 2 people hide the strength, just did not expect in the hands of the time. The second peak of the teenager standing in the realm displayed and not the slightest fluctuation. Maybe there were fluctuations, but he didn't see them. If the opponent had such strength, then it would never be like what his second uncle said, only a little bit higher than his second uncle's strength of 6 dipper and 10 revolutions. Although Shangguan Shangsheng and Li Ao hadn't talked to each other, the 2 of them had now reached a consensus. It was as they had decided in their chat before they arrived. Following the example of others in the jungle, stand in this position for a while, meet one who is stronger than you, and admit defeat after a few moves. This was their original strategy, and now it had to be used in advance. Shangguan Shangsheng was even wondering if a temporary second was considered the second in the world. While the probability may be low, it doesn't prevent a try. However, no one came forward at the bottom of the mountain for a while, as they faced these 2 people who had hidden their realms. People can't get it right. Those with lower strength were afraid that they would end up in the same place as the 2 at the very beginning, and the ones that are confident in their strength don't want to strike so early, because then you might not land any good names at the back. After waiting a while, Yi Juanhao, who was wearing a basalt-colored Chinese dress, calmly opened his mouth. Go for 2 and try the guy standing on the second peak. The 6 men standing behind him, the 2 at the far end of the line, bent down and saluted. Greetings. When the young talents of some great powers came here, they would bring with them specially trained underlings. It can be used to harass and consume others, and it can also be used to spy on others. What are the moves like and what kind of weaknesses do they have? One can prepare one's master before one finally has to challenge. It also serves to prevent harassment and consumption. Such tactics are dishonorable and unfair. But there are many things in this jungle that are inherently unfair. At one point, There were actually 4 people climbing the second peak at the same time. It looks like there are other people who want to try, or drive them down as well. Seeing this scene, Liao shouted at the middle-aged man. They fouled out and actually got all 4 together. Shimo, who was in charge of recording all of this, didn't do anything because of all of this, but just spoke flatly. There aren't that many one-on-one matches in the jungle. When you choose to stand in this position, you have to be prepared for enemies on all sides. Shangguan Changsheng leisurely took out his lance at this time, and unhurriedly planted it. Then also at this time, 4 people in 4 directions killed. Shangguan Changsheng idly nodded out with a few shots. All 4 covered their crotches. Yet 2 of them still had a fighting chance despite covering their crotches with one hand, still raising his sword to slash. Shangguan Changsheng was first surprised for a moment before controlling his lance to attack towards somewhere else. The 2 of them rolled over and dodged, and the back door met Shangguan Changsheng's sight. Shangguan Changsheng seized the opportunity and slammed out 2 shots, so these 2 masters covered the front with one hand and the back with the other. Just fall out of the air. Shangguan Changsheng retracted his lance and let out a sigh of emotion. There really are such warriors. He had originally thought that no man should be so brave as to practice the in vain. 2 shots zinged out, allowing him to recognize what was there. I didn't realize that there were really people in this world who were so obsessed with power that they were willing to cut themselves. He also encountered 2 of them at once. And those who are so ferocious to themselves are bound to become great in the future. Shangguan Changsheng felt that he had to continue practicing. This gunplay was not practiced skillfully. Although he had intentionally controlled his power, it was logical that even if they didn't have that thing, it should be able to disable them. And the Jianghu people below, especially the men, all sucked in a breath of cool air. This kind of shooting is so vicious that it actually specializes in the lower 3 paths and doesn't spare the front and back. Chapter 15. 2 shots to kill the dream of invincibility. The rest of them were surprised at Shangguan Changsheng's sinister shot. As for all the experts of the younger generation, all of them couldn't sit still at this moment, and 4 experts around the strength of the 6th dose struck out at the same time. A few shots were down. What was even more frightening was that the other party's realm of 2 dueling first revolutions had no fluctuations, and was able to hold steady in this situation. Everyone knew that he was hiding his realm, but everyone couldn't tell. And the other party only occupied the second peak. The other party had appeared with that young Taoist priest, and in the Jianghu martial arts. Such rankings were not something that would be excused for the sake of simple brotherhood. Whoever has the ability is at the front of the line. And the fact that the other party was willing to settle for second, that could only mean that the young Taoist standing on the first peak was even more unfathomable. Although they didn't know exactly how strong they were, everyone was sure that the other party's strength must be above the teenager from the second peak. Liao saw Shangguan Changsheng over there picking over 4 incoming enemies with extreme ease and comfort. Only then did he suddenly wake up to the fact that his worries were so superfluous. Although he would suspect that he was weak, one thing was certain. Shangguan Changsheng must be strong, and must be strong beyond his peers. He should be more worried about himself right now. How will he leave peacefully if he is in an equivalent situation? Liao began to look around vigilantly. However, Liao realized that no one coveted him. And there were even some people who looked at him slightly for a couple of moments before immediately shifting their gaze to another direction. A little bit of strength, but this gunplay is not up to par. The domineering man's voice echoed in the sky. A man crosses his gun sideways, its body black and muddy, without reliance, charging straight up, without prestige and anger, the overbearing aura of hegemony. He blossomed. Someone in the crowd immediately recognized this person. The disciple of the bullying gun, Koshi Buyuk. The name of the Jianghu Wulin hegemony gun only one person, that is, the gun list ranked first Qian no one. In the hearts of many people, this person could be considered the first person in the Jianghu martial arts. A set of gun techniques was wide open, powerful and domineering. When he was young, he had broken 1,000 horsemen with a single gun, and even had the feat of challenging 10 heavenly prides of the same realm without losing. And once in the realm of knowledge of life, he had crossed the level to kill 2 powerhouses of the realm of the Endless Wheel and Sea and then broke through to the realm of the Endless Wheel and Sea in one fell swoop. Yu Bu Ju, as this one's disciple, had previously been rarely visible, spending most of his time in dedicated training. Dong Fuyu had once happened to hear that Qian no one had said in private that this disciple was not weaker than him, and even had the potential to surpass him in the future. Gong. But even then, it wasn't wise to do it at this time. Yu Bu Ju had no interest in that second peak's position. He only had that first peak in his eyes since the beginning. It was just that this person was so arrogant as to occupy this peak before it had even started. Going up several times in a row didn't even make the other party's hidden realm fluctuate. Coupled with the same person who practiced the gun, the other party made the kind of underhanded tricks, all of which added up to make his heart not happy. At the same time, he had the intention to test it out, as the location he cared about the most was still that first peak, but without complete certainty before, he will not easily try. In case with people to play a lose-lose, let other people pick up a cheap. That can be more difficult than eating. So let's try the caliber of the people of this second peak first. Shangguan Changsheng heard this. Not up to scratch? Looking down, the one figure rushing up with a gun in one hand. Shangguan Changsheng held his spear in one hand and only made an extremely simple downward chop. In the eyes of the unusual, it was a simple strike. However, when this strike fell in Yubuju's eyes, it had an implication that it was similar to his overbearing gun technique. Not dominance, but a towering contempt. It was as if he was an annoying fly in the other man's eyes. Along with that thought, the blow fell, and he swung his own shot, originally intending to test it with only 6 points of force. By now it's become all out. The two guns collided, and a terrifyingly huge force came from them. The more Nachu feet embedded in the cliff face, dug out 2 more than 10 meters long gully. A trace of blood flowed from the corner of Yubuju's mouth, his eyes frantically looking at the person standing at the top. 2 buckets and a turn. I can't believe it's still in this realm. I actually couldn't force you to your true realm with my full strength. Yubuju was enraged at this moment, and this anger was not directed at Shangguan Changsheng, but at himself. He thought that under his master's careful teaching, there was not a single enemy in the younger generation under the sky. He would eventually be looked up to by everyone in the younger generation. Unexpectedly, after the first official fight with the younger generation after coming out of the mountain, it would actually end up like this. He's not happy about it. Even if he lost, he would still make this guy's true realm reveal itself. Overbearing true chi surged and flourished. Yubuju's strength climbed several times in this moment. The realm that was only a thin veil was broken by him. The strength of the treading heaven realm was revealed, and those who were at the bottom of the mountain watching the battle could feel a sense of oppression from his body. Gong Shoyu gulped at the sight of this scene. There was no chance for the third position. Then looking at the person at the top of the second peak, it seemed like there wasn't a complete lack of chances. If the other party was focused on their hands, it might still be possible. Just such a third. Is it really what he needs? Hearing the gnashing of teeth of the people below, Shangguan Changsheng snapped out of it. At a time like this, the realm cannot be pressed so low. It is too fake. Only looking down at Yubuju, who was anxious to break through the realm in order to defeat him, Shangguan Changsheng said with some regret. In order to defeat me, you broke through too hastily and didn't even improve much. Yubuju's eyes were like the white moon at this moment. Breaking through at this point in time had been the best time for him to break through. Enough pressure to reshape his mind. Yet the other side said he was rushing things. Yubuju stomped hard, and the mountain peak trembled slightly. Once again, it flew straight up. Only this time the speed was even faster, and the domineering lance came like a tsunami, bound to devour Shangguan Changsheng. Shangguan Changsheng's brain turned slightly. The lance in his hand was like a swimming dragon, colliding with the opponent's lance, and the true chi entangled with each other through the lance for a while. Yubuju's heart was slightly pleased to be able to force out the opponent's true realm. Shangguan Changsheng felt that it was almost time, and his body's true chi swung open. Yubuju was eventually unable to defeat him and was sent flying. In the process, his gaze was always fixed on Shangguan Changsheng. Shangguan Changsheng lived up to his expectations, and his own realm finally changed. 6 buckets and 3 turns. People do laugh a little when they are so angry that they are speechless. Yubujaka's mouth hung in such a smile that if he died like this, it would be considered a death with hate. In the crowd at the bottom of the hill, Lu Xiao was sweating profusely and wetting his lapel despite the cool night breeze. He had only speculated that the other party had forces behind him before, but he hadn't realized that the other party was still so powerful. No wonder his grandfather had uttered that line to him when he came home that night. You almost took a step into hell. At that time, but if he had intensified the conflict a little more, the other party had that strength to kill him on the spot. The surrounding Jianghu people, however, were first silent for a moment in the face of this scene, and then began to discuss it. There were even whispers that it was a certain long-established senior who was shameless and disguised himself as a young man to beat them up for fun, and this tidbit of information spread for only a short while before it disappeared. You have to know that the ones who came here, in addition to the casual cultivators and those who watched, there can be quite a few disciples of the big powers. If there is really a certain old-timer who dares to do this, bullying the juniors, then get ready for a swarm of other masters. Li Ao, who was standing on the first peak, had sat down cross-legged at some point, because the legs are a bit weak. The one who wants to be the second is so strong. This is not sure what kind of fierce person it will be if there is a one who wants to be the first. If such a person really came up, it would be better not to think of exchanging blows, and it would be better to surrender at the first opportunity and beg the other party to spare their lives. Chapter 16, Ascension. Snow Sword Villa. As if it were early spring, Snow Sword Villa, located to the north, was situated on a high mountain, and for more than half of the year, it was covered in snow and silver. It's only this close to the height of summer that there are green shoots and flowers. Morong Yun Infinite poured 2 cups of hot tea. Qian no one. I'm in seclusion. You disturb me at this time. If there's nothing important, if I don't peel off a layer of your skin, you won't be able to leave Snow Sword Villa today. Outside rumors of domineering incomparable Qian no one, at this time as a martial arts practice stupid simpleton, has been hanging a silly smile. I'm almost at the Ascension realm. When Morong Yun Infinite heard these words, the teacup that had just been brought to her mouth gave a lurch, just for a moment, and then as if nothing had happened, she lightly sipped her tea. Then I'll congratulate you in advance on your ascension. The Ascension realm was an extremely special realm. This realm was named for the moment when martial arts practitioners reached ascension, because no one knew what realm was after the Ascension realm and how strong it was. Those who have already ascended, no one has come down to the world to give them answers. So then someone named a realm for this moment, and at the same time, to be able to reach the Ascension realm, besides the realm required being sufficient, it also showed one thing, that Qian Wu was the number one in martial arts cultivation, the true number one in the world. Throughout the ages, for all those who have ascended, only the first in the path of martial arts cultivation can ascend, and once one person ascended, then in a short period of time, no one else would have another chance to ascend. This short term is anyone's guess. It could be 10, 20, 30 years, or even hundreds of years. Morong Yun Infinite understood that he might have no hope of ascending. You came to tell me something so important without going to tell your apprentice first. I'm relieved about that kid. He's a lot stronger than even I was back then. He's bound to ascend in the future. I'll wait for him in the heavenly realm in the future as well. Morong Yun Infinite's face flashed through his mind. The face of a teenager. A monster that his own disciple had taught. You put your mind at ease too soon. No one in Pathfinder gave a very confident and bright laugh. Looking at the world's rivers and lakes, the younger generation. Who else can fight with my disciple? And who else can shake my disciple? Moreover, he went to participate in the rookie competition not long ago, and will definitely show the Jianghu people what it means to be a genius, and what it means to be a supreme heavenly pride across the generation, and he will become a mountain in the hearts of his peers, just like I did at the time, a juggernaut that everyone can't get around. Morong Yun infinitely had some thoughts at this time. If that kid also participated in the rookie competition, thinking about it, she could already substitute into the mentality of those who participated in the younger generation of the rookie competition. It wouldn't be looking up at a big mountain. Instead, Float looked up at the green sky, so boundless that a single drop of water falling could kill them. There is nothing but despair, and no possibility of going beyond that in sight. Hopefully, the Pathfinder's smile tightened slightly when no one heard this. Morong Yun Infinite should understand his disciple even if he didn't. He had said so. Why did the other party's tone have the feeling that his disciple would be slapped to death? It's hard to believe that among the juniors, there are still those who can compete with my disciple. Morong Yun Infinite fell into silence at this moment, because the other party was not as simple as fighting with Qian no one's disciple. They were able to fight with her. The age of the juniors, the realm of the juniors, the fighting strength of the older generation. All this time in seclusion, she had been thinking about how to cultivate another chakra at a realm like hers, but she had never gotten it right. It was not unlikely that Shangwan Shangsheng would come to Snow Sword Villa one day, and she would have to beg for the way. Qian no one looked at Morong Yun Infinite's silence and reached out his hand in front of the other party. Why don't you say something? You'll know when your apprentice isn't number one. Qian no one had said so. If that kid had really participated in the rookie competition, Qian no one's disciple would only be able to take a second, and there was no need for her to say more. Qian no one naturally knew. Your words make me a bit curious. What kind of young talent would make you so sure that my Qian no one's disciple is inferior to him? Morong Yun Infinite smiled mysteriously. Gorgeous as a flower. When the rankings come out then, you will naturally know. In the Jianghu there is 100 Shoga, which is said to have been created by a few masters who had no hope of ascension and had nothing to do. This organization does only one thing, and that is to conduct Jianghu martial arts rankings. All the sword lists, gun lists, sword lists, etc. in the martial arts world were made by this organization. Every session of the rookie competition, they would send someone to preside over it, with the main purpose being to keep records. This ranking is then quickly sent to all parts of the world. No one is also unlikely to wait for his disciple to come back. In the mountain cultivation for many years, this time finally down the mountain. Certainly want to have a good travel. Seeing the 5 lakes and the mountains is unlikely to make it back on the hoof as soon as the competition is over. No one saw that Moronian Infinite was unwilling to say anything, so he stopped forcing himself, although it felt like I was about to ascend. It would take some time after all. If the final list that was passed back was that his disciple was second, then he would leave a few letters to explain before he ascended. I have come here to ask for something. You say. I also ask you to take care of my disciple for me after I ascend. You don't have to care at all when peers fight. If he is killed, it can only be considered that he is not as skilled as he should be. If there are any shameless ones from the older generation who want to bully the younger ones with the bigger ones, you will be asked to help block 1 or 2 of them, and you don't have to help finish them off. Koshi Bujaku grows up and avenges himself. After the ascension is what kind of a scene? No one themselves do not know, but can know is that after the ascension of people cannot come back. His own disciple was following the same path as himself, with a dominant marksmanship and a straighter character, and his own strength had been able to ensure that his peers would be free of worry. It wasn't unheard of for the older generation to look at him in a bad light, or to be jealous of the younger generation for being talented. Moronian Infinite gave the other party a blank look. There's the way you ask for help. You can take as much of my Bully Gun Mountain's wealth and treasures as you like. After you ascend, I can also take these things at will. The only person who could stop herself at the bastard Gun Mountain was No One. And if the other party ascended and left, she could really take whatever she wanted there. Only then it may not have had a good reputation in the jungle. No one in the Pathfinder just laughed even after hearing this. Then feel free, because the other party said this is a promise. Moronian Infinitely is famous for protecting her calf. Since she has accepted it, if any of the old undead dares to bully you Buju, the sword in the hands of Moronian Infinitely will never show any mercy. Early the next morning, since last night's battle, no one dared to covet the second peak and the first peak anymore, and in addition to these 2 peaks, several other peaks began to be climbed one after another. Some held on for the night, and some were knocked down just as they ascended. It's good to see you going back and forth, so to speak, and even more so at the foot of the mountain at this time, with the 5-yearly event. Even busy people in the jungle will take the time to come over and take a look, so naturally people came and went. So at the foot of the mountain, inns abound and vendors hawk their wares. Weapons and armor, buns and ravioli, and clothing and decorations are all available. There are very few poor people walking the streets, and times like these are even better times to make money. Although there are only 10 days, for some hawkers, the money they earn in these 10 days can basically cover their living for the next 1 or 2 years. If you run into someone who fights and has the decency to accidentally tear down your stall, you can't say you won't have to work much for the next 10 years or so. Of course, being so lucrative naturally carries a certain amount of risk. If a few martial artists get into a fight and don't care, there is also the possibility of dying horizontally on the spot. Even so, it's still swarming, because that's life, that's what it is. Chapter 17, Queuing for Guns. A man with white hair like snow, carrying a locket in his hand, went upwards with his feet on the wall, and this behavior drew the crowd at the foot of the mountain to look up together. Last night's great battle can be said to have made an unexpected and colorful opening for this rookie competition. Originally, I thought that Peak 1 and 2 would mostly have to stop for a while, but I didn't expect that someone would go up to challenge them again early in the morning. Seeing this scene, many people shook their heads. That scene last night had told everyone that this second peak and first peak were untouchable, although the person from the first peak hadn't shown much strength. As far as the other party was going to show the strength of 1 bucket and 1 turn. Thinking with his knees, he was also a pigdozer, and could never be lower than the second peak. Otherwise, on what basis does the second make the other first? Just when everyone was feeling sorry for each other, Yu Bu-ju, who was sitting at the end of a tree running his energy to heal his wounds, also looked up. Then he closed his eyes again. Shangguan Changsheng also thought it was when whoever came up to challenge again. A voice interrupted his thoughts. My friend, please don't do anything yet. I want to talk. Shangguan Changsheng plunged his spear straight into the ground. Gong Zhuyu came to the top of the mountain and stood on her toes on a small piece of ground. The box in his hand was handed out. My name is Gong Liaoyu. I see that you've been here all night, brother, and you should want to eat some food in the morning. This is the unique mutton buns and mutton noodles from the 10 Peaks Mountain. so I've brought them here specially to ask you to try them. My name is Shangguan Changsheng, but your purpose should be more than simply bringing me a meal. Brother Shangguan is too smart. This time I also came to ask Brother Shangguan for some guidance. I hope to have a decent exit even if I'm not defeated, and I still want to fight for the several peaks behind me. Gong Shoyu is now only half a step away from the heaven-treading realm, and fighting with such an expert would benefit him immensely even if he didn't break through. It also allows him to see where the gaps are. Some things, after all, have to be experienced for themselves to be more accurate, and projections made by watching are ultimately worse. But he didn't want to be crippled by a shot from the other side, so he'd just be polite and compete, point blank. It would allow him to see the gap for himself, but not so much that he would be unable to participate in the fight for the other peaks later on due to excessive injuries, and also to prevent the other side from using the same shots they used on those 4 people, on themselves. This kind of shooting is overwhelming whether you're stabbing the front or the back. I promise, but for the food you'll have to send one to my friend as well. Gongju Yu readily agreed. No problem. Li Ao looked at the food box in front of him. There are still a lot of good people in this world. After Gongsho Yu went back, Shangguan Changsheng held a bun in his right hand and a gun in his left. A gun slashed down, and Gong Fu Yu held his sword with both hands to block. There were no surprises as Gong Fu Yu was sent straight down by the shot. Gong Shoyu removed the leaves from her head and looked at her hands that were trembling. Couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's too big a gap. All the Jianghu people who watched this scene lit up before their eyes. Yeah, be polite before you challenge. You won't get stabbed in those parts, and you won't lose too badly. So there was a group of martial artists who thought they were pretty good, carrying some small gifts and went up. There was even a line at the bottom of the hill. A person behind Yi Juanhao whispered, "Your Highness, why don't I go and deliver some poison?" Snap! Yi Juanhao backhanded a big ear slap. The person who proposed it. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth, but he didn't dare to dodge it, just kneeling on one knee. There are people eating hot pot in front of us. If you don't want your brain, you can put it in someone else's pot. You can think of such a thing as poisoning. If the poisoning had been successful, anyone who had delivered something in front of them would have tried to find out the person who had poisoned them one by one. The other martial artists were expected to rise up in a group. Because of this move, in the future, this 10 Peaks Mountains rookie competition could be dispensed with. Opponents can be knocked down, but they should never be retired for poisoning. This move would make the 10 Peaks Mountain, the rookie competition, completely tainted, because from here on out the top 10 of the world's young generation elected would only be a joke. There would be no heroes and heroines from all over the world to come here to compete, because they can't afford to lose that person. And if this didn't work out, then he'd have to lose this man. And there was no way he could even say that there was an expert who would slaughter him. As for his identity, it's not like it hasn't happened before that people in the jungle have killed royals. The worst thing is that this kind of Jianghu masters are likely to be enemies everywhere. Unattached and unsupported. Want to kill him? 10 clans cannot find people. Planing his ancestral grave are found that this ancestral grave is being plowed. Ashes are letting people raise. Even if you find the other person and kill you, you won't be able to get out of it. And you might even get angrier the more you think about it. Moreover, really need this kind of false honor words. He also do not need to come here, back to the royal capital to find those children of the family. Casually then somewhat will let themselves take the first. Why bother to come here to lose face? Li Ao was sitting at the top of the mountain at the moment, holding a belly, eating a little propped up. These Jianghu people are too enthusiastic. What specialties? Pastries, lychee duck skin, all kinds of food without repeating to send. At that moment a man came before him. I wonder if I could give some pointers. It was a young man, about his age. Li Ao waved his hand. I'm a little stuffed, so I'll stop comparing, and you can get in line over there. Li Ao pointed to the long queue that had formed at the foot of Shangguan Changsheng Mountain. The opponent didn't complain after hearing this. After all, he couldn't even beat him in the second peak, so it was only natural that the experts in the first peak didn't want to accept his challenge. Placing the gift box in his hand on top of the ones piled up behind the other. Even though the other didn't say yes, the gift was still to be given, and he went to line up at the foot of the second peak. And on Shangguan Changsheng's side, every person who finished giving gifts had to receive a shot at him, and say thank you to him. Shangguan Changsheng even felt that there was something strange, but these people were so enthusiastic that he was too embarrassed to refuse. And as more and more people claimed a shot here at Shangguan Changsheng, the more the less juice goal from that hard-hitting 2-shot last night is still rising, because no one so far has lasted a second shot, much less a second shot that has stalled for a while, and some of them didn't even last the first shot and just passed out. It caused Shangguan Changsheng to be a bit embarrassed. feeling that he had been a bit heavy-handed. Everyone's strength is different, and even if some are in the same realm, there is a clear difference in strength, so it's hard to adjust the intensity. When ordinary people saw this scene, they were puzzled and couldn't figure out what these martial arts practitioners were thinking. Giving people gifts and begging them to beat themselves up. They had never seen such a perverted request in their lives. At the foot of the mountain, a carriage slowly pulled in. Master Lingtong got out from inside the carriage, watching the scene happening on the second peak. Psychic masters. He had also walked in the Jianghu over the years. How could he not know that the younger generation in the Jianghu had become like this? Chapter 18. No one in front of the second in the world. He was trying to bring Chunna here to see the world, to meet the young talents of the world, the experts of the younger generation. But not this kind of insight. Chunna also drilled out from the carriage. The 10 peaks of the 10 Peaks Mountain. The first thing she looked at was the second peak, simply because this one was too special. There was a crowd lined up at the foot of the mountain, and every now and then someone was knocked off at the top. This spectacle is unheard of. But then the familiar figure was seen by her on the peak of the mountain. Her gaze then went back to the first peak, and there was the figure of a young Taoist priest. The two of them were really fine. Master Lingtong was still pondering at this time what had happened here. Chunna pulled on Master Lingtong's monk's robe. It was these two young warriors who eradicated the ghouls for us. Where? It's the two that stand on the two highest peaks. Master Lingtong looked over. The first peak on the first peak he saw through the other party's disguise. Liao's real strength of 7 buckets and 26 revolutions. On the second peak, a 6 double. 3 turn shot brought down a 7 double. 10 turn. The opponent had hidden his realm, but he couldn't tell. He didn't dwell on this. It wasn't surprising that the person who took out the silver-armored ghoul had this kind of strength. Originally, he had suspected that it was some old-timer pretending to be young, but now it seemed that it was really the younger generation that had emerged as such an expert. Then this generation of young people is probably a bit stifled. Then looking at the people who had been knocked down on that second peak, it seemed that the experts of the younger generation had already begun to experience it. Chunna looked at Shangwan Changxing on the second peak, who had knocked people down at an idle pace. Master, can I be this strong in the future? Monks don't lie. What do you mean? It means I choose to be silent. Springer, when practicing martial arts in the future, you can use the two of them as a target to catch up with. Just catching up is fine, but don't think about surpassing or equalizing. It will leave behind a heart demon. Shangwan Changsheng was so strong. In Master Lingtong's mind, Li Ao was probably not bad either. Chunna looked at the two peaks again, and it turned out that she had long since seen the apex of this younger generation. There's no need to watch the next. First and second are not in doubt. Let's go back to the temple, so you can also practice early. Master Lingtong finished taking out a secret book with no name on the cover. You can look around for a while on the way. There's no rush to practice. Springer took the books, randomly flipping through the pages, always frowning. Master Lingtong looked at this reaction of the other party and spoke out to inquire. Why? But there's something you don't understand. I'm not very good at reading. Master Lingtong froze for a moment, then blamed himself. It was my negligence. I'll teach you to recognize words in the meantime. Children in ordinary farming families don't have the opportunity to read and write, especially not girls, and he should not have overlooked it. Trouble master. Afterward a carriage drove slowly away from the place. 5 days passed. The first and second peaks were exceptionally cold. There were only so many high rollers in total, and they were all played on the first day. But even then, someone brought up food every day. Shermao at this time pulling his beard to watch the other several peaks of the battle. These battles are not exciting. Shermao heart more or less also have a number. Probably know the last will be which people to ascend the mountain peak. Occasionally his eyes still rested on peaks 1 and 2. In fact, there was a question in his mind these days. Could he beat these two boys? The first day of the fight had gone on for a day, and the kid called Shangwan Changsheng hadn't had the slightest change or fluctuation in his own realm. That meant that giving one shot to each of these younger generation experts would not be much of a drain on him. The whole thing was quite relaxing and enjoyable. This was put to him on his own, and he thought he could not do it. That's why he made the guess. While Shangwan Changsheng was resting his eyes, a small stone flew towards him. 2 fingers were extended to hold the small stone. At the same time, he opened his eyes, and Li Ao was waving at him. Li Ao pointed to the bottom of his feet. The meaning is clearly indicated. It's about swapping places. Shangwan Changsheng smiled and shook his head. All he wanted was to be second in the world. How could he go and sit in that first place in the world? Li Ao was puzzled, thinking that Shangwan Changsheng might be prepared to wait until the end to change. 3 more days passed. Yu Buju ascended to the position of the third peak, a position he had no one vying for and was untouchable. Among the heroes and heroines present in the world, the only one who had received the second 2 shots in the world and had resisted the second shot for quite a long time, even Gong Tu, who had also broken through to the heaven-treading realm in the past few days, did not have the heart to fight for it. Although the two of them were both at the same heaven-treading realm, it was undeniable that Yu Buju was stronger than him. After all, he had been knocked off the bottom of the mountain with a single shot, so he came to the location of the 4th peak. The 5th peak was a woman wearing a blue mask that only revealed 2 eyes. Although she could not see her face, Gong Fu Yu had information about this woman. This woman was from the Snow Sword Villa, called Morong Wanin, a disciple that the Snow Sword Villa's villa master, Morong Yun Infinite, had taken in after his disciple had rebelled against his master, with the cultivation of 28 revolutions of the 7 Dipper, and had yet to enter the heaven-stepping realm. But after taking a shot from Shangguan Changsheng, I don't think it should take long. And the 6th peak seems to be the 3rd prince of the Gao kingdom, Yi Juanhao. His strength is also not bad, but the martial arts he cultivates seems to be not the one passed down by the Gao kingdom's royal family. It should still take some time before he breaks through the treading heaven realm. Thinking of this, his gaze went back to the 1st and 2nd peaks. With regard to the strikes of these two, it really made him wonder what sect or faction these two were from, especially Shangguan Changsheng, Li Ao, because of the really small number of strikes. He could not see it as really normal. However, Shangguan Changsheng had struck out so many times, but he had never been able to see his opponent's path. And as for the true chi carried by the other party, it always gave him an indescribably strange feeling. How? There's a sense that men and women share a common strike. It was hard not to believe that the other party was practicing the in vain. Add to that the shot that was aimed at a person's lower body when the other guy first came on. Gong Xiuyu couldn't help but look down at Shangguan Changsheng when she thought of this. Shangguan Changsheng felt a gaze that was out of place and opened his eyes to meet it. Gong Xiuyu looked away sheepishly when she realized the other party was looking over. Shangguan Changsheng was still quite impressed with Gong Fu Yu, and it was still a good start for the other party to receive so many gifts himself. Only the gaze of the other side. Then he looked at the other party's snow-white, incomparable skin, as well as the head full of white hair. He was handsome, but he wasn't handsome to attract the same sex. While Shangguan Changsheng was in a state of delirium, Li Ao once again threw a small stone over. This time he still wants to switch positions. Shangguan Changsheng still shook his head. The smile at the corner of Li Ao's mouth cut back a few points. This seemed to be different from what he had guessed. Li Ao originally thought that he could be a little more shameless to take up the 2nd position in the world. The number 1 position in the world undeniably belonged to Shangguan Changsheng, as there was no one enemy of his here. Now it seems as if the other side is going to give him the position. In the first place, the time came to the evening of the last day, half an hour before the hour of midnight. Smudge had by now taken out the book and pen he had on his belt and wrote 2 names in the 1st and 2nd positions first. It's unlikely that those 2 positions will change, and as the time came to the final moments, most of the people in the jungle were not very excited, although they were expecting something else to change. But it was clear to everyone that the biggest change in this session still happened at the beginning, with the strength of the 1st and 2nd peaks. Now that everything has been wrapped up for the competition, everyone's strength is pretty much on display. Basically the list is set and will not change. Li Ao once again beckoned to Shangguan Changsheng at this time. Shangguan Changsheng also just smiled at him and waved, without the slightest intention to change places with him. Li Ao didn't make any more moves. Just when the time came for the last 5 breaths, Li Ao made a choice that shocked the entire audience. And at the beginning of this countdown, he jumped down from the 1st peak's position. The scene caused some of the drowsy ones to widen their eyes. The entire room was dumbfounded, and the people from several other peaks were equally puzzled. At the last minute, the world's number 1 abstained. Shmuel growled even more. "What are you doing? It's not time yet. You left early." Li Ao responded with a smile. "I know. It's just that being number 1 in the world upsets me inside." Shangguan Changsheng came all the way to save his life and share his chance. Since the other party doesn't want the 1st position in the world, let there be no one in front of the 2nd person in the world. Chapter 19, My Teacher, Qian K. The flood bells are ringing, and the hour of midnight has arrived. There are only 9 people in the top 10 in the world. No one could have imagined that there would be a change of heart at this last minute. After the people below the mountain peak were quiet for a while, the discussion sounded like cicadas, rising and falling in an endless stream. Sure Mo took a deep breath at this moment. If he understood the other party's words correctly, Li Ao meant that Shangguan Changsheng was going to be stronger than him? So the other party's concealment of strength was just one layer. The other party was really only at the 26th turn of the 7th dipper. The opponent's strength can't be the best in the world. No wonder this person had previously been turning to Shangguan Changsheng, scowling and gesturing. He had thought at the time that it was a special code word between the two, but now it seemed to be that they really wanted to switch places. It was only that Shangguan Changsheng didn't want to change, so he just wanted to stay in this position of the second peak of the world. Liao didn't want to stand in this position and didn't want anyone else to stand in front of Shangguan Changsheng. This all makes sense, but there is one fatal flaw. Who the hell is sick of being second when you're not first? Shi Mao looked at the name he had written in advance on the book. The paper and ink were not cheap. Ugh, forget it. The other guy voluntarily forfeited, and he couldn't claw him back and press him into that position. Everyone, you may report your division in name. 10th peak, 5th peak, Snowsword Villa Morongwanin. When Shangguan Changsheng heard the words Snowsword Villa, he subconsciously looked over. The woman left in a hurry last time and only left herself a jade pendant, and she didn't know what the other party's relationship was with the woman she met last time, and what relationship she had with her master. The 4th peak, Gong Fu Yu of the Gong Fu family. The 3rd peak, Baju and Shan Yu Buju. 2nd peak, my master Qian Ke, Shangguan Changsheng. The tip of Shimo's pen, which was recording the forces to which he belonged after the name, suddenly gave a start. Suddenly, he raised his head to look directly at Shangguan Changsheng. Say that again. Who is your master? My master Qian Ke. Shangguan Changsheng knew that his master was unpopular in that Zhenghu and risked universal condemnation to practice this method of double chakra cultivation. The master laughs at himself when he talks to him. I am the most ridiculous madman in the eyes of all the Zhenghu people. And now this madman's disciple. No one in front of him, the chasm behind him, the younger generation. No one to cross. When Gong Shouyu heard this sentence, the first thing she did was to look at the woman from the 5th peak and realized that the other party's eyes burned towards the 2nd peak the moment she heard this. Back then, that incident made a lot of noise. Qian Ke left Snow Sword Villa and even said that the current path of martial arts cultivation was wrong. At that time, it was once regarded as a joke by the whole world, and the Snow Sword Villa thus once became a private joke among the people in the Zhenghu. Qian Ke, a genius who was once favored at the time and could potentially become the #1 person in the young generation at the time, was considered by everyone to be a madman who had practiced martial arts to the point of stupidity. However, we haven't heard from each other over the years, and the rumors in the Zhenghu are that Qian Ke has gone off the deep end and died. I didn't realize that I had taught such a powerful disciple without God's knowledge. Is it hard to believe that the other side succeeded? Shangguan Changshan's own strange true qi was rounded and heavenly, and the other party's cultivation of the 6th dipper in 3 revolutions hadn't changed at all in the midst of such a long confrontation. Previously, he had always felt that it was the other party's hidden realm, but what if cultivating dual veins was so strong? Gong Fu sucked in a big breath of cold air deep inside. If that was the case, Qian Ke was equivalent to opening up another path in martial arts, directly becoming the open source ancestor of a lineage of martial arts. It was a hard slap in the face to those who had mocked him. When Gong Fu Yu thought of this, she suddenly reached out and touched her cheeks. She seemed to have laughed before. After all, throughout the ages, all those who wanted to take this path had either died or gone mad, or had been reduced to a complete invalid, and everyone agreed that it was not feasible. I didn't think anyone would actually walk out. How could Shi Mao, who was in charge of the record keeping, not expect that there would be so many surprises in this session of the rookie match? All of Qian Ke's disciples showed up, and what's even more interesting is that his disciples, who beat the new disciples his master trained, only needed one shot, and at this time among the Jianghu crowd below, because of the withdrawal of the first peak Liao, there would have been heated discussions, and now that Shangguan Changsheng's words came out, the people present were even more unable to sit still, and the sound of discussion once again set off a crescendo. The master of Shangguan Changsheng, who had suppressed a generation, was actually the crazy blind Qian Ke. How could anyone think of that? Smudge put away the book and pen he had in his hand when he finished writing. Everyone, this session of the rookie competition ends here. The words flew away horizontally, impatiently. This surprise must be shared, and Shmuel just can't wait. Shangguan Changsheng felt the large amount of sight that was placed on himself. Shangguan Changsheng's gaze went to the 5th peak. He wasn't sure if this was the master's family. Morong Wanin didn't lock eyes with him, but rather inclined her head before leaving the 5th peak. She was Shangguan Changsheng's senior in terms of seniority, but she had previously given the other party a gift, and again, she hadn't caught a single shot. How could this make her face to face? And for Qian Ke, her senior brother, Morong Wanin didn't have any opinions or complaints. Morong Yun Infinite's tone would be a bit exasperated though when she occasionally mentioned Xian K. But there are times when it's more of a hopelessness and a sigh. Xian K was too smart. So smart that when the other party embarked on this path, Morong Yun infinitely couldn't come up with much reasoning to talk the other party back. And now the appearance of Shangguan Changsheng was proof that the other party's insistence was right. The master had already done so. So he, as a disciple, was not qualified to express any emotions or opinions for his master. Shangguan Changsheng saw the other party leave and jumped off the peak himself. Then he took Li Ao and left the place because he was too much in the limelight at this time. There's an old saying that people in this world only remember number one. No one remembers who came in second. But only if the first place can't be vacant. Otherwise the second place becomes noticeable. Come to a place where no one is. Shangguan Changsheng knocked Li Ao nonchalantly. What were you thinking? Coming on like that when it's almost over at the end? Li Ao said as he covered his head. You were already stronger than everyone. The position of number one in the world should be yours. And since you don't want it, you can't give it to someone else. Shangguan Changsheng, at this moment, felt helpless. Because there was no movement in his body until after the bout. I don't know if it was because the second in the world of the younger generation didn't count, or because of Li Ao's sudden departure. But he didn't have any special feelings right now. There's no particular change in those 8 words either. Li Ao spoke again at this time. Brother Shangguan, now you're sure. It's not that I'm too weak. It's that you're too strong. No one in the younger generation can beat you. Shangguan Changsheng had always told him that it was because he was too weak. And now he had cleaned up all the experts of the younger generation of the Jianghu martial arts world. The other side should be able to recognize this clearly. Shangguan Changsheng shook his head when he heard this. Don't be so naive to think that these from 10 Peaks Mountain are all the experts of the younger generation. Li Ao's eyes at this time were like the eyes of a cow. What nonsense are you talking about? Not that I'm talking, but the world is never as simple as you think it is. Shangguan Changsheng came here for the second position in the world in the younger generation. If it wasn't, and he wouldn't even come or even put up a fight, would there be people who think the same way he does? Or could there be some hidden sects? In his 2 lifetimes, he had seen a lot of cerebral things, and at the same time, he also knew that there were still a lot of hidden things in this world, especially also in such a world where information transfer was not very developed. There were even more hidden secrets like this. After all, even the Snow Sword Villith sent out people are just going through the motions. That one to their own jade pendant of the woman did not come to participate in the rookie competition, which can be seen very problematic. Chapter 20, The Imperial Army. Bully Gun Hill. Knock knock. Mountain Lord. The list of the top 10 people in this session's rookie competition has arrived. The door to the room was opened. An underling bowed his head and presented a list of names with both hands. The list fell into Qian Nobody's hands at intervals. You go down. Yes. The underling turned and the door of the room was closed. No one in the Pathfinder opened the list scroll and the first thing he saw was the second place. Shangguan Changsheng? Ha! Morong Yun Infinite, I really believed you. Pathfinder Nobody expanded the scroll thoroughly and found the first place spot empty. Pathfinder Nobody? Then the eyes looked down. In third place, the name of his apprentice was found. What happened? Missed writing or misplaced rankings? He then noticed a row of notes on the left. The last few breaths of the first Peaks experts abstained. The doubt in his eyes deepened. What had happened in this session of the rookie competition? How is it that first place is still abandoned? He then looked to see what this second place was all about. Next to the name of the second place finisher is a small line. I'm a teacher of Qian K. No one in Pathfinder saw this and laughed a little. No wonder Morong Yun Infinite was so sure that it was a disciple of Qian K. However, Qian K's disciple had already come out of the mountain. So wouldn't that mean that the dual veins could really cultivate together? Qian K, this kid he also met. Very smart, but unfortunately is a donkey. Stubborn. It was absolutely impossible for the other party to accept a disciple to teach the ones that Morong Yun Infinite had taught, but only what he had researched. It was just a pity that he no longer had the time to study these things now. Let's wait until after he ascended. No one in Qian had read this list and then put it aside. Now he was going to feel it with his heart and then ascend. The public loser. When Gongju Cheng saw Gongjuyu return, he carried a fruit plate and jogged over. Great nephew, you're tired. Come and have some fruit. Gongshuyu held out her hand to politely decline. No need, Gongju Cheng said with great excitement. Where have you taken the man for me? Bring him out to Uncle too, so that I may persuade the boy to return to his lost ways. There are so many people in martial arts cultivation. That child is not going to have any great achievements. Follow me to learn organ techniques. The future will be brilliant. Gong Yue squeezed out a forced smile and grabbed Gong Yue Cheng's hand. I've come back to inherit the family business. Gongju Chang, the Jiang dynasty. Inside the imperial study, the floor was full of messes. Chen Zhenzi sat in his own dragon chair, angry. When the emperor is still everywhere restricted, want to do something is as difficult as heaven. There were always some civil officials who were going to die in Cambodia, and he couldn't just take out these ministers at will. He just ascended the throne not long ago, these ministers, and did not make a mistake. Reveal what handle. So randomly killed. If he is not good for his reputation. And more importantly, all these ministers are deeply implicated behind the scenes, and some of the frontier generals he did not have full control, and even have to eat empty pay, raising the seat of private soldiers, but also make him uneasy. King Shin begs to see you. The eunuch outside the door made a shrill noise. Let him in. Chen Zhenzi said breathlessly. Chen Ens came to the imperial study, ignoring the mess all over the floor. He came straight to the dragon chair. I refer to your majesty. Chen Zhenzi immediately helped him up. You and I are two brothers, so why bother with these false rituals yet? Although Chen Zhenzi's mouth was like this, the micro-expression of acceptance could not be hidden from Chen En's eyes. But Big Brother is now the emperor, and the necessary etiquette is still necessary. Big Brother, it seems you're still angry about what happened in the courtroom today. This isn't the first time. These civil officials are against me at every turn, and some of the generals on the border aren't very peaceful either. There are times when I really want to go on a killing spree and kill off all these civil officials and replace them with a group of obedient ones up here. Chen Ans pretended to think for a moment. In fact, my younger brother has a plan that may help Big Brother break the current situation, deter the courtiers, and gather military power. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhenzi hurriedly urged. What way? You tell me. Chen Ans first pretended to be difficult for a while. After pulling at Chen Zhenzi for a while, it was only then that he spoke his way out. The Imperial Army. Fight a victory. This can let you fastest draw close to the relationship with the generals. Recollect the military power. Military power in the hand. Even if these ministers are no longer how to make trouble, you can be suppressed. Only this plan is a bit risky. No, it's not risky. Chen Zhenzi took out a map as he spoke. Every fall, the new country sends troops to harass our borders, but each time the number of people is not very large. If we allocate a large army in advance to prepare and turn defense into offense, we may be able to beat them by surprise. Add to that the high morale of the royal family. Although I have never led an army in battle, I am also familiar with military books. Plus we have the intention to win, and with high morale, we are sure to achieve a great victory. At that time the military power is in the hands of the generals. The ministers in this court will not be able to turn over any waves. Chen Zhenzi said, more and more excited. Gradually eyes light up. The corner of Chen En's mouth twitched. In fact, he had prepared a large set of words, but he did not expect the emperor to just convince himself. It seems to have really pissed off the ministers in this courtroom. Chen Zhenzi suddenly grabbed Chen En's shoulders. Second brother, during this period of time when I'm on my royal expedition, I'll trouble you to keep an eye on the ministers in this court. Chen En smiled and shook his head in rejection. Since ancient times which prince has supervised the state, it is not in accordance with etiquette and law. You can let all the ministers in that court supervise together. Second brother, do you think I can trust those ministers in the court? The only person I trust most in this world is you. If you really don't want to, I can also compromise. You don't have to deal with the daily affairs. You just have to help me watch over them, and do a good job of supplementing the logistics of my imperial expedition. Don't let them pull some money-grubbing stunt on me behind my back. Chen En still shook his head. Either way this is inappropriate. Really? Let the crown prince sit in the court. But Junior is only 3 now. The Empress Dowager could be allowed to hang down the curtain. What about you? Big Brother said in the beginning. I'm only responsible for enjoying myself. I don't care about things. I've helped you with ideas. You can't still come to harm me. No, you can't be so idle. I'm going to the imperial court. You must also give me a hand in the affairs of the court. Otherwise I'm afraid that mother can't be suppressed by herself. Chen Ens wanted to say something else. This is the emperor's word of mouth. You can't refuse. Chen Ens could only accept it with feigned helplessness. After exiting the imperial study, Chen Ens glanced at the imperial study with his afterglow. He couldn't agree to any of the previous ones except for that last one where he wasn't given a chance to speak, because none of that was mandatory, giving him the option to choose if he chose to supervise the country. Then he will probably end up like those brothers. Back at the mansion, he looked at the list handed out by his subordinates. Chen En's gaze lingered on the second place for a long time. Xian Ke seemed to have an apprentice. That was a small beggar that he had sent people after 5 years ago. If nothing else, that second place should be him. Originally, he had thought that the other party had died a long time ago from practicing martial arts with Xian Ke. I didn't realize it was still alive and possessed such strength. As it was, it had to be utilized. And anyway, when he had gone after him before, he had used the name of his big brother. By then the other side will recognize the sixth brother. Ho ho ho. I don't know what kind of gorgeous flowers will be displayed, so I'm really looking forward to it. Chapter 21. The alternative is to do it. The Wine Family Inn. Have you guys heard? This session of the rookie competition is very exciting. How come I haven't heard about this? There is no first place this term. The second place is one person, one gun, across 10 days, fighting all the heavenly prides alone without defeat. What is this? According to the rumors of the grapevine, this was originally the first place Taoist priest who had a crush on the second place, but their love was not tolerated by the world after all, so he makes way for the second, as a sign of love, but also as a sign of his resistance to the worldliness of the world. Li Ao, who was drying his rice at this time, suddenly stiffened his body. This jungle rumor is too wild. And at that moment the one of the three strong men at the other table who had started talking interrupted. Where did you hear that nonsense rumor from? You believe this kind of rumor? I don't believe it, but you mentioned it, and it's okay for me to say something? This rumor is just for fun anyway. That's not what I'm going to talk about, but it's the master of the second in the world. Shangguan Changshen. Money K. It's both crazy and ruthless. What is this saying? I think when Xian Ke left the Snow Sword Villa, he did one thing, he wasted all of his cultivation. And it was said that he was so close to the treading heaven realm at that time that he was just about to poke through that layer of window paper. That's on a few of us who would do that. And who would dare to do that? Treading heaven realm. Most martial arts practitioners who struggled their whole lives were unable to cross this threshold, and could only go round and round in this realm of 7 buckets of martial arts practice, finally going to delve into some dual vein simultaneous cultivation method. At this time, one of the Hans stammered a little and said, double cultivation? The Han didn't have the good sense to spray. Read less of those kinds of books. It's double veins with the same cultivation. To know that this is recognized as a dead end. And now the other party's disciple appeared, defeating all the heavenly pride under the sky, and even including the Snow Sword Villa after Qian Ke appeared again. A supreme genius Morong Wanin was also defeated under his gun. Not only was this a sign to the world that he had succeeded, but it was also equivalent to a slap in the face of Morong Yun Infinite. You know that Qian Ke rebelled against his master in the beginning for this. Han took a sip of his drink as he spoke. That kind of beauty masters teach with great care, and I don't know what this Qian Ke is thinking. In his eyes, Qian Ke, according to Morong Yun Infinite's teachings, the path of martial arts cultivation could also be a smooth one. Have to go and get some of that on your own. And at that moment the other two were very surprised to look at the man who spoke. One of them even frowned. I know you like it ripe, but I didn't know you liked it ripe, yeah. Qian Ke's judgment to leave the division was more than 10 years ago, and even at that time, Morong Yun Infinite was almost 70 to 80 years old, and now he was even closer to 100 years old. This you even think is pretty? What the hell do you know? Top martial arts practitioners like them, as long as they cultivate to a fixed realm, they can keep their appearance unchanged or even return to their youthful appearance. Moreover, the life expectancy of such top martial arts practitioners was more than half that of ordinary people. You think 70, 80, hundreds of years old is old, when people are in their prime now. Shangguan Changxing's hand with chopsticks gave a beat when he heard this. All the things and information from previous encounters came like a tidal wave, building clear and bright lines in the center of his mind. The excessively weak younger generation, some old-timers who looked at a realm higher than their own, but their strength felt weaker than their own. The appearance of top martial arts practitioners can return to youth. Li Ao noticed that Shangguan Changxing's hand suddenly paused. Brother Shangguan, what's wrong? Nothing, just thinking. Li Ao, where are you planning to go back there? Shangguan Changxing suddenly asked back. Didn't think so. In fact, I'd suggest that you can separate from me. Shangguan Changxing's soft words knocked Li Ao's sleeping mind awake, causing his entire being to become agitated. I haven't been dragging my feet lately. It's not that, it's because I'm now famous and I'm afraid I'll be noticed by my enemies. Enemies? Do you have any enemies you haven't killed yet? Along the way, Shangguan Changxing passed on quite a bit of Jianghu experience. It's like cutting the grass to get rid of the roots. Old people and children, chicks and puppies should not be spared. The person who could say this kind of Jianghu philosophy coupled with this ridiculously high strength of Shangguan Changsheng, so he had this idea. It's coming from a bit of a big place, and it's not that easy to kill. What's coming? Royal. Light words bring a heavy blow. Liao was silent for a while, as if he had done some mental construction, then glanced around and spoke softly. Is it because of the rebellion? As far as Shangguan Changsheng's level of contempt for imperial power was concerned, the only thing that could offend the royal family might be a rebellion. While the thought has crossed my mind, it's not for that reason. Liao, is the other side trying to nip the danger in the bud? And because of what? When I was a beggar back in the day, I adopted a royal son. You want to support this prince to the throne and make him a puppet emperor in your hands. Before Shangguan Changsheng could finish his sentence, Liao followed up. Shangguan Changsheng looked at Liao with an incredulous look. Where did you, a Taoist priest, get such an idea? There were so many grandmasters who participated in revolts in the past, and there are still records in the Bright Moon View. Shangguan Changsheng was not calm and lowered his voice. How did Bright Moon View survive this? Let's put it this way. According to the records, the Bright Moon View was not called the Bright Moon View in the past, and it was very powerful. Got it. The Mingyueguan's previous family background was definitely very thick, and this was all able to preserve a portion of the inheritance. If you want to rebel, I can go back to the Bright Moon View and bring those records over to you, which can help you accumulate some knowledge and experience in rebelling. Liao's tone was very sincere. No need. I have all this knowledge and experience. It's not easy for the Bright Moon View to survive until now, so it's better to be at peace. What are you going to do now? If this comes to your door, you'll have to fight back. Actually, it's not necessarily true, because I just have a grudge against a certain prince. In case I die under a royal power struggle in the past few years, can't say that the only danger is when he plows his grave. Liao voiced a less optimistic opinion at this time. Another possibility is that the other party was lucky enough to become emperor in the past few years, and then you, now that you're famous and scornful of your power, made the first move before you grew up completely. Shangguan Changsheng squinted at Liao, who similarly looked at him. The eye contact conveyed the idea that instead of the other side making the first move, we should make the first move. Liao profoundly understand that he and Shangguan Changsheng walk very close. This matter is known to everyone in the Jianghu, otherwise it would not have spread that wild rumor. It was also impossible for him to be ungrateful and kill Shangguan Changsheng to prove his position. This is not only a matter of conscience, but also of strength. So instead of waiting to die, it is better to follow the words left by a certain old ancestor among the records. When in doubt, just do it. Chapter 22, Escorting. Can't find anyone? Chen En said this while pondering. These two were now famous, so it was logical that their whereabouts would be extremely easy to find. Unless it was a deliberate concealment of the duo's whereabouts. Since they were deliberately hiding their tracks, they were hiding from something. And with the strength of these two people, what did they need to hide from now? The old master's hunt, or the eye of a man in a position of power. Chen An's raised his head and said to the kneeling men below, strengthen the surveillance of King Li during this period of time, and at the same time, investigate all those who have recently come into contact with King Li and sift out any suspicious characters among them. Yes, by the way, find out more about where that Liao came from, and if you can, control the people close to him. Don't let the cat out of the bag. Yes. After waiting for his men to leave, Chen En stretched leisurely. It seems that an unintentional, idle move made 5 years ago has the potential to bring about an unexpected blessing. However, they cannot rely on all these unexpected joys. Big Brother's Imperial Army have to help him do some preparation work. Casually, he opened a hidden compartment with 2 compartments. Each holds a stack of letters, 1 stack of original letters, and 1 stack of duplicates. These were letters from his other 3 dead brothers who had friendly exchanges with some of the generals during their lives, and he withheld some of them when they were found. It's time to help these generals remember. Bright Moon View. Taoist Master Void Wind had the list of names sent out by the 100 Dawn Pavilion in his hand and said to Taoist Master Void Thunder with some concern, Liao has made a bit of a commotion. Taoist Void Thunder stroked his beard, almost becoming the world's #1 in the younger generation of the Jianghu martial arts world. He actually gave up at the last moment. I'm afraid that someone will check his background, and at that time, it would be a bit of a problem if they find out about our Bright Moon View. The little thing that their ancestors had done, they all knew it by heart, and no emperor would be able to tolerate a sect that had a history of rebellion within their own country, especially since this sect also produces young people with potential. In that case, we'll take shelter for a while. Taoist Void Wind picked up the list and slapped it twice in his hand. Ancestors have done revolts and suffered the cost of failed revolts. So in order to preserve the legacy, a lot of backstabbing was left for them as well. Plus they've been guarding against this sort of thing for so many years, and have done some pushing to improve on some of the reserved backhanders. Although he said that he didn't have that ability to rebel, but it was still no problem to hide from the royal eyes. Daoist Void Thunder pondered for a moment. Elder brother. In recent years, taxes and levies have increased. More and more people do not have fields, and the people's grievances are increasing. You say, Gangoku isn't at that point yet, but if there's no big change, I guess it's coming soon. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Don't think about all this nonsense now. Our ancestors have gone through a lot of effort to preserve this small branch of our heritage. Don't fold in our hands. Void Wind Taoist head for some things in the heart is also known. Although now all sorts of shortcomings have been revealed, but it is not without the opportunity to change. Rebellion is fine, but that's only if you have to. To revolt while the country can still function properly is to wreak havoc on the world. Both of you. My sign here says very clearly that I only need martial arts cultivators above the 5th Dao. A little girl in a red dress said helplessly to the two beautiful men standing in front of her. My name is Li Xiaobai. This is my brother Du Zine. Although my brother's duo only have a cultivation of martial Dao 4 Do, my brothers duo together have the power to fight with martial Dao practitioners of martial refinement 5 Do, Li Xiaobai said confidently, patting his chest. The little girl in red sighed, then shouted, Uncle Jean. An old man fell down from the roof and came in front of Li Xiaobai. Since the two of you are so confident, in that case, the two of you will combine your efforts to receive one of my poems. And if you can catch it, we will hire the two of you temporarily. Good. Please, Elder, make a palm strike. Li Xiaobai and Du Zime exchanged glances after he said this. Convey a message to go easy on the hands. Uncle Jean struck out with a palm strike and took a dozen steps backward himself, his back foot resting against the wall before he managed to stabilize himself, then snapped his head up to look at the two teenagers who had extended their palms to meet his, and those two took a few steps back. That just put him off a little bit. The two young warriors are good at kung fu. Their true chi is so solid at such a young age. Their future is unlimited. Senior is too kind. Poor talent can only be mended with diligence, and it's hopeless to build up the base a bit. Li Xiaobai also said politely, Hong Mei, add these two to the list, and line up 2 more guest rooms for these two in. Okay, Uncle Kim. Uncle Jean said again to Li Xiaobai and the two of them, we'll leave tomorrow morning, and we'll have to trouble you two young warriors to take care of us the rest of the way. You're welcome. Receiving money from others and relieving them of their worries is what it's all about. Li Xiaobai, or Shangguan Changsheng returned very politely. At night, inside a boudoir, there was a woman lying on a bed in a light blouse, and Hong Mei was fanning her. Miss, let me tell you, the 2 guards hired today are good looking, and their strength is not bad. Even though they say they only have a cultivation of 4 dukes, they are fine with Uncle Jean against a slap. Suwani had a smile between her eyes and her vermilion lips lightly opened. What? Fell in love? Want me to go set you up? Hong Mei pretended to be angry. Miss, you're laughing at me again. Hong Mei then put down her fan and reached out her sinful little hands to launch an attack on the itchy flesh on either side of the young lady. Ha 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 ha. Red Plum. Stop it. It tickles. Compared to the laughter here. In another room, the duo wearing human skin masks talk in the same room. This human skin mask is breathable and thin, sticking to the face like nothing. You can also pinch your own face. Shangguan Changsheng pinched a face each for himself and Li Ao according to the 2 stars he remembered from the last time. This face of his own was surnamed Hu, and the one of Li Ao's was surnamed Wu. Brother Shangguan, I've inquired clearly. The emperor has indeed changed. It's the great prince who has become the emperor. Your enemy should not be him. I guess not. What do you mean? Should? It was the name of the grand prince that the assassin reported when he unsuccessfully chased me. Li Ao, how can you say it shouldn't be when the name is popping out? Whoever kills or sets fire to his own name. Shangguan Changsheng said without a trace of anger. And rightly so. Another piece of news I've inquired about from my side. During these 5 years 3 princes died and only 3 survived. The first prince, the second prince, and the 6th prince. And the 6th prince was retrieved from the folklore 5 years ago. When Li Ao said this, he looked at Shangguan Changsheng's complexion, and after nothing changed too much, he continued, if we remove the grand prince, there's a 3/4 chance we're going to have to dig a grave. There's only a 1/4 chance we're going to kill a prince, so it's not like we're going to have that much trouble to deal with. The possibility of the grand prince was ruled out by Shangguan Changsheng himself, and the 6th prince was the youngest brother he had saved himself 5 years ago. so it's just a choice between the other four. As long as it's not the emperor, it's not a big problem. Shangwan Chongqing's tone was flat and confident. 23. Teams with different agendas. The next day, early morning, Shangwan Changsheng met Suwani, the employer they were trying to protect. She is beautiful and generous, with the gentle elegance of a woman from the south of the Yangtze River. It only left him a little confused. Was this woman sure she needed all these guards? Uncle Jean passed by Shangwan Changsheng and surveyed the carriage beside the other party. Where did this wagon come from? They only had 2 carriages in total, and this one was clearly an extra. I went outside and found a donkey cart to improvise. Shangwan Changsheng casually returned. It was a long way to go this time. Plus it was the height of summer and the climate was hot and erratic. They are here to be bodyguards, not to be cattle and horses. Do not expect a high quality of life, at least not wind and sun. Uncle Jean looked at the carriage. Although it didn't have the same sophisticated decorations and carvings as their carriages, it had a simple beauty. There is absolutely no way, by definition, that it could be done in one night. You still have this craft? It's not good to mix in the Jianghu nowadays. There are too many masters, and we're not strong. If we don't learn more crafts, we won't be able to afford to eat. Li Ao pulled the other party's corner behind him. How can a martial arts practitioner of the 4th bucket not be able to afford to eat? Go to the docks to carry goods or to earn more than 10 times more money than ordinary people. Even if you don't do hard work, go to be a bandit. Bandit or forget it. The risk is too high. Many young warriors in the Jianghu, the first thing they do when they first enter the Jianghu is to fight bandits. Su Wanyi's gaze also looked here, but her eyes fell more on Li Ao, because she felt that this teenager was not as simple as shown. The small movements of the other's hands also fell into her line of sight. Suwani didn't stay too long and boarded the carriage after seeing a little something faintly. Shangwan Chongqing knocked down Li Ao's hand. Uncle Jean said with a slight hint of seriousness, I don't have any problem with you guys riding in the carriage, but your mission is to protect the lady sitting inside this carriage. Are you sure you can react? Shangwan Changsheng pressed a certain organ and the 4 sides of the carriage opened. Don't worry, we're quick to react. No matter which direction the enemy kills from, we'll be able to deal with it. The look of surprise on Uncle Jin's face increased a bit. Got a wagon out in one night, with a little mechanism. These two are afraid that they are not from some organ family. It's good to have more hands so the lady can be safer too. Wait for Uncle Kim to leave. Shangwan Changsheng turned his head and said to Li Ao, you seem to be seen. Li Ao first froze, then panicked and looked in all directions. Which expert saw me out? Is it hard to believe that it's Uncle Jean? It's the employer we're trying to protect. What kind of slip-up have I made that an ordinary person could notice? Li Ao was a little alarmed. If he let an ordinary person see the problem, there was no need for him to go to the imperial capital. Shangwan Chongqing didn't explain, just stared at him breathlessly. Li Ao was stared at, and at the same time, he gradually came to his senses. Shangwan Changsheng meant that the woman was not an ordinary person. I'm afraid. Moreover, that woman was able to see through his disguise, but he couldn't see through the woman's disguise, all of which only indicated one possibility, that the woman's strength was above his. What's the woman doing hiring a bodyguard when she has this power? That's what I'm telling you. This Jianghu is far more sinister than you can imagine. If I didn't say anything, who would have thought that a weak woman would also be an expert in hiding her strength? Li Ao's mouth twitched slightly. Sinister? It seemed like there was no martial artist he had seen so far that was more sinister than Shangwan Chongqing. To take a very simple example, he didn't even know what realm Shangwan Chongqing was in until now, and he couldn't even find the slightest clue even to guess. The powerhouse who hit the tap T realm was easy but didn't fly through, truly hidden to the extreme. Shangwan Chongqing didn't know what was in Li Ao's mind, but only secretly thought to himself, this is if some ungrateful thieves thought that they could do whatever they wanted to their employer after defeating an old man with 5 buckets and 15 revolutions. The result is to lift the curtain of the girl's carriage. A long sword poof. Great heads rolled to the ground. Shangwan Chongqing couldn't help but shake his head when he said this. The water in the Jianghu was really deep. A middle-aged man of about 5 buckets came beside the two. Don't look at it. It's not something you can think about. This woman's family seems to be mixed with the officialdom. She won't be able to get involved with us Jianghu people. Shangwan Chongqing looked at the person who spoke. Also a Jianghu person who had temporarily accepted employment. This uncle. You are? I am Wang Laoqi. My name is Li Xiaobai. And this is my brother Du Zimei. Wang Laoqi nodded his head slightly at the duo. It's normal for you young people to be attracted to pretty girls when you first enter the Jianghu, but don't think about putting your life on the line for a bit of money. If you encounter a situation that's not right, Run away while you can. And don't even think about a good thing like a hero rescuing a beautiful girl. I don't really have any thoughts about Miss Sue, it's just that I like that outfit of hers. Do you think that outfit would be pretty if I wore it? Shangwan Changsheng pinched up her orchid finger and threw a wink at Wang Laoqi, while her eyes were still sizing up Wang Laoqi's lower part. Wang Laoqi looked at Shangwan Changsheng and then at Liao. Suddenly it kind of made sense why two such good-looking people would be paired together. I suddenly remembered I have something to do. I'll go first. Wang Laoqi then walked on his hands and knees to the other side, switching directly to a trot after a few steps. Liao trembled with sweat at this moment and carefully shouted, "Brother Shangwan, are you alright?" He was a little scared when the other man was suddenly like this. "There's nothing wrong with me, except I have a feeling there's something a little big going on with this escort team," Shangwan Changsheng said with a playful expression. Boom! It's been a day and a half of traveling. It was noon on the second day, except that instead of a blazing sun overhead, there was a large mass of deep, ink-like clouds. Flashes of thunder illuminated the murky sky, and at that moment past a dense bamboo forest. A group of masked men hid deep in the bamboo forest. The leader was about to give the order to strike. The third wagon, which was at the back of the procession, was seen. "I thought there were only 2 carriages? How come there's a third?" According to the information, there are only 2 carriages. One carriage is the exclusive seat of that Miss Sue, and the other carriage is for Miss Sue's things. But it was never mentioned that there was a third wagon. The leader took a closer look at the third carriage. The shape of the third carriage was plain, but the craftsmanship didn't look ordinary, and it was extremely secure. If the other side, this is an early response to discovering something. All hands on deck. The plan is adjusted. The first 2 wagons faint, and the main attack is on the third wagon. Chapter 24, The Act of Assassination is the Purpose. A group of black-clothed men killed out from inside the bamboo forest, and everyone rushed to protect the 2 carriages in front of them. Uncle Jean realized that a large number of black-clothed men were attacking the third carriage. As for the third one's carriage, the 4 sides of the carriage opened violently the moment the black-clothed man attacked. A long spear attacked out to attack the lower body of the nearest black-clothed man. This move was also unexpected by the man in black. The tip of the gun shook, and 2 not-so-regular balls of flesh were picked out. The black-clad man jumping in midair landed violently and let out a howl of pain. The other men in black stopped violently. The man in the lead shouted, "Everyone, withdraw!" He never expected the other party to have this kind of calculation. The false to the false, the true to the true. Before the man leading the group left, he also flew out a poisonous needle, hitting his men lying on the ground. The several black-clothed men who were closer to the fallen man similarly took out poison needles and shot them at each other. Those who come out to do this business are careful not to drag their brothers down, let alone leave them alive to betray their employers. The others are going to help their brother out. At this moment, the black-clothed man who had just exchanged blows with the guard, slashed the knife in his hand down, borrowing the force of the other party's blocking rebound, and fiercely pulling away from the distance, scurrying towards the depths of the bamboo forest. The other guards still wanted to go after them. Uncle Jean spoke up to stop it. "Don't go after it. Be careful, it's a diversion." Uncle Jean looked at the black-clothed man on the ground who was curled up like a cooked prawn while not breathing. Pulling the mask off the other man's face, he realized that his face had begun to rot. It was a poisoned needle stuck in his face. The face is now unreadable. Uncle Jean looked at Shangwan Changsheng, who was wiping his lance, and for some reason, felt a coldness in his lower body. Just now so many people came in a siege. This kid's first shot was not to seal his throat, not to stab at the heart and other vital parts. Instead, a shot was fired there. Falling to the ground, this black-clothed man could be the same for dough cultivation, but did not react at all. The other party's shooting skill was more crisp and clear than the people in the royal capital's purification room. "Little friend, good marksmanship. The shot used to gild the pig is not up to scratch, and I wouldn't have made it if my opponent hadn't been careful and careless." Shangwan Changsheng used a naive look on his face and spoke words that made people tremble with fear. All the males in the room involuntarily clenched their legs. Wang Laoqi was just about to drill into this place when he suddenly stopped. He seemed to have stepped on something. He lifted the soles of his feet and looked at them, then closed his eyes helplessly. "Watch where you're going when you walk from now on." But then he opened his eyes again, his gaze on the man in black on the ground. This doesn't seem to be one of them. Somewhere inside a dense forest. Head. What if the mission fails? Go back and resume. The higher-ups gave him the task of arranging this assassination. It would be best if he could kill that Miss Sue, and it wouldn't matter if he couldn't. Just have this assassination. The assassination is not the main purpose. Having the act of assassination is the main thing. As for the exact cause, he was not told, but he could more or less guess some of it. With assassination comes suspicion, and with suspicion comes disconnection, and with a disconnect comes the possibility of a military confrontation. Only these are the things of the big man, and he is just a knife in the hands of the big man, a knife that doesn't even come with a name. Unable to figure out where the killer came from, Uncle Kim didn't stay any longer as it was soon going to rain. Only before going on the road, Uncle Kim stripped the killer of everything he had on him, the weapon in his hand, the clothes on his body, searching for intact skin on the body to see if there were any birthmarks, but unfortunately, the toxicity of the other party's poisonous needles was too fierce, and basically not a single piece of skin on his body was intact. Couldn't see much either, but Uncle Gene removed the poison needles. Keep them carefully, so that when the time comes to arrive safely, you will also be able to give an account to the Lord's family. Though he didn't think there was much hope of finding out something, these things always had to be collected. Why didn't Brother Shangwan leave those people behind? Liao drove the carriage and asked out loud. The two of us are now at 4-do cultivation level. Won't we wear out our welcome by leaving those people behind? And I feel as if these people are here to go through the motions, running too fast, really want to engage in assassination. To deal with this situation there should be an alternate plan. Even if there is no alternate plan, before leaving should be given to the carriage. Miss Sue is sitting in a few rounds of poison needles, but now it's just fled in disgrace, giving me a feeling of kill if you can, but forget it if you can't. Are all those who are killers now so irresponsible? Some of Liao's views on killers changed. Life is their own. When the killer is to make money is to have a better life for themselves, but the life is gone. Make so much money is not much use. Can only say that this killer carry clear? Shangwan Changsheng couldn't figure it out either and could only speculate so. And outside the carriage the rain fell, crackling loudly. The raindrops play a song with everything in the world. The group walked for a while and finally arrived at an inn. Most of the people in the end were more or less wet, and even if they had brought waterproof straw raincoats, they couldn't hold out against the rain too much, except for Miss Sue and her maid, Hong Mei, and the Shangwan Changsheng duo dripping with water. Only when he walked into the store, Uncle Gene became wary. The shopkeepers inside the store were a group of sturdy men, and there was a scratch from a sharp weapon on the floor. Now that it was getting late outside and the rain was pouring down, it wasn't wise to rush at this time, but it's not wise to stay here all the same. Uncle Gene then came to Su Wanyi's side. Don't eat anything from the store. We'll leave when the rain stops. We can't stay here for long. Su Wanyi didn't play any big lady temper. She just nodded her head silently. Uncle Gene saw the other party nodding, and his heart breathed a sigh of relief. All the way to the boat also encountered assassination, and now it is pouring rain. The general family of the Miss Girl which can stand these. I guess I'll have to spend the night in this inn before I leave. Fortunately, Su Wanyi listens to advice, and then a voice suddenly appeared, drawing the attention of the weak. Xiao Air, come with 2 drawers of human meat buns. The person who spoke was none other than Shangwan Changsheng, and those who were the first to react stared at him in great surprise. Okay, guest, 2 drawers of human flesh. Junior was just loudly announcing the food to the back kitchen when it suddenly came to a screeching halt. Sir, we don't sell this in our store. Not for sale? Then have a charcoal roasted 2-legged lamb. Don't play with me, guest. There's no way we can get these things you're talking about for you. We're a proper inn here. If it's a proper inn, can you keep your hidden mechanism crossbows and arrows from pointing at me? Shangwan Changsheng put on a kind smile and cordially asked the shopkeeper. Since the last time he had some awakening about machine arts, he was able to recognize things about machine arts very keenly, not to mention little organs like this. Chapter 25. The Toffs at the Inn. When the store assistant heard this, his face lost the calmness and speechlessness from earlier, and a flash of panic flashed across his face. What are you babbling about, guest? I'm not making this up. You didn't make it up, but you have to give a statement, right? Otherwise, you so empty defilement of people's innocence. We cannot do business in the future. Sitting in the back of the shopkeeper lifted the curtain, is a more than 1 meter 9 strong man, and his body of satin, by his own muscles to the taut up. The pounding sense of power seemed to be telling Shangwan Changsheng that if he didn't give an account, he would whack him to death here. Shangwan Changsheng just returned in a frivolous tone. When I used to hang out in the jungle on the verge of starving to death, I visited some cemeteries and borrowed a little money from these future neighbors, most of whom liked to have some of these little toys in their homes. It was understandable. One always needed some kind of game to kill the boredom after spending a lot of time in the cemetery, so they would often have a little fun with them. So over time it became familiar, and now you can walk outside and just look at something like that and spot it. It was also refreshing for all present to hear this statement. The first time I heard grave robbing spoken of in such a neighborly and sparse manner. Sitting across the table, the shopkeeper has a shrewd gleam in his eyes underneath his majestic appearance. Yuan Liang, an honorific title that grave robbers use for their peers. Shangguan Changsheng moved his head slightly. A very light movement, but it was captured by the other side. Just as he was about to speak, a voice interrupted him. Are you that unethical? The person who said this was Hong Mei beside Miss Su. Shangguan Changsheng cocked his head. We came naked and were born into this world. We are like birds without feet, flying in the sky, but with a chain around our necks. Following the secular popular conception of the pursuit of fame and fortune, those who work for the government have given up their lofty ambitions, and those who are deep in the jungle have become unable to do so. Lust for profit, hiding dirt, becoming inhuman. And after death you have to put yourself inside a wooden box and build a big cage for yourself with the things that worldly people seek. The imprisonment of that one body and soul that was nothing in the first place. If I die in the future, I will not build a grave, but will ask someone I know to find a cliff and spill me into the sky when the wind is at its strongest. Let the wind carry my ashes and my soul, truly free to walk the paths I have traveled and go where I have been. Shangguan Changsheng. This paragraph. The more rich experience the more touching. Life in the world many times seem to be free, but as that footless bird, and then keep flying, but by the chains tied, never really free. Hong Mei sniffed and pondered for a moment. So what you're saying is that we can stop paying you commissions? That won't be necessary. I'm not dead yet. When Hong Mei heard this, the corner of her mouth had an arc. So much nonsense. Not giving commissions, but still honest. It was only at this point that the shopkeeper had a chance to speak. My name is Tang 9 years. I don't know Yuan Liang. What do you see? If this teenager in front of him really knew how to rob tombs, then I'm afraid that the purpose of this group of people coming here was not simply to stay at the inn for a while. Pointing points should always be viewed from the side of the wall. A wall is a gate. If there are 1,000 locks on the door, there will be a rich man living there. Shangguan Changsheng didn't answer directly, but instead uttered this sentence. There weren't many people present who understood this phrase, and Tang 9 years, as a connoisseur of grave robbing back then, naturally knew some feng shui techniques. These 4 sentences are clearly the words of the point. It can be said that it is extremely simple to summarize what he has learned over the years. And this is only a paragraph. The other party can say such a sentence. Naturally, he has mastered the whole thing. And this kind of thing is definitely not something that a young man can summarize. Which means that the other party is most likely some kind of a big family that started out as grave robbers, which is a family legacy. So the other party must have known what was underneath this inn. Shangguan Changsheng had once read some novels on the subject of grave robbing, and watched came some interest, said that he went to check out some things. It was discovered that the catchphrases in the other book seemed to have been adapted from a Tang Dynasty book called the Dragon Shaking Sutra, but at that time, he didn't read much. The contents were too obscure for him, so he just casually looked at it and memorized so many smooth sentences, and it's just the right time to take it out and use it. Yuan Liang, we discovered this first. What's the point of what you guys found first? It's what you can take from it that counts. We'll do it tonight, and if you can help, you'll have your share. Deal. Say, where's the original guy in this store? Killed by us? We came to talk to the owner at the time to buy the store, but it turned out to be a shady store, and the owner saw that I could get so much money to buy the store, so he got the wrong idea. So I killed them and buried them in the backyard. You may stay here without fear, only now that the word is out. You will have to prepare the food yourselves, and spare my brother the labor, while you yourselves will be more at ease. The Hanyo's words came to this point, and his own strength revealed itself. 7 buckets and 12 revolutions. The reason why he dared to speak so openly after determining Shangguan Changsheng's identity was based on this strength of his. None of these people present were stronger than him. The strongest was just that little old man with 5 buckets and 15 revolutions. So there's no fear of these people going dark. Uncle Jean originally wanted to stop Shangguan Changsheng while the two were talking, but Su Wanyi pulled him back. The other side has opened this matter up to make sure that they are going to be in. And if they are not going to be in now and are going to leave, then the other side can't help but be more than a little concerned. After all, so many people also brought a professional grave robber. You have to say that you don't have any idea about what's down here. The other party wouldn't believe it either. And the biggest possibility of going at this time is trying to stab you in the back and blackmail you. Conflict may be inevitable then. Might as well go along with it and agree to it, and avoid having to brave the rain and spend the night in the wilderness. Even if something really happened, that teenager called Du Zime should not sit idly by. The other party's strength is much stronger than this fake shopkeeper. What's more, Even if the other party didn't want to care, he himself could let this fake shopkeeper know what it meant that the hearts of people in the Jianghu were treacherous. Liao didn't say anything the entire time, because he felt that Shangwan Changsheng must have his intentions for doing so. So the line stayed so logically. Inside one of the guest rooms, pieces left behind by the previous owner could still be detected in some of the cracks in the floor of the room. However, Shangwan Changsheng and his duo didn't care. The ghoul army formed a mountain of corpses they had seen before. Those things could grow even more disgusting. Liao saw that no one was around at this time, so he could finally ask the doubts in his heart. How did you find out that they were toffs, brother Shangwan? I didn't realize it at first either, and it was only when he said it himself that I reacted. Liao. Chapter 26, Entering the Catacombs. Then why did you say you were a toff in the first place? Liao inquired in disbelief as he thought Shangwan Changsheng had seen it at the beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said he was a toff and deliberately lured out the shopkeeper. That was my way of placing a false identity for us. Ms. Su can tell that you're hiding your strength. Throw something out there to make her think in the other direction so that our original identities won't be exposed. That's another thing I'm going to teach you. As one travels the world, it's up to you to decide what you are. But you know the art of feng shui. Liao, as a Taoist priest, naturally knew a bit about it, and of course he understood how subtle that one sentence from Shangwan Changsheng was. I can memorize 2 old poems. Does that make me a poet? Honestly, I didn't think of that at the time. I just went along with what he was saying and revealed what he knew by saying what I didn't know I'd read in some book before, and agreed to let me tag along on the grave robbing, and will give me a share. This man is real in. Shangwan Changsheng even praised Tang 9 Years' generosity when he said this. Liao. This world was truly absurd, and such things could happen. Shangwan Changsheng was also truly awesome, because even he, who knew Shangwan Changsheng's bottom line, believed it, who had thought that this was all a lie by Shangwan Changsheng, not a word of truth throughout, and as a result, the other party's bottom line was set out. Luckily recognize early, is a friend, this later if you meet in the jungle. I guess the pants can be cheated for him. In the other room, Suwani sipped the tea she had brought with her. Uncle Kim sat across from her, 2 streams of hot air rising slowly in front of them. Should we send someone down with us tonight? We don't know anything about grave robbing, and we don't want anything inside, so why bother going down there? It was Li Xiaobai himself who suggested it, so let him go by himself. Why don't we take advantage of their grave robbing efforts in the middle of the night and we leave early? Suwani shook her head. The other party will definitely leave someone inside the inn. There's no need to make a move if there's no conflict of interest. We all just want to live well, so don't let the other party think that we'll be a threat to them at this point. And when tonight is over, we can naturally leave safely. Uncle Jean could only say with a sigh. I'll have the guards step up and reinforce the vigil tonight, but at the same time inwardly relieved that the young lady was so clever and intelligent. Going to the imperial capital, thought I should be able to handle it. This trip to the imperial capital was most likely the main family's side wanting to arrange some kind of marriage for the young lady. Ever since the success of that marriage of the young lady's cousin, the main family had become extremely attached to the marriage. I just hope that the person chosen will be the man of your choice in Mrs. Hart. The night came on as expected. Tang 9 years with 2 little brothers. Grave robbing, this kind of thing does not need a lot of people. Need elite. More people are instead a burden. There is the possibility of triggering all kinds of organs and traps, dragging themselves down. Shangwan Changsheng was alone. The reason why Liao didn't follow him was because he wanted to look at things. And when you come out to rob a tomb, it's impossible to bring everything with you, because if the things in their bags were lost, the 3 or 2 dates dug up by grave robbing could not make up for their losses. Coming into the backyard, the 2 minions flipped over a stone slab. A huge cave appeared right in front of a few people, and it could be said that following this cave, 2 or 3 people would have no problem walking side by side. A cave of this size would take a lot of work for an average person, but as far as Tang 9 years and the 2 little brothers' own thick breaths were concerned, it must have been extremely easy for them. The 4 of them, carrying candle lanterns, went down the cave, and after a moment's effort, a slender black figure quietly followed. It didn't take long to follow the cavern and come to a huge stone door. Tang 9 years spoke. We just dug here yesterday. This stone door is incredibly hard. I was going down with 2 punches with all my might, and this stone door was intact. Then you didn't think to fight your way in through the side? Shangwan Changsheng proposed. Thought about it, but you can't do that. The whole tomb will collapse if you destroy it from the side to get in. So the only way to get in is through the front door. Let's see if you can find any organs next. Tang 9 years actually still had a way. He had a special acid here that could slowly corrode away this stone door. But now that this kid wanted a piece of the pie, he naturally had to see the other side's tactics, or else on what basis would he share it with the other side? Shangwan Changsheng came to the stone door and casually knocked twice. It's not easy to find the mechanism of this stone door. Anyway, I've searched for a whole day's work without. Boom! A huge plume of smoke filled the cavern, while the stone door, which had just loomed over the cave, turned into shattered pieces in an instant. This organ is quite easy to find. Shangwan Changsheng laughed, but there was actually no organ here. After all, what tomb owner would set up a trap outside so that someone from the outside would have a chance to come in and take something from their tomb? It was shattered with his own true chi. It was quietly injected into it through the tapping just now. Don suppressed the surprise on his face for 9 years and kept his composure. Brother Lee is really extraordinary. He was able to find out where the organs are so easily. I think tonight will definitely go well. Where? Just a mistake. I'm still young. I'll have to rely on Big Brother Tang to take care of me next. The two were here, pulling each other back and forth, neither of them walking in at the first opportunity, because this stone door was just the beginning, and no one could know what kind of traps were still inside. So neither is too keen on being the first ingrate to explore. Seeing that his opponent wasn't falling for it, Tang 9 years proposed. Let's roll a rock in first, and after confirming that it's correct, I'll go first, and after that, every time half an incense burner passes, we'll switch to another person to go in front. How's that sound? I'm fine with that. Shangwan Changsheng's interest in this tomb was now gradually becoming stronger. If he had only held the purpose of playing before going down to this tomb, then now he was somewhat looking squarely at what was inside this tomb. Just a single stone door could make a strong person with a 7-do cultivation not be able to open it. So I'm afraid that the thing that needs to be sheltered inside is not simple. Maybe some more treasures can be found. Tang 9 years played the lead Shangwan Changsheng, followed closely by 2 henchmen who followed silently behind. As they walked in, the stone door, which had been shattered, suddenly closed again. Chapter 27 The Old Man on the Throne. A silhouette arrived in front of the stone door that was already intact. Suwani caressed the stone door in front of her. At the other end of the cavern, she plainly heard the sound of crumbling stone, but when she got here, there was only the stone door in the way, and there was no other way out of the cave. Suwani surveyed the stone door in front of her, and suddenly struck out with a palm and slapped it on top of the stone door. The stone door gave a slight shudder, and some dirt and dust fell overhead. Her cultivation of 28 revolutions of the 7 dipper actually couldn't shake this stone door by half a point. Surveying the area, there was no sign of the organ. It had been interesting to see what these people would find in the tomb. Now it looks like it's just going to go nowhere. Through a narrow tunnel, the 4 came to a vast space, and in the center of this vast space was a huge pool of water, and the surrounding area was just a floor built up with stones and pillars used to support the tomb. Nothing overly decorated. There wasn't even a burial object to be seen, just a lone huge pool of water in the area. Boss, is this a water burial? One of the 2 juniors who had followed Tang 9 years to the tomb asked. Don shook his head. In 9 years. A water burial is one in which the remains are cast into a river, lake or sea, not placed in water for burial. Another minion snapped. So we're going to look under the water hole? Don returned. In 9 years. Not yet. After all, this pool of seemingly harmless water, if it was poisonous or a liquid capable of corrupting people, 1 foot down, maybe even the skeleton is gone. Shangwan Changsheng came to the edge of the water pool, holding a corner of a fragment of clothing in his hand. The pieces of the coat slid on the water a few times to make sure there was no corrosive effect, and one of the juniors standing behind Tang 9 years felt a little familiar looking at the pieces of clothing. Looking down at the corner of his shirt, he noticed that there was a piece missing, and that the edge wasn't cut off with a sharp object like a knife. He wasn't angry that Shangwan Changsheng had torn his clothes, but he was horrified. When did the other guy do it? And why was he unaware of it? The shade of the tomb could not stop the sweat dripping from his forehead. Or maybe this was a warning from the other side. He did move some thoughts when entering the cave. After all, they had discovered this place first, and now the wild boy who had popped up out of nowhere was going to get a piece of the pie with them. The other side takes a portion of it. Then they who are minions take less. Pouring black and black is not something rare. The big brother is not willing to do Jianghu moral righteousness. Then he to do. When the success, the big brother at most reprimanded him for a couple of sentences. Even though the stone door that Shangwan Changsheng destroyed at the beginning proved himself a little bit of his own ability, he was still dissatisfied. That's when a large hand clapped on his shoulder. Little brother looks back. Tang 9 years' broad voice came out. See, I'm afraid if he had a harder heart, you'd be lost. This hand of the other party also opened his eyes, because even he did not notice that if the other party used this hand to find a trap in the middle of the tomb to kill Xiao Si, it is not a difficult thing to do. It's just that the other side didn't choose to do so. A reminder was given that if Si was unable to come to his senses, then the probability of Si dying here today would be high. Si nodded nervously as well. I just realized that I've been walking on ghosts, so I'll have to learn my lesson anyway. Otherwise you'd really have to be neighbors with the owner of the tomb here. Shangguan Shangsheng picked up the corner of his coat and passed it back. Do you want more? Si trotted all the way over and placed the candle lamp in his hand on the floor. Catch the coattails with both hands. Trouble young masterly. Shangguan Shangsheng did not say anything more. The other party can understand the best. If not understand, let hear more residents. Dawn walked over for 9 years as well. There's no corrosive effect. Use your true chi to close the 7 orifices. You should be able to dive in and try. It's empty in all directions. No coffins, no burial goods, and it's impossible to have built such a large tomb just for this pool of water. Then it's very likely that the coffin, along with the burial goods, is underneath this water. Regarding this pool of water, Tang 9 years was still a bit wary, because after passing through that stone door, they had gone too smoothly, didn't even encounter an organ, passed through the passageway right to this one water hole here, so he wouldn't be surprised even if some exotic beast popped out of it. So several people looked at each other and jumped into the waterhole at the same time. Bang! 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 3 crashes rang out one after the other in a short period of time as Tang 9 years and his own 2 minions were stopped by the pool of water. The moment their heads were about to touch the water became as hard as basalt to them. Even they can lie on the water now. Shangguan Shangsheng raised his head from inside the water at this moment, and the moment he did so, he even brought up a little wave. And the 3 of them lying on the water could feel the wave's fluctuation. What's going on? Tang 9 years didn't care about the slight pain in his head, but said in a deep voice, "You're the only one who can dive into this waterhole." Tang had traveled extensively for 9 years and had seen countless strange and bizarre tombs and mechanisms, but he had never encountered such a strange pool of water. Wanting to go and actually had to be divided into people, and he couldn't figure out what was so special about Li Xiaobai. I can't believe they were able to sneak in and they couldn't. Shangguan Shangsheng was also amazed that there was actually such a thing in this world. But why him? Why was he able to sneak in? Sometimes being chosen by something isn't always a good thing, especially in a place like the catacombs. Tang 9 years said to Shangguan Shangsheng, "Why don't you go down first? We'll see if there are any other organs here?" Shangguan Shangsheng could only nod his head. Only this time there was also an additional vigilance within his heart that was directed at this tomb. Such strange things were beyond his comprehension, so there was no reason for him not to be careful. He carefully dived under the water, his hand touching the bottom of the water and the fluctuation created by the bottom. On the other side of the water, a hand stuck out of the water, followed by a head sticking out immediately after. Shangguan Shangsheng was in deep thought after poking his head out. By all rights, it should be upside down, but when paddling out of the water, the top and bottom were reversed. Here, gravity doesn't seem to exist. Shangguan Shangsheng slapped his face at the thought. What are you thinking about in a world like this? People of the heaven-treading realm were able to fly, and it didn't seem like it was too much of a stretch for gravity to be reversed here. Shangguan Shangsheng then twisted his head to the side, his pupils dilating. He saw a throne, and on it sat an old man like a dead tree, looking at him with big black eyes. Chapter 28, Killing a Dry Corpse in One Move. Hello, Grand Master. Still up this late? I won't disturb your rest. Bye. Shangguan Shangsheng dove headfirst into the water after saying this. The eyes of the old man on the throne were still staring straight at the water, until the water returned to calm. It remained that way. Some time later, a sneaky figure appeared on the shore. After making sure it was just a dead bone that could only stare into the water, only then did Shangguan Shangsheng slowly put down his hearts, and finally surveyed this secret room. The murals on the walls. There were many more things here compared to the simplicity of the outside. There are also many books scattered on the ground. Shangguan Shangsheng casually picked up some and flipped through them. Some books were made of ordinary materials and casually picked up and turned into slag. And there were some that were made of extraordinary materials and looked as good as new. And after Shangguan Shangsheng's careful examination, he found that all these books had a common feature. Anything to do with immortality and longevity is highlighted. Shangguan Shangsheng looked up at the murals on the wall again. Usually the murals inside the tombs would tell the life story of the owner of the tomb. The story of one man through the mural begins to unfold slowly to Shangguan Shangsheng, a supreme genius of a martial arts family. From a young age, the elders of the family had high hopes, expecting this child to lead the family to a new height. and everything was just as the family had hoped. As the teenager grew up and became a renowned master in the jungle, while assisting in the family business, helped the family reach a height it had never reached before. However, with the expansion of power and the increase in personnel, some people gradually raised some other thoughts, and at the same time, the teenager who has never lost a single battle while growing up has been defeated at this sensitive time. A man who had been growing up until now, who had never lost, who thought he was proud of the heavenly vault, experienced one of the most significant setbacks in his life. It's not that people can't accept failure, but if they've never failed before, this huge gap between success and failure can drive a person crazy. Meanwhile, among the family, there were some bad words spreading, although there were some elders in the clan who were trying their best to control these remarks. But being young and wild and not knowing the sky, there are always some teenagers who want to challenge authority and think they can climb over the mountains above their heads. And so the conflict inevitably ensued. This was a small conflict that could have been easily suppressed, and even the elders of the clan had given a plan for punishment. But masters caught in their own cycle of failure can't stand this kind of talk, slaughtering the entire lineage that the teenagers who uttered those remarks and those who had the intention to challenge him were from. At this time he was like a dictatorial tyrant, and those elders in the family who were already almost in the ground changed the way they looked at him. How could they not have expected that the genius they had spent so many years cultivating would turn out to be like this today? The high priest or the tomb owner, instead of managing the family's affairs from this point on, began to practice hard again, trying to defeat the one who had defeated him, and the family went through his massacre, plus his lack of care, and it started to go downhill, and by this time he had no care in the world, because since that defeat, his mind had changed and he had never won another one, until the one who finally won him ascended. At that moment the tomb owner fell into despair. When a martial arts practitioner ascended, for a period of time, no one else could ascend. The tomb master counted his lifespan, and he wondered if he could wait until that time of ascension. So he fell into another step of madness. He traveled all over the mountains, rivers and seas, visited strange and forbidden places, just to find that legendary immortal, the legendary method of immortality. In the midst of this tireless quest, he found a remnant of a scroll in the midst of an ancient, crumbling tomb that mentioned immortality and a certain method that would allow him to live a little longer. So once again, he returned to the family that was recuperating, only this time, he wasn't there to help the family get back to the top. Instead, they slaughtered everyone in the family and used the power of the family's bloodline to complete some kind of ritual to prolong their own lives. Shangguan Shangsheng saw this along the stone wall, and violently twisted his head to look at the throne, and at that moment, the old man on the throne, who was like a withered wood, at that moment, his black hole eyes met with him. At some point the eyes of this body he had thought dead quietly left the water to look at him. At the same time a slow seeping smile rose. Shangguan Shangsheng was alert at this time, and took a few steps back. Elder, a man's death is like a lamp going out. You rest in peace earlier. A watering hole used to sift through people. A tomb owner who can kill all his blood relatives in order to prolong his life, as well as the sense of being gazed at when he had just burrowed out of the water. That was not a feeling that a dead person could give. At first, I thought it was my own fault and deliberately tried it out, but now it seems that my guess was right. And the smiling old man spoke at that moment. I'm already a dead man. In my later years I made some mistakes that led to my legacy having no successor. And even on New Year's festivals, there wasn't even anyone to worship me. I regretted it very much, so before I died, I recorded these things in this one grave chamber. I searched for immortality some years ago and found a secret method that allows my residual soul to still be attached to this one body of mine. And over the years, I have been looking at these murals and reflecting on the sins I have committed, while also hoping to find an inheritor. If you come before me and kowtow to me 3 times and worship me as your master, the secret books of Gongfu under my throne, as well as the secret recipes and secrets I used to cultivate immortality and ask for help in my earlier years, will all be yours. Shangguan Shangsheng put on a smile on the surface, but inwardly he was already cursing. He really thinks he's a fledgling calf and believes everything he's told. Senior is polite. It's just a pity that I already had a master long ago and will never worship another person. I believe Senior shouldn't need someone who betrays his master and deceives his ancestors either. Ha ha ha. Good. Old me really didn't look at the wrong person. You passed my test. If you had just agreed straight away, I would have activated the mechanism here and let you be buried here. I didn't expect you to be a teenage genius and still have such a character. I don't have the luxury of begging you to worship the master. And after taking away my inheritance, remember to burn me some paper every New Year's holiday. Senior needs disciples. I also know some teenage geniuses. They are of high character, ancient and passionate. Some of them are even Jianghu gentlemen. I believe they are more suitable for seniors' inheritance. Wait for me to go and call them in. Shangguan Changsheng always firmly excused himself. There is an old saying that a thoroughly dead tomb owner is a good tomb owner. And the tomb owner's face gradually became gloomy at that moment. So little friend doesn't want to give old me this face. The old man sitting on the throne like a dry corpse had just stood up, and Shangguan Changsheng's hand, which had been placed behind his back, was taken out at that moment, and a palm was launched forward, and a ball of true qi that had been continuously compressed to the size of a human head was violently launched, hitting the dryad with great speed. The tomb owner was also caught off guard. The dry corpse was directly blown into powder under the effect of this one real balloon, which also caused a huge tremor in the entire tomb, and an inconspicuous wisp of black smoke crept into the pool of water. At this time, Tang 9 years, who was in another chamber, searching for organs, felt a tremor like the earth's dragon turning over. Xiaoxi was even unsteady and fell on top of the water pool. It happened to meet up with a wisp of black smoke. After Xi resumed standing flush from the water hole with great difficulty, there was more than a touch of pale dislike in his mouth. What kind of evil way is this practiced? Do people nowadays adopt this kind of cultivation method in order to speed up their cultivation progress? And overhead the inn felt a violent shaking. Shangguan Changsheng, this one true qi balloon, although not as large as the amount of true qi that hit the fox demon that time, but this one compared to that one is but after compression. Unlike that one true qi balloon released will continue to expand. So the power unleashed is terrifying. Chapter 29 Crowd Suspicion. Shangguan Changsheng came to the side of the destroyed throne in an instant in the middle of this shaking chamber. The King of Destruction has no secret book on it, only a ragged scrap of cloth with gold filigree. Shangguan Changsheng found it exceptionally familiar, and without saying a word, he took this piece of debris into his hands, and then re-dig into the pool of water. It was fast and alert at the same time, and the few people who had regained their footing in the other chamber looked around at the nearly collapsed chamber. Immediately, he ran the way he came. The chamber was close to collapsing, and they didn't have time to wait for Shangguan to come up now. However, they didn't go for long before a figure caught up with them. When Tang 9 years saw the visitor, he immediately inquired aloud, "What happened to you down there? How come the whole tomb is about to collapse?" Shangguan Changsheng glanced at the three, and Xiaoxi's gaze flickered slightly. "I ran into the owner of this tomb down there, and the other person turned into an inhuman, ghostly appearance, and not only said he wanted to eat me, but also said he wanted to come up and take over you. In the midst of fleeing in distress, I found the mechanism he used to defend himself against outsiders in the middle of this chamber. Destroying the tattered body he used to hunt me, and so he planned to fight us to the death. Activated the self-destruct mechanism of the tomb. The soul in Xiaoxi's body, hearing these words, immediately cursed angrily in his body. You fart. He couldn't even understand now. How did a teenager of the 7th Do realm manage to strike an attack of that power? Even if he was dead now, but with the backhand he left behind in his lifetime. Even if the other party was no longer a teenage genius gifted, he had the strength to be able to take him at will. But this fellow was completely different. The strike struck by a mere 7th realm was barely too different from the one he had unleashed with all his might in his lifetime. As for how to tell out the strength of this teenager, that stone door, and that pool of water, could be screening people for him? If the other party wasn't in the realm of the 7 dukes and hadn't reached the age he was qualified for, it would be impossible to enter the water pool unless he forcibly destroyed it. The watering hole was untouched, which meant the teenager was compliant. Is it hard to believe that all the teenage geniuses out there are so strong now? But what was going on with this body that he was now occupying? Why was he cultivating such an evil path? This realm was so weak. I can't believe I'm only practicing one chakra. Go back the way you came. Tang 9 years felt penetrated by lightning in an instant, and the stone door that had originally been destroyed was restored to its original state at this moment. Don looked at Shangguan Changsheng for 9 years. You open it. Shangguan Changsheng pretended to be anxious. The mechanism inside this stone door is different from the one outside. I suspect that the old ghost is leaving something behind? It might take a little while. In the back of one's mind, the word slander echoed in the depths of one's heart. Don't just stand there. You guys, come with me and find the organ. Xiaoxi also rushed forward to anxiously look for organs. Shangguan Changsheng deliberately lied. Must have its purpose. Is it hard to hack it? You have to know that there is no gold or silver treasure inside some of those crypts, not to mention the secret books of martial arts. There are just some ancient books that he was looking for when he was seeking immortality. And as for this lifelong legacy of his, these were all painstakingly accumulated during his own lifetime. Why should I teach it to others? It's hard not to be for that fragment. In the process, Shangguan Changsheng pretended to be searching, realizing that the other three were getting more and more anxious and panicked as they searched, and at this point, the collapse above their heads was getting so bad that they now had to keep their heads down. In the end, it was a flick of his fingertips, and Shangguan Changsheng injected his true qi into the middle of the stone door, which shattered open. The organ has been found. The other three did not hesitate and immediately ran towards the outside, with Shangguan Changsheng falling behind the three. His eyes were more on sea. Finally a few people ran out from the middle of the cave to the clearing behind the inn, and at that moment, the entire inn collapsed with a loud bang. With a large amount of mud points and wooden blocks splattering, Shangguan Changsheng glanced around and realized that everyone had come outside the house, and stood so far away from the inn in particular that none of the mud spots from the inn's collapse splattered on them. And at this time, seeing Tang 9 years back, a group of minions rushed to come up. It turned out that the few people who came up were empty-handed. Big brother, what happened? Tang 9 years glanced at Shangguan Changsheng. He knows best. Why don't you ask him? The gazes of everyone present were placed on Shangguan Changsheng. The vibration that was like the earth's dragon turning over, but it made everyone's heart palpitate. Even martial arts practitioners could not help but be terrified when faced with such a natural disaster. Manpower can't compete with timing after all. Shangguan Changsheng pretended to have a palpitating look on his face. The tomb owner of the tomb below swindled. Not only did he want to eat me, he also wanted to take over someone else's body. I utilized the organs inside the tomb to kill him back in a split second of life and death. But it turned out that at the last moment, he wanted to drag us along with him to be buried with him, so he destroyed the entire tomb. When Li Ao heard this, he was slightly deep in thought. Ghosts? A moment of life and death? That big group of things in Qingyun town. I'm afraid that the soul is a bit wrong. In the face of this statement, there are those who believe it and those who question it. A group of Tang 9 years juniors asked Tang 9 years at this time, Big brother, didn't you go with him to the main crypt? We can't get in. Only he can. Hearing this, the group of juniors surveyed Shangguan Changsheng with skeptical gazes. At this moment, they profoundly suspected that this person had not made such a commotion because he had found something good in the main crypt and wanted to be alone and privy to it. After all, it wasn't like they knew what was going on in the main crypt. What if there's another way in? Tang 9 years naturally knew what his men were thinking, because he also had this suspicion in his mind. He couldn't quite believe it when he said that there was nothing in such a cemetery that the owner had gone to such lengths to build. Shao Si, realizing that these people who seemed to be in cahoots with this body of his, looked at Shangguan Changsheng with a threatening, even wanting to make a move, gaze. It scared the hell out of him. In case these people angered Shangguan Changsheng and the other party became enraged and slapped him in the face in passing, then this newly occupied body of his would be ruined. Shao Si immediately pulled at the clothes of Tang 9 years beside himself, trying to get each other to wake up a little bit. You guys don't deserve to be each other's enemy at all. You're just a bunch of fleas that would provoke a lion. As it turned out, Don didn't budge at all in 9 years. In Tang 9 years' mind, a teenager who only knew a few mechanisms could not be that much of a threat after leaving the tomb. And Suwani also noticed the wrong atmosphere, but she held a stance of watching the show, because she knew that Du Zimei's strength was extraordinary, plus Shangguan Changsheng who knew some organ techniques. It's hard to say who said who won. Uncle Jean was mainly a little nervous because technically, Shangguan Changsheng was in the same gang as them, so the other side shouldn't be going after them as well, right? This seven-dipper powerhouse, if he really had to fight and kill along with them when the time came, even if he folded this old life, he would still have to protect the young lady from leaving peacefully. Li Ao had some boredom and yawned. He had a picture of what would happen behind him in his mind. He had seen too much during the rookie competition, and there was a possibility that his identity would be exposed if he just revealed some strength, but he believed that Shangguan Changsheng had the ability to make it up. For a time the atmosphere in the field fell into a weird kind of anxiety. Chapter 30, The Old Man is Completely Dead. C stood out in front of Tang 9 years. I think we should all calm down a bit. After all, it happened suddenly, so don't hurt the peace. Shao Si turned to Shangguan Changsheng again. This brother, please also calm down, because now with the sudden change of events, everyone has some panic. It's important not to hurt everyone's peace because of something you haven't even seen before. It was imperative to stabilize Shangguan Changsheng first. If he angered the other party could have the strength to kill all of them present. However, just at this time, he suddenly felt a strong wind behind him. The body leaned forward in a pretense of falling. Dodged the sudden punch from Tang 9 years. 9 years of Tang kicks again and C rolls to the side. Big brother, what are you doing? Tang 9 years' face was grim. his tone full of threats. Who the hell are you? That's me? Who else could I be? C put on an innocent face. What kind of character is Xiao Si? Do you think I don't know? At this time he should be the one jumping the most. Coming out to be a peacemaker is not his character. If this was in a tomb, there was still a chance that C would be silent and hold a certain amount of fear for Shangguan Changsheng, but now it's just outside. The brothers are all around him. The other side does not have the advantage of the organs, and still so abysmal, then there must be a problem. C is a notorious dogfighter among their group. As for the people behind Tang 9 years, no one issued a question. After so many years of being a Tu Fu Zi, he has seen a lot of strange and weird things. At the same time, it also gave them a profound understanding of the principle of trusting their big brother unconditionally, because those who don't listen and don't remember are dead. C regained his footing from the ground. There was no need for him to act out at this point, because this guy called Tang 9 years had really recognized him, and those 2 strikes just now, as far as this body owner was concerned, could not be avoided at all. If he hadn't been manipulating it, this body would have died. The old man's painstaking efforts, his machinations, everything I've set up, but waiting for you people. Xiao Si's voice became old and filled with anger at the same time, pointing at the people around him, his eyes red and staring angrily. Originally, he wanted to just muddle through. As long as he disappeared in front of Shangguan Changsheng's eyes, he would still have a chance. But this guy recognized him. This is all your fault. Xiao Si said this loudly, then rushed towards Tang 9 years and the others. Today, even if his soul is scattered and his spirit is destroyed, he will still pull a mat. Tang 9 years' pupils shrunk, and his hands had already cupped his fists together before he swung a punch out. But the punch hit an empty space. His opponent landed a black tiger to the chest. Tang 9 years to endure the pain to the other side of a foot. The other side of a slight flash. An elbow strike is about to hit the leg. Tang 9 years to know the other side of the horror. How can let the other side to get hand? Suddenly a burst of smoke sprinkled. C to pull away from the distance. Looking at the scratches on his chest, Tang 9 years sucked in a breath of cool air. If it wasn't for the fact that he had previously stripped a set of body armor from a corpse in one of the tombs, he probably would have had his heart ripped out by this old ghost. Xiao Si's strength was only about 5 buckets, but after being taken over by this old ghost, he actually possessed such a terrifying strength. And besides strength, the other party's combat experience was far above his own. Every dodge is just right, while being able to inflict an attack on yourself. If the other party was not sure of the effect of that intoxicant and dodged away, it is estimated that his own leg would have to be wasted. C pulled away without stopping and attacked another group of people. He couldn't hurt Shangguan Changsheng, but he could try to hurt those who were important to him. Li Ao drew the dual swords behind him and went forward to block. At this time he didn't care about hiding his strength, and Uncle Jean also blocked it with his head. The 9th year of Tang's life also struck when he got a moment's respite. The 3 of them combined their efforts and temporarily held the old ghost at bay, but the 3 of them were in a state of suppression. The old ghost was full of scorn. If it weren't for the fact that this body uses some evil cultivation methods, I would have killed all of you by now. And at that moment a figure that terrified the old ghost came behind him. Urgent order, evil demons retreat. A loud bellowing voice rang out, with a finger pointing into the back of his neck. The old ghost did not fulfill his last wish after all, and not a single back cushion was taken away. C's body collapsed. Shangguan Changsheng's right hand was compared to a sword finger, and on top of the sword finger there was a bit of red. At the same time, the entire person was panting and sweating profusely, as if it was this strike that had drained his true chi. It's a good thing I've learned some of the Tao of exorcism. Shangguan Changsheng originally wanted to watch the show for a while, but it turned out that this old geezer rushed towards his employer. Although it was said that the small amount of money given by the other party was just a trifle for him, the problem was that he couldn't take the money and not do anything, so he just had to go out on a limb. Su Wanyi was watching the battle from the sidelines. Watching all of this, the speed at which Shangguan Changsheng came over to sneak attack belonged to the speed that a 4th rank could have, and there was no floating or change in the realm during the move. And that dash of true chi on his fingertips was indeed unusual. It really seemed possible that he was someone trained by some Toon raiding family. Tang 9 years looked at Xiao Si, who had fallen to the ground, and a touch of regret appeared on his face. After all, they were brothers who had been with him for so long. There was still some affection. Tang 9 years then arched his hand at Shangguan Changsheng. Many thanks to brotherly for saving my life regardless of previous suspicions. I apologize profusely for the previous offense. And if I have any use for you in the future, I will definitely go through fire and water. Shangguan Changsheng waved his hand casually. No need for that. It just feels like a big loss this time. Nothing to show for it. and I almost died. Hearing this, Tang 9 Years took out a small bag of silver from his arms and casually weighed it. A small token of appreciation. I implore you to take it anyway. Shangguan Changsheng is not polite. Zhenghu is so big, the future is not necessarily have the opportunity to run into. So the other side said most of the empty words. This bag of silver or more tangible sum. A gold ticket is too large an amount. And there are times when it's a little more convenient to have silver. Day to day. Slight light. The two teams were thus separated. Tang 9 Years and the others looked at the faraway person. One of them said, "Big brother, the strength of such a horrible and old ghost. Surely left what treasure? Why just?" The other party was interrupted in mid-sentence by Tang 9 Years, who had a heartfelt fear in his eyes. Among a group of us, if he wants to pull a back, the one who should be chosen the most is Li Xiaobai, because he is the culprit who caused all the plans of this old ghost to fail, yet he doesn't even dare to look at him. It's like two people who went up a mountain together and encountered a tiger on the mountain, and one of them was eaten by the tiger while the other ran down the mountain. And the family of that one person who was eaten by the tiger would go to the other one to seek revenge and complain, but would not go up the mountain to seek revenge on the tiger, knowing that the three people joined forces last night, but they were all suppressed by that old ghost. That old ghost's battle power should still have been compromised. Shangguan Changshan was in another chamber, and the old ghost he encountered should be stronger than the present. And he did not know how the other party finished off the old ghost, and he did not want to know. Chapter 31 Reunion. Outside the imperial capital of the Great River, the people and officials cheered as the emperor's dragon carriage carried the army out of the city. Along with them went a portion of the officials of the ministries, and the army here is not all. There will be various other armies to join it on the way forward. A total of 600,000 troops. That's all the army the emperor has for this imperial campaign. Officials on the court is not no one advised. The biggest voice of opposition is the household minister Suli Disaster. Suli Disaster in the early years want to be a general, familiar with the Book of War, the study of the art of war, the results of the last, but found that they really do not have to lead the troops to fight this talent. No choice but to abandon the military from the literature as a household minister. He was well aware of how big the gap was between reading military books and leading his own battles. This was something that not only he understood, but many others did as well. But many also equally understood what the emperor's purpose was for this imperial expedition. There is a part of the population that is persuaded, and a large part that is in favor of it. This time, in addition to the ministries of officials and powerful children, these powerful children have been living under the glory of their ancestors, when a mongrel rich second generation, but now the emperor's imperial army. Their opportunity has come. This time, the battle, and the emperor is the same life and death of comrades. There is a chance to enhance the relationship with the emperor, if you achieve some achievements, but also to get rid of the previous title of playboy. As for some of the military generals, their brains were filled with muscles and fighting, and when they heard that they were going to fight, they were more excited than anyone else. The emperor, in particular, is going on a royal expedition, and it feels like it's going to be a blast. Do not use that only intelligence to think about. The emperor's royal palace, a person who has not fought the war commanded them to fight. Can fight comfortably on the ghost? Suli Disaster looked at the army that was gradually moving away and couldn't help but feel worried. I hope nothing happens. Suli Disaster back home. Phew. Phew. The sound of a long spear breaking through the air was the first to come, and a woman who was ably dressed and had an extraordinary valor of her own was juggling with a spear in both hands inside the courtyard, at the same time saturated with a sense of grievance. When Suli Disaster saw this scene, there was a point of loss and helplessness in his heart. This time the emperor brought many military generals with him on his royal expedition, but only his wife, Wang Fengyu, was not brought. If it comes to leading troops and fighting, Wang Fengyu is not weaker than any military general, and even has the style of a handsome talent. But the reason for not taking her was not only because of her womanhood, but also because she was his wife. The husband and wife are either strong in literature or weak in martial arts. If it's all strong, the emperor won't allow it. Ma'am, why don't we make peace? As soon as the word away was uttered, the blade of the long spear was already across his neck. If you want to leave, you can. If you die, I'll leave. It's called widowhood when I'm dead. It doesn't matter. It's all the same to me. Wang Fengyu's words were filled with an undeniable tone. Suli Disaster looked at the other party's eyes and revealed a heartfelt smile. It was overbearing, but he liked it. Several days later, Su Wanyi's team finally arrived at the imperial capital. Aside from the change of heart encountered in the opening days, The days that followed were nothing more than encounters with some ungrateful bandits. Uncle Jean didn't even have to make a move. Just some ordinary guards would be able to clean up these bandits. The procession drove into the wide main road of the royal capital. On both sides of the street, there were yells and chattering crowds, discussing parental and human affairs. Eventually, he came to a splendid and atmospheric mansion. Su Mansion. Uncle Jean also took out the final balance at this time, but it was obviously a lot more than what had been agreed upon before. It's thanks to the 2 young warriors who took care of us on this journey. In dealing with that person possessed by the old ghost, the strength that Liao had displayed was not something that a 4-double martial arts practitioner should have. And at the very beginning, if it wasn't for this duo's carriage attracting the majority of the group of assassins' attention, it would have been really hard to say how safe the young lady would have been. That being the case, surely he could not pay the other party the final payment at the original price, which the other party did not mention, but he could not help but add to it. There are some things you have to have a little bit in mind, and you can't give a little bit less than what you need to give. Shangwan Changsheng and Liao didn't say anything more. This money, if you don't accept, the other side probably thought there was some kind of suspicion. Liao counted the silver bills in his hand. What do we do next? Of course it's resting at the inn. It's been a long journey. Surely we need to eat, drink and sleep well before we talk about anything else. And yes, after we eat and drink, it's time to study where the royal tomb is? But like princes and such, are they buried in the royal tomb? It shouldn't be buried in the imperial tomb. After all, it's a prince, not an emperor. That's okay, sneaking around and digging it up before flogging it. Liao actually thought that the person who ordered to kill Shangwan Changsheng back then should be gone. With such a low probability, there's no way the other side is still alive. Don't jump to conclusions so early. What if the other guy is still alive? Shangwan Changsheng wasn't so optimistic. Arriving at an inn, Shangwan Changsheng first reserved 2 rooms and then ordered a table of dishes. It's been a long time out in the elements. Indeed, there is a lack of some flavor, and it happens to come to the imperial capital of this river country. Taste the imperial capital of high grade and of delicious how a taste. While the 2 were enjoying their meal, a louder conversation was heard at the next table. How long do you think it will take for His Majesty to return in triumph from this imperial expedition? At most 2 months. This expedition is hundreds of thousands of troops. Shall not be taken directly. It's impossible to say. In case if the fight goes too well, we might be able to kill the other side's capital. Then it will be too late to come back to the day. Several people at the neighboring table laughed a few times at this statement, as if they were already seeing victory in advance. Shangwan Changsheng heard these words. He was now just speculating about the murderer. It was unlikely that it was the Grand Prince, the current Emperor of Jiang. But who exactly? He didn't have a specific target in mind. It seems to be necessary to find someone who has been in the imperial capital for a long time, and at the same time has some knowledge of these princes and can be relied upon. The royal house of the King of Rights. Chen Xianze looked at the table and wrote the deployment of the guards around the emperor. Those were still just the ones he knew about that he wasn't capable of shaking, let alone some of the guard deployments he didn't know about yet. Chen Xianze then looked at the other 2 words written on the table: new country. If this information is informed in advance, it is not possible to say. How many people will become beggars without homes like themselves once? People die in wars, and even more so, families die, especially on the losing side. Chen Xianze fell into the torment of conscience for the first time. He wanted to take revenge, but with his ability, there was no such opportunity. And now there is, but the cost is too great, and he sees not a people but a lonely self. Once with the donkey egg big brother talk about the future, thinking about their own when the big official will be how preferential treatment of the people, if he became the legendary emperor, will become what a good emperor, so that the people of the world no longer suffer. Suddenly a cool breeze blew. Chen Xianze only felt that the wind was a little cool at first, but then his heart missed half a beat, and he closed the window. There was an additional shadow in front of him at that moment, and he could feel the other man looking at the same thing on his table. These things must not be divulged. And when did the other man come in? Just as he looked up in despair, he saw a face that was familiar, yet more mature than he had once been. Donkey egg big brother. Shangwan Changsheng's smiling face instantly darkened upon hearing this. Reaching out with both fingers, he tapped the other man on the head. 5 years ago I told you how many times. My name changed. Don't TMD hold on to the word donkey egg. I'm now called Shangwan Changsheng. The 2 words after Shangwan are Changsheng, not donkey egg. Memorize this name for me. Feel the painful blow to the head. This isn't a dream. You're not dead. I'm not dead, but I have a feeling you want to die. Shangguan Chongqing knocked on the desktop. Chapter 32, The Beginning of a Crisis. Because I thought you were dead and I wanted to avenge you. How did you know I was dead? Shangguan Chongqing asked suspiciously. Ever since you disappeared 5 years ago. I've been inquiring about your whereabouts for the past 5 years, but it wasn't until recently that I realized that you had been killed by your big brother 5 years ago. Wait, you only recently learned that I was killed by your big brother. How recent is recent? About when was it? It was the days before Big Brother ascended to the throne. Shangguan Chongqing raised an eyebrow. You're being used as a knife. The timing was too coincidental. After 5 years of searching with no news at all, the Grand Prince got this one just a few days before he ascended the throne. Chen Xianze also stayed in this center of power for 5 years, although he was incapable and did not want to fight for the throne, but there were still some things he had to learn, and he acquired some things by ear and eye rendering. Donkey, elder brother. Are you saying that someone deliberately told me this news? Just to make me go? Shangguan Chongqing nodded. Chen Xianze once again felt the terror of this imperial center. He now felt like he was on a giant chessboard, unable to escape, unable to move. A great dark hand, high above him, rattled him with abandon, making him a knife or a discard on the board, and he was simply powerless to fight it because he didn't even know who the chess player was. Chen Xianze lowered his head in near despair. Big brother Chongqing. It's me who got you into trouble. If there was no identity of him as a prince, they wouldn't have been involved at all. And with Shangguan Chongqing's ability, they would also be able to get out of the beggar's identity. And in the future, maybe, they would also be able to buy a few acres of good land, do some small business, and become a not so small and not so small rich family man. But now it has become, as he did, a body of work. Raise your head and straighten your back. Now that you're a prince, why do you still look disheveled? Chen Xianze raised his own head. He realized that Shangguan Chongqing's eyes were not fearful or confused, but instead had a look of eagerness to try. He even had the illusion that Shangguan Chongqing seemed to be able to pull the person behind the scenes out of the darkness at any time and beat them up before kicking them back. I don't even know who's behind this now. That's easy enough. I'll spy on those who are watching you right now, and it'll be easy to find the right person. And I'm being watched? Chen Xianze then had a thought. And yes, how can a chess player let a piece out of his sight? So you do what you need to do in the meantime. Everything will be pretending to be the same as usual, and I'll take care of the rest. I thought I needed to come and dig his grave to avenge the man who killed me in the first place, but now it seems I'll have to be needed to put an end to it with my own hands. Chen Xianze listened to this tone of conviction. You already have a guess in mind? Shangguan Chongqing nodded. You've been to the royal capital before and met those royal brothers of mine. Or did you get some secret report? No, but it's more or less speculative. Chen Xianze felt that when he was looking for the prince was not looking for the wrong person. He is still confused here. Shangguan Chongqing already has a rough candidate in his mind. It's even the first time I've been to the royal capital. This imperial power struggle should have let Shangguan Chongqing come in the first place. And it is not allowed to say that the one who ascends to the throne is not Chen Xianze, but Shangguan Chongqing. Shangguan Chongqing saw that Chen Xianze froze and thought that the other party was afraid. So he comforted. Don't worry. I at least have more than 50% certainty. These words have changed a little in Chen Xianze's heart. More than 10% certainty. During the time when he used to be a beggar, when Shangguan Chongqing came up with some ideas, he would also give him a 50% certainty, but every time he succeeded. So Shangguan Chongqing's 50% certainty is 10% in his case. So Shangguan Chongqing's words translated into his ears. He was 10% sure that he would be able to take out the person behind the curtain. Shangguan Chongqing was actually a little confused before he came. Just now, Chen Xianze's words had already shown him the direction. His so-called dead training should only be known by the person who tried to kill him in the first place. It was also targeted very clearly to lead to the Grand Emperor, even though they were now reunited. And with the words that the assassin had left behind at the beginning, if he believed them, then the two of them would be targeting the current emperor. Chen Xianze's power alone was far from enough, but if he were to be added to it, he would indeed be able to pose some threat to this emperor's safety in the eyes of outsiders. If the other party was pushing and creating an opportunity, the emperor died, but the two of them could not escape the charge of regicide. Chen Xianze is definitely not related to the throne, and this prince's identity is also expected to be deprived. So who would be the biggest beneficiary of this? The answer is already obvious. In the household minister's mansion, Suli Disaster had a separate mansion after he became the household minister, and at the same time, he was separated from the Su family. Suli Disaster at this time lit the bright lamp on the table, all without sleep. Wang Fengyu came behind it. Why aren't you asleep? Thinking about something. Suli Disaster grabbed the hand that was placed on his shoulder. After Suwani came to the imperial capital today, she also visited him at his residence and gave him the story of the assassination she encountered on her way to the imperial capital. After hearing this, and understanding that Suwani, the purpose of coming to the imperial capital might be to tie the knot, immediately, he was enraged, because at that time, his thought was that the Su family's main family was wanting the Su family to be put to death. He and Wang Fengyu were already bouncing on the emperor's bottom line, and the Su family wanted to go even further. This was undoubtedly stirring up taboos, and that assassination was all but tantamount to a warning to them. But as the time came to night, Suli Disaster again vaguely felt that something was wrong somewhere. Above the court, he has also been mixed up for so long. The nature of the current emperor is also considered to have touched a few points. If it's really a warning, this is a bit of a warning. Suli Disaster's heart snapped. Unless this wasn't an assassination ordered by the emperor, King Xian's royal residence. Chen An speculated on the original draft of the letter in his hand, a transporting smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. It's almost time. After this battle, whether his brother is dead or alive, he won't be able to sit in this emperor's position. Because the 100 officials are disgusted, the younger brother will kill the older brother. Gold letter. A must for warring parties on both sides. The southern border of the Zheng kingdom, bordering the New Kingdom, is characterized by constant battles of all sizes at the border. Both sides want to completely drive each other out of this piece of land. This piece of land, the climate is suitable. Fertile land, can be said to be very suitable for agricultural development. Agricultural food is the cornerstone of a country. At this time the rain was pouring down, and a sleepy army had been traveling all night. Chen Jinza has read a lot of military books and understands that soldiers are precious and used in a surprising way. Under a night of pouring rain, crossed the border and came here early, laying this entire army in ambush and waiting for the new country's hordes to enter. For so many years, it was the new country that took the initiative and the river country that was passive and defensive, and it's time to catch them off guard. However, while the idea is good, the reality is cruel. An army of several 100,000 men, running long distances, with ranks drawn out and extended, not to mention the ordinary soldiers. Even the officers accompanying them felt very sleepy. Some generals had even counseled the emperor in the process, but all they got was the words "military orders are like mountains" and the emperor's questioning and dissatisfaction with them. It was suspected that they, the generals, were not strict in their military discipline, which led to the soldiers not being trained rigorously and not being physically fit, not on such a long journey. But he had forgotten that this was an army of hundreds of thousands. And if he had chosen a small elite force to travel long distances, perhaps he would not have been so tired. But this was an army of hundreds of thousands. Armor and weapons, engineering equipment and stone throwers, food and provisions are all indispensable, and at the same time, they all cost a great deal of manpower and material resources. And hundreds of thousands of troops are mostly foot soldiers, from different armies. In terms of action habits are also different. Just to unify the deployment will take a lot of effort and energy. 33. Enemy attack. Wang Ximing, as the emperor's appointed commander of the three armies, can be said to be the first person under the emperor in this army. The emperor's decision was risky, but surprising. He wanted to object, but the emperor's order was above him, while the emperor's decision also had a few points of truth. In war, he also often makes risky moves and comes up with surprising tricks. The constant roar coming from the sky made him tremble inwardly as if he was in shock. This is the natural intuition of a general. The intuition that has made life and death decisions countless times. This time the army was large, with 50,000 on the right and 50,000 on the left. At some point, it had quietly distanced itself from the army. The army was now encamped here, and with the darkness and the rain, many things were not going so well. The civil officials, although more comfortable than these generals, were complaining because it was so much worse compared to the old life. There was the sound of a sharp instrument cutting through the air under the roar of thunder in the night. Wang Ximing had been in the battlefield for a long time and his ears were extremely sharp. At this time, he was in the middle army tent. He lifted the tent to the outside of the house. There seems to be something caught in the heavy rain outside. He held out his hand, just pure raindrops falling on his hands. And at this time, in the front army, along with the falling of raindrops, a large number of soldiers fell to the ground, their bodies stuck with arrows. In the middle of the army, a general of the heaven-treading realm let out a furious roar as he snapped, "Enemy attack!" Along with this roar fell his head. The soldiers who were the first to hear the cry looked around in bewilderment as they picked up their weapons. Every one of them is like a fly on the wall. The night was too dark and the rain too heavy for even torches to light easily, so they couldn't even find where the enemy was. In the darkness of the night, a black iron cavalry, merging with the night color, attacked and killed towards them. Presumably the soldiers who heard the noise raised their lances and pointed them forward. Then a sharp slash appeared on his body, and his body just collapsed, becoming the cushion meat for tens of thousands of hooves. Shouts and the clash of weapons had resounded through the heavens and earth. Wang Ximing also understood what had happened and hurriedly dispatched his army to get the left and right armies to come to support him. At the same time, the main purpose of having his lieutenant go to the camp where the emperor was to relieve the emperor and reassure him. The emperor was the linchpin of the center army, and as long as the other side was still here, there was still hope. The vice general arrived at Chunjin's camp and found the emperor and a group of officials celebrating in advance. Your Majesty, it's a big deal. There's an enemy attack. The wine cups in the hands of those officials scattered all over the place when they heard about this. This wasn't a courtroom where they could talk tall in peace. They were in a battlefield now, and once the enemy army killed them, they were going to die. Immediately, an official stepped forward and shouted, "Wang Ximing, what do you do for food? How the enemy attacked and did not find. Do not hurry to block the enemy. We protect the emperor's safe evacuation here." The vice general's brow furrowed deeply when he heard this. If the emperor escaped during the imperial expedition, then the entire army would most likely be destroyed without attack. The emperor also panicked at this time, because things did not develop according to his expected development. After all, he only read a few military books, and did not actually lead the troops in combat, lacking the ability to improvise on the battlefield. Your Majesty, you can't withdraw now. If you withdraw, then the army will be scattered. As long as, before the words were finished, another courtier stepped forward and retorted, "Are you trying to put the emperor's safety at risk? If they were to kill their way in, would you be able to protect the emperor's safety? Wang Ximing is the main general. Can't he stabilize the heart of the army? It has to be the emperor who is here. If he can't do this much, then how did he lead his troops to war in the past? The emperor wasn't here at that time. If something happens to his majesty here, then the entire Jiang kingdom would be finished." Several of the great officers hastened to concur. It could be said that none of the courtiers inside the tent were stupid, and even if there were some really stupid ones, some of them should be able to realize something. But no one would be willing to do that because it would be gambling with their own lives. And even if the battle is won, the credit goes to the military generals and has little to do with them. And why should they risk their lives? But it's not like they can just run by themselves. Once they run by themselves, whether they lose or win, the scorn will fall on them. So there has to be someone who bears the scorn of history. And at this point in time, the emperor is the perfect candidate for this. The emperor also cherished his life. As the 9 to 5, he cherished his life more than everyone else, and he didn't want to die. The vice admiral tried to persuade him further, but the emperor had already faltered. Originally, he was very flustered inside, and the words of the clerical minister gave him a smooth step. "I also understand the mind of Secretary 1. How about this to raise my dragon flag? The Secretary of the Ministry of War will sit here on my behalf, and I will take the officials of the court and move to the rear in a covert manner, so that the heart of the army won't be destabilized." In the end, he still read a few books on military affairs and understood that withdrawing in such a grayish manner would definitely affect the military's morale. There's no telling how much it might attract the enemy's attention. Vice General Wen raised his head to look at the emperor. His eyes filled with disappointment. They thought that after so many years, the Jiang kingdom would finally be able to usher in an immediate emperor to lead them, the generals, to open up new territories. But now it seems as if this is not the case. You have to know that this is the main camp of the Central Army. If the enemy is able to kill here, that would mean that the whole army has all but collapsed. It could be said that the emperor only had to stand up and say so many words, and even if they were exhausted, the generals could rise up and fight to the death against the enemy. Just then, however, another general ran into the front of the tent to report, "Enemies are coming in on the right and left." Vice Admiral Wen looked at the messenger incredulously. Carrying the other's armor in both hands, the left and right armies have 50,000 troops each. How can the enemy kill their way in? Somehow the left and right armies have disappeared. The other man was stuck for a moment before he uttered the three words that were as much a joke as anything else. "A total of 100,000 people. You're telling me it's gone? How can it be gone?" Vice General Wen's roar was hysterical as he knew exactly what this meant. Wang Ximing lifted the tent at this time, only his face didn't look good, and a lot of things were showing on his face. "Your Majesty, I'll arrange for a cavalry to lead you out in a hurry. Those were his first words when he came in, as a triple marshal. Even though the clerks wanted to flee, what they wanted to hear more than anything else was that the other side was telling them to stay, and now the other party actually let them escape. This shows one thing: the situation has gone beyond the control of the other party. Even if they stayed in the center of the army camp, the other party is not sure to be able to protect their safety. Chen Jinzi hurried over to grab Wang Ximing's hand. What the hell happened? The left and right armies are missing. We have encountered an ambush, and after a long journey, our generals are exhausted, and now we can only resist with difficulty. And the opponent's martial arts master with his cavalry was now a force to be reckoned with. Your Majesty, you go first, I'll break your back. Wang Ximing uttered these words very sorrowfully, and just in this moment when he was still thinking about commanding, he realized that the army had already left his control. If this had not been in the dark of night, if this had not been a rainy day, if the army was still there on the right and left, and if the generals had recovered half their energies, all but one of these things would not have happened to him. Chen Jinzi is like being hit by 5 thunderbolts. The other side of these words means that he is afraid that the 600,000 troops will have to. In this moment, he became the ancient sinner of the Jiang kingdom, the dim ruler who buried 600,000 troops just after ascending the throne. But there wasn't that much time for him to freeze. The 3 eunuchs who accompanied him were at that moment racking him away. They were the emperor's personal guards, and the ones most likely to lead him to kill. Chapter 34 Emperor, cut your own throat. A cavalry of over 500 men escorted the emperor away in the night. This was the only team Wang Ximing could mobilize now. Now all the armies are in disarray, fighting on all sides. But our soldiers can't find where the enemy is. Even some of the soldiers released arrows and shot at this cavalry of more than 500 people. Under the darkness one could say that there are enemies almost everywhere. Some have even trampled to death their teammates who lived and died with them in the dark. But their cavalry of over 500 men was still being targeted. The ones who had set their sights on them were 2 strong people of the knowledge realm. And the reason why they locked onto this cavalry of more than 500 people was because there were martial arts experts amongst the cavalry. The 2 armies faced each other. The king against the king, the general against the general, and the martial arts practitioners against the martial arts practitioners. Every huge army would be accompanied by powerful martial arts practitioners. Prevent enemy martial arts practitioners from assassinating our Lord Commander. It also serves the duty of hunting down important enemy generals or marshals in the event of an enemy rout. The 2 eunuchs beside the emperor immediately appeared to stop them. They didn't expect this cavalry of 500 men to be able to stop these 2 knowledge realm martial arts practitioners. However, not long after those 2 eunuchs stopped the enemy's experts, another expert rushed over. And this time it was actually 2 knowledge realm powerhouses. The 600,000 strong army they accompanied this time could also find so many strong people, but the problem was that all of these strong people had already scattered and fought on their own. And no one would have thought that such 4 powerhouses would actually kill from the rear of the army. The last eunuch bowed towards the emperor. Your Majesty, here we go. 2 strong men of the life-knowing realm with thick breaths. He could only try to exchange 1 for 1 or try to buy some time for the emperor. After this one eunuch had departed, the cavalry did not run long before they encountered a block. After realizing that there were 3 knowledge realm powerhouses here, these powerhouses didn't come alone, and the team followed them. There were cavalry and foot soldiers. Chen Jinzi didn't ride for long before he fell off his horse, and the soldiers around him tried to protect him by killing the enemy troops that rushed up. Chen Jinzi finally came to his senses quite a bit at this point. Blood splattered on his face. A large knife was thrown over while a soldier blocked him. The soldier spat out a mouthful of blood foam before dying, still struggling to say, Emperor, Emperor, go, quickly. Chen Jinzi used the flickering thunder to see the soldier's unwillingness and struggle before his death. Also saw himself covered in blood and filth. It was all the result of his single-mindedness. And at this time, in addition to fear, shame and guilt swept through his body. He ascended to the throne with great ambition, thinking that he could become the new bright lord of the Jiang kingdom, and could become an even better emperor than his own father. But the reality, like a whip, beat him with bruises and muck. Now he was dead wrong, or very wrong, and at that moment, the enemies around him saw him, and their eyes radiated uncontrollable excitement. By the light of the thunder, they saw the dragons on each other's clothes. What kind of person can have a dragon embroidered on their clothes is a person who can figure it out. Chen Jinzi understood that he couldn't escape. Images of what would happen after he was captured already appeared in his mind. Every time he attacked a city, he would be offered up by them as if he were a siege device, becoming a sharp weapon to attack a city, become the most precious. yet the most sinful and disgusting person in the whole world in the eyes of the people. He had become a sinner for the ages, and he could not allow this evil to continue to expand and perpetuate itself. Chen Zhenzi picked up the knife on the ground. He was afraid of death, but he was of royal blood. He couldn't let this ancestral honor become a disgrace to him. The long knife slashed across the neck. Hot blood spilled out, and a body began to slowly turn cold. The cavalrymen escorting him were decimated. While the enemy pounced on his corpse like hungry tigers, some were grabbing his legs, others his head, and still others were stripping the clothes from his body. It was as if this was not a corpse in their eyes, but a mountain of gold. The defeat of Jin Xin's army has not yet been completely transmitted. A group of rebranded soldiers and bandits then began a massacre of southern families and landowners, before the local officials could even begin their investigation. However, a force from the new country was already eager to kill. It is not logical to make this move so early, but when a head as well as that dragon's robe was placed at the table of the new country's commander-in-chief, the new country's commander-in-chief, Yi Wanjun, will no longer be able to hold down his feelings, and the one-night battle will not only defeat the enemy's hundreds of thousands of troops, but also take out the enemy's emperor. The secret report he got was just that he knew an army would ambush here, so he brought his men in advance to ambush the place. Originally, he had thought that it would be a tough battle, but he hadn't expected that the enemy would actually travel a long distance on a rainy night. What was even more unexpected was the sudden withdrawal of the enemy's left and right armies, and what surprised him the most was that this time it was actually the emperor's imperial army. And although he didn't capture the emperor alive, the dead emperor surprised him just as much, because the Zheng country is now leaderless. He can take advantage of this opportunity to attack the dragon to take the royal capital. Completely destroyed the Zheng country. This kind of merit, this kind of opportunity, only this time, if you miss it, will never have again in the future. If he succeeds, the history books of the new country will have a separate biography for him, and he will become the first person in the ancient world. After his death, in the family shrine, the first incense burnt by the descendants must be for him. Jiang was royal capital. An 800-mile expedited letter was urgently sent into the auxiliary government house in the dead of night. All the officials and generals within the imperial capital went to the palace all night long, and many of them didn't know exactly what had happened. They just knew that they were destined to have no sleep tonight. 35. Revenge in progress. Night in the courtroom. All the officials in the imperial capital who had some real power were here, along with two princes, the King of Faith and the King of Rights, as well as the Empress and the Empress Dowager. That 800-mile expedited military report had been read by everyone present. Every one of them understood the seriousness of the matter now. The imperial capital was to the south, and now the enemy's army had come straight for it. The emperor is dead, and the emperor's head hangs on the enemy's battle flag. Both the Empress Dowager and the Empress had a sad face at this time, obviously unable to make the right decision. The three grand maestros of the auxiliary court looked at the murmuring courtiers. Some were debating abandoning the royal capital. Others were discussing where to relocate. There were also whispers about the creation of a new king. Grand Maester Xiao was the first to speak. The country cannot be without a ruler for a day, and our top priority now must be a new ruler. Whether it's a fight or a stay or whatever comes next, this all requires the prerequisite that there is a new emperor to make this decision. Otherwise, as far as the officials in the courtroom are concerned, no one will convince anyone to make a unified decision. And at this time, the Empress and the Empress Dowager also stopped crying. The Empress and the Emperor have a son. Only now this child is still small, also only 6 years old, so immediately an official proposed. It is only right to follow the ancestral tradition of making the Emperor's son the Emperor and the Empress a curtain. As soon as this statement was made, someone immediately came forward to refute it. At a time of national crisis, how can a child be allowed to take on such a great task? These words were immediately supported by a group of people. This is a different time. If it were the peaceful days of the past, it would still be possible to be so decisive and wait for the child to grow up slowly. But now it was time for the Zheng kingdom to live and die, and it was impossible to hand over the lifeblood of the country to a child. I propose that King Xin take the throne. These words were again supported by many officials in the courtroom. After removing the emperor's original eldest son, then there are only two people here who are still eligible to ascend the throne, the King of Faith and the King of Rights. This was one of the reasons why it was immediately necessary to recruit these two into the palace together as well, because as early as when they got this military report, several university scholars of the auxiliary governmental yuan had this idea. And compared to King Rei, a prince brought back from the civilization 5 years ago, King Xin was undoubtedly the best candidate. Even according to the firstborn son, the emperor of the succession is dead. Then the next in line of succession would be King Xin. And at the same time in all aspects of ability, or their own background, the King of Faith is also far beyond the King of Li. The King of Faith was secretly delighted. It didn't show though. Everything was going as he expected. Under his many skillful arrangements, the original ones he had drawn in, as well as those who remained neutral, would be the optimal candidates in the present situation. At least 80% of the current officials in the courtroom would support him as the new emperor. The Empress Dowager was also supportive of this, because no matter the oldest two were his children, and her position would not change much whoever became emperor. But the current empress, the future Empress Dowager, would not be willing. Not his own son ascended to the throne. He is not only the problem of impaired power, the future of his life is even more worrying. Once the other party ascended to the imperial throne, his own son was the biggest threat to his position. She argued her case and fought for the benefits of the ancestral law. However, King Xin's ascension to the throne is also in line with the law of the ancestors and is more responsive to the current situation. And more than 80% or even 90% of the officials in the court were supporting King Xin. The Empress realized with a jolt that she could not find an ally in this courtroom. And as for her mother's family, most of them had gone with the emperor on his imperial expedition. It was still something she had suggested in the first place, believing it to be a godsend. So in the midst of some controversy, King Xin unsurprisingly ascended to the throne. But that's just the beginning, because there's a big decision to make next, whether to stay or go. King Xin walked up to all the court officials, then slowly turned around. This is the imperial capital, the place of the ancestral foundations of the Zhang kingdom, which was established 200 years ago when the Zhang Gaozu searched for the world's most renowned scholars and, after a few moments of deliberation with a group of founding ministers, set the foundation of the ancestral foundations. This is the root of our Zhanghua, and it is the foundation of our Zhanghua. Therefore, I can solemnly tell all ministers here that whether I ascend the throne today or not, I will not leave the imperial capital, and I can accompany the imperial capital to be buried together. But I will definitely not run away. I will definitely not go to be the ancient sinner of the Zhang kingdom. Even if I die, I will tell the people of the Zhang kingdom, tell the world that there are no cowards in the Jianghu royal family. And even more so, there are no war-timid people. If anyone wants to leave, I won't stop them. Just don't say from now on that this is also a person from the Zhang kingdom. If you choose to stay, then no deserters are allowed. No people who are afraid of death are allowed. And you can't arbitrarily dictate what to do. Civil officials do what civil officials do. And military generals do what military generals do. Wen is not afraid of money. And Wu is not afraid of death. I will live and die with you all. This inspiring words. So that at this time the heart of a mess of the courtroom gentlemen found the backbone. The majesty of the emperor uplifted everyone. Su Li disaster, the minister of the Ministry of Revenue, looked at the king of Xin or the newly crowned emperor in front of him, who exuded imperial majesty and recounted impassioned words. There was always a feeling that something was off, that the other party was too calm. King Xin looked at the absent-minded King Rei below, recalling the other party's behavior over the past few days that differed from before, as well as his musings just now when he learned of the emperor's death, without the pleasure of having his revenge avenged. It seemed as if he had somewhat underestimated this brother of his, and now that the older brother is dead, this younger brother doesn't seem to have as much of a role to play. If Big Brother hadn't died, he would have skillfully let Sixth Brother know the path Big Brother had taken to escape and come back. And even more so, Big Brother and Sixth Brother would have been able to have a skillful encounter. But now that this backhandedness is useless, and Sixth Brother is somewhat out of control, it was now time to bring out that second in the world of the younger generation. After all, something like a genius couldn't be allowed to grow up. Geniuses weren't scary, but growing geniuses were a headache. On the roof above the great hall of the court, there was a black-clad man with a satchel, his own aura completely blending in with his surroundings. The experts inside the palace, sensing this place wouldn't sense anything else, because this consistent breath with the surroundings wouldn't even change if the wind blew over it. Shangguan Changsheng listened to the newly enthroned emperor below deliver inspiring words. Inwardly, he said, being prepared is different. Bluffing these people. Ever since the last time he had talked to Chen Xianze, he had investigated his biggest suspect, and of course the way this investigation was conducted was relatively simple. It is to go inside people's homes, or the homes of those who come and go more closely, to stroll around, look around, and help them organize some of their garbage in the meantime. It's a shock not to investigate. A prince can be said to have extensive personal relationships, with many court officials and even some generals, are close to the private exchanges, even with generals from other countries. It also secretly trains masters. Of course, like these hidden things, the other party hid them well. But ever since he had awakened something about organs, he was keen on these organs that hid things. Sophisticated mechanisms and door locks that are unbreakable to others are easily unlocked with a leaf for yourself. By this craft, he had collected some of the junk he thought was unimportant to the other side into the middle of the bag he carried on his back. Chapter 36, You seem to have misunderstood something. The time came to noon on the second day. After a night of organizing and deploying last night, the ministries of officials only began to leave their own Shangshu together with the royal palace to go by the ministries of the ministers promoted up to the position of Shangshu. In the case of vacancies in important positions of other officials, the next higher level of officials will be temporarily promoted to them. They were running out of time, and the new country's army would soon hit the royal capital. It could be tonight, it could be tomorrow, and it could be the day after tomorrow. The imperial capital's defenders now add up to less than 20,000 men, and the enemy army has more than 100,000 people, which is so disparate gap between the number of enemies and us, and the imperial capital of the city construction, is not a very good defense of the city. There is no heavenly dangers can be defended. They could only try to stall for a little more time, waiting for the army from elsewhere to come and support them. Wang Fengyu, as the ever-victorious female general, was assigned to guard the Green Dragon Gate. Wang Fengyu also felt significant pressure on his shoulders. Su Li Disaster, who had already become the Minister of Household, came to his wife's side and patted her shoulder. It's okay, we just have to stall. It was the truth. As long as they dragged it out, the armies from other places would be able to come over, and then the imperial capital could definitely be defended. Su Li Disaster persuaded his wife, and in his own mind also has things surrounding. Just now when the court was dispersed, the new emperor purposely allowed King Rei to stay behind. It was impossible to ask the King of Rights what could be done at such a time. Was it not? These two don't have that good of a relationship, and they're not guilty of being so pushy. Wang Fengyu would now go to King Longman and organize the army to construct fortifications. Su Li Disaster is to go to the Ministry of Households. In this kind of crisis, money and food scheduling must keep up. Generals and soldiers can only be paid more and not less. Su Li Disaster came to the Ministry of Households. Sitting in the previous Ministry of Household secretary sat on the position. Just want to check the current treasury among the money and grain. Instead, something fell out of the ledger. A letter. Su Li Disaster thought in his heart that this was not something left behind by his top boss. Holding a curious mind, opened this letter. Su Li Disaster looked at the content inside. The original curiosity of the gaze turned into shock. Horror. Incredible. His originally restless heart at this time is even more set off shock waves. And at this time some other officials in their own homes or on the paperwork at work have seen similar letters and fell into the same shock. Inside the imperial study of the palace, King Xin sat on the main seat, and a middle-aged man stood beside him. The King of Rights sat below him. Sixth brother. There are no more outsiders here, so the two of US brothers can also say some heartfelt words. The King of Gift bowed his head. I wonder what your majesty wants to say. Calling the emperor would be too formal. I still prefer to hear you call me second brother. Ergo. Aha. I wonder what Ergo wants to say to me? Why should sixth brother knowingly ask? There are things you should already know. Chen An's uttered these words unhurriedly. The current situation may seem tense, but everything is in his plan, and he can guarantee that the other side won't be able to fight their way in. But he had to prevent his sixth brother from pulling some tricks on him. Chen Xianzi saw that the other party did not say it outright. Then he played dumb one by one. My brother doesn't know what to say now? After all, the current situation is one I have never encountered before, much less have any solutions. Shangguan Changshen. After these four words came out of Chen An's mouth, Chen Xianzi was able to be all but certain that the one who wanted to kill Shangguan Changsheng in the first place was his own second brother, and it was he who used himself as a sword. The second brother who wanted his sixth brother to kill his own elder brother. The royal kinship is truly touching, with each one smiling and scheming, wanting their own brothers dead whenever they can. You know that the elder brother, the second brother can be the same father and mother's own brother, much closer than any of their children born to these other concubines or even folk. Even at the very beginning, he hadn't suspected the second brother because the two had shown a close relationship as well. Chen Xianzi also understood at this time that some things could not be hidden. That's your own big brother. Do you want him dead that badly? Chen Enz actually laughed out loud when he heard this. You've really gotten out of my control. You actually even know all of this already. It's true that I've underestimated you, Qin Xianzi. But, you answer my question now. Where did Shangguan Changshang go? I wouldn't want to pull some not so nice tricks on you, after all. I'm an older brother who wants his brother to die with honor. Pop, pop, snap. Brotherly love is so deep and heartfelt that I am moved to tears by you all. The applause came together with a remark of odd tone. There was a teenager on the beams of the imperial study. The middle-aged man standing behind Chen En's heart was also shocked. I can't believe he didn't even notice. So he rushed to Chen En's. Chen En's didn't panic. He had complete confidence in the strength of this one bodyguard of his. Bold enough to actually dare to sneak into the palace at a time like this. I'd like to go through the front door. But isn't this a vendetta against you? So it's just a matter of going down some unseen paths. I'm curious at what point you recognized it. Chen Xianzi had been kept in the dark before, and it was only during this time that he came to his senses. And it was clear who had revealed it. When the person you sent after me told me that the person behind the scenes was the Grand Prince, I knew that it was definitely not the Grand Prince's doing. After all, severe torture wouldn't have worked. It would have been too stupid to put yourself behind the scenes only to be exposed. Chen En's is also a bright eye. If other people see this, he will not be so surprised. But now sitting on the beam of this teenager, 5 years ago can be a beggar. There was such wisdom in those days. You're smart, but still a bit impulsive to just show up. What makes you think I'm weak? Chen En's very generously stepped forward and introduced himself. Let me introduce you to my protege, Zhang Jinghu, who stepped into the Endless Chakra Sea realm a year ago. Then who is stronger between him and Morong Yunyan Infinite? Definitely not as good as Morong Yun Infinite. The number 1 ranked sword immortal on the sword ranking list has been famous for many years, and those who can beat her can be counted on one hand. But don't expect Morong Yun Infinite to avenge you. Not to mention whether or not the news of your death here can get out. Even if it can, Morong Yun Infinite wouldn't be able to make an enemy of a country just for the sake of a rebellious disciple. Shangguan Changsheng let out a light laugh, killing intent emanating from his eyes. I feel like you've misunderstood something? Chapter 37, Inviting King Li to ascend the throne. Chen En's couldn't help but snort as he listened to the almost threatening words. If the other party grows up, this may still make him jealous of a few points. Now it will only be the fall of genius. Zhang Jinghu pulled out a soft sword from his waist, and with the injection of true qi, the soft sword stopped swaying, as thin and sharp as a cicada. Flying upwards, it was so fast that neither the emperor nor the prince below captured it. Although Zhang Jinghu felt that this guy had a few skills in his stealthy kung fu, he wouldn't feel that this young man would be able to outsmart himself. Endless Chakra Sea is a rare existence amongst martial arts cultivation. It was the true pinnacle besides the legendary Ascension realm. He could have struck out with a sword chi and decapitated this one teenager, but there was no need to make such a big commotion to beat up a child. Zhang Jinghu arrived in front of Shangguan Changsheng, and the other party still maintained his previous movements, seemingly unable to react. Just as he was about to slash his sword into his opponent's neck, snap, a crisp ringing sound resounded within the imperial study, and the sword-wielding figure was knocked out of the imperial study. Chen En's and Chen Xianzi both twisted their heads to look. Zhang Jinghu's red and white face with blood at the corner of his mouth, a pair of eyes staring deathly at the teenager on the beam. Shangguan Changsheng at this time unhurriedly took out a mask from his bosom. It was the Yen Luo mask that was used for rituals in the Mid-Yuan festival. Evil ghost fangs, but solemn face. Some strengths should not be exposed to the world yet, lest they be put in the first place. And as for the other two, there was no way they were going to get out of here alive. Zhang Jinghu looked at the masked teenager and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you?" This kind of strength could definitely not be possessed by a teenager who had only cultivated for 5 years. So the other party was not the Shangguan Changsheng that Chen En's had spoken of. Haven't you already met? As an old-timer, using the name and appearance of a teenager, are you afraid of losing face? Chen En's somewhat frazzled mind turned a corner at this point. Turning his head to look at the masked teenager on the beams of the room, he pointed and snarled, "You're Morong Yun Infinite," combined with the other party's previous inquiry. Chen En's came up with this answer. Shangguan Changsheng. There are times when people are too smart, and it's not always a good thing. When Chen En saw that Shangguan Changsheng didn't say anything, he took it as the other party's acquiescence. You're also from Jiang country. Snow Sword Villa is within Jiang country. Aren't you afraid that Snow Sword Villa will be destroyed if you do this? The one who killed you was Shangguan Changsheng. Chen En's was furious. You. Zhang Jinghu rushed in once more, only this time with a grave expression on his face. Your Majesty, go! Chen En's twisted his head and ran. Shangguan Changsheng stretched out his fist, a fist against the wall. The vast true qi, directly shattered one of the walls of the imperial study. The soft sword in Zhang Jinghu's hand kept swaying, and in the end, it could not withstand it, and it turned into a memorable fragment. Zhang Jinghu was once again blown away. If the first time was because of carelessness, then this time it was literally because of the gap in strength. Chen An's ran out not more than a few steps before Zhang Jinghu fell in front of him. Zhang Jinghu was still able to stand up, but then a figure fell from the sky. Zhang Jinghu had no choice but to put out his palm to resist. Shangguan Chongqing's boxing style he had never seen before, like a lofty mountain surrounded by a circle of river water, winding and heavy. He couldn't get rid of it, so he could only take it hard, but the power he hit out would be doubled back to himself. It's not a good idea to make a move, and it's not a good idea not to make a move. In an instant, he was spitting blood from his mouth, trying to use his own true chi to resist, but the true chi in the other party's body was even more magnificent than his true chi, mercilessly slapping at his body, pressing him so hard that he couldn't get up. The evil spirit's mask revealed a pair of eyes with hatred as it looked at Chen An's. Chen An stopped in his tracks. Do you really want to kill me? If you kill me at this juncture now, the Jiang Kingdom will be destroyed because of you alone. Aren't you the one who created this situation now? Persuading the emperor to go on an imperial expedition, telling the enemy about the itinerary of the army's march, and at the same time bribing the army to have the left and right armies evacuated before the great battle began. This article, this pile, where did you get the face to be this emperor? Seeing that what he had done was already known by the other party, Chen An's completely tore down his disguise. 300 years is not only a threshold that martial arts practitioners can't cross, it's also a curse that a country can't cross. Zhangguo was founded more than 200 years ago. The collusion of the officials of the Shi family, the landlords of thousands of acres of good land, while the people who work hard in the ground have no place to stand. Radical reforms and policies could not be thoroughly decentralized and would encounter layers of obstacles, and each emperor could only keep compromising with them. They are getting richer and richer while the people are getting poorer and poorer and the country is getting poorer and poorer. Zhangguo seems to be flourishing now, but now it has accumulated weight. If it does not come to a bloody cleaning, not in 100 years, perhaps not a few decades, Jiang Kingdom will usher in the destruction. Sweep the southern lineage and make all the land unclaimed again. Clean up the officials in the courtroom and make this courtroom a little cleaner. I saved the day, helped the building to fall, and became the middle-aged lord of the Jiang Kingdom. At that time, there will be no more obstacles to my advocacy, my reforms, and I will continue for another 200 years for Zhangguo. On top of this history book, Jiang Wu Zhongxing, Jiang Zhangzu, even if I go down to see the ancestors, I can also stand up and tell them that I recreate the Jiang Kingdom. But we're personal. Chen An's was staggered. Shangguan Chongsheng blasted his fist, and the other party's dragon robe, along with his body, split in pieces. Chen An said so much because in his perception, Shangguan Chongsheng was Morong Yun Infinite in disguise, and the other party's enmity with him was because of Shangguan Changsheng and his calculations. That's why he explained so much. He wanted to utilize the righteousness of the world to blackmail the other party with the entire Jiang Kingdom, telling the other party that he did it all for the sake of the Jiang Kingdom. But this is a personal vendetta that has nothing to do with the country. He killed his brother and usurped the throne, colluded with foreign enemies, and abandoned the people of the south. Even regardless of personal grudges, it was only right for Shangguan Changxing to kill the other party. And as for the other side of those visions of the future, this kind of talk is an individual will say, provided that it can really be done, as if one's own last life known to a certain emperor, ambitious but became the king of the dead. Chen Qian's mouth was slightly open. Shangguan Changsheng had only said that he was powerful, but he had never said that he was this powerful. This was only practiced for 5 years? The commander of the Forbidden Guards brought his men to surround the place, but did not move any further, because there are some things he received here as well, and there were two choices before him, either to order the capture of the king of ceremonies and this man in the mask of Yen Lo. Of course if he did, it would end with him being killed on the spot. Then only the second option remains. The commander of the prohibited guards went down on one knee. Please ask King Ri to ascend the throne. Chapter 38. What is it like to kill the emperor? Zhang Jinghu stood up from the ground with all his strength, his right hand comparing to a sword finger, pooling his entire body's true chi into it. Chen An's had the favor of knowing him, and it was all thanks to the other party that he was able to achieve what he did now. Now the other side is dead. His eyes were red, his heart was determined to die, and he attacked Shangguan Changsheng with a strike of certain death in his arms. Shangguan Changsheng turned around and threw a punch. The blood mist in the sky spilled on the spot. The commander of the Forbidden Guards gulped as he looked at the blood spots dripping on the ground. The civil and military officials who had originally dispersed once again flocked to the palace. Chen Xianze came to Shangwan Changqing's side. All the current changes were beyond his expectations. From the beginning when he thought he was going to die, to when Shangwan Changqing came to his rescue and he thought he was dragging him down, and as a result, Shangwan Changqing showed extraordinary strength, to now when the Forbidden Guards suddenly allowed him to ascend to the throne. All this he was not prepared for. Shangwan Changqing whispered beside him. From now on I'm called Yan Luojun. I've let the civil and military officials know about all the things Chen Enze has done. Next, unsurprisingly, they'll elect you as emperor. Stand firm on the main war, and then just wait here for the civil and military officials to come over. After that the Praetorians stood on either side. The civil and military officials came and saw blood spots all over the ground, as well as some fine bones and fingers, and pieces of the dragon's robe. Suli Disaster looked at Chen Xianze standing in the center, and the masked man standing behind him. It turns out that this battle for the throne didn't stop when the Grand Prince ascended the throne. Instead, it was only after this that it became official. However, what everyone didn't expect was that a sixth prince who was picked up from a beggar's pile 5 years ago was the one who hid the deepest among all the princes. The first prince ascended the throne, and the second prince calculated everything to create today's situation. The other party had destroyed the second prince's plot and made it all known, and in all reason the other party was doing the right thing. He will not take the blame, but will only have a glorious image of righteousness. A person who sells out his country for the throne and tramples on his family's love will be reviled no matter what angle he stands on. The sixth prince was able to come up with so much evidence. I'm afraid that he had already been aware of it and had been sitting on a mountain watching the tigers fight, and now it's even more brazen, informing the world of what King Xin has done, directly beheading King Xin, who has already ascended the throne, on the spot at the palace. It represents not only his intelligence, but also his boldness and strength. You have to know that even if others find out the truth, they don't have the ability to behead an emperor who just ascended to the throne on the spot. They, the civil and military officials, don't have the strength anyway. Suli Disaster glanced at the several courtiers around him. Several people joined together and bowed. I asked the King of Rights to preside over the situation. Chen Xianze first nodded, then spoke. Even if I ascend the throne, it will still be war. Chen Xianze then thought for another moment and moved a step to the side, allowing Shangwan Changsheng, who was standing behind him, to be fully visible. This one is Yan Luojun. If any emergency arises in the midst of this, his words can fully represent me, and the decision he makes is the decision I make. Civilian and military officials, eyebrows frowned. Such a critical time of survival. To give a they completely do not know the next person's so much power. The commander of the Forbidden Guards coughed at this moment. Lord Yanluo assisted His Majesty and broke King Xian's plot, killing King Xin on the spot, as well as a rebellious minister of the Endless Wheel and Sea Realm, returning a clear sky to the Jiang Kingdom. With this reminder, Suli Disaster and other civil and military officials also reacted instantly. We greet the Yama King. And at this time among the civil and military officials, the general who served as the Xuanwu gate guarding work fresh over Chang, was trying to suppress the body that wanted to tremble. All the arrangements after that went on as usual, except that over the heads of all the people, in addition to an emperor, there was also an additional Yan Luojun, Zuan woman, fresh over Chang, who had just finished participating in a coup, received a secret letter as soon as he returned to Zuan woman. The army of the new country will arrive tomorrow morning. Squeezing this secret letter, fresh over Chang's body couldn't stop trembling, and when he realized that there were so many more letters in his place, he wanted to go and report to the King of Letters, but he didn't make it in time after all. The King of Faith would be dead, and with the King of Faith dead, he was not far off, though he may not have been exposed yet. He is not like the others who just jumped in to support King Xin at some point. He had helped the other side do many things, and this time hundreds of thousands of troops were buried, some of which were his handiwork. Even if he wins the battle for the defense of the imperial capital, it will be difficult for him to make up for his faults, and he is not sure if he will still be liquidated later. Fresh over Makoto pumped the horizontal meat on his face in his heart. There was another way to go, and although he would take the blame, at least he was living on his own. The imperial palace. Li Ao at this time feels that he is dreaming. In the morning live or in the afternoon live to the palace inside. In the morning the emperor is still an enemy? In the afternoon the emperor becomes a brother. Everything came so quickly, just as he was helping Shangwan Changxing deliver a few letters. The transformation was so complete that Li Ao poked Shangwan Changxing's shoulder. Brother Shangguan, how does it feel to kill the emperor? It's pretty cool. I guess it's because of the great revenge. It shouldn't have anything to do with the emperor's status. After all, the emperor is a human being, and killing him is just that. Chen Xianzi raised his head in front of a pile of zhangfu. Must you all discuss what it feels like to kill the emperor in front of me? Shangguan Chongsheng comforted. Then don't worry. I won't kill you if it's usually okay. Chen Xianzi. When he used to be a beggar, Shangguan Chongsheng's most common saying was kings and lords would rather have a seat household. If you can't live with it, revolt. A beggar may not be unable to be an emperor. And now this is still the bodyguard Shangguan Chongsheng found for him. And now the emperor's bodyguard is talking about what it would be like to kill the emperor. That said, our side number's less than 20. 000 and the other side has more than 100. 000 people. Can we really hold them? Li Ao sent out a soul torture question. If we only count the troops, it's very likely that we won't be able to defend it. Chen Enz was willing to defend it before. It should be because he kept some backhand. But now, we don't think we'll be able to use his backhand. Then you're still in the main battle. Even if we die we can't be cowards. That seems a little out of character for you, doesn't it? Shangguan Chongsheng used to be so careful and cautious. How come he is so bold after killing the emperor? Seems like as long as a person kills the emperor, the guts will not be small. Shangguan Chongsheng didn't answer, but only asked a rhetorical question. Is it true that Morong Yun Infinite forced back 50,000 troops by himself? I've also heard about this. It shouldn't be fake. The rumor of this matter in the Jianghu was very wide. If this is fake, it would be too damaging to the reputation if it is punctured. Li Ao thought about it and replied. Chapter 39 One man to guard a door. When Shangguan Changsheng heard such a statement, his heart immediately settled down quite a bit. What Morong Yun Infinite was able to do, he was also able to do. Just then, a small eunuch suddenly barged in a hurry. General Xian, take the 5,000 soldiers defending the city and abandon it. Hearing this, all three stood up. Zuanwaman. The closer courtiers and generals had long since arrived. The walls of the Zuanwaman gate still reeked of blood. The vice-general defending the city, as well as hundreds of generals, fell. The Shangguan Changsheng several people looked at this tragic scene. Although they had not witnessed what happened, there were images floating in their minds. Chen Xianzi came in front of the vice-general. His fists clenched tightly. Was Fresh Over Chang afraid of death? Or did he not trust him? The emperor who had just ascended to the throne. The anger in Chen Xianzi's heart reached a peak, but he still struggled to pop out a few words through his teeth. Is it still defensible? Everyone's face was grave. The Zuanwaman gate had the largest garrison of any of the gates, close to 1/3 of the city, and was also tasked with deploying support. But now that we're missing close to 1/3 of our manpower, how is this going to play out? Taking the common people of the city? Don't tease. Soldiers can be said to be almost all martial arts practitioners. A soldier can basically be 1 against 10 even if he's weak and fights ordinary people. Even the military generals who had always been in favor of holding on lowered their heads. It was already very difficult to defend the city with the original number of people, but now it was even less than almost 1/3. Unless we put a god here, we won't be able to hold it at all. Posed in front of the crowd also has no choice. All know it well, but no one is the first to speak out. Looking at the emperor who was still angry and still swaying, Xiao Daoshi stood out as if he had been drinking somewhat unsteadily, and this step could have set himself on the pillar of shame. Your Majesty. These 2 words had only just come out of his mouth when a thick and distant voice came out. If you all trust me, this Xuanwu sect will be given to me alone. The words drew everyone to trace the source of the voice, and Chen Xianzi looked to his side. He knew exactly who the voice was coming from. At this time in the darkness of the night through the weak light shining Yan Luo mask, to others is heartbreaking, extremely appalling. Chen Xianzi looked over but felt extraordinarily at ease. In this moment as 5 years ago when he was starving to death, the other party handed over half of a warm burrito. Chen Xianzi steadfast. But others don't feel the same way. Shi Ming, the guardian of the Vermilion Bird Gate, stepped forward to popularize the idea. Yamakuan, I personally have great respect for you for coming forward at this time. But the battlefield is different from the Jianghu. It's not a one-on-one or one-on-many fight. It's the trampling of 1,000 armies. The covering of 1,000,000 arrows. You're facing an army that you can't see the end of. Like the waves of the sea, devouring a city. Morong Yun Infinite once forced back an army of 50,000 by himself. I think I can do it too. Hearing this, there were some people who felt like they were going to be amused. What kind of person was Morong Yun Infinite? The sword immortal who ranked first on the sword list. and people are only forcing back 50,000 troops, not defending the city against 50,000 troops. The difference isn't even close. 50,000 army put in the Jianghu, that is 50,000 martial arts practitioners, and not all of them are weak. There are masters in this. Just when the others were about to say something else, Chen Qianzi opened his mouth without any doubt. Believe him. Xiao Daoshi saw the emperor's appearance. This were line, immediately kneeling on the ground. Your Majesty, please take the countryside as your priority. If there is still a 1 in a million chance of defending the city this time, I would be willing to accompany your Majesty to the end of the bloody battle. But right now, even I, a person who is not good at the art of war, can see that the city can't be defended any longer. If your Majesty is unwilling to do so, I would like to die and implore your Majesty to change your mind, so that when the time is ripe, we can retake the kingdom. A cadre of other ministers followed suit to the death. Sully Disaster did not kneel, but straightened his back in the midst of many civil ministers, looking down at the city wall. Gentlemen, I'm afraid it's too late to leave now. And at this time, outside the Zuwanwoman gate, a scout with an arrow in his body, Zhang Ergu, rode his horse to the bottom of the city and endured the severe pain and shouted, "The enemy is almost here." Fresh over Makoto takes care of the soldiers scouting along the way and passing as he abandons the city and leaves. When Zhang Erdog wanted to go to join the army, he felt that there were too many people leaving the city, and left an extra eye, hiding in the dark, observing the situation. And although he was unfortunately found to have been hit by an arrow, he always came here alive. Someone went downtown and picked up Zhang Ergu. Wang Fengyu immediately inquired, "Exactly how much longer?" "Less than half an hour." "How could it be so fast?" Grandmaster Xiao murmured incredulously. How were they going to evacuate in this amount of time? Unless they only let a small number of people go first, leaving some behind to break the back. Chen Qianzi waved his big hand at this time. Everyone returned to their respective positions. Yan Luojun guard the Xuanwu gate. This time it's decided. There shall be no more half objections, or else it will be disposed of as disturbing the military spirit. His words ring true, and if anything, he seemed a little boyish when he first took over. At this moment, then, he is a qualified emperor, with a plan in mind and power in his hands. Everything is within his expectations. Everything is under his control, and there is no contingency that can shake his decision. Like a lofty mountain, it towers over all and is looked up to. Sully Disaster also nodded slightly. He did not oppose the new emperor's decision. It is impossible to say that there is no concern in your mind, but the problem is that if you decide to withdraw now, so who's going to lead the break? His wife is likely to be one of the candidates. Even regardless of personal feelings, it won't be so easy to get this imperial city back after it's lost. It is not even possible to say that there will be another rout, and Zhongguo will be demoralized and lose all of its territory. Moreover, in his mind, it was unlikely that the sixth prince, whose city was so deep, would be so reckless as to put his own life and death at risk. The other side must have something to fall back on to make such a major decision. Beyond the imperial capital, beside Yumanjin was the general who had just surrendered to him, fresh over Chang. Originally, he was prepared to rest for a night before attacking the imperial city, but sometimes surprises just come so suddenly, and the other side's defending general suddenly surrendered, and he also made a decision immediately after the other party surrendered, and hurriedly marched all night to attack the imperial city, because he was afraid that the people in the imperial city would run too fast. The defection of the defending generals extremely affected the morale, plus it took away the already small number of teams in the middle of the imperial city. In this case, the optimal choice is to abandon the city and flee, so he had to hurry up and not only take the imperial city, but also come and take those princes, nobles, and top officials. In turn, the Zhang kingdom was destroyed in one fell swoop, and at that moment the scouts sent back a forward report. The people of the imperial city are still building their defenses and have made no movement to flee, and the Xuanwu gate is quiet as can be, and it seems that the defection of the guarding generals has not yet been discovered. Ha ha ha, Yuvanjin smiled brightly. Truly the heavens have helped me. Send 20,000 troops from each of the 3 city gates of Green Dragon, White Tiger, and Vermilion Bird for me to attack. Don't let them react, and the rest of you follow me straight to Xuanwu gate. Chapter 40 Bloodshed. Zuanwoman. The silence was so overwhelming that the only sound was the fluctuating evening breeze, but suddenly, there was a slight rattling on the ground, and then the sound gradually grew louder. The first thing to enter the ears was the sound of horses' hooves stamping the ground in a stampede. This was followed by the noisy harsh sound of armor rubbing against each other. Outside the Xuanwu Gate, 300 meters away from the city wall, there was a figure with its back to the city wall, looking indifferently ahead. There were no guns or swords on his body, and he was dressed in a black robe with 2 sleeves. The moon overhead parted the dark clouds, and moonlight poured over the figure's body. Shangwan Chongsheng raised his head, and the raging army in front of him was really beyond his reach. The forward general of the new country came on horseback with his lance and his cavalry. Seeing ahead through the bright moonlight, a silhouette between the city wall and the army, there was no breath fluctuation, just like an ordinary person. "Stuff and nonsense," he said, lifting up his lance. He was about to penetrate the human flesh gourd. Shangwan Chongsheng lightly exhaled a mouthful of turbid breath, then raised a mouthful of true qi, grabbing the lance that stabbed over. Even the lance with the man and the horse, he directly slapped it aside, directly causing the cavalry that was running aside to scatter all over the place. The other hand threw a punch, and the true qi swept out. Close by, men and horses were shattered, and a little farther away, the horses were horrified and tumbled over. Shangwan Chongsheng, seizing the fallen horses and cavalrymen, was like a heavenly god descending from the earth, whacking them recklessly. At this time, the unstoppable cavalry, as if encountered an impenetrable barrier, hard stopped in their tracks, unable to continue to move forward. Yi Wanjun stood on a high ground looking at the battle ahead, and after realizing that there was only one person outside the Xuanwu Gate, he laughed coldly. Another jungle man who doesn't know how to die. Cavalry for infantry to wear him out. There are always some Jianghu people who don't know how to die and think that with a mouthful of true qi, they can fight against the army. Unbeknownst to even the strongest martial arts practitioner, his legs would ache, his hands would be weak, the true qi in his body would be depleted, and the divine weapons in his hands would be chopped off. But then such things can't be consumed by cavalry because cavalry is too expensive. When the heralds told the pioneer cavalry to stand down, the cavalry remained in the body whether they retreated or not. The formation had been disrupted. Blood spattered and horses fell to the ground. A Yama was inside mercilessly reaping lives. By the time the infantry pressed on, all that was left was a field of corpses of men and horses, and blood-soaked earth. And that one Yama returned to the position he was in just a moment ago. Yama King, the gate of ghosts. One step forward becomes a lonely soul. The drifting voice came, but none of the soldiers stepped back. The soldier's gaze was tinged with fervor. 1,000 acres of good land, 10,000 taels of gold, and a vassal. Each one of these strikes a chord in their hearts, and it's easy to get that. Just kill the man in front of you. The group of cavalry just now should have consumed the other side quite a bit. With this thought in mind, the raging army pressed on. The lances and halberds in their hands were densely inserted. Shangwan Chongsheng, Tai Chi rising. He's not good with a gun. He's not good with a sword. The only way to get to the top is this boxing method, which has a surprisingly high killing power. One yin and one yang, a long stretch of true energy, in the midst of 10,000 troops to lend strength, and rigid and unstoppable. No one can cross the 300-meter demarcation line from the Zhuanwoman wall. Yi Wanjun began to strategize, then frowned, then became impatient and annoyed. Where are the martial arts experts in the army? Generals Qian Yun and Qian Tian can make their move. The junior general, who was on the sidelines at the moment, said carefully, "They're already on it. Where is it? How come I don't see it?" Evangeline lifted his head and scanned from side to side. The guy who just held up the other guy's 2 punches is also Wanjun. There was a moment of silence. Then he grabbed the young general's armor. "I didn't even see their general's uniforms. How dare you lie to me?" The young general was quick to deny it. The 2 generals want to pretend to be ordinary soldiers and give each other a fatal blow. These 2 are powerful people of the Wheel Sea realm. How could they only last for 2 punches? Yi Wanjun roared angrily once again. But an ordinary soldier can't even hold up 1 punch. The young general was also in a difficult situation. He also didn't expect this absolute fierce man who ran out from nowhere to block them alone. Yi Wanjun took a deep breath and looked at the mountain of corpses that were gradually building up underneath his opponent's feet, and let go of the junior general at once. Dismounting his horse, he turned to the 2 old men. "2, please." These 2 old men were both strong in the realm of knowledge, and originally, he had 2 more strong men like this, but the other 2 had died with the 2 old eunuchs in that night's battle. The 2 powerhouses, looking at the person wearing the mask of Yama in the distance, their aura was like a rainbow, climbing up and up, getting better and better. Both of them were stony-faced. "We do our best." The 2 of them each took a silver needle and plunged it straight into a certain acupoint on top of their heads, while the 2 of them each faced each other with a palm, and their breath suddenly climbed to the peak. They didn't know when Jianghua had produced such a strong person. And the other party's breath was uncertain. They couldn't tell the other party's realm. They could only know that the other party was very strong. So they took out their own underhanded means. Employing such secret techniques, even a powerhouse from the Endless Will See wouldn't be able to take advantage. Not to mention a large army to help. After receiving an affirmative reply from the two of you, Yi Wanjun took out another organ bamboo tube from his hand and aimed it at the sky. And a brilliant firework blossomed. A middle-aged man lying in the back of a grain wagon, drinking, saw fireworks in a trance. Sit up, and I have to make a move. What a love for my soldiers. Yamanjin remounted his horse after doing this and swung his sword straight at the whole army. This was probably the only chance he would have in his life. And he wasn't willing to give it up no matter what. The gate was right behind the other side. And all he had to do was cut down the man wearing the mask of Yama. The royal capital of the Zheng kingdom is his. Shangguan Shangsheng was in a subtle state at this time. Previously he had been hiding and suppressing himself, and now he could finally release it all. Dance your fists to your heart's content and consume your own true chi. The person who came to him, he just need to make a punch. One punch can't kill him. Two punches can't kill him. Three punches can't kill him. He will break through a little bit more upper limit, increase a little bit of power, and then swing out to kill the other party. In the midst of this mysterious feeling, the corpses around Shangguan Shangsheng grew more and more. He couldn't distinguish between ordinary soldiers and generals, or ordinary people and experts, as if they were all the same to him at this moment. 41. Interrupted Ascension. The first rays of sunlight, over the mountain of corpses, hit the Basilica Gate. On the Xuanwu Gate, 3 corpses were stuck with lances. They were the only 3 of the group to break through the 300-meter distance of the Basilica Gate. On the walls of the Xuanwu Gate stood the civil and military officials, martial arts powerhouses, and the new emperor. The other 3 gates were caught in a fierce battle last night, and even Su Wanyi, who had been hiding her strength, had ascended the city walls to participate in the battle. Even the minister of the household, Su Li Disaster, ascended the city wall. Early years of martial arts training and study of military law. It can be said that the minister of the household is the most capable of fighting within the group of civil officials. So he righteously chose to ascend to the top of the city and set up his bow to shoot arrows. The emperor even disregarded his personal life and death and traveled back and forth between the 3 walls to boost his morale. Li Ao was slashed several times while protecting Chen Shanza. It stands to reason that a battle like this one will get tougher the further back you fight. But last night was different. The further the battle went on, the enemy's strength began to dwindle. Not because they were decimated too much, but because they were being redirected. Until the early hours of the morning, the incoming enemy troops retreated like a tidal wave. This unbelievable scene made everyone think of a place. Zuanwaman. This is the biggest possible change in this battle. So as the remaining light of morning broke, a group of people hurried to the Xuanwu Gate. It was an extremely appalling sight to see that corpses could be accumulated as high as the walls of a city. On top of that mountain of corpses, the black-robed Yama stood with his feet in the void. In the distance, enemy troops greeted the dawn and fled. Compared to last night's incoming, go as fearful as you can, as if you were fleeing from hell. Yi Wanjuan's eyes were red and he looked at the city in the distance unwillingly. Last night he was a gambler, with fame and monstrous feats at his fingertips. The more generals died in battle, the less he wanted to give up, and he always thought the other side would not be able to hold out. 2 old men of the realm of knowledge died in battle, and he felt that the other side had faltered, and that he still had a chance, like a gambler who lost over and over again, and smashed too much money into it. The more you smash, the more you don't want to give up, just waiting for a handful of flips to win it all back. Until that one, LV Qianblade, who was ranked 2nd on the Endless Will See Blade ranking, died in battle. Until all the generals, who had fought until no one dared to go on, no one dared to charge, and were even frightened to the point of insanity, dropped the weapons in their hands. Even the inspectors did not dare to wave their swords in their hands to bring them forward. It was in that moment that he realized that he was wrong. He was wrong from the beginning. The opposite side was really a Yama. And it wasn't as if the other side hadn't realized that the defending general of the Xuanwu Gate had defected. But they didn't choose to flee, because this Yama could be guaranteed to be undefeated. Fresh over sincerity, this one Zuanwoman Gate Guardian, also last night also died. He let the other side to go forward to persuade to surrender. As a result, it was split in half vertically by a flying long knife. At the end of the fight, he was afraid of himself. He was afraid that if he never withdrew again, he would likewise die here. And last night he only dared to transfer his troops from other cities to this place. but not to move his army to the other gates, because he was afraid. Afraid that fewer people would not be able to stop this Yama. Afraid that the other party would rush straight to the center army camp and let his body also hang on the city wall. Shangguan Changsheng looked at the departing army in the distance and had no intention of chasing after them. After a bitter battle last night, although he was lucky enough to break through to the heaven-treading realm, he had suffered quite a lot of loss himself. If he was bent on continuing to charge the enemy, he might not be able to put himself in danger. And he had another feeling right now. A feeling of wanting to fly higher, but being restricted from doing so in some way. A very contradictory feeling. Bully Gun Hill. No one in Pathfinder had one eye open at that moment, and his eyes were filled with doubt and confusion. Just last night, he was about to take his ascension. The martial chief flowed and was suspended between heaven and earth, feeling the lonesome and boundlessness of heaven and earth, and observing the flow of true chi in the martial arts. He had even seen the heavens gate open for him, and the disciples of Bully Gun Mountain, as long as they were martial arts practitioners, had sensed it. Go out and note and respectfully send the Mountain Lord away. The unoccupied roof of the Pathfinder also broke through a large hole and hauled itself out, but just when he was flying in mid-air, the gates of heaven within his reach. It's all gone. The martial chi that surrounded him was nowhere to be found, and the pull of ascension was gone. The heavenly gate also closed its doors and eventually vaporized and disappeared. The feeling of ascension that had been going on for a very long time was like the sound of the wind that had completely broken its strings and could no longer be grasped. It was as if last night's ascension had been a dream for him, and now the dream was awake. He was knocked back again. But the big hole in the roof, the talking disciples of Bully Gun Mountain, everything was telling him that last night was not a dream. No one in the Pathfinder lowered his crossed legs and stormed out of the room in full view of everyone, going in one direction. When the gatekeepers saw the scene, they all eagerly discussed it. The Mountain Lord just has the strength to not ascend halfway through the ascension when he feels unprepared. It's that throughout the ages. Who can compare to our Mountain Lord? Ascension stops when he says so. This is the loneliness of the strong. If this were me ascending, I definitely wouldn't be able to wait to fly up there. Where would I be so mature and stable like the Mountain Lord? The Pathfinder nobody suddenly stopped in mid-air and looked at the sectors below. You, and you. Hit a couple of people with the gas of the gun at point-blank range. You men go to the Big Dipper Cliff and practice your guns for a month. People who heard this immediately felt that the sky had collapsed. Gangfong Cliff, the most famous and painful place for gun training in Bajuan Mountain. Everyone recognized that going here to practice gun training is more painful than being kicked in the lower half of the body by other people. This punishment scared the others into silence. I'm afraid I'll get a month's worth of quality gun practice. Give me less gossip and more focus on cultivation on Bajuan Mountain. Pathfinder No One then made his way to the canonical pavilion. After rummaging through all the records on Ascension, he finally found one amongst an ancient tome. In the Jianghu rumor, there is a knife, was surrounded by several strong people in the same realm. In the desperate situation broke out, breaking their original ceiling, robbed a martial arts practitioner who was ascending the opportunity to ascend in one fell swoop, but unfortunately did not get to see, only heard rumors. I do not know whether it is true or false, so I wrote down, looking forward to future generations. No one in the Pathfinder continued to read the rest of it. Someone passed me. Who was it? No one in Pathfinder's brow furrowed in his mind as he continued to think. Just which one of these powerhouses has surpassed himself in this time? Can't it be that it's Morong Yun Infinite? No. I saw her last time and there's still a huge gap between her and me. It's unlikely that she'll be able to raise it in such a short period of time. Broken River. I haven't heard him for a while. Is it possible that it's him? Old Tua Temple's Lingtong Master is also possible. And the other side of the Buddha's law is exquisite. Low-key. Some time ago, it is said to be in the Jianghu to subdue the demons and eliminate the devil. Perhaps in the process of enlightenment, that who seems to be thinking like this. The Pathfinder nobody realized that there were a bit too many people to suspect, as he had been preparing for his ascension for some time. He hadn't paid much attention to anything other than the rookie ratio, so other people's movements are unknown to him. What's the point of thinking about it? Just fight one by one and we'll see who it is. No one in Pian reached out, and the lance that was in the place of retreat flew towards him. He then rushed up into the sky and set off towards the nearest target. At this moment, the elder of Overlord Gun Mountain, who was in charge of logistics, was sitting on his knees on the ground. I haven't fixed the roof of the retreat place? Mountain Master, how did you smash the roof of the canonical pavilion as well? It's all your own property. The wood used in both places is not ordinary wood and the material is expensive. It was a pity that no one in Xi'an was in a hurry to seek proof now. and could not hear the logistics elders' complaints at all. Chapter 42, The Establishment of Hell. Jianghua's courtroom. Chen Qianzi sat high on the throne, looking down on the civil and military officials below, and in front of all the civil and military officials was the black-robed Yama king. The other party had no official position, but stood in that position without any objection from anyone. There were many things to be discussed at this court meeting, and the first and foremost thing was to discuss the rewards. The original Shangshu, who had been temporarily promoted, was now thoroughly seated in his position. Military generals have also been promoted, as well as silver and land rewards. But when the discussion of merit came to an end, many ministers in the court found out the most deserving of all men was not mentioned as being rewarded. Yan Luojun this time is only rely on their own power to save the tide. Can be said to seal the marquis into the king are expected. But these rewards are not said, and even mentioned did not mention. And those few big players in the court also tacitly shut their mouths. The civil and military officials slightly sensed that something was wrong. It was important to realize that what they were discussing now should have been discussed privately by the emperor with several close and important officials a few days ago, then only to get to the court to say, which must include Yan Luojun, but now did not mention the slightest, which cannot help but let a few more points of speculation. Can it be that we are going to make Yama king the crown prince? As for saying that the emperor unloaded the mill to kill the donkey, wrong. It is to kill Yan Luo. Isn't this a toilet jumping high, looking for death? If at such a time, really pissed people off, the court killed an emperor, each other is not out of the dry. After all, the last emperor can be so retired, so it's only possible that there's a bigger prize waiting for him. After the rewards were over, there was the essential question about the pensions of the dead generals. You know, that part of the south is still in enemy hands. They have to snatch it back. If it chills the hearts at this point, then all this can only be nonsense. And at this moment, Yan Luojun, who hadn't opened his mouth and whom everyone thought had fallen asleep standing up, suddenly spoke out. I propose that we can build a temple for the dead generals and a monument without words. They died to protect the Jiang kingdom and deserve to be worshipped by the people of Jiang kingdom with incense. On this point, no one disputes that. Although it would cost a lot of money, all of this was deserved. And more importantly, it was Yan Luokuan who raised this point. It's rare for people to give a bit of advice, and no one would be unwise enough to sing against it at this point. Wang Fengyu stood out at this time, however, and an official noticed the scene. The heart first missed a beat. I would like to add that since the temple and monument have already been built, a fixed date can be chosen for the annual sacrifice to console the departed generals' heavenly souls. Chen Qianzi also nodded when he heard this proposal. He could not let the generals who had thrown their heads and spilled their blood chill their hearts. Granted. The Auxiliary Council, together with the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of Labor, will negotiate a charter as soon as possible, and then begin construction at an early date. Suli Disaster and the others also took the order and led the way. Shangwan Changsheng spoke once more. Based on this time, I intend to establish an organization, hell, to monitor the 100 officials, kill the corrupt officials, and punish the rebellious officials. Granted. Without hesitation, the emperor gave his permission. Hearing this, most of the civil and military officials' mouths twitched. Few words, but amazing content. Nor did he say what he would do to the emperor. And he didn't even mention the oath of allegiance or anything like that. There is no other person of jurisdiction, and it is entirely under the authority of Yama. It can be said that this power is given excessively high, so high that it is almost out of the emperor's control. They thought that the other party might give some kind of big reward, but they didn't expect the reward to be so high. Grand Maester Zhao's eyes were closed. He had to come forward. Please also be careful, Your Majesty. It was clear to everyone that the emperor and Yan Luojun were almost so good that they wore the same pants. But the question was, what about the next emperor? Yan Luojun was a top martial arts practitioner who could have a maximum lifespan of 300 years, almost equal to that of a dynasty. There is a high probability that it is going to be more livable than the emperor, which would be an old sin if it fell on the next emperor, and it will create a lot of problems, especially on the civilian side of the group. Corrupt officials. This can be quite a lot. It can be said that the dynastic court pulls out. Every other kill one can miss a lot of corrupt officials. And sometimes it is not that they want to be greedy. Human contact, bribes of all kinds, pervasive, every aspect of clothing, food, shelter and transportation. If someone wants to bribe you, they can provide you with what you want in all these areas. Want to complete the 2 sleeves can be clean. Then be prepared to offend everyone. This kind of person in the officialdom go not far, and even do not go into this court. Even Dr. Xiao himself couldn't bring himself to take himself off the hook. At these words, the emperor and Shangguan Changsheng both looked over. Shangguan Changsheng's indistinguishable age voice came out. I know what you're considering, Grand Maester Xiao, but since I'm bringing it up in today's court meeting, I'm not asking for your opinion, but rather I'm unilaterally informing you that an organization has been formed and is keeping an eye on you, and I'm the one who's running this organization. And the people of the River Kingdom are your life and death. Shangguan Changsher's words were conveying a meaning to the civil and military officials in the courtroom. It is fine for you to be greedy, but you have to be greedy, and still incapable, and harm the interests of Jianghua, and oppress the people. Then you can go to hell. If you don't have the power, keep your hands clean. If you have the power, don't go too far, then everyone will be fine. The words were overbearing, and they were said so in front of the emperor. Some people would think that Yan Luojun was a bit of a loose cannon. Eunuch Chao, who was standing beside the emperor, still felt that the other party was converging. You should know that a few days ago, the emperor had asked Yan Luojun a question, and he was right next to him at the time. What if I become a dim-witted king one day? Will you come and wake me up? No. I will rebel and overthrow the tyranny of a dim-witted ruler. But what if it's the court that's fainting and collapsing, and I'm powerless to do anything about it? The streets of heaven trampled all the bones of the ministers, and the blood of the imperial court flowed into a melon field. From that moment Eunuch Chao completely understood that this was the real Yan Luo, and that what he wore was not a mask, but a mirror reflecting his true heart. No matter who you are, if you don't do your job properly, you will be slaughtered. No matter if you are the emperor or a minister in the court, the other party can send you to the ghost gate. And if it's a dynasty in which neither the emperor nor the officials are doing a good job, then just overthrow the current dynasty and establish a new one. Today this matter is destined to be opposed by some people. Just as Xiao Daosher thought before, here are not many people are clean, and do not want their efforts for so long go down the drain. Some people are not only because of their own, or because he backed by the whole family. The Ministry of Labor's staff from the 5th rank, a young man surnamed Su stood out. Suli Disaster blinked at the sight of the man, having already counted the recent good days when he could be buried. As luck would have it, this one guy just stepped up. The words didn't even come before they were nailed to the pillars of the Great Hall. Su Yugao, from the Nantian Su family, the Imperial Examination Fraud Examination in the Scholar. Early years as the 4th Prince's protege, the House of Women, half of them are other people's wives, robbed back by force, ravaged to death. And in the Ministry of Public Works of all kinds of construction matters, a lot of greed and ink, did not make progress. Even during the defense of the imperial capital a few days ago, he wanted to contact the enemy troops outside through Flying Pigeon to surrender their weapons, but it was only a pity that the Flying Pigeon was accidentally knocked down, so he failed to achieve this purpose. Shangguan Changsheng spoke out this pile of crimes without emotion. With every word uttered, an additional real chi would appear on the opponent's body, agonizing, but unable to make a sound. For while being nailed to the wall, tongues were cut out and voices destroyed. Suli Disaster shook his head. If it is not this time to jump out of the words, it is not possible to say that the back of the liquidation is only into the prison, and then decapitated. Where is this torture? And if you mess up like this, the main Su family will definitely be targeted. And if you can't tell, you'll get into trouble as well. This ruthlessness also sounded the alarm for some who had not yet realized the problem. The other party was not a civil official they could normally argue with. The other party is a real Yan Luo. You know that now the Xuanwu Gate, in private, can be called the Ghost Gate. So there were no more objections raised and everything moved on to the next topic in order. Everything after that went smoothly. Chen Xianzi, although there are some things he does not understand, but a few days ago, some of the ministers of the court who talked to him privately have been instructed. Shangguan Changsheng had also taught him a few things. So in this court meeting, Chen Xianzi showed the wisdom and determination that should be expected of an emperor. Some very innovative and useful policies were proposed. And all of these things are Shangguan Changsheng proposed a name, or gave a general idea. The auxiliary court of the university sergeant and some officials to help add to improve it. Then it will be formally presented at the court meeting. So compared to some officials who don't know the inside story, the cadre of ministers in the courtroom, as long as they are of the 2nd rank and above, all of them understood what kind of literary and military skills Yan Luojun possessed, and such a person was simply terrifying to the core. There is an old saying that one is not afraid of a martial artist with high force, but afraid of a martial artist with brains. La Doji, master spiritualist, pointed to a phrase on the board. Repeat after me. There is no end to suffering. Master Ling Tong, come out and fight. A man's domineering voice resounded throughout the temple. overshadowing the voice of Master Ling Tong's teaching. Chun'er was even so startled that she stood up from her seat. A sudden sound like that would have startled anyone. Master Ling Tong came outside the house, followed by Chun'er. Master Ling Tong looked at the Pathfinder flying in midair. Master Qian, haven't I competed with you? Why do you need to be bitterly entangled? That's not even sure how long it's been. Master Ling Tong's Buddhist teachings are profound and his martial arts are exquisite. I'm sure that after this period of time has passed, Master Ling Tong's martial arts must have grown a lot more. I'm here today to ask for advice. Master Ling Tong said to Chun'er next to him. I'll go fight him and you see if you can learn something. After Master Ling Tong finished speaking, a 9-ring staff fell into his hands, then stepped into the air. In an instant, Qian Nobody and Master Ling Tong battled to a standstill. Chun'er watched the scene that was like a fight between gods and goddesses with full concentration and dead eyes. In the end, it turned out that it was impossible to capture the duo's movements. It was so fast that it was completely impossible to keep up, and it hurt her eyes and made her head spin a little. A little while later, a long spear was pointed straight at Master Ling Tong's face, only it didn't pierce in. Pathfinder Nobody then put away his weapon and saluted Master Ling Tong. Excuse me. Master Ling Tong returned the same salute. At that moment, Master Ling Tong asked as if he had suddenly thought of something. I've heard that the monk Qian, it seems like he's about to ascend. I don't know how he still has the time to come and compete with me. When Pathfinder Nobody heard this, he was silent for a moment, then spoke quite frankly. Someone has already passed me, and I'm looking for him now. When Master Ling Tong heard this, a flash of surprise flashed across his eyes. Qian no one is now recognized as the strongest in the Jianghu. Recently is in the key time of ascension. What kind of person actually exceeded each other? The Pathfinder Nobody didn't know who the other guy was, but was looking for him, but just knew that someone had passed him. Much suggests the possibility that the Pathfinder is out of the ascension that no one has at their fingertips. That's why he was approached so suddenly to fight him. It was not known which master had done this step without God's knowledge. Pathfinder left after the challenge on no one's side. Master Ling Tong looked at the other parties departing back. It seemed that the Jianghu would be lively for a while. Inside Su Wanyi's boudoir, there was a man wearing a Yen Luo mask. Su Wanyi pushed open the door of her room to see the other party and was first surprised. Then he picked up the teapot and made a cup of tea for the other. I wonder what Yamakuan is looking for me for. I've set up an organization called Hell, and I need a bit of manpower. I don't know if Miss Su has any ideas. Having worked as a bodyguard for this girl before, this girl hides well and knows her place in some things. It's a good candidate. Shangguan Changsheng originally had no intention of forming any organization. After Chen Qianz's bitter plea, coupled with the fact that he felt that if he had any intelligence needs in the future, he couldn't rely on himself to find it all by himself, so he decided to establish such an organization. Except that the personnel he had to choose himself, and as for the ones stuffed by others, he was afraid that they were either related or undercover agents. After all, this organization is in the shadows. The ones like this one will hide themselves the best. When Su Wanyi heard this, she first thought for a moment, then smiled like a flower. I promise, but there are just a few things that I can't handle, so I might need Yamakuan to help me out. It's about your martial arts training, or about your family. Both. Su Wanyi was slightly helpless when she said this. Ever since he had ascended to the top of the city to reveal his martial arts cultivation, the crooked thoughts on the Su family's main family side had grown. Although she had deterred them with force, she couldn't help but be annoyed by the number of tawdry ideas these people had. And she was getting a little annoyed now. There are times when it's tempting to kill all those lucrative guys in one fell swoop. Shangguan Changsheng said. That's good. Because the first one to clean up is your Su family. Some people's hands have been left too long, while some people's hearts have flown too high. Chapter 43 Death to all 10 clans. And don't say I'm your teacher outside. Su family's main family, the contemporary family head, Su Wen. Sitting in front of the parlor at the moment, there was a large table in front of him with a pile of books as well as some letters, and in front of the big table, there were more than 20 people kneeling, which were men and women, old and young. There are officials, there are businessmen, just not an ordinary person, an ordinary civilian. Squeak! The door was pushed open and a masked man slowly walked in. It moves pretty fast. How could Su Man not know about something as big as what happened in the courtroom? And as the head of such a large family as the Su family, he realized the problem right away. That's why all the unclean clansmen in the royal capital are tied up here to be killed. Compared to these foppish and uncontested sons, the Su family is the most important. But it's not enough. Su Wen immediately nodded. I know that on the table. In addition to what these men have committed, There is a list of some of the sons of the Su family who have committed offenses elsewhere, as well as property in their own names. An inventory has been made of the family wealth of these individuals in the imperial capital, and we have not pocketed half of it. So I believe that with your means you should be able to find out. Those black families you hide, has been handed over to the Ministry of Household Shinshu re-registration. Of course, in order to avoid suspicion, there is also a list on this table. The emperor there also sent over a copy. If there is a discrepancy can also be checked. And from now on, the children of the Su family, when they come of age, we will not meddle too much, especially those who serve as important ministers in the court. At most, we will only seek fairness and justice, and it will not be like that general in the past. Yan Luojun walked into Su Wanyi's room, but he intended for some people to see it. Su asked to know that his family has long been arranged inside the family. After learning about this matter, he even wondered if his wife who has been sharing the same bed for many years will also be arranged by the other side. Yan Luojun came from a mysterious background. The major families can be said to have mobilized their entire intelligence network, but could not find any clues, as if the other party was suddenly popped up from inside the earth. Powerful, courageous and resourceful, and skilled in all aspects of literature and military strategy. Someone like that can't be unknown, but there's just no clue to be found. I can't say that the other side has been sitting on the sidelines for years and is just now coming into the limelight. Only then did Shangguan Changsheng nod his head in slight satisfaction. Shangguan Changsheng, followed by a big hand. A team of people immediately rushed in, waiting for the people to be pressed and the books to be taken away afterward. Inside the entire guest hall, there was only Shangguan Changsheng and Su Wen. Su asked a question. If I don't do this today, how many people will be left in the Su family? What you're saying? I'm not that brutal. Even the hellish Yama has to go through the judge's conviction before he can enter the 18th layer of hell, so there will still be that many people left. Shangguan Changsheng was being sincere. At least the minister of the household and Su Wani would definitely survive. Both are capable of working and nothing is too much of a problem. As for the others, just how many are left? That is to say, in addition to the other side arranged down, the other people all have to die. Su asked in his heart, and at the same time more sure that he made a correct decision. Inside the Imperial Library, Chen Xianzi looked at the silver money collected, his mouth almost grinning to the back of his head. It's been a while since I've been worried about money, and now there's just this one chunk of money that solves the problem. Sure enough, you have to look to Shangguan Changsheng for such things as messing with money. Shangguan Changsheng saw that the other party was still giggling and suddenly opened his mouth. I'll be leaving the imperial capital in a couple days, so pay more attention to yourself then. When Chen Xianzi heard this, the smile on his face disappeared. Go! Hell, you don't care? Do you still want that 100,000 people? Shangguan Changsheng immediately asked back. There are still 100,000 troops in exile, and the northern and eastern borders must not be moved. The army of 100,000 men will have to be recovered anyhow if they want to grab back the land in the south later on. After all, he alone had no one to guard it even if he could snatch it back. And that 100,000 man army can be raised by the handful of food and the handful of silver. Every one of them is a martial arts practitioner who has gone through martial arts training. It's an important military force for a country. It can't be wasted like that, too, but I'm afraid I can't do it right if you go away. It was important to realize that Chen Xianzi's imperial dominance these days could all be acted out, and these were all taught to him by Shangguan Changsheng. Just like when you used to be a beggar asking for food, not only do you have to act pathetic, you have to act innocent. What else can not do well? According to the steps on the line, there are really any big things cannot decide to send a letter to ask me. And those ministers, they should be very peaceful these days. Taking the Su family and making an example of them would have the purpose of killing the chicken to make an example of the monkey. Shangguan Changsheng actually wants to engage in a major purge. Just that this current situation is not very appropriate. If you really want to do so, it is estimated that the entire country will collapse. It's the ordinary people who will suffer when the time comes, but it can be done slowly. Retrieve those 100,000 people, then take back the southern territory, and incidentally examine the local officials, and also tap into some talent to supplement Hell's manpower, because there are only two available people in his hands right now. One was Li Ao, and the other was Su Wanyi. Then there's a bit of grassroots staff. He can't be the boss of everything in the future. Then what's the point of building such a place? That's why the talent has to be expanded. Chen Xianzi actually still had some worries in his heart. Shangguan Changsheng also understood the concern in the other party's heart, But the problem was that he couldn't let Chen Qianze turn into a giant baby emperor who would only think of relying on others for everything. The other guy had to grow up on his own. And the other guy hadn't done nothing in his 5 years as a prince to at least develop a little bit of a squad for himself. It proves that the other guy still has that brain. Only now a better brain has come along that doesn't want to use it. Right. You call eunuch Chao in. Chen Qianze then commanded. Shangguan Changsheng said to eunuch Chao. Next I will leave the imperial capital. You are responsible to those ministers to pass a word to me. I will secretly go to inspect the local officials. If there is a heavenly anger, the people do not want to live. I cannot say that I will be put to death 10 clans. Eunuch Chao first froze at the last sentence he heard, then carefully asked. I've heard of the 9 tribes. What is this 10th tribe? Don't some people like to use the teacher-student relationship to form parties? And this 10th tribe is the teacher. Eunuch Chao heard this frequently nodded. But also Yan Luo to kill 10 clans of such things, he wanted to think of a lifetime cannot come out. The next morning, Shangguan Changsheng left, and over the royal capital, carrier pigeons were flying. Most of the content is only one line. Don't say I'm your teacher on the outside. Chapter 44, second in the boxing rankings. Suli Disaster heard this news and smiled as he dealt with political affairs. Once the concept of executing 10 clans came out, it could also make those who played favorites in the imperial examinations put their minds at ease. You should know that favoritism in the imperial examinations, when the middle set of a layer of relationship is teachers and students. As for the decision made by the Su family's main family, it could be said that it was extremely correct. This to a large extent helped the Su family to clean up the moths. The Su family is very large in the Jiang country, but this large also led to bloat. Dark sores pus quite a lot. Even the head of the family would find it hard to be ruthless enough to gut these things, which would surely trigger a paroxysm of pain. If this continues, the Su family will surely meet its demise. Yan Luojun's appearance broke the deadlock. In the past, even if there were smart people who knew that this was not good for the Su family and could lead to extinction, they could not say when, always thinking that there was time to delay for a while to take their time. But now, the scourge of extermination was at our doorstep, and if we didn't make a decision, everyone would have to die. Suli Disaster had a premonition in his heart that the Su family was just the beginning. Suli Disaster thought of this and concentrated on looking at the account book again. Recently there was a new income. He is really unselfish, careful to spend every relative's money on business, and I do not know how those Su family members who are still alive will scold themselves behind their backs. Compared to Yan Luojun, it was still better to bully this self-same family member. It's not that those who survived weren't smart enough to find the culprits, but because that's the way human nature is. Anyang City, the left army of 50,000 men, led by Wang Mingshan, came to this city, in one of the largest mansions in the city. This was originally the home of a wealthy local merchant, and now it's being taken by force by him. At this moment, Wang Mingshan was hiding alone inside the room, and although he was clad in armor, his hair was messy and his eyes were red. Instead of the majesty of being a general, he looked like a hooligan who had messed with his boss and was surrounded by a fear that the boss was going to take revenge on him. Wang Mingjun couldn't figure out what the new country's also-ran army was doing. Usually when you fight them, there are countless formations and strange attacks. How is it that now over 100,000 people can't fight a city of less than 20,000, and more than half of them even die there? Didn't the other side just pop out a Yan Luojun a little stronger? Why don't you have the courage to fight to the death? If you ask all the troops to swarm to the other side, can the other side still kill all of you? So many people died and just fled in disgrace. What about them people? According to the original plan, they took advantage of this great chaos to clear out the southern lineages and finally return to the original 8 imperial capital. When the time comes, they will be the heroes who will save the day. And as for this defeat, all the blame will be put on the emperor. But now it's all over. The newly crowned emperor has saved the day, and the second prince is already dead in the imperial capital. Then surely everything they've been plotting can't be hidden. And now how is he supposed to survive? Suddenly he looked up, his eyes terrified, simply because there was suddenly an extra figure inside his room. Immediately, he stood up from his position and adjusted his sitting position to a kneeling one. I was forced to. Yan Luojun, can you spare my life? Let me use my life to take back the land of the south. Or let me have a chance to atone for some of the sins in my body, and not in vain Jianghua for so many years to me. I think you misunderstood. The door opened and the sun shone in. A tough man with half-white hair, no mask, with a ring of scruff, angular and resolute. I'm not Yamakuan. I came to you to wait for him. Only then did Wang Mingshan see the visitor. You're second on the boxing list. Tai steady. You're one of Yama's men. No. Came to see him to exchange punches. Tai Stable originally wanted to travel across the Jiang Kingdom to find the number one on the boxing list among an archipelago in the sea to the west of the Jiang Kingdom to spar. As a result, after walking for a while in the Jiang country, I heard about Yen Luo-jun, whose boxing skills are unparalleled in the world, suppressing 100,000 troops, hammering and killing tens of thousands of people, and even the top martial arts masters were killed under the fists. So he poked around through some connections, mainly trying to find out where this Yen Luo-jun came from, but ended up finding nothing, but instead learned the reason for Jiang was defeat this time, so he didn't bother to go to the Jiang Kingdom's royal capital. There was a possibility of pouncing, so he came here to Wang Mingshan to wait. In the face of this kind of traitor, it was impossible for the other side not to take action. After all, it could not send other armies to come to suppress it. These 50,000 or so people could be carefully cultivated by Jiang Guo. That's why Yen Luo-jun himself came over to clean up this rebel general in order to maximize the benefits. Wang Mingshan's eyes flashed with a glimmer of life when he heard this. Martial arts practitioners sparring with each other, although it was a sparring session. However, for top martial arts practitioners like this, they must go all out in their sparring sessions, or else that sparring session wouldn't serve any purpose, and going all out is bound to cause casualties. Unless one party's strength was completely superior to the others, the two would never be able to complete their martial arts sparring sessions in peace. Then it gives him a chance to live. For what he feared most now was not the people in the imperial capital, nor the current emperor. Instead, it's this one Yama king, because the other side could just kill him, and everyone else would have to think about the 50,000 men he had in his hands. If the opponent loses both of his fights against Tai Stable, or if the opponent is killed by Tai Stable, then he has a chance of surviving and there is room for maneuver. 50,000 people to rise up and rebel are enough. For the sake of these 50,000 people, that the emperor is bound to not dare to take him, so that he has a bargaining chip. Even if Jiang Guo's side was unacceptable and the new kingdom's side suffered heavy losses, he could still go there and defect, although the move might inspire opposition from some in the military. But with his prestige and means over the years, he could still be suppressed. The corners of Wang Mingshan's mouth rose a little uncontrollably when he thought of this, because at last he had found the hope of being able to live. Tai Steady didn't care what the other party was thinking, nor did he have any intention of trying to kill the other party. Wang Mingshan didn't have any conflict of interest with him, and it was someone else's goal. He didn't need to overstep his bounds. Finding someone to exchange boxing techniques was the most important thing. Lately his rate of improvement was really too slow, and his brain was like a paste with no new epiphanies. So there is a fervent need to exchange punches with others to seek martial realization and breakthroughs. Hopefully, this Yen Luo-jun wouldn't let him down. On the straight road to Anyang City, there were two silhouettes soaring over the woods. Shangguan Shangsheng didn't leave the imperial capital alone. He also took Li Ao with him. He was a Yen Luo-jun. He couldn't still carry a huge traveling bag. As for finding a place to put them, he wasn't comfortable with that. You know, those things in his backpack are not only worth money, they could also give away his identity. When he first defended the city, he didn't have his gun or sword with him. There are two reasons for this. Firstly, he's not good at it, and the other is that he's afraid of being recognized. Chapter 45 Tai Stable challenges Shangguan Shangsheng. Anyang City, 3 rods of sunrise. Wang Mingshan looked at the time. It was almost noon mealtime. It was time to think about what to eat at noon. Compared to early morning or night, the time near noon would always put him at ease. As the saying goes, you have to die sooner or later, but not at noon. It was at this moment that a figure landed in front of him, face upwards, but the entire face was already bloody. Through his figure, Wang Mingshan was still vaguely able to recognize that this was the martial arts expert who was protecting him. Wang Mingshan instantly reacted and yelled, Tai Stable, Yamakuan is here. At the same time, this also startled the surrounding guards, and a large group of people poured in, surrounding the entire compound. Tai Stable also came to the roof at some point. On the roof of the house, he finally saw that one Yen Luo-jun, as the legend goes, wearing the mask of Hades and a black robe. I thought you'd come at night. I need to sleep at night, and I don't need to sneak around to kill such a traitor. Shangguan Shangsheng looked at the person on the opposite side of the room. Judging from the speed at which the other party had just rushed out, the strength was not simple. Are you the guards hired by Wang Mingshan? No. I came here to wait for you to spar. Of course I won't bother you. We can wait until you're done with your business. Tai Stable still knew some manners. The other party had come all the way here to clean up the rebels. You can't hold people up for the sake of cutting. Mingshan Wang. In order to facilitate Tai Stable's cutting, he treated him with good food and drink, and provided him with a place to stay. Turns out now you have to wait until he's dead to fight. Shangguan Changxing nodded at this time. Generals, I know that you two left that night only because of military orders, and by the time you reacted it was too late. You are fearful. You are afraid, and you do not know why the Lord will make such a decision. You are soldiers. You have to obey the general's orders. This is no excuse. The military order is like a mountain. A lot of things are not you can know and decide. Shangguan Changxing pulled out the holy decree as he spoke. The emperor has ordered that the responsibility of the left army lies with Wang Mingshan. It has nothing to do with you. After that, what should be done is still what should be done. Reorganize and recapture the lost country. Hearing this, the soldiers present clearly began to waver. After all, it was only the words of one person. Perhaps they wouldn't have wavered so easily, but the imperial decree had already been taken out. It was basically impossible for this to be false. After all, they had been worrying about this for the past few days as well, realizing that they were all Jianghua people. No one wanted to betray their country, but their family and friends were all in Jianghua, and Jianghua was their roots. Wang Mingshan roared loudly at this time. What are you guys thinking? Things have already been done. You think you guys will be blameless. You think the emperor won't settle scores in the fall. Wang Mingshan did not notice that a general behind him had his hand on the hilt of his sword. While he was madly trying to rely on words and bind the soldiers around him to himself, the others had sheathed his sword. The head fell to the ground, and a pair of hands caught it, completely ignoring the gushing blood that stained his hands. Holding such a head and taking a few steps forward, keeping his head down, he sent the head in his hand forward. Please ask Yama to look at it. What's your name? My name is Sun Zhanda. I'll leave this next army to you and rush back to the imperial capital to resume your duties. Sun Zhanda suppressed the excitement in his heart and replied, lead the way. There are times when a life-changing opportunity lies in just one or two decisions. That's right, just one flight. Wrong, that's this one head in your own hand. Now it's clear he made the right bet. Just as Sun Zhanda was about to retreat. By the way, on my way here, I heard that there were soldiers and bandits running amok. Sun Zhanda's body trembled. This matter actually forgot to say. It's important to realize that bringing something up on your own initiative and bringing it up on the other side are two different things. That was our doing. And from what Wang Mingshan said before, it was to clear out the lineages and weaken the power of the court ministers. Of course, the plundered back belongings, I will send them back to the national treasury, and will definitely not covet a single bit of it. Aha! Remember to be careful with your wording when you go back to repeat your orders. Sun Zhanda immediately understood. I know, it's the spoils of war from when we fought the bandits. Then he glanced around at the soldiers. Do you hear me? Those belongings are the spoils of our banditry. Most of the men shouted the words in unison, though a small percentage didn't react. After being reminded by their comrades around them, it was followed by a loud shout. You can lose your head if you don't shout the right thing at this time. When you go back to resume your orders, if there is anything about the right army brutalizing the people, Sun Zhanda, you will be able to lie with Wang Mingshan. Shangguan Changxing's words carried an even stronger killing intent than before. I will definitely restrain them and will not let them offend the people in the slightest. After Shangguan Changxing was assured, he looked at Tai Stable. Let's talk somewhere else. Then he took the lead and flew out, followed by Tai Steady. Watching Yan Luojun's departure, Sun Zhanda let out a long sigh of relief. Then he looked at the head in his hand again. Wang Mingshan just thought about some things too well. Someone find a box to put this head in and send it back to the imperial capital to resume his duties. And now I'm issuing a military order that no soldier is allowed to harass or hurt the people. And if there is any violator, no matter what position he holds in the army, he will be killed on the spot. In order to correct the military law, the superior officers of the ranks in which they are placed are dismissed on the spot, and the soldiers of the same ranks are killed on the spot with their guilt. This military order he issued can be considered extremely strict. But it can't be done otherwise. But anyone with a brain fart, Yama wants his head. Come to a wilderness place. Here a man, also wearing an evil spirit mask, was waiting. Li Ao was also puzzled as to how he went out and brought back such a strong person. The other party's temperament is just like a patriarch's style, and his aura is even more submerged in the abyss, powerful and astringent. Tai Stable watched his opponent stop and pulled back himself. Yama-kun, let me see your punching technique. Who am I to cut a deal with you? Does it do me any good? Shangguan Changxing suddenly asked. Tai Steady frowned slightly. So you're going for the lottery? Shangguan Chongqing nodded. I do have some exotic treasures there. What would you like? Shangguan Chongqing shook his head, then stretched out an index finger and pointed at Tai Stability. If you lose, I want you to serve me for 20 years, Tai Stable said after some thought. This won't work. It's taking too long. How about this? If I lose, I can serve under your hand, but if one day I beat you in boxing, then I can leave. Of course I don't think I'll necessarily lose. Tai Stable thought to himself that his abacus beads were very loud, and when he met someone who was better than he was, then he would always have some guidance for himself in boxing. In the long run, it would definitely improve his boxing skills, and with his own boxing attainments, he believed that after a period of time, he would be able to surpass his opponent. Anyway, no matter how you do the math, you don't lose out. Liao couldn't manage his expression under the mask anymore when he heard this. He could be said to be the person with the most say in how strong Shangguan Chongqing was. The opponent wanted to beat Shangguan Chongqing very much. In Liao's mind, Shangguan Chongqing no longer belonged to the younger generation in the path of martial arts cultivation, can be placed in the old generation, and still the top of the group. Even in the old generation of the top of the group of people in the strength is also absolutely the most forward. But this is not the most frightening. The most frightening thing is that the older generation is the older generation, and Shangguan Chongqing is real young. Being young means there is potential and more room to grow. The other party gave such a bet. What's the difference between that and signing a permanent contract of sale? A man of a great age, could he still grow faster than this young demon? To know the Shangguan Chongqing because tens of thousands of people went to the back of the blood sacrifice breakthrough, and now the momentum is in full swing. Sharp, down a god cannot be allowed to be two slaps. Chapter 46, Taijin joins the gang. Watching the two about to exchange blows, Liao ran back a few steps to make room for these two, lest you injure yourself by mistake. This kind of high-end game is not something you can participate in. Tai Stability, Endless Chakra C, Fist Technique. No regrets. There are no regrets. As in the martial arts path, there is no way back, only forward. Yamakuan. Shangguan Chongqing didn't report his realm. He couldn't come up with a line about stepping into the heaven realm. And as for the boxing style, it was too recognizable to not report it if he could. Tai Steady looked at his opponent and only gave his name, not his realm or his punching technique. What about your realm in boxing? I'll tell you if you win. Wild enough. Let's see if your punches can afford this arrogance of yours. After Tai Stable finished speaking, he charged over at great speed, and Shangguan Chongqing raised his hand and swung his fist. The two's fists clashed and Liao was sent flying. Liao re-entered from among the bushes. Although he had a count on his own strength, he still clearly underestimated the strength of these two. The beasts were all frightened. The birds flew together. The tops of the mountains and the woods swayed, and the creeks shook as if they were water in a bottle. This was the might generated by two top powerhouses fighting. Previously in the imperial capital, Liao didn't have the chance to watch Shangguan Chongqing fight that one endless will see powerhouse of the enemy army at the Xuanwu Gate. Now I finally have a chance to see it. How many people in the Jianghu martial arts world would not necessarily be able to see such a sparring scene in their entire lives? This wasn't even a clash of weapons, but a solid punch to the flesh. A contest between punches. A comparison between the strength of flesh. Liao's blood boiled as he watched, and at the same time, he saw the gap between an ant looking up to an eagle. The two of them are in the air. Just like the heavenly exiled immortals, you come and go. Shangguan Chongqing was initially at a disadvantage because he had to control his force, so he excessively suppressed his strength. After gradually figuring out the opponent's reality, Shangguan Chongqing began to raise the power used out. Feel the increased force in your hands. Tai Stable also made a happy noise. Originally, I thought that you just had a subtle fist technique and lacked a few points of force, but now it seems that you haven't used your full strength yet. Since that's the case, then I won't test it anymore. Tai Stable is about to bring out his watchful eye. Shangguan Chongqing slightly raised a few points of force. Boxing is not compared to the sword. There will not be the sight of two people flashing past. There is only the most intense collision. The winds of the fists clashed, and the astral winds rose up in all directions, with the two of them at the center. The trees around them bent backwards. Boom! The two figures were catapulted away, and a round of even fiercer astral winds struck. Taijin is propping himself up on the ground with one hand, struggling to get back to his feet. You lose. These three words spat out from Shangguan Chongqing's mouth. Tai Steady swallowed the fishy sweetness in his mouth and said with a hardened mouth, "It's just one move away. It's definitely me who will win next time." Shangguan Chongqing under the mask hung up a smile. Taiji rigid and flexible. He and the other party to fight so far can only show a characteristic rigid, Soft did not show. The two together also did not show. Shangguan Changsheng beckoned to Li Ao. Li Ao, with his flowing hair, ran over carrying a large bag, and mindfully pulled out a mask from inside the bag. It was placed in front of Tai Stable. Tai Stable looked at the inferior mask that could have been bought for a few coins. Isn't there anything better? Make do for now. Shangguan Changsheng asked casually as if he thought of something. By the way, seeing as you're not bad at all, do you have any rankings in the Jianghu? Second on the boxing list. Why don't you guys wait here for a minute? I've got something to do. Shangguan Changsheng flew straight to Anyang City after saying this. Sun Zhanda. Sun Zhanda. Sun Zhanda, who was in the process of assembling his army, heard this familiar call and his body trembled. Look up to the top of your head. Is there anything else Lord Yamakuan would like to command? I have a new assignment for you here. Jiang Huin. Have you guys heard? Yan Luojun competed with Tai Stable, the second on the fist list, in a boxing match, and narrowly won by one move. Who is Yamakuan? Upon hearing this, the storyteller's handsome rose divinely. You don't even know this. You still have the nerve to hang out in the boundaries of the Jiang Kingdom. Not long ago the new country's army of more than 100,000 troops killed the imperial capital straight away. At that time there were less than 20,000 defenders within the imperial capital. And guess what? What? With only his own strength, Yama monarch stopped more than 100,000 troops and killed tens of thousands of people. And it's rumored that there are also powerhouses from the endless will see amongst them. So powerful. No wonder Tai Stable lost. A man at the next table, hearing this, sked disdainfully. You this big here is not comprehensive enough. It is said that these two people also made a bet when they competed in boxing. Whoever loses will call each other father. And at that moment the man opposite this Hanyu immediately retorted. Where did you hear that rumor? It's too subtle. From what I heard, they made a bet that whoever lost would go to Smoky Willow Lane and sell ditches. Everyone in the inn looked over. And there were even people who sucked in a breath of cool air. Hiss, are these top experts in the Jianghu betting so much? Those close by even moved their tables over to put together a table. Compared to what the first two told, the latter told a significantly more informative story. True or not they didn't know, but they want to hear it. At this time in the elegant room on the second floor, the chopsticks in Tai Stable's hands were already covered with cracks. He looked at Shangguan Changsheng with a murderous gaze. Is that what you were saying earlier about something being wrong? You wear a mask day in and day out, and you care so much about a false name. Shangguan Changsheng spread his hands out. I'm also a victim. Okay, these people in the Jianghu spread rumors. I just said that you lost only. The matter of the bet. I didn't even mention it. Hell knows how they spread it. You're the victim. I'm the one who lost. Taijian can't hold back the profanity anymore. With all these rumors running rampant, he could imagine if he met some of his friends in the Jianghu martial arts in the future. The other person's first words must also be to greet him. Isn't this Tai steady? I heard a few days ago that you went to Smoke Willow Lane to sell ditches. How's business? Do you need a brother to take care of it? After saying those words, I guess the other person can laugh their asses off. In life, it's just a vanity. What's the point? The sounds of discussion came up from below. Let me tell you, it is said that Yan Luojun is a eunuch. That's why he proposed such a bet, because he can't satisfy others, so he wants to make others satisfy. Tai Jian was in a slightly better mood, then stared at Shangguan Changsheng to see what the other party would do. You said it, life is just vanity. Shangguan Changsheng cocked his head. No one knows who I am, but they can all know who you are, using your real name in a rumor. Imagine this rumor coming back to your hometown someday. That, Tai Stable, a few drops of wine, then, flew out of the second floor, and a few people who were talking eloquently below suddenly coughed and couldn't speak for a while. The crowd dispersed at the sight, some not reacting but being taken away by their fellow travelers. A few people who were chatting were suddenly unable to speak at the same time. This was an expert stepping in to stop them. Then don't continue to raise a ruckus. It's a small punishment now, but if you continue to get together and chew the cud, you can't tell if you're going to cut your tongue out. 47. Bandits involved in the war. A broken temple with heavy rain. There are people in this world who are bandits because of greed, and there are those who become bandits. Is as if that's the only way to go? Wang Laochi took his two remaining brothers and hid in a broken temple. The two countries were at war, and their cottage was unlucky enough to be swept into a place of war. They were the only ones who escaped. The other two. One of them was a middle-aged man with a broken left arm, called Wang Ergu, a kind of more common name inside the countryside. After all, most of the people inside the village hadn't read much. and were concerned about a name that was cheap and good to feed. That's why the names are mostly so random. Wang Ergu was born as a soldier, and in his early years, he broke his hand because he killed the enemy on the battlefield, and after returning to his hometown, he found that his home was gone, the land is occupied and the wife and children are dead. He found out the truth to take revenge, but in the end, he made a mess and was deprived of all his military honors. Vengeance is a dude among the children of the world. The Shi family is powerful and has many connections in the military. He alone could not shake it. As for the other person, he was a young man called Yang Jie. Although he was a young man, his eyes were deep in vicissitudes. Initially the family history is not bad. The family is a dart walker. There are a few family background, but also read a book. It's just a pity that this kind of family business is like ants in the eyes of some people. Only because of being implicated in a fight between two official bigwigs, the whole family was reduced to ashes overnight. And he was spared because he was almost in the middle of his rebellion at that time, and had a falling out with his family and ran away from home to survive. I also wonder what kind of feeling the other party had when they learned that their entire family had been killed. I don't know if he regretted it, but the only thing he was sure of was the hatred that burned like a blazing fire in his heart. And as for him, he originally wanted to take the opportunity of his last dart walk to kidnap that Miss Su, not only for the money, but also for the Su family's power in the official world. Just use this to trigger some misunderstandings and accelerate the struggle between the Su family and those officials who have a grudge against them. But as you lurk inside you realize that all is not so simple. A small caravan hides an unknown number of experts. What made him change his mind completely was still the commotion caused by that one ghost-possessed grave robber outside the inn at that time. At the time, his eyes had been on Ms. Su, and he was trying to take advantage of the chaos to tie up the other party, because it was his best chance. Once you miss this opportunity, it won't come again. After all, how could he not expect that there was actually a strong person with a 7-dipper cultivation hidden in the caravan? But at that critical juncture, he noticed an extremely odd point from Ms. Su. As a pampered young lady, why did you encounter this situation? Neither yelled? There wasn't much panic or trembling either. Instead, she was carefully sheltering her maid, and had the feeling that she wanted to take matters into her own hands. Wang Laoqi was enlightened at that moment. So this Miss Su is not a simple person. So after that moment, Wang Laoqi completely dismissed himself. He also has revenge to take, but revenge is reserved for the living. Moreover, this plan was already very risky, and now it has more than 90% failure rate and mortality rate. So he would have to give up the idea or he would be buried along with all his brothers. But now the situation was almost the same. The original cottage was not big but not small either. There were still dozens of people, and now there were only 3 of them left. Outside the broken temple, in addition to the raindrops pounding on the ground, there was also the sound of horses' hooves pounding on the ground coming closer. The 3 of them got up and were ready to leave the broken temple. Just as the 3 of them walked out of the broken temple, dozens of feathered arrows flew towards them. The 3 could only retreat back into the temple, and Yang Jia took an arrow to the shoulder. After all, among these people who released arrows, besides ordinary soldiers there were also strong martial artists, and coupled with the fact that they had previously consumed too much, it becomes even more overwhelming. A burly general with a beard topped with a general's belly kept cursing angrily outside the broken temple. Just 3 people. Let me die a lot of people. These 3 people must be captured alive for me. I want to let these people have fun with some brothers in the army. Then we'll skin them and light them up in heaven's lanterns to honor the spirits of those fallen brothers. Some of the soldiers around them licked their lips as they heard the words. After years of marching and fighting, women are a rarity for them, and there are times when there is nowhere to vent, and the men can make do with what they have. So much so that some brothers are good at it. For some free-spirited soldiers with no firm beliefs, the psyche has long been twisted amidst the prolonged killing and fear of death. The broken temple that he hid in with his 2 brothers, Wang Laoqi also had some despair. The general with the big belly outside was very strong. He couldn't beat his opponent, and he had a lot of soldiers with him. I'm afraid it's in the bag now. Yang Jia grabbed Wang Laoqi's hand at this time. The 2 of us will cover, and you go first, big brother Wang. It was optimal for them. One was the man with a broken arm and the other already had an arrow in his body. Among the 3, only Wang Laoqi, who had not been seriously injured so far, had the best chance of escaping. Wang Laoqi glanced at the 2 brothers. Remember the poisonous oath we took? Not to live together, but to die together. Wang Erdog grabbed Wang Laoqi's hand and shook his head. You live to have a chance to give us revenge. Every brother who joined the cottage came with hatred. You can't let them die without resting in peace. We elected you to be the big brother because we think you can take us to revenge. You can't let us be chilled ah. Wang Ergo said, extremely lonely and desolate. These cottage people compared to other bandits. The only thing that supports them to live is hatred. Each person is a blood feud but does not have the ability to avenge it on his own. So it can only be hugged. Wang Laochi held the hands of the two brothers back. I used to be a deserter. I've had enough of that long ago. And now that this place is surrounded, I don't have a chance to escape. Just then, however, there was a knock on the crooked door outside the broken temple. Dang, 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 may I come in out of the rain, please? It was only then that the three of them snapped to the realization that in the small amount of time they had just been talking, outside, I don't know when there was only the sound of rain, and the noisy hoofbeats as well as the friction between the armor had disappeared. It was as if at one moment there was silence all at once. Then there was only one possibility, but the three had been ready to die for a long time. So they broke. Come in. Wang Laochi opened his mouth, wanting to see who the visitor was. Chapter 48, tricking three more people into joining the gang. A hand gently pushed, and the door of the room, which was already in disrepair, could no longer support it and collapsed in an instant. Seeing the visitor, Wang Laoshi couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Li Xiaobai. Shangguan Changshan once again changed his face, and as for the other 50,000 troops, he left it to Tai Jian to handle, and gave him his mask. A person's energy is ultimately limited. Facing a variety of things, it is best to leave it to a good subordinate to deal with. Tai Stable is the guy he picked to take 50,000 people and give him practice first to see how the other side handles it. Handled well, Yama's mask can have two owners, and he's here now to see what it's like on the new country's side. If you can, get them out of the territory of the River Kingdom. Later on, he would formulate some guidelines to let Jiangwu develop on its own. After all, fighting a war, then can not only be the art of war, but also more than a country's comprehensive national strength, to see whether the country has this national strength to support a huge war. So Jiangwu still needs to reform and develop, which is a long process. It's also very draining. So this kind of thing has to be given to those who are capable of doing it. And he just has to be responsible for giving so much as 1 or 2 points to think about every now and then and let them create them. Because he still had his own matters to deal with. Having defeated the second on the fist ranking, and the news had been spread, he still hadn't felt any signs of immortality to this day. So the road to longevity is a long way to go. And when he really gets longevity, there are some things he will do personally. And as for these three, he happened to be passing by, seeing someone surrounded by the forces of the new country. I stopped by to rescue them, not realizing that they were still old acquaintances. At first, he had always thought that this old boy would play the backstabbing thing, but it turned out that he didn't expect that he would actually send Miss Su back safely. The fact that nothing had been done was indeed a bit out of his league. And now what was even more surprising to him was that the other party was so brave that with only 3 people, they dared to mess with the new country's army, especially since that general was stronger than him. With a cultivation level of 7 buckets and 4 revolutions, he was considered an expert in the Jianghu. For the average person, it was extremely rare to cultivate to such an extent. Wang Laochi's cultivation level of only around 6 do had caused that one general whose blood was still warm to be so enraged that he had the intention of taking him to lash out. Wang Laochi, I really didn't expect you to be such a good man, actually daring to bring 2 brothers to fight hard against the army. Wang Laochi let out a sigh of relief while letting out a bitter laugh. If it were before, I would still have this ambition. But I'm just a bandit now, and if I hadn't accidentally gotten caught in the middle of a battle between 2 armies, I wouldn't have seen it as a way to make a feud. Wang Laochi also tray out. After all, Li Xiaobai is not a simple character. Spreading this kind of lie is not necessary. Frank and honest instead of closer relations. Getting caught in the crossfire between 2 armies? And who did you help? Shangguan Changsheng asked casually. None of the 3 replied, for the answer was obvious. Li Ao walked forward from the side of Shangguan Changsheng, from inside the large bag behind himself, taking out a bottle of pills. He poured out one first and swallowed it himself. Then it was given to Wang Laochi. Seeing this, Wang Laochi first swallowed a pill himself, felt it carefully, and after there was nothing wrong, he then handed the pill to his 2 brothers. Although he was relieved to see these 2 people, but these 2 people also have their own secrets. The bottom line is not yet clear. He can use his own life to trust these 2. But it is impossible to take the lives of 2 brothers to trust these 2. It's not like he hasn't encountered things in the Jianghu where he was nice to you at first, but ended up stabbing you backhandedly when it came to some benefits, so that you won't even have a chance to react. Shangguan Changsheng didn't care about the other party's slight defense, but he didn't take it to heart. The other party looked like an old man. If he didn't even have this heart, he probably wouldn't be able to last until now. But I have a feeling you guys shouldn't be ordinary bandits. Bandits put self-preservation first anyways. They don't have so many emotions. Shangguan Changsheng said this in the context of the reality of this world. Most of the bandits in the world are really vicious people. Everyone hates, everyone complains, everyone cries foul. Not engaging in labor production. The officials dare not rob. Rich merchants collude with the officials. They do not dare to rob much. Then there's only one kind of person left who's best to rob. An ordinary civilian with no power or influence. Who's poor and can't look at it. And the kind of person who's honest and works hard and earns some small amount of money. This is like him in his last life. A month of hard work to earn a $3,000. Suddenly popped up a punk to you robbed. You have to not give still kill. You if there is a daughter-in-law is still good looking. I guess also have to give you robbed. So it's unlikely that the bandits would bring up the courage to say something like fighting the new country's army to the death. It's a good thing you don't fall on your sword on the spot. In the past, I also served as a soldier for a few years. And then when I couldn't go on, I ran out to mix with the Jianghu. And I found that the Jianghu was not so good. And I need to look at the background to punish the wicked and eliminate the evil. So he went up to the mountains and became a bandit. Free and uninhibited. Doing whatever he wanted. Even though I say I'm not in the military anymore, I'm still a bit offended by the sight of the soldiers of the new country. So I can't help but feel a bit of an itch in my hand. So are the two next to you. Wang Laoqi extended his thumb to point at Wang Erdog beside him. Only he and I are. Shangguan Changsheng tilted his head to look at Yang Jie. Why does this kid look like someone owes him money? Is he in a bad mood because some enemy didn't die? Young people are the ones who can't hide things. It's that there's that enemy of being an official. Wang Laoqi said as if he was nagging a family. Did you discuss when to take revenge? If the other party is old enough, there can be no need to be in such a hurry. And it's a good idea to wait a few years for the other party to die. And then dig up the other party's grave and thwart them. Can you stop moving around trying to steal other people's graves? The ice-like Yang Jie said coldly. I don't want to let my enemies live out their lives. Shangguan Changsheng thought for a moment. I might be able to help you if you can produce evidence. But of course there's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. And that comes at a price. Wang Laoqi looked at Shangguan Changsheng's eyes and didn't see teasing or lies in them. It's not just Yang Jie. We can all have enemies. And our enemies are not simple. Those are not small officials. They all have a significant position. Shangguan Changsheng smiled. So what? The tone was contemptuous to the extreme. As if all the officials in the courtroom were not put in his eyes. Yang Jie spat out two words flatly from the sidelines. Cost? From now on, you will only be swords without freedom. Wang Ergu is slightly more mature and stable. I can promise that too. But you have to at least tell me what gives you that power. So today I'll introduce myself formally. I'm the Undertaker of the River Kingdom, Hell, Tatsuma Min. A look of incomparable pride hung at the corners of Shangguan Changsheng's mouth. All three, however, were confused. What is this? It's true that, Hell, has only been formed without much fame. Let's put it this way. The founder of this organization is Yen Luokuan, who has the power to monitor all the officials and can make decisions beforehand. These three people were not clear about this organization, but they were well aware of how much weight the three words Yen Luojun carried. Zhang Gui is now a figure of immense popularity. Li Ao was on the sidelines the entire time watching Shangguan Changsheng's special way of recruiting talents. The combination of the real and the imaginary, the true and the false, makes it impossible to tell the difference. And it is deep. Chapter 49. Wang Laoqi also sort of understood at this time, but there were still concerns in his heart. What makes us able to join, Hell? Why did you choose the three of us? It wasn't hard to find ones that were stronger than them in the Jiang country. Why were the three of them chosen? Was it just because he was acquainted with Li Xiaobai? The other two were equally puzzled as to why the three of them were picked. It was even more evasive to realize that the three of them now had another layer of identity on them. That of bandits. What do you think is the most important thing you need as an organization that monitors the 100 officials? Yang Jie thought for a moment and replied, the ability to know right from wrong and to see the truth. Shangguan Changsheng just laughed before looking at the other two. Wang Ergu and Wang Laoqi, although they are from the military, but they naturally understand some of the truth after so many years of wandering. So the two spoke in unison. Do not collude with the government. Shangguan Changsheng nodded, then took out a long-prepared letter from Li Ao's bag. This is what he had written at the royal capital, and he gave such a letter to anyone he set his eyes on. You will take this letter and go to the royal capital, and someone will make arrangements for you. He had previously handed over the handles of a number of officials that he had found in the imperial capital to Su Wanyi, making it convenient for Su Wanyi to deal with some people in the imperial capital. There's an old saying that if you can't lead a team, you'll just work alone until you die. Pick the right talent and you'll experience the joy of Luzhan in Jiaojing. After you go to the royal capital, there will be another identity check. Of course, you may not go if you have concerns. Wang Laoqi took the letter in Shangguan Chongqing's hand. How can you not go? He might have hesitated to join the government alone, but he could help himself to revenge the hundreds of brothers who had been wronged. Even if there was a pit of fire in front of him, he had to jump into it. In this world, for some people, there are things that will be more important than their own lives. Yang Jiaye even had nothing to say. Without Shangguan Chongqing, he would have died here today. There was nothing he didn't believe. Wang Ergu even feels that he has a rotten life, so if he can die, it would be better if he can take revenge. One night later, the three of them chose a secluded path to the royal capital. Shangguan Chongqing looked at the departing backs of the three and nodded gratefully. Li Ao stood behind him and issued a puzzled inquiry. Brother Shangguan, why did you let Tai Jian wear your mask? Do you trust him that much? And why did you let these three join? Hell. Li Ao felt that the reason given by Shangguan Chongqing was not complete. Tai Stable was chosen because he's strong and has a good head on his shoulders. When did he show his wisdom? Why didn't I notice? Li Ao had only seen the two of them exchanging blows, as well as the other party personally stating an extremely outrageous bet, and had not noticed that Tai Stable had any wisdom. When he heard about me, he didn't come straight to the royal capital to find me, but waited for me at the left army. There was also the fact that when he fought me, he wasn't just a martial arts nerd, but he would patiently wait for me to finish what I was doing. It is a good indication of his wisdom that he can achieve the purpose of his encounter without making a bad enemy of the people. And as for the three of them, Shangguan Chongqing slowly spat out a sentence. There are many injustices in the world, and I want to swing them with one punch. Been a beggar, been at the bottom of this world, and been more well educated in another world than this one. All sorts of add up to let him cannot help but also moved compassion. The dynasty is the most upsetting. Human interaction, collusion between the forces of all parties, and all are the plane of the dynastic hall. Forming the hellmouth, Shangguan Chongqing himself couldn't say if there was a reason for this. Jinshin, the new kingdom camp. Yamanjin watched as the new general, Tian Buwang, held the imperial decree. The emperor has asked you to replace me as marshal. Yes, such a good opportunity you did not seize, but also buried tens of thousands of children in vain. Just your official position, not according to military justice, has been considered the emperor's grace. Tian Buchang's words were slightly hard to hear for a few minutes, because their two families were originally in a competitive relationship, and the emperor was jealous of this also million army. If the other party really took the Jiang Kingdom's royal capital this time, the credit would be too great to be rewarded. Yi Wanjun didn't show any dissatisfaction between his looks at this. Instead, he let out a sigh of relief, because he's been in a very awkward position right now, which is that he wants to back out. He has been on edge all his life since the withdrawal of his troops from that battle. I'm afraid that Yan Luojun will kill me at any moment. Such a long period of time was enough for the other party to recuperate, and there were times when he wondered why he had no longer been more ruthless at the time, throwing his weight around and giving the other party a chance to recover. Yi Wanjun arrived in front of Tian Buwang and handed over the seal of command to the other party. Do it right. Then he walked out of the camp with his own personal guards, riding his own great horse. He returned with his own men-at-arms, without a moment's pause, and accomplished all this in a very short time. Tian Bai looked at the marquee in his hand all a bit dazed. He thought his opponent would still argue that the enemy was too strong and that his opponent's lineup was too subtle. I didn't expect the other party to hand over the seal of command so easily. The Sky Does Not Change has always believed that the battle of the imperial capital of Yamanjin was sunk because the other side was too hasty. The enemy army has masters, and so does their army. How could it be so easy? One person killed so many people, and lost so many martial arts experts. The imperial city of the New Kingdom. The news of the retreat of the New Kingdom's army reached the imperial city before the Iwan army did. Sky doesn't change death. It was a magnificent death. Yi Wanjun was very thankful that that holy decree of the emperor came so timely. On a carriage, Shangguan Chongqing looked at the list in his hand. Draw a circle around every name that comes second in line. This list has a variety of rankings. There is a sword list, a fist list, and even a dance list. Since one doesn't work, take all the second in the world. There's always one that's right for those 8 words. Li Ao was outside driving the carriage. Brother Shangguan, that said, Aren't we going back to the imperial capital to preside over the situation? I've established a watchdog organization, and I've even put the second best expert on the fist ranking in charge of it. Chen Xianzai himself is not stupid. When an emperor he can still be a good. And the right army side of the news also came back. Tai Stability did a good job. The main general was pressed to go back to apologize. Those soldiers did not lose one. I have also helped them take back the territory of the Jiang kingdom. And there are also many fewer disruptive families. Chen Xianzai has the prestige that I have established for him. And if he wants to show his ambitions, there will not be too much resistance. Arguably better than even his big brother's start. But that's not very nice. Then wouldn't that make you ignorant of what they've done? How can I know nothing about it? Tai Stable comes to me every so often to report. Tai Steady should improve his boxing skills every once in a while, and will naturally come to him, and then take advantage of the hand-to-hand combat to listen to the other party's report on the line. And if there is anything that is not done quite right, he can also give some advice. Thinking of this, Shangguan Changsheng pulled out the 3 pieces of rags in his bosom. 2 of the pieces came from the silver-armored ghouls, and 1 from the old ghost that would take over people that he had encountered in his last grave robbing session. A martial arts powerhouse who had struggled to seek immortality placed such a piece of cloth under his throne. Then this piece of cloth definitely has something to do with immortality. So I can't say that finding all of it is a treasure map left by an immortal or something like that. However, we can't rush it now, and we can mobilize them to look for it when hell grows. It's better to wait a little longer now. Li Ao looked at the direction they were traveling. Brother Shangguan, if we go straight in the direction we're going now, it seems like we can pass by the bright moon view, and I'd like to go back and take a look. As it happens, I have a few curiosities about your division and would like to see it as well. Sects that had experience with revolts were quite rare, and he did want to see them. Chapter 50 The Disappearing Minghueguan, The Wind and Moon Mansion. A deserted mountain top. Li Ao was a bit dumbfounded. Where did that big Minghueguan go? On the top of the hill there was only a barren and overgrown vacant lot. Not even a plot of land. Not the slightest hint that this place ever looked like it had a building in it. Shangguan Changsheng also probed carefully and didn't find any organs. It's a barren mountain. You're not going the wrong way, are you? It shouldn't. There's no way I'd recognize the place where I grew up and lived. But it's your first time out of town. I know the residents inside some of the villages I pass by. If you don't believe me, let's go down the mountain and ask. In a small village at the bottom of the mountain, the damsel at the head of the village listened to Li Ao's inquiry. Bright moon view? I've heard that there seems to be a sun and moon view, but I've never heard of a bright moon view. At this point one of the older women retorted. What sun and moon view? It's the moon and moon view. Not Mingguan? I think I remember it being called Tsukimi. A few damsels at the head of the village argued over this matter, but then none of them mentioned the bright moon view, but instead a variety of names similar to it. Shangguan Changsheng found something wrong. How could a village have so many names for a Taoist temple? Li Ao heard the arguments of these damsels and instead affirmed. I didn't go wrong. I arrived at the bright moon view. Ha! Shangguan Changsheng didn't know why the other party was so sure. The sign hanging on the door of our Taoist temple is in disrepair and the words are rather blurred. Plus the people who often come to Minghueguan are some old people, recognizing so few words, and only half of them. That's why the outside calls our Taoist temple not Bright Moon Temple, but other names related to the sun and moon instead. So how does your Taoist temple? Shangguan Changsheng suddenly thought of this Taoist temple's history of warfare. Your family's elders shouldn't be trying to take advantage of this great chaos in the Jiang kingdom to rebel. Li Ao didn't make an affirmative reply, because as far as he could remember, Master and Uncle had actually always had this in mind. I still remember one time Uncle Void Thunder gave him, as a Taoist priest, you have to go up to the mountain in times of prosperity, cultivate your body and teach the Tao. In times of chaos, you have to go down to the mountain. All the people move together, and the world will be clear. So it doesn't seem like it's out of the question to really take advantage of this opportunity to rebel. Shangguan Changsheng patted Li Ao's shoulder. Don't worry. Later find a post station. I'll have someone send a letter to Tai Stable and the others by fast horseback, so that they can keep an eye on them. And if your master really revolts, they'll be collected. On the border between the New Kingdom and the Jiang Kingdom, there were so many immortal Taoist masters. Taoist Void Wind and Taoist Void Thunder stood directly in front of the several Tao masters. Originally they were hiding, but then they learned that the new country had called. They were actually ready to fight back in self-defense with the people of Jiang if the army of Jiang failed. As it turned out, he didn't expect the Jiang Kingdom's army to be corrupt to this extent yet, and there was still the aspiring Yan Luojun to save the day. I can't believe I called back. But they happened to learn one thing from one of the remnants of the new country, that the situation in the new country didn't seem to be very good. There have been peasant revolts and a number of uprisings. Originally, by taking advantage of this great war, it might have been possible to ease the conflict, but with this great war, all the results achieved were lost, and instead, it deepened the internal division within the new country. This instantly gave Void Wind and Void Thunder Taoist masters a direction. Although they were not from the same country, they were all people of the same world, and it was necessary for them to lead these people out of their misery and towards happiness. Taoist Void Wind held up an ancient book, which was filled with the wisdom of his forefathers. Turn the first page. How can we solve the problem of feeding the people? Turn to page 2. This is the destiny of God. Taoist Void Wind reclosed the ancient book. Although the risk of doing this kind of thing was a little bit higher, but at least the disciples they had taught, even if something really happened to them, the Minghuaguan would not have its legacy broken. Taoist Void Thunder looked towards his senior brother, excitement filling his eyes. Taoist Void Wind turned around. Senior brothers, the people need us to go and show them the way. It is incumbent upon us. The Taoist priest's green clothes fluttered as he crossed the border in stride, looking radiant and unafraid of life and death. Wind and Moon House, a famous leisure place in Jianghu. Inside this building there are all kinds of beauties, proficient in poetry and song, zither and chess, calligraphy and painting. Also there is a very strong rule that the women or men here only sell their skills and not their bodies. If some customers want to force themselves on because they are rich or powerful, then a part of the body would be cut off and made into a scented sachet to be hung in the Stop Lust Pavilion as a punishment. Shangguan Changsheng and Li Ao came here in disguise. Seeing all the sights here, Shangguan Changsheng can only say don't think the ancients feudal they play more flowers. The beauties here can be really all beauties, but as to whether this beauty is male or female is hard to say. Dressed cool, the men have muscles, the women have a brute waist, in all shapes and sizes. Men and women pair up, and of course, male-female pairs are still the majority. It's not that kind of straight-up vulgarity here, either, but that kind of ambiguity between you and me pulling at each other. Li Ao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The blood and vigor of the young man who had been practicing in the mountains for many years. How had he ever seen this scene? Brother Shangguan, why do we have to come to a place like this? Long view. Shangguan Changsheng's purpose in coming here was certainly not just to gain insight, but because he had inquired about having a second here. He wanted to try a bit of a side trip, in case the second of the 8 words referred to was that evil. At this moment, there was a man and a woman, and 2 waiters came to the duo. This is a special arrangement by Wind and Moon House, taking into account the special niche preferences of its guests. That's why they all arrange for 2 men and 2 women to receive guests. Shangguan Changsheng gave 2 ingots of reward silver. Arrange for a quieter elegant room. No need to be served. We just want to enjoy it quietly. The 2 were not surprised by their request. After all, those who came late could not do that. And a large group of people also came here to enjoy poetry, listen to music, watch dances, and pursue elegance, collecting the silver and arranging the room. It was an elegant room on the 3rd floor. The table was set with a fruit plate and some snacks. The waitress spoke. There is a menu on each side of the table. Select what you would like to eat, place it in the basket next to it, add the town wood, and the basket will automatically send the menu you have selected into the back kitchen. The 2 nodded slightly in understanding, while a man and a woman, the 2 attendants, lost their retreat. You can look at the center of the stage below from the 3rd floor elegant room. A woman with a southern flavor is playing the piano and reciting poetry. The voice is soft and contains a special flavor at the same time. Li Ao listened for a while. This woman is also a martial arts practitioner. Yes, and that's why so many people from the jungle have come here. Hear the dance of the women. The music played can not only look and sound good only, the heart of the people can also be from the epiphany of a Soa move 2 styles. And tonight, the second on the dance list is rumored to be offering a dance as well, which is a great opportunity for some martial arts practitioners. He had spent quite a bit of money before giving those 2 attendants their reward. This was a place that combined entertainment and martial arts practice. The threshold to enter was not low. Chapter 51, He's a Man. The center of the stage. After the woman playing the piano had retreated, it's just a team of 5 dancers, so it looks like it's going to be a while until the second best dance master in the world makes an appearance. After all, this is the grand finale, and there has to be enough padding in front of it. Li Ao casually looked at it for a couple of moments before he started to show off his snacks, because just these dances didn't improve him much. Watching the exchange between Shangguan Changsheng and Tai Stable some time ago had benefited him a lot, and he hadn't even finished digesting it yet. Shangguan Shangsheng closed his eyes after looking at it for a while and came to his brain space. The big golden 8 letters didn't really respond. Crossing over, Goldfinger doesn't even have an instruction on how to use it. It is really agonizing. If it didn't inspire anything, he wouldn't be on the field. Shangguan Shangsheng himself knew very well that if it didn't inspire something strange, it meant that this second, I'm afraid, was not necessary to occupy. Then his next stop would be the legendary Organ City. Last time in Baida City, some of the knowledge about organism arts that had been stimulated in his mind. It's not allowed to say that it's a guide for him. After pondering for a while, Shangguan Shangsheng was about to take a piece of dim sum and try it when he touched the smooth glaze of the plate. Shangguan Shangsheng picked up the menu on the side and ordered everything on it. Looking at Li Ao, he added another vertical on top of the one. Order all 10 servings. The last time he was at 10 peaks. The kid ate a lot of it. And anyway, none of the food that was sent to him made it down to 10 peaks. And he wanted to taste it. As a martial arts practitioner, his own digestive system was frighteningly strong. Scary enough to eat so much that you don't have to go to the bathroom under normal circumstances. Secondarily, it's like taking some kind of martial arts enhanced strong laxative. In the back kitchen of the Wind and Moon House, the chef looked at a menu that ordered all the dishes for 10 servings. It had been a long time since the Wind and Moon House had received this kind of martial artists who would come purely to dry out their meals. I remember the last one was still 2 years ago. Because of the other friend's sentence of the Wind and Moon restaurant's meal is delicious. Especially pay high prices to the Wind and Moon restaurant to eat. It almost wore them out. My hands are a little sore now that I think about it. Inside the elegant room, a plate of food was brought up, and an empty plate was brought down again. Shangguan Shangsheng just wanted to taste the flavor at first. Of course the two are not just focusing on eating. Below the zither, chess, calligraphy and painting, poetry will also look at a couple of lines. Li Ao wasn't interested. Shangguan Shangsheng had learned too much and seen too much in his last life. It felt like it was the poems recited by the people below that were nearly as interesting. That is, the song and dance can be looked at, but only looked at. Unlike the others, who can still comprehend something. While waiting for the next dancer to retire, the lights around them suddenly dimmed. The piano and the green flute. No one chanted poetry, and the sounds of discussion and laughter grew quiet around them. A delicate figure, with knitted brows and a smile, and a lotus flower in her step. Shangguan Shangsheng and Li Ao both lit up when they saw it. This really was a stunning beauty. The beauty of a smile, just a glance. From then on the rest of life dare not forget. Surprised as they were, the duo didn't have their hands or mouths free. Not a piece of meat was missing that should have been eaten, and not a bone was swallowed that should have been spit out. Beauty just requires eyes to see without affecting hand and mouth movements. But as the others' dance turned on, the two of them finally stopped their dry rice. At this moment Shangguan Shangsheng perhaps understood why dance could also be ranked. Dance and martial arts are not separate. It is more like an evolution of martial arts moves than a performance. Li Ao even had another realization. Shangguan Shangsheng noticed that Li Ao didn't even forget to swallow what was in his mouth after he fell into the realization. Shangguan Shangsheng sank into his mind, while the 8 words in his own mind finally had a slight tremble at this time. Pieces of knowledge and memories that didn't belong to him began to slowly emerge. A figure whose face could not be seen was dancing a dance of classical beauty. The dance is beautiful and at the same time deadly, and it can take a person's life in a heartbeat. The dance is sometimes intense, sometimes gentle, taking a man's life in the midst of his sinking. Tsukiyakari felt something in her heart and looked up once through the dance. Saw a pair of hands swinging from the 3rd floor window of the atrium. A pair of hands is like a breeze on the water, creating ripples that touch the hearts of others. Moon Fairy smiled with a radiant smile. Looks like it's a fellow traveler coming to watch the dance. I just don't see who this is. Tsukiyakari stopped her dancing as the music ended and then slowly retreated. He didn't have to introduce himself. Everyone who came here knew him. It's basically all about him, too. And it will affect some people's comprehension if they speak suddenly now. So just leave time for these people to digest it slowly. On the elegant room on the 3rd floor, Li Ao retreated from the middle of that feeling. And then there was this sight. Shangguan Shangsheng used her own body, which was full of power, to twist and dance in a delicate manner. Li Ao was stunned. Is this the comprehension of a top genius? He just sat in place with an epiphany, while the other party danced directly, and among the dance movements displayed, there was a martial killing aura, like a rose with poison. It is a deadly beauty. Shangguan Shangsheng also felt Li Ao's sight then stopped. Shangguan Shangsheng squeezed his fist. He was still jumping stiffly. It wasn't just the bleeding. It seemed like it was partly his own body. Gotta make some changes. Li Ao inquired with happy wishes. Brother Shangguan, did you comprehend a lot of awesome knowledge? Shangguan Chongqing nodded slightly. I guess it kind of is? I was genuinely surprised that a dance danced by a woman would actually be so subtle, and I actually saw in it the martial arts moves of offense and defense, fists in and palms out, and claw work and finger work. I feel that this girl's martial arts cultivation should be. Interrupt. He's male. Li Ao first froze for a moment, then reacted. You mean just? Yeah, he's a guy. No, I don't even see the knot in my throat when he dances. Is he using some kind of awesome human skin mask? He should have cut himself and practiced Yin chakra. Li Ao's mouth was open enough to stuff a chicken leg. Such a beautiful person is male, and gave herself to. How can you do that? Don't generalize. What if there is bitterness? There's still a lot of prejudice against this kind of thing in this world, and few people would take this step if they hadn't experienced something. Li Ao's thoughts were wandering at this moment, remembering Shangguan Chongqing's dance just now, not realizing that the other party was practicing both veins. Big brother, you have to be calm. Do not sharpen your sword to yourself. This way martial arts is not going. Shangguan Chongqing picked up a huge roast chicken and stuffed it into the other's mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Chapter 52, Tied Up. Night. In a secluded small courtyard of the Wind and Moon building, a slender and soft shadow wearing a mask, dancing in the moonlight. What is danced is always the same dance, over and over again. Each dance was smoother and more tenderly written than the last, and there was a pair of slim, snow-white calves swaying on the eaves. Look at the dance practiced by those below. Yu Xian was surprised. The dance was so ancient that he had once only seen a few styles in the remnants of a page interspersed in an ancient book, and he had never even known the name. I didn't realize someone actually studied all of it. And what surprised him even more was the dancing man's natural talent. He had met many geniuses who had called him a genius, and now he's met someone he's going to call a genius. Dance is also selective. The dancer has to repeat not only the simple movements, but also the flavor of them, and the meaning of martial arts. The rhyme thickens with each dance of the other. The meaning of martial arts is then even more profound. It's safe to say that each time you can see the other person grow, pulling up with progress that is visible to the naked eye. As the moon returns to the clouds, Shangguan Chongqing also stopped his movements. Sukiokari asked, "Why don't you practice? It always feels like something is missing?" Shangguan Chongqing realized that no matter how much he practiced, he could not reach the level of that one figure in his mind. "Did you teach yourself or did you have a master?" Yu Xian inquired. "It should be considered self-taught." "No wonder," Moon Fairy said with a sudden realization. "The opponent's dancing is subtle, but there are little mistakes that only a beginner can make. It would be justifiable if it was wild. After all, there was no master to guide him. He could only fumble and practice on his own with an ancient book he didn't know where to find. There are some small mistakes that you may not even realize yourself. You have some little problems that you may not realize yourself. Do you need me to teach you?" Shangguan Chongqing inquired. "Aren't you afraid of being compared to me? Later, maybe, but you're quite a bit short of that now." Yu Xian smiled beautifully, and at the same time, he was also very pleased because he remembered that this person was the owner of the hands in the third-floor elegant room. One night passed. Shangguan Chongqing, re-entering the third-floor elegant room, adjusted the balance of yin and yang, converts excess yin into yang, and the original figure had changed a little. The soft, fine face, rechanging into a sharp, angular one. The slender hands were transformed back into that dry, muscular look. This was a wonderful use that Shangguan Chongqing had discovered after entering the treading heaven realm, through which he could adjust his five senses and form. After Shangguan Chongqing's study this night, he discovered the gap between himself and Moon Immortal, realizing something that he had overlooked. The knowledge conveyed by the 8 words "the second in the world may have everlasting life" is not meant to be used for oneself and hang on to the world as soon as it is conveyed. Take for example the complementary gong method Tai Chi, which was complemented only by combining the knowledge transmitted by the master's teachings, what he had learned in his last life, and these 8 words. Then there was the organ technique, which also combined some relevant knowledge from his last life, so that in some ways he wants to be second in the world. He himself must also study hard in order to do so. It seems that in the world second this road is a long way to go. Then the next step is to find more people to compete. After all, the martial arts aspect of him but practiced up. This should come faster. For the next few days, Shangguan Chongqing's duo had been at Wind and Moon House, and for the past few days, the chef of the Wind and Moon House, looking at the menu of 10 or more servings of all the dishes at every meal, couldn't help but fall into a daze. What kind of family was so rich that they came to the Wind and Moon House to eat every day? The Wind and Moon House originally had a large flow of people, and now it ran into such a guy. The pot is going to leak from their shovels these days. Liao felt like his martial will was being worn down. Days of good food and drink, watching people dance, play the piano, and sing songs. More and more I feel degraded. It's still the same little courtyard. After Shangguan Changsheng finished studying today's content, he opened his mouth. I'm afraid we'll have to leave after today. Also, there's nothing more you need to learn on the basics. The rest is up to you. Moon Immortal had only taught the other party some of the basics in the past few days. And as for some of his own years of enlightenment and crushing skills, he did not reveal them. The other party had not worshipped the master, and it was impossible to say that he would still be a challenger in the future. And although it was said that there was some familiarity at first sight, it wasn't so much as to reveal his bottom line so cleanly. It was while the two were saying goodbye, a strange fragrance suddenly emanated from the small courtyard, not an unusual rouge perfume. Then the Shangguan Changsheng duo, their bodies weakened. A huge black cloth enveloped the duo. A lewd Hanyu let out a lewd smile. I've been watching for so long, and it's always such an opportunity I've caught. I really didn't expect the famous Moon Immortal to actually have a disciple in secret. The joys of master and disciple are rarely experienced, and it's still the Moon Fairy and her disciples. He. The Hanyu carried the black cloth on his back and left the place with his great skill and speed. He had a limited effect with this drug, and if he made too much noise in the course of his errands, it wouldn't be good to attract some people. After all, there could still be experts in this city. Come to a flower-covered hillside where fireflies dot the landscape in starlight. The Hanyu released the duo in the black cloth at this point. Yu Xian had opened her eyes by now. Evil sword. The Junzi stroked his bearded chin. It's rare for the famous Miss Yu Xian to recognize me. It's truly an honor for me. Today, the moonlight is perfect. So I'm going to have an in-depth discussion with you master and disciple duo. Hearing this, Yu Xian pointed at Shangguan Changsheng's throat knot that hadn't been completely hidden and said, how are you going to go deeper with us when we're both men? The Junzi stared at first, then followed the other man's hand. It was indeed possible to see the not-so-obvious knot in the other man's throat. How can you? How can I? I have traveled the world for so many years and seen so many girls. How can I? It was mainly because of Yu Xian, so he had a preconceived idea that Shangguan Changsheng was also. So he said that he didn't observe carefully. But Yu Xian he did observe because I practiced the Yin chakra. Junzi, looking again at Yu Xian's flawless face, he was ruthless, tied up all the way. And I've never had a quickie on a male. So I'll try it today. When Shangguan Changsheng heard this, he pretended to wake up leisurely. Who are you? The Junzi smiled evilly. Your guests. Shangguan Changsheng returned with a twitch of his mouth. I'm not from the Wind and Moon House. It's fine. It's all the same. The Junzi's tone was very informal. Shangguan Changsheng looked towards Yu Xian. He wanted to see when the other party would pick a fight. He fell along because he saw that Yu Xian started acting first, so he went along with it. It was at this moment that a knife was placed across Shangguan Changsheng's neck. Moon Fairy, you can stop hiding. You didn't get hit at all, did you? Shangguan Changsheng turned his head over expressionlessly and looked at the Junzi. He lied to you. What are you doing with a knife to my neck? Threaten him with you. The knife was on my neck and you threatened him. You're not sick. Shouldn't you have threatened him by putting a knife to his neck? Because he dodged it. Shangguan Changsheng. Blame him for hiding it too well. The Junzi just carried his sword and cocked his head at Tsukiyakari. Yu Xian wasn't nervous and asked with a smiling face. When did you find out? Found it after putting you in the sack. I was really surprised that the famous Moon Fairy still had this strength. Then how dare you tie me up? Because I'm second on the blade ranking. Junzi Wei uttered these words in a confident tone. Shangguan Changsheng's sensitivity was touched when he heard these words. Isn't the second on the sword list LV Qian Blade? Wasn't he killed by that Yamakuan? So I'll be second. The Junzi's expression was self-satisfied. Shouldn't that be Yama's second? Why do you talk so much and have such a low IQ? Yen Luokuan doesn't use a sword. Shangguan Changsheng at this time is more difficult than eating a fly. He really did not expect that there is a use of the sword of the world's second was killed by himself. A high probability is that time in the imperial capital to defend the city killed. Just because he didn't use the knife. The other side's name wasn't given to him. In the future, if you are in a situation where you are fighting someone, he will use whatever weapon the other person is using. Finally he looked at the Junji with burning eyes. It's alright. Isn't his compensation coming now? Chapter 53, second on the sword ranking. The Junzi then turned his head to look at Yu Xian. So can I trade this kid for a kiss? You're really not a picky eater. Tsukiyakari plays with flavor. It's not that I'm not picky. It's mainly because I'm a person who likes to look at faces. You're the second on the blade ranking. Aren't you afraid of losing your reputation by doing such a thing? Shangwan Changsheng said in an innocent tone. The Junji burst out laughing at that. Fame? How many of the world's landed ruffians and bully bureaucrats care about reputation? I've worked so hard, one step at a time, to build myself up to be so strong, for the sake of bullying and bullying men and women. If I see something pretty, I'm going to take it home and play with it. If I see something good, I'm going to grab it. Even if I really cared about reputation, who would know if I killed both of you? Shangwan Changsheng grabbed the blade, his eyes looking straight at the other party through the mask. Since I was a young man holding a sword, I knew then that there was only one man before me in the art of the sword. Sukiakari felt that this last sentence was missing some of its pizzazz. The Junzi was just about to laugh at his opponent's lack of self-importance when he realized that the blade had been firmly welded in place. Rare. Wind and Moon House actually has so many experts. His own true chi charged straight ahead with killing sharpness. Colliding with another stream of true chi, the Junzi was rebounded out. Taking 100 steps backward, the Junzi then turned his head and ran. The knife is yours. No wonder the other party was wearing a mask. This couldn't be said to be any master fishing. The ability to hide his breath was really good, and the Junzi thought that he could definitely rank in the top 3 under the sky when it came to hiding his breath. I didn't expect to be pecked by a goose today, but having already pulled away, the Junzi was arguably unrivaled in his ability to escape. Those who can catch him can't beat him, and those who can beat him can't catch him. It's just a shame we lost a good knife today, but it's okay. It's not too late for a gentleman to take revenge. The other party's family and friends, the Wind and Moon House, will never have a day of peace in the future. Not to kill a person's head rolling. It is difficult to eliminate his shame today. Look back and look straight ahead. A figure stood in front of him with a sword in one hand. The Junzi was shocked. How was this speed possible? But at that moment he immediately had a hard heart. Turning his hand into a sword, his sword chi spread across the landscape, with the ability to split mountains and break the sea. Shangwan Changsheng crossed his sword in front of his body. His true chi erupted like a divine shield descending from the sky to counteract the sword chi. After sending out a blade chi, the Junzi did not engage in a battle and returned the same way, aiming straight at Yu Xian. Stronger than him and faster than his, then only the threat of a hostage could be used. This was the experience he had summarized after years of fighting in the jungle. Even the hard-hearted will pause for a moment when their next of kin is held hostage, and a moment is enough to win or lose life and death among the masters of the Jianghu. Yu Xian also reacted instantly, understanding the other party's intentions. However, he could have also broken through to the endless we'll see not long ago, and his strength wasn't that weak. The other side is taking another risky move. Let's just see if we can take down Moon Fairy within a few short moves. The duo's ideas are reasonable. It's just a shame they meet someone with unreasonable strength. With a flash of the blade, the Junji's right palm traveled far away alone. Why, Junzi was also a ruthless person. And with a fling of his right hand, blood spurted out along with his true chi. The other party was actually trying to use this to disrupt Shangwan Changsheng's vision, and then for the purpose of a sneak attack. Without the slightest pause in his left hand, a small bottle was thrown out. Inside was some white powder, and this weird powder came out. Yu Xian's entire body gave a lurch, and the flowers and grasses that were gently swaying with the wind had also become incredibly slow at this point, just as the Junzi's heart was dripping blood. However, he found that Shangwan Changsheng was unaffected by anything and slashed at him. There was no time for Vijunzi to elaborate on anything, so he could only fight to the death. Shangwan Changsheng felt at this time that he should be more restrained. Unshowable is too strong. So Vijunzi was disabled at this time, but in the fight for his life, he also competed with Shangwan Changsheng for a few moves. In the end, it was Vijunzi who thought he had caught an opening to escape and tried to fly away. It turned out to be a slice and dice, with the top half of the body flying and the bottom half of the body landing. It didn't take long for the upper body to fall to the ground as well. Blood gushed out of his mouth in large gulps. TM, where did you born and bred pop out of? Why doesn't any of the life compulsion affect you? Life compulsion? What life compulsion? The Junzi had something to say before he could say it. On the scene he saw that made his eyes explode. Sukiakari grabbed the lower half of his body, and with a handful of knives, she helped separate him from his second brother, giving them more privacy. I'm not dead yet. Are you going a bit too far in humiliating my corpse? Just cut it because I saw you weren't dead. I wouldn't have been so quick if you were. The Junzi vomited out another mouthful of blood. This was from being angry. The blood from the cut surface had been flowing non-stop, and it was rare to be able to vomit out blood now. The Junzi was now thinking back to what the old man had told him at the beginning. This life compulsion is divine and unpredictable. Very human can resist. No matter who will fall into a short period of slow. Only those who have far-reaching influence on the world's situation can have the ability to resist a little. And if someone is completely unaffected? If you can provoke such a person, then I can only say that you are capable, and that you have come to the end of your life. Why, Junzi thought to himself, his luck is really too good. This kind of thing can let him encounter. If I had known that today should not come to this Wind and Moon building, but should go to the casino. Although it was true that he usually went to the casino and just robbed whenever he lost a bet, winning a bet could still make him happy. Holding this thought, his consciousness began to lax. Shangguan Changsheng came to him. The one who kills you. The swordsman battled Tianqing. The Junzi's originally disorganized consciousness coalesced once more. You knife my ass. After fighting him for so many moves, the other party had never used a sword technique. His sword fell into Shangguan Changsheng's hands like a stick. The main thing is that the strength is great and the true chi is strong. It has nothing to do with the sword technique. Occasionally, he would pound him with his fist. And with that you dare to call yourself a swordsman, even more shameless than he is. Shangguan Changsheng took a look at the other party who was so courageous and dared to scold himself. Another poke in the other guy's heart. You go in peace. Second on the blade ranking will be taken over by me. The Junzi was already speechless, for as the other said this, he spun the knife that had been plunged into his heart and churned it to pieces. Turns out having your heart strangled is so painful, and he stirred up other people's before, and now he seemed to see the men lunging at him to break his spirit. The Junzi's eyes were completely lax, with no more aura. Thus the new second on the sword list fell. Battle Sky Green is newly ranked. Chapter 54, Mechanical City. Wind and Moon House. Stop Desire Pavilion. A bomb hanging right in the center. Compared to the other nobodies, directly below this one-scented pouch hangs a small wooden plaque with 3 names written on it: the Junzi. At first, there were people who didn't believe it. This was at least the third in the former blade ranking, and now the second in the current blade ranking. How can that be? Until a great head, displayed in front of the crowd. The world only knows that the evil knife, Gentleman V, is dead, and the one who killed him, as revealed from Yu Xian's mouth, was a swordsman named Battle Tiancheng. Although Yu Xian could also tell that the other party didn't know how to use a sword, but the other party claimed to do so, so he could only relay the message. A few days later, inside an exquisite room, Yu Xian was in front of a bronze mirror, organizing her makeup. Yu Xian put down her eyebrow pencil after only a few strokes. Miss, I'm afraid it's a bit impolite to just barge into a man's boudoir. A woman with 2 swords at her waist and a scar on her forehead, parallel to her eyebrows, did not diminish her appearance, but rather added a bit of valor to it. Pardon me, there's a matter I wanted to come and ask for advice on. What is it? Where is Battle Tianqing? You are the third on the blade list. Double blade Shui Jianrong. Exactly. I advise you to give up that intention. You shouldn't be a match for him. The Junzi, a man skilled in the art of the sword, was cut down by a man who did not know the art of the sword. It's obvious how strong Battle Tianqing, Shangguan Changsheng, is. It's not for you to think about. It's my business. Shui Jianrong's words were straight. LV Qianblade's strength was above her. She didn't say anything because she knew the gap after they had compared. The Junzi wasn't much stronger than her, and the reason why the other party was able to defeat her in the first place was because she had fought someone before and was somewhat depleted, so it was trumped by the other side by one move. She didn't say anything at the time. After all, a defeat was a defeat, and now that there was a change in the rankings, with the Junzi in second place, she naturally wanted to compete again. So it was a matter of investigating the other side's location all the way to this place. But I didn't expect to learn that the other party was dead shortly after coming to this Wind and Moon house. The man who killed the other man. She had never even heard of him. She only knew that this person was also a swordsman. So she could only trace the source back to the Moon Immortal who had spread this news to inquire about the traces of that one swordsman who had appeared out of nowhere. Yu Xian's peach blossom eyes narrowed like a sly kitten. If I give away his whereabouts like that, what if he gets angry and comes after me? I'm a weak man. I don't have the force you guys have. Wrong chakra cultivation. The speed of cultivation is fast, but very few people are able to practice to the realm of endless chakra C. Even the eunuch masters cultivated by the major dynasties, at most, cultivate to the realm of knowing life is the top. That's why your strength isn't weak. If you were to practice the yang vein, your strength would never be weaker than mine. He. It's an honor to be boasted about so much by the third on the blade list. Although Yu Xian was smiling, an imperceptible flash of sadness flashed across her eyes. It's not like you're going to the palace. What guy would want to give himself a cut down there? But there was nothing he could do about what had been. You can only let it pass into the background and not remember it. Although Shui Jianrong's words were like this, she still knew some of the language arts in the Jianghu. I also have news here. It's rumored that the Celestial Industry and Commerce Pavilion in Baida City has obtained a demon fox tail. And the demon fox tail of this is said to have the ability to fill in the gaps in addition to prolonging the lifespan of martial arts practitioners. See how you say that as if I can afford it. You know that the last time this thing appeared, it was auctioned for millions of taels of gold. This realm is vast, rich in mineral resources, and at the same time, the land is so vast that there are hundreds of millions of people in just one country. So gold and silver are issued in frighteningly large quantities. But since the girl has generously shared, it wouldn't be good for me to hide it. The other party went to Tianji City, and it is said that they want to go there to look for a supreme divine weapon. What Shangwan Changshan really wanted was a weapon that could be transformed into anything. Otherwise there is still a limitation of using whatever weapon the opponent uses himself. Either grab the opponent's active weapon or bring a bunch of your own. So thinking about it, since I'm going to Tianji City by the way anyway, I'll just stop by and see if there will be such a weapon there. Shui Jianrong got the news and disappeared on the spot. That was a fast run. I just don't know if I listened to my warning. Yu Xian muttered afterward. Just summon someone to the room. Sort out all the funds that Wind and Moonhouse can mobilize right now. I'm going to make a trip to the Heavenly Commerce and Industry Pavilion. Whichever effect it was for that thing, he was going to see it. Although the chances of it arriving are not great. What if there is just such a chance to pick up the pieces? A small, humble village. At the entrance to the village there is a simple entrance. 2 large pillars with a sign that reads Organ City, and a small roof over the sign that looks like it was built to keep out the rain. Li Ao stretched out his hand to cover his eyes, having no eyes to see. What's the point of giving a village such a lofty name? Li Ao was just about ready to pull Shangwan Changsheng away to look again. Shangwan Changsheng took a step forward, coming to the nearest house. There was a man sharpening an axe in front of the house. Shangwan Changsheng softly inquired, "Can this uncle walk us in?" The older man looked up with a smile at the corner of his mouth. There was so much appreciation. "It's okay, I can actually see it. Go sit inside my house." Shangwan Changsheng led Li Ao across the threshold into the room. Suddenly the door closes and the two feel the extreme speed and go down. Not long before the door to the room opens again. Only this time there was some difference in the light coming through the open door of the room. The two walked out. Li Ao was then shocked speechless by the scene in front of him. For they had come to a vast underground city, and at the head of the city hung several huge sources of glowing light. Li Ao doesn't know what's in there? But he was sure it was definitely not as simple as a candle flame or lamp oil inside. Look around at the oddly shaped buildings and plumbing structures. Li Ao was like a bumpkin entering the city for the first time, surprised and curious about everything. Although Shangwan Changsheng was also surprised, he was still a lot better than Li Ao. But Shangwan Changsheng also really didn't expect that the legendary Organ City would actually be an underground city. These people have a lot of ideas to build their cities underground. If he hadn't come to this village before, he wouldn't have thought of this scene. Chapter 55, The Great Eight Stubborn Ass. Just as the two were about to visit further, a hand stopped in front of the duo. It was a young man who stopped the two of them. "Gentlemen, this is the first time you've been here, isn't it?" Li Ao said bluntly. "Yes. The outer perimeter of this Organ City is open to no one, but if you want to enter the inner perimeter, you'll have to split up. One is an organist, and another is rich, but with the same amount of money. An organist can go more places than anyone else can." "Why is that?" Shangwan Changsheng snapped. "Because some places have sophisticated mechanism instruments. If someone who doesn't know how to enter them and fiddle with them randomly will cause incalculable damage." "Listening to you, it seems like you've lost money before?" Shangwan Changsheng understood that behind some of the rules, there must be some reasons. The young man smiled bitterly. "Indeed, almost half of the Organ City is gone. How is this organist status obtained?" The young man pointed to a building with huge gears on the roof. "That's where the organist status certification can be done. But there are some tests that need to be done." The beginner's test was still very simple. Having done some work as an artisan, you could basically get the bronze medal of an organist's apprentice. However, if you want to take the test further up, it will be very difficult. The principle of the number of organs involved will be very complicated. And if you haven't really studied the art of organs, it is recommended that you don't enroll in too high a level of difficulty when you first start out. "Thanks," Shangwan Changsheng said politely. The two came to the building. To the greatness of heaven and earth, and the wonders of mankind. Organizational Division Certification Service. The two walked in. and in the center of the building hall was a few nesting rings, and in the center of the rings was a ball. If one looked closely, one would find that this one ball was made up of countless tiny and densely packed gears. These pinions drive the movement of the rings and balls. Shangguan Changxing just glanced at it, then looked for the place to enroll and came to the enrollment office. The corner of Shangguan Changxing's mouth curled up. How much of a commission do you get if I come and sign up? There were two people standing at that registration desk. One of them was clearly the young man who had just guided them outside. The other party also smiled slightly when they heard this. That one is my identical brother. Not me, but the commission. He does get it. Tell me about the enrollment rules. Yes, there are 8 grades in the organ master test. The most junior level is the apprentice bronze, which is the first level. After that, every time you go up a level, the corresponding examination fee will increase, because the difficulty of the examination will increase every time you go up a level, and there are a lot of materials you need to prepare, which you need to bear by yourselves, so the fee will be very expensive. Of course, the material of the identification tags you will receive after the successful examination will be different. Of course, once the test is completed, your organ master status will be recorded by us and recognized by every major dynasty in the world. Shangguan Changsheng pondered for a moment. Then I'll try a level 3 first. The young man frowned and was about to say something. Li Ao issued a question from the sidelines at this time. Not taking an 8th grade? Shangguan Changsheng's eyes closed. Somewhat speechless. Can you have some respect for the organist profession? But I might not seem to respect you enough if I approve of you taking the 3rd level. Li Ao said sincerely. Shangguan Changsheng's level of organ art. He has seen it before. In the wild can hand-roll the organ wing that carries people to fly. Plus, Shangguan Changsheng always liked to overestimate his own strength, so when the other party said 3rd level, it was basically 8th level up. The young man smiled with him. No matter what my brother told you guys don't have to believe it. The general initial examination is still based on the primary level, because once you fail the examination, the fees you have been examined will not be refunded, and the examination of the 3rd level of organ master is not cheap. If you fail, the loss will be more than worth it. And it's not quite advisable to challenge such a high level of difficulty for the first time you take the test. Young people do not want to earn such a money. The problem is that the other side is unknown. What background he does not know. Play a little careful people do not necessarily care. But if you play a little big, the other side annoyed, then annoyed, looking for them to retaliate on the miserable, out of the mouth to make a living. There is no need to offend people to death. He remembered explaining it clearly to his brother. How could he have made such a mistake? Is it possible that you've been out on the prowl lately and are short of money? MT. Go back and smoke him. He's never even been to that place. Although he had already cursed his brother in his mind, the smile on his face remained unabated. Don't go to all that trouble. Just take the level 3s and save me money on the beginner's exam. The young man's mouth twitched. What the hell did that asshole of a brother say to these two? I still want to persuade again. The examination of the 3rd level. But you need to complete the manufacture of an organ artifact within a certain period of time, although it will provide you with materials. But the difficulty of this in the midst of. Before the words were finished, Shangguan Changsheng interrupted. In that case, I'll change it. The young man was just relieved. Sign me up for the 4th grade. Young people. This kind of person shouldn't come to take the organ master test. He should go to pull a mill. Simply a grade 8 stubborn donkey. Shangguan Changsheng listened to the other party's words and pondered for a while. His last knowledge added 8 words to pass out. It was indeed a bit low if he took the 3rd level. Take a level 4 first to test the waters. The young man could only sigh in his heart, hoping that the other party wouldn't come after him after failing the test. 60 taels of silver, please. Li Ao heard this enrollment fee first froze for a moment. This enrollment fee is really not cheap. That's enough for an average family to live on for 10 years. And that's just an entry fee. These organists are too rich. Shangguan Changsheng could more or less understand it, because the profession of organ master was not geared towards ordinary people. Basically, they are either for rich merchants or dynasties, or some of the great sects of the Jianghu. These people are not short of money. Just like the last time he casually skipped around the organ art area of Baida City, he basically didn't see anything under 50 taels of silver, and thousands of taels of silver abounded. And at this glance, it wasn't something that an ordinary person could buy. Li Ao took out 60 taels of silver from inside his bag and placed it in front of the counter. Name? Shangguan Changsheng. Shangguan Changsheng thought it would be better to report his real name. And there are some things that can't all be replaced with a small number. Age? 18. Li Ao will listen to this than their own small. That he this day big brother shouting. Then after a moment's thought, he continued to call Big Brother, because this is the real Big Brother. The young man still asked one more time when registering, and was genuinely worried that Shangwan Changsheng had spent money in vain. Shangwan Changsheng didn't care. He might have cared to death when he first came out of the mountains, but now he would be thankful for that one fox that popped up among the mountains. It allowed him to take out 60 taels of silver so gently without batting an eyelid. After registering, the young man said politely, "You'll need to wait a bit, as there are some materials that need to be prepared." Chapter 56. Pass if you don't finish. Arriving at the main gate of the Organ Master Level 4 examination, Shangwan Changsheng realized that besides him, there were two other candidates. All looked older than him, almost 30 or 40. These two were also stunned when they saw Shangwan Changsheng. One of them, wearing a basalt color and looking slightly elegant, spoke, "Little brother, you're also here for the 4th level examination." Shangwan Changsheng nodded. The two fell silent, feeling a knock on something. The first person to speak then introduced himself. "I am Xuanma." The other man responded and gave his name. "My name is Chen Cheng." So young, to participate in the 4th level organ master examination, the future is unlimited. In the face of such a person must not be too enthusiastic, but also must not annoy people. First report a name, so that the other party has an impression, and then talk in detail. Not to say that the establishment of how deep feelings, if the other party grows into a big man, as long as a little bit of impression of him, mention a mouth, it's also enough for them to keep going up the ladder. "I am Shangwan Changsheng." Upon hearing the surname, the duo pondered it in their minds for a moment. The machine family doesn't seem to have that last name, but that's okay. Xian Mo said with a smile, "This level 4 test, I'm taking it for the second time, and I've gained some experience." Chen Shang picked up the conversation from the side. I took the test 3 times." The three of them walked through the gate as they talked. Inside the room there are 3 half-ring tables with various tools placed on them, and there was an old man in front of this table. And at that moment the 3 stopped talking. Xian Mo and Chen Xing bowed to the old man. This was their examiner and it was only right that they should do so. Shangwan Changsheng was unmoved. He paid money to take the exam, and he had to salute others? There was no need. And the old man's gaze rested on Shangwan Changsheng, his expression slightly unkind. "Shangwan Changsheng, is the organ art test a game to you?" Chen Sheng and Xian Mo thought that it was caused by Shangwan Changsheng's failure to salute. They were about to help exonerate Shangwan Changsheng, but the old man's next words made them want to draw a line with Shangwan Changsheng. Never participated in any organ master's examination, and without any recommendation letter. The moment you come up here to participate in the examination of the 4th level, how is it that your family has money and came here to have fun? The two heard this and their figures lurched. "Which? Are you kidding me? How dare you report level 4 without having taken the test? What's the difference between that and running for fun?" Shangwan Changsheng just said calmly, "There doesn't seem to be any rule stating that I can't directly apply for the 4th level organ master test. Besides, I've already paid the money, so can you still not let me take the test? Or do you want to trash your own house? Embezzlement of assessment fees to keep people from taking the test." The two heard the nonchalant words and silently pulled away a little. The examiners for the 4th level's organ master test are usually organ masters of level 5 or higher. Such an organist would be treated with respect wherever he went. Unless it's the ones who live in caves all year round and live out in the open like a savage who don't need an organist. And it was still in Organ City, the paradise of organists, where high-level organists enjoy great rights. "I'm not going to embezzle your test fees or prevent you from taking this test, but if you don't pass this test, then from now on, you'll never set foot in the organ master examination office again. I'm not kidding you. Please believe that I have the right to exercise this matter in my capacity as a 7th level organist." The old man spoke in a very serious and earnest manner. He was in total love with the organ art and considered becoming an organ master as his greatest honor. And now someone was trying to put a little stain on the field he loved, and that was something he would never allow. Since someone wants to challenge the sanctity of this profession, he will teach that person a lesson. And by the way, wake up some jumped up clowns. Xian Mo and Chen Xing's hearts went cold when they heard this. The insights of senior organ masters had already reached a height that they could hardly look up to. Therefore, the other side of the assessment for them to show the focus is not the same. The vision may be more far-sighted. Then the difficulty of the examination will naturally rise. Although it was said that it was still within the scope of the 4th level of assessment, this requirement was not a little bit more stringent. Shangwan Changsheng gave a very disdainful cut, which was derived from his confidence in his own strength. The old man was not in a hurry to get angry, waiting for the other party to fail the test. When the time came, He would make this brat understand what kind of power a 7th level organ master really possessed in Organ City. At this moment, the old man reached out with one hand, and 3 wooden boxes that could hold human heads were placed in front of the 3. Each of these 3 wooden boxes has an organ creation inside, but it's broken, so you'll be given 3 hours to repair it. The other 2 were just about to open the wooden box, but they realized that the box couldn't find an opening. The 2 looked closely and realized that the wooden box was also an organ creation. It can be opened with violence, because the material of the wooden box is not much sturdy, but this will cause a problem and aggravate the damage to the mechanism creation inside the wooden box. This will make it more difficult to repair yourself, so the only way to do it was to resort to cracking, and the duo figured out the key just as they were about to do it. A voice suddenly came from the center of the 2. Click! The square wooden box opened like a 4-petaled flower. The 2 men's pupils shrank at the sight. At the same time, he said in his heart, so fast, compared to these 2. The old man's heart set off waves of shock, because just with the strength Shangguan Changsheng had shown with this hand, Shangguan Changsheng has passed, knowing that he had made these 3 wooden boxes. Even if an unusual 5th level organ master came and wanted to open this box, it would take at least half a month's effort, as he had originally envisioned. The men should have opened the wooden box violently, though they needed to calculate how to destroy it in a way that would minimize damage to the contents. Of course, to prevent some people from traitorous shipping, the contents must have been damaged, only to a lesser extent, and Shangguan Changsheng actually opened it just like that. Recalling the other party's technique just now, it felt as if this wooden box was made with this kid's participation. Shangguan Changsheng didn't have the time to care about the other's surprise at this time. Picking up the organ creation inside, the organ creation was very small. It was just an organ bird, and it's a simulation type that mimics a crow. This compact thing has very precise parts, and can be a bit of an eyesore for the average person to fix. Shangguan Changsheng examined this one organ crow and found that it seemed that not only was there a problem with damage, the other party didn't seem to be perfect when they made it. So he picked up a nearby tool and operated it, and at this time the other 2 came back to their senses. They had to hurry to get their own things, otherwise this examination might not be able to pass again. However, Shangguan Changsheng's maneuvering clearly made them a bit flustered. So much so that it took a long time to find a clue when faced with this wooden box. Shen Chang was the first to resist, copied the tool directly violent destruction. Shen Mo was aware that time was ticking away, so this wooden box was not destined to be unlocked as beautifully as Shangguan Changsheng, only compared to the movements of the other 2. The old man no longer cared to observe. His entire mind was focused on Shangguan Changsheng's body as he realized that the other party didn't just seem to be cultivating, as if he also wanted to level up by the way. The old man's face twitched as he read Shangguan Changsheng's intentions. What kind of idiot let the other side test for level 4? With this strength, the test for level 5 and level 6 was also basically a sure pass. And what the other party was doing now had already involved the content of the level 5 and level 6 tests. With that thought, the old man grabbed one of the curtains behind him and tugged it down. Chapter 57, The Mixed Stick. When Shangguan Changsheng finished getting it done, the examiners in front of him had changed to 2 at some point. The old man at the very beginning was just as if he did not have the seriousness as well as hatred that he had at the beginning. Instead, it was full of softness and the look of a kindly old grandfather. By the time arrived, all 3 were done. Shangguan Changsheng was the first to speak, addressing the 2. I'm done. You guys check. The duo smiled as they made their way to the circular table, carefully surveying the organ box and the organ bird. After the inspection, the old man at the very beginning smiled and took out a small box. Inside the box, when he opened it, was a small plaque. The plaque was very fine, made of a dark golden metal, and it was even inlaid with 6 jewels of 6 colors. Congratulations to those who have qualified. Here is your organist's license. Shangguan Changsheng took the sign. Grade 4 signs are so elaborate. And at that moment another old man spoke. It's not a 4, it's a 6. Shangguan Changsheng was slightly surprised, but I signed up for level 4. There is also a provision in the organ division's examination that when the examiner feels that the organ master conducting the examination is of a standard that exceeds the current standard of the examination, he can immediately go and invite another senior organ master to come and verify it together. Regrading is based on the skill level achieved by the organist, but that one rule hasn't been used in over 10 years, and you're the first in almost 10 years. The old man stroked his beard, just from the caliber that this teenager had shown. If it wasn't for the limited number of assessment tools that had been prepared, he had a feeling that the teenager couldn't say he could take a 7th grade. Such a young level 7 organist. The other old man, Mo Tian Chang, Thought of this and couldn't help but think of the ancient inheritance that would be opened once every 5 years in Oregon City. I wonder if this kid has any chance of opening the legacy. No one has succeeded since the discovery of this legacy 500 years ago. Maybe this kid will bring a ray of hope. And at this time the very first examiner, Yan Zhong, said sincerely to Shangwan Changsheng, "It's me who's getting old and stubborn, and I shouldn't have underestimated the young. So I'm here with my sincerest apologies to you." Yan Zhong's previous antipathy towards Shangwan Changsheng stemmed from his love for organ techniques. If Shangwan Changsheng was really a guy who didn't know organ techniques and rashly came to participate in the examination at the 4th level, in his eyes that was blasphemy against the art of organism. But now, in his opinion, the other party was still overly modest. If he had this caliber at this age, Yan Zhong was sure that he would definitely be more arrogant than Shangwan Changsheng. The two of them who took the same test actually had some Taoist heart collapse in this instant. This teenager didn't even look like he was double 10 yet. And he had taken a rank 6 organ master license in a rank 4 examination. Suddenly it felt like most of my life had been wasted. Then there were the other two. Shangwan Changsheng was too dazzling, which led to, they looked like rookies, and barely still managed to pass. There is also a gap between geniuses and ordinary people, so you can't hold hard-working ordinary people to the same standard. The two examiners also understand this deeply. Shangwan Changsheng left the examination grounds and found Li Ao, who was waiting for him at the registration desk. That one young man who was in charge of collecting the examination fees saw the sign thrown in Shangwan Changsheng's hand. The 6 jewels on the plaque sparkle. The young man felt that the sky was dark at the organ master examination office in a moment, and he participated in the 4th level examination to issue the 6th level sign. He had always thought that in Oregon City, even though the senior organ masters possessed some power, they wouldn't let some wastes of virtue not be worthy of their position. In hindsight, it was still too naive for him. The child of a senior organist will also become a senior organist. However, just as he was wandering around, Yan Zhong came behind him at some point. "Pass the information up. Record this historic scene, the birth of a supreme genius," the young man inquired in a whisper at this time. "Which one should I write? There should also be a family behind the absolute genius, so that it can also make the family shine more brightly." "No family, just himself. How can? But there isn't a single organ family with a prestigious name that has the surname Shangwan." There was a pause in the young man's mind. What about his master? His master is a martial arts practitioner. Mo Tianchang was still quite concerned about the news in the Jianghu, so naturally he had heard of this second person of the younger generation. "Just tell Yanzhong in passing." The young man looked at Shangwan Changsheng's back as he left, then shook his head. "Don't compare blindly." After Shangwan Changsheng came out of the examination center with the sign, he led Li Ao towards the center of the city. He hadn't forgotten the purpose of his trip, in order to find a supreme divine weapon that could change in 1,000 different ways. On the way he also asked some people who, once they saw the sign in his hand, "Even if you don't know much, you'll still search your gut." Shangwan Changsheng understood that all of this was facilitated by this sign. This couldn't help but make Shangwan Changsheng a little trance. When he was a beggar, he also asked for directions. The result was welcomed by a big foot from a passerby. Coming to the center of the organ city, compared to the finished products outside that commanded a rather high premium, here are mostly material parts, as well as some drawings for the manufacture of organisms. And the people who buy and sell items here are basically the ones who really know what they're doing. The murmur of bargaining was not far from the bargaining words of the lady buying vegetables in that market. Shangwan Changsheng stopped an uncle to ask for advice in vain. The other party was thinking that it was some hairy kid who didn't know any better, and his expression was obviously a bit impatient when he saw the sign in the other party's hand. The impatient drawl of his mouth turned silky smooth into a smile without a single snag. The whole complexion of the man had softened considerably. This young warrior, is there anything he doesn't understand that he needs to inquire about? "I'm looking for a weapon that can change in a million different ways." The other man first pondered for a moment when he heard this. There is only one thing in the Organ City mixed stick, which can not only change into a weapon of swords, guns, swords and halberds, but can even take on the appearance of a weapon in someone else's hand. It meets the requirements of what you said, but that thing can't be bought with money. That thing is now a prize, except that no one has won that prize yet in 100 years or so. As a prize for something. Ancient inheritance of broken secret prizes. But it's also interesting to say that most martial arts practitioners in the world only specialize in practicing one type of weapon, taking one path to the extreme. It's rare for anyone to trifle with practicing various weapons. Even if this thing is won back, it can only be offered up as an ornamental object. Say, what do you need this for? Shangwan Changsheng said. Study it. Shangguan Changsheng was now really moved to want to study it. If it was just turned into weapons such as swords, guns, swords and halberds, there was still something to be said. There seems to be something wrong with the function of turning into a weapon in someone else's hand, so he was eager to study it. Chapter 58, Refusing to be a teacher again. The duo was about to head for the Moor Center after getting the information they needed from the passers-by. At this moment, a snow-white figure came face to face with the duo. Shangguan Changsheng recognized this person. The first person in Ten Peaks Mountain to give a gift, Gong Fuyu. And that head of snow-white hair is also very bright. Gong Xiuyu also took the initiative to walk over after seeing Shangguan Changsheng because he was truly surprised to still run into this duo here. There is no one in front of you who is second in the world. Not the first Li Ao. These were the young generation stormtroopers, and he was more of a witness to all of this. Only as he approached, Gong Fuyu's original smile turned that little bit stiff. He then hid the Organsmith level 4 sign in his hand behind his back, because after getting closer, he saw what was in Shangguan Changsheng's hand. Ever since the last time he came back from Ten Peaks Mountain, he had picked up the organ art that he had never paid much attention to, although he loved martial arts cultivation himself. Under the strong indoctrination of his family, coupled with the fact that he had a certain amount of talent himself, so after picking it back up, it's not hard to get a level 4 organist. Just why would Shangguan Changsheng have one in his hands? Gong Xiuyu clasped his fists in greeting. Brother Shangguan, it's been a few months since we last parted ways. I didn't expect you to come to this organ city as well. Shangguan Changsheng pinched the sign and returned the greeting. Stopped by to take a look. I've heard that there's recently been an Ancient Inheritance's secret breaking conference in Organ City, and I wanted to give it a try as well. Gong Fuyu had some sweating to do. He was all set to attend only 5 or 10 years from now. Who is Brother Shangguan's organ art master? Getting a rank 6 organ master license so quickly. My master is a practicing martial arts. You are not unaware of this. This is my random self-taught for fun. This sign are only today's test. They won't even let me into the center area if I don't get a sign. Public months. Self-study. For fun. Just took the test today. He now somewhat understood why his second uncle was so obsessed with Shangguan Changsheng. Self-study can get the 6th grade. This, if there is a master, should not be directly. Thinking about this, Gong Fuyu no longer dared to continue thinking about it. I'm afraid it will be a bit difficult if you want to participate in the Ancient Inheritance's secret breaking assembly, because there are only 5 secret breaking slots given, so you have to go through a series of competitions to get a place, and there are quite a few older organists in here, so it's difficult. Shangguan Changsheng didn't show any difficulty or discouragement when he heard this. It was very spontaneous. Give it a try. Technically, I don't have an accurate judgment of my current level of organism. Take the 4th grade and they give me a 6th grade sign. So I can't say that my exact level is in the 7th or 8th grade? After hearing these words, Gong Fuyu somehow had a choking feeling of being strangled. It seems as if all the hard work and desperation is in vain, because there will always be someone above you, standing on a cloud looking down on your upward desperate climb. His own self, who had been a genius since childhood, seemed to have become an ordinary person in this moment. There's only one scenario in which a grade 4 is issued a grade 6 sign. Being from an organ art family, he understood this examination regulation very well, and Shangguan Changsheng shouldn't have any need to lie to him because the other party was a very low-key person. Even his own strength was being kept as low as possible, and it was unlikely that he would tell such a lie in a high profile. Gong Fuyu tried to calm down. So did you sign up? I just got here today. I don't even know where to sign up. Then I'll take you there. Although Gong Fuyu had received some blows, she was still willing to guide Shangguan Changsheng. Came to the enrollment site. Gong Fuyu looked like she had thought of something, then asked Li Ao, "Are you signing up?" Li Ao looked to the left and right to see that no one was there, then pointed at himself. "You mean me?" Gong Xiuyu nodded a little. "I don't know organics." Once Gong Xiuyu heard that the other party wouldn't, he didn't ask again. Li Ao somehow felt as if he was disliked. Some of the surrounding people who had even developed some good feelings towards Shangguan Chang because he had taken out the organ master 6th grade plaque had become somewhat detached. The people of this organ city are too realistic. After Shangguan Changsheng signed up, he asked Gong Fuyu, "You're not attending? The minimum standard to participate has to be level 5 or higher, and I'm not at a level that's good enough right now." Gong Tuoyue shook his head and said, "This is a hard requirement. Otherwise the number of people would be too high, so such a threshold was designed." Gong Xiuyu looked at Shangguan Changsheng. He was again reminded of the 10 Peaks Mountain, the scene where the other party, one man and one gun, had suppressed all the heavenly prides of the same generation. The other party should not have this kind of dominance in machine arts. After all, the participants this time were not just the younger generation. There were also some old-timers who had been studying this path for many years. There were even some figures at the level of sect opening. However, if the other party's standard is nowadays, it should be no problem for him to overwhelm the younger generation in the field of organ art. The competition will still have to start in 5 days, so I'll arrange a place for you to stay first. Right after Gongfu you had arranged an inn for Shangguan Changsheng and the others. An old man strutted in, and the crowd in the inn was shocked to see this old man. There was even an exclamation of surprise. Gongtu Chang. If it was in the outside world, he wouldn't be so well known, but this was in Organ City, and Gongtu Chang wasn't just some 8th level organs master. Rather, it was a generation of patriarchs, and in the entire Organ City, there were only 6 patriarchs like this in total. These 6 people represent the highest level of organ art in the world now. Normally, only 2 of them would stay in the Organ City on a regular basis, and if it wasn't for the start of the Ancient Inheritance Broken Mystery Conference once every 5 years, they wouldn't necessarily have the chance to see this one in the Organ City. And now the other party looked excited, a pair of eyes constantly scanning everywhere. It eventually locked onto the figure of a teenager and headed straight for the other side. Shangguan Changsheng also saw the other party, and the two of them looked at each other with 4 eyes. Gongtu Chang grabbed Shangguan Changsheng's hand as soon as he came up, and the whole person was very excited. I heard those old guys say today that there's a young man with outstanding talent who took the 4th level test and got a 6th level sign. Turns out I saw your name as soon as I looked. You finally thought it through and are coming to learn the art of organism. Worship me. From now on you'll be my close disciple, and I'll teach you all my organ techniques. It will surely ensure that you become a master of your generation. Shangguan Changsheng drew back his hand without hurting his opponent. I'm sorry, I have no intention of worshipping. A word from Shangguan Changsheng. It made the people inside the inn feel as if they had pressed the pause button at this moment. The food delivery boy stood still. The guest who poured the wine finished all the wine inside the jug. The chopsticks holding the food hung in the air. Chapter 59, The 5 Great Masters Competition. Tianji City, City Lord's Mansion. Gongfu Guan, Gongfu Cheng's elder brother, the Vice City Lord of Tianji City, was laughing like thunder at this moment, rushing up and begging people to worship. People do not worship, but also want to make a move. Ha ha, kicked out by others. Ha ha ha. The other Vice City Lord, Zhuge Ming, was also smiling at this time. This kind of thing was considered unique in Tianji City. Gongtu Cheng's attainments in organ art were indeed very impressive. It was that he had a somewhat bad temper. Once he realized that there was something wrong with other people's organ creations, you just don't think about the other person talking nicely and all sorts of shady putdowns will ensue. Of course, it's not just to belittle, but to point out what should be pointed out, and to ask the other party to help improve it, and the other party will also help. That's why there's a rumor that Gongtu Chang, a good organ art master, how come he has a long mouth? After the public official had laughed almost as much, Zhuge Ming knocked on the table. Do you think this kid named Shangguan Changsheng can make it into the top 100? The public official thought for a moment, then returned. I went to Yan Zhong to inquire about it, and he asserted that I'm afraid that this kid's caliber is not just at the 6th level. It's just that the material provided for the assessment was limited at the time, so he could only rate it as a 6th level. Maybe it's possible to make the top 100. The public official gave a comment that was also considered fair enough. After all, for this kind of event, other than the 6 patriarchs of them not participating, everyone else would probably participate. There were too many experts. Zhuge Ming's index finger lightly tapped the table. I've heard that the boy has no mentor in the art of organism. If a young man was able to reach this point based on self-study alone, not to mention Gong Cheng, none of the other 5 patriarchs among them would be exempt. There are quite a few geniuses these days, but the ultimate demon among geniuses may not come out in 1,000 years, and this one would be accepted as a disciple. 100 years from now, if this disciple does anything, they, who are masters, will have to be pulled out and mentioned in any case. The public official wore a mocking expression. You don't really believe such rumors, do you? You and I know very well how difficult it is to learn the organ technique. If there was no master, if any of us 6 great masters dared to say that we could rely on our own abilities up to this point, or if we could get a level 7 or 8, it would be considered stepping on the entire world's luck. Zhuge Ming was smiling like an old fox at this point. This rumor seems to have been spread by that boy in your family. The old son of this baby son you can heartache tight. He practiced martial arts. Do not practice organ art, you do not care much. He could lie to you? Kids are spoiled. How can they tell me the truth? The public official looked as if his own child had disobeyed him. Yes? Zhuge Ming let out a meaningful reply. Knock knock. While this was happening, there was a sudden knock on the door of the room. The dire elder responsible for arranging this year's mystery-breaking assembly walked in with a difficult face. The two city lords. There's something here that I can't decide, so I'll ask the two city lords to decide. The public official put away one of his smiles and replaced it with a serious look for work. What is it? You say. That would be Patriarch Gong Tu Chang, who also participated in this session of the secret breaking assembly. The duo's faces darkened when they heard this. Although there was no explicit rule that patriarchs were not allowed to participate, all 6 of them had an unspoken agreement. From the organ master apprentice all the way up to the position of a patriarch. The secret breaking conference, they had long ago lost count of how many sessions they had participated in. If there was a way to crack it, they would have cracked it long ago. The reason for not getting involved now is that I know I don't have the ability to do so I might as well give that opportunity to someone else. This old thing, Gong Chu Chang, can feed his face to the dogs in order to take on a disciple. Wouldn't this session of the secret breaking assembly become Gong Tu Chang's personal show alone? Under the sky, besides the other 5 grade masters, who else could compete with him in organ techniques? At this moment, the dire elder was waiting for these two to give a solution. Gong Shouguan and Zhuge Ming looked at each other at this time, then said in unison, "Add my name to the list." Elder Dale. It is impossible for Shangguan Shangsheng not to be moved. But compared to Gong Tu Chang, they still want a face. Can't pull down their faces to beg others. If a beg each other to agree to okay. The problem is that like the other side of the so disgraceful, be kicked out of the people is not good. And now that Gong Tu Chang had made a good start, then they had a reason to do so. In order to stop this shameless organ technique patriarch, they also had no choice but to enter in person to stop the other party. Elder Dale slowed down a bit. Don't joke about this, two city lords. If the 3 patriarchs are here to participate, is there any need for others to participate in the assembly? We're not joking. Gong Chu Chang is bound to mess up if he attends the conference alone. If we attend the conference, even though we've seized the quota, we'll put it out there. Let those who deserve it get the spots they deserve. But I don't think that's a very good idea. Elder Dale spoke up anyway, because he felt that it really couldn't be done. This is a decision that the 2 of us have made together after deliberation. And that's that. The public official said solemnly. Elder Dale. For some reason, suddenly I don't want to do it. Did the 2 of them discuss it? Not at all. Just looked at each other, and made such a decision with an extremely tacit understanding. Elder Dale knew that he was too small to change the minds of the 2 city lords, so he could only retreat, and then went straight to the other 2 patriarchs' residences. But then, the dire elder walked out from the other 2 patriarchs' residence with a look of despair on his face. As soon as the matter was told to these 2 patriarchs signed up without stopping, afraid of being late as it were. 5 spots, 5 patriarchs. Anything else for anyone else? Elder Dale was walking down the road lost in thought. A tall, bushy-browed, square-faced man stopped him in his tracks. Patriarch Yen. What is it? I'm also going to participate in this secret breaking assembly. The dire elder raised his head and revealed a miserable smile. You can't attend? Why? I don't recall there being an explicit ban on Zhongsher not being able to participate. Yanji came to find the person in charge himself to add his name to the list after he learned that Gong Tu Chang was attending the secret breaking conference. Can't let the other guy get away with this. As a result, the elder in charge of handling this matter now said that he could not participate, because the other 5 patriarchs are attending. The secret breaking assembly needs a patriarch referee for every session, so you can't attend no matter what, even if we don't follow the rules of the previous sessions. This session needs a sovereign referee anyway. Otherwise, who is going to judge the bouts of those 5 sovereigns? Just by virtue of him being a tiny 8th level elder. All of them were his top bosses. Judging whichever one lost would be scolded. And he couldn't return the favor. Not only because they were his superiors, but also because the level wasn't enough. Yen Ji. I can't believe these 5 old things beat him to it. He thought he was the first to react. Chapter 60. A Master Can Win. Tianji City. Center Square. Secret Breaking Convention. The original 6 chairs representing the 6 great patriarchs were only one person sitting in the seat at this time. And at this time, all the contestants had a table in front of them. Only there were some organ masters who didn't look at the table, but instead looked lifelessly at the patriarch beside them. Yen Zhong looked at such a large number of organists, searching for the figure he wanted to see in the crowd. The matter of the 5 great sect masters participating in this secret breaking assembly had long been spreading in Organ City. This was deliberately spread out by Yen Ji to prepare everyone in advance. Yanji finally found Shangguan Changsheng after a moment of scanning. The other party was calm at this time, without the slightest appearance of panic. To be so composed at such a young age is truly a good seedling to be my disciple. Yanji then stood up and came to a peculiar mechanism device. First, he coughed. The sound echoed throughout the square. Hello everyone, old man Yanji. Is the patriarch presiding over the secret breaking assembly? Due to some reasons that are well known to everyone, I am the only patriarch presiding over the secret breaking assembly this time. The other 5 great sect masters who were mixed in amongst the participants at this time thought simultaneously in their hearts. Dog thing, is it necessary to start off with such a sentence first? After venting his frustration a little, Yan Zhong began to return to the topic. The first round of the test is very simple. Inside the box in front of you, there is a stone ball. Within the time it takes to burn incense, take out the stone ball and you will be considered qualified. As an incentive, the top 10 fastest in this competition will be posted. Next I'll count down to 5, and the first round of the competition will officially begin. 5. At this moment, the 5 great patriarchs all began to survey the box in front of them. Yanji was the same patriarch as them and was the one who had exchanged organ techniques, so there is some understanding of each other. The box in front of me was certainly not the work of any other organist. 4. Because they were of a caliber that could easily break open this organ box. But the problem is that the other 4 are easy too. And Yanji this one even came up with such a damning move by posting a list of the top 10 in the rankings. Then the 5 of them will have to compete. 3. Shangguan Changsheng recalled the rules that the other party had just set at this point. The rules are simple and there are no additional restrictions. 2. All that is required is to take out the stone ball, which means that in a way, it doesn't require a brain. Stone balls are not easily broken. A higher force value would do the trick. In that case, 1. With the last number falling, the box in front of Shangguan Changsheng was in pieces. A smooth stone ball then fell into Shangguan Changsheng's hands, and at this time on the side of the personnel responsible for recording, first stared blankly, and then immediately put pen to paper and wrote, the moment the last number falls, destroy the box with your true energy and get the stone ball. After writing this sentence, the other party held the book and came to Yanji, because he wasn't sure if the other party was qualified for doing so. But the point was that he had to record it first, and ultimately submit it to Yanji's judgment. Yan Zhong smiled at the sight of this, reacting quite quickly. He knew the loophole in the first round of the competition. This loophole was originally left on purpose by him, knowing the other 5 old guys. It's also known that this stuff isn't too difficult for them, but he couldn't pull the difficulty up too high for those 5 people and not give the others a chance. That's why such a loophole was left on purpose, lest they have it all to themselves. Take the names down. Hang them up in the first place, and post the list once the first round of bouts is over. And at that moment, several other patriarchs unlocked the box one after another in just a few breaths. Zhuge Ming looked to the others the moment he unraveled. It turned out to be the first of several patriarchs to unravel himself. There are times when invincibility is just so boring. This was followed by the public defender. And the other party also looked at the other several patriarchs the moment they unraveled. It turned out that Zhuge Ming was ahead of him, and he was immediately pained. A little distraction let the other side take the first place. A few others also unraveled one after another, and Gongchu Cheng fell last within the 5 patriarchs. Technically, there wasn't much of a difference between a few of them, just so much as a second or two, but when they were done with it, they passed it through their eyes and despised each other. Then they all averted their gazes again, looking for Shangguan Changsheng among the crowd, realizing that at some point Shangguan Changsheng had, at some point, sat on the table with nothing to do. The patriarchs who saw the scene were relieved. His own future apprentice was just excellent, and actually unraveled not long after they did. After an incense stick of time had passed, a list of lists was organized and displayed scrolling on various wooden boards. Zhuge Ming, who thought he was assuredly in first place, was struck by lightning at this moment, because at the top of the list is written in 4 big words, Shangguan Changsheng. The other 4 patriarchs were also unsettled at the same time, all of them coming to the wooden plaque at the first opportunity. Gongchu Cheng even jumped in front of Yanji and grabbed his opponent's collar. You play me black. Shangguan Changsheng was considered amazing even if he ranked behind him, but ranking first, when the 5 of them grew up eating wood? So it can only be the guy in front of me who was operating in the dark. Yanji slapped a book in his opponent's face. Gong Fu undertook to take the book over his face, and immediately thought of the rules that the other party had mentioned before after reading what was on it. You played dirty. Yanji was not slow to straighten his collar. People get old and out of their minds, so who's to blame? There is a lack of everything under the sun. And when a man is too powerful, his intelligence devolves, especially in areas where you excel and ignore the loopholes in the rules. Next he would see how these 5 still had the face to accept disciples. And he, a patriarch who had always shown himself and remained mysterious, compared to these 5 patriarchs who had lost to Shangguan Changsheng, was a person who knew what to choose. Dong Tu Chang clenched his fists at this moment, like a volcano that couldn't wait to erupt. Yanji said very plainly, "If you hit me now, it counts as a threat to the examiner, and I am able to disqualify you from the competition." Gongju Chang roared out a greeting. When the other organists saw this list, they were first astonished. This is followed by a tribute to the pair of Yanji. Patriarch Yan is truly fair and just. This is completely unemotional and only follows the rules. That's right. This offends the other 5 great sect masters. So it seems that there is also a chance that we can defeat the patriarch in the upcoming competition. Such a slight voice rang out among the crowd. A moment of silence on a lively discussion. It wasn't fear or trepidation of power, but the thought that he also had that slim possibility of defeating the patriarch in the next contest, regardless of whether or not it's a loophole in the rules. As long as you can win. This is doubly prestigious in Tianji City no matter how you say it. This was the moment when everyone's mindset that they were just here to run with the pack shifted. A fire was lit in everyone's heart. A fire called victory over the master. Yanji also noticed this scene, which was his second objective for this round of the competition. Let the other organists understand that the patriarch is strong, but the other organists have their own strengths. It wasn't as if the patriarch didn't have a chance of defeating it. He didn't want this once every 5 years event to become a show for these 5 old things. Utilizing one's ingenuity and making the impossible possible is what keeps the organist going. Zhuge Ming also quietly realized this, and his original anger at being teased dissipated a few points. Wanting to gather the world's organ masters to challenge the patriarch is a bit interesting. Chapter 61, Being Worshipped. Shangguan Changsheng didn't know how much of a ripple his behavior had brought to this conference. At the moment he was rubbing his chin and was pondering over it. If you have the chance and the strength, should you control the score and take the second place? There are 5 places anyway. If you take the second place, you will have the chance to give the ancient inheritance to break the secret. Influenced by those 8 words, Shangguan Changsheng was now slowly developing a certain obsession with second. Or maybe it forms a sort of iconography collection, and it always feels a little uncomfortable if you don't take a second. Besides, there were 5 other great masters in this competition, so if all of them won, who would be in front of him? So it's better to control it. Thinking about it, Shangguan Changsheng shook out these overly delusional thoughts, because all these things he was thinking about now had a prerequisite, and that was that his strength could completely crush those 5 great masters. After Shangguan Changsheng experienced what happened before, he understood that his strength might not be as low as he thought, but he also understood that he hadn't systematically learned the organ techniques of the moment. He all had some ideas or some things he experienced that may have transcended the current era, but there were also many things that certainly cannot be compared to the current era. With the development of the times, organ art, something that involves multiple disciplines, has progressed and changed differently in every different era. And now these 6 grandmasters represent the top 6 people in the organ art under the current era, and the assessment involved now is certainly based on the system that is available in the current era. He could have opened the box in the first round if he hadn't taken advantage of the rule loophole, but it definitely wouldn't have been as quick, at least not as fast as 5 patriarchs. So next, it's better to see what it takes to win. With the end of the first round of the competition, 2/3 of the people left the field. The number could have been higher if not for a few people who reacted to the fact that they could be violently destroyed. After the first round of competition, Yanji began to announce the second round of the competition. The second round of the competition will be held in 3 days, and these 3 days are reserved for your preparation. After the 3rd day, your opponent's exams will be given by yourselves, and 3 days later you will be drawn into groups. So that means, use your ingenuity to prepare your opponent's exams during these 3 days, and at the same time, make more preparations yourself to crack your opponent's exams. Shangguan Changsheng stroked his chin when he heard this competition regulation. Then out of the blue, he inquired, "Can questions related to arithmetic be given as well?" Yanji heard a question being asked and also gave a reply. The main thing is that it's closely related to organics, and anything that requires a brain to crack it is fine. So that's why arithmetic is fine. But medical skills, poetry, articles, and other such things are not included. At the same time, some topics that are now published and are temporarily unsolved or unsolvable are not to be taken out to test others. When Shangguan Changsheng heard this, he had a half chance of winning in his heart, and he would have to check in these next 3 days. Check if some things exist in this era. Meanwhile, the 5 great patriarchs frowned. The second round, 2, would require them to go all out, because no one could tell if they would run into another patriarch in the competition. And most critically, they actually didn't even get first place in the first round. So the second round has to be an excellent performance no matter what. More importantly, in such a contest, it is also somewhat actionable. If this is another ditch, this old face will really be completely lost. On Shangguan Changxing's way back to the inn, everyone treated him with courtesy. If before this, some people were jealous of Shangguan Changxing being begged by a patriarch to be his disciple, and some people were curious about him, then at this moment everyone only had respect for the strong. In Org City, orgasm basically means everything. On the first round of the competition, he forcefully suppressed the 5 great masters to win the first place across the board, regardless of whether the other side is taking tricks or not. This is realistically done. If there were still doubts, it was not Shangguan Changxing who was questioning. Rather, it was all the senior organists attending this conference. Because there can be only one person who ranks ahead of the 5 great masters. Gong Shouyu was in the inn at this time, and when he saw this ranking, his entire body couldn't help but be in a bit of a trance. Because while Shangguan Changxing was attending this conference, a certain extremely absurd worry flashed through his mind. But with the knowledge that Grand Master Wu was also involved in this conference, that worry has dissipated. But now, Shangguan Changxing's top-ranked list was already in his hands. The other side is said to have taken a trick. But the problem was that there were so many people involved. How come Shangguan Changxing took the first place by coincidence? Leave the 5 great masters in line. Gong Shouyu recalled the other party's reign at 10 Peaks Mountain. Liao did not show too much surprise after glancing at the list. He found it perfectly normal. Shangguan Changxing's previous reluctance to worship his master was presumably for the same reason. No one would worship a person who was inferior to them. It's normal for opponents to have such strength. This was in line with Shangguan Changxing's characteristic of always keeping a low profile. Shangguan Changxing had just returned at this time and walked into the inn. Suddenly a man stopped in front of him. It was a lovely young girl, only missing a hand. And the missing hand was supplemented with an organ creation. But what attracted the most attention was the other party's eyes. One black, one red, born with different pupils. At this moment, the other party stared straight at Shangguan Changxing and said in an icy tone, "You are Shangguan Changxing?" Shangguan Changxing raised an eyebrow. The other party's expression was icy cold. This was an attempt to challenge him. "It's me, Puff." The other man snapped to his knees, then picked up the tea that sat on a side table. "The Red Destruction Dance wants to worship you." "Who is the Red Extinction Dance?" "My name." "Are all worshippers so tough these days? It's like trying to kill someone." "I was injured as a child and can't make any other faces but this one." Shangguan Changxing then realized that it seemed to be nerve damage and facial paralysis. But Shangguan Changxing thought about how he couldn't afford to mislead people. "Strictly speaking, organism is just a hobby for me. I don't really invest much in it. I'm a martial arts practitioner and spend most of my time in cultivation. So I'm probably not a good teacher." When Red Extinguishing Dance heard this, her expression remained cold, but her eyes cast a more determined light. "It is purely voluntary for me to worship you as my teacher. And if I don't accomplish anything in the future, it is definitely not because you taught me poorly, but because I learned poorly." Shangguan Changxing stroked his chin at this moment and looked at the young girl in front of him. "My master once gave me a rule for leaving the school, and that was that if I taught you anything, you had to outperform me in that area in order to leave the school. I will be able to get out of the division." Red Destruction Dance snatched at the answer. "That's not something you can just say. Worshipping a master and a master choosing a disciple is a two-way street. One is prepared to be a disciple and the other has to be prepared to be a master. It also depends on whether you as an apprentice are suitable for me as a master." Red Extinction Dance thought for a moment. "I see. The law should not be passed on lightly, so it has to test the other party. And Shangguan Changxing has moved a little bit to accept a disciple. Because of this worship from the other party, it also gave Shangguan Changxing a different line of thought. Cultivating a disciple who was the best in the world seemed to be a good way to go. At that moment there was a Hanyu in one of the corners who suddenly slammed his glass on the floor. "TMD. This wine is also too hard to drink. This person is also too angry." Shangguan Changxing's line about hobbies made too many people break their defenses. Gong Fuyu draped his white hair and took a vicious sip of wine. The young girl who worshipped him was a 4th-level organ master just like him. Gong Juyu didn't know what else he could do in the future. Chapter 62: The Three-Body Problem. 3 days later, Shangguan Changxing looked at his opponent and thought to himself that there was actually such a coincidence under the heavens. Standing across from him was Mo Tiancheng, one of the examiners he had taken the 4th level examination with earlier. Mo Tiancheng also didn't expect that the opponent in the same group as himself would actually be Shangguan Changsheng. The other party had already stunned the audience in the middle of the first round of the competition. Shangguan Changsheng arched his hand and bowed. "Hello, senpai." The other held out a hand and waved it downward, needing to dispense with these vain formalities. "Don't get all polite. What about the test you prepared?" "My test was an arithmetic question," Mo Tiancheng said with a smile when he heard this. "Good boy has ideas. Here's the test I prepared." As Mo Tiancheng said, he placed a polyhedron with 128 faces in his hand on the table. "This is a lock ball I created by combining a tattered ancient book with a total of 91 locks, interlocked, one step at a time. As long as one lock is unlocked incorrectly, then he'll be completely locked up, and even I won't be able to open it." The last examination did not test the real strength of the other party. Mo Tiancheng this time would like to see the other party's organ art attainments in the end reached a level. The first round of the opponent's competition had been tricky and didn't show the level of the opponent's organ techniques, so he wanted to see just what else this teenager could bring to the table. As Shangguan Changsheng looked at the locking ball, a thought came to his mind. Shangguan Changsheng took out 3 small round stones, which floated in his hands, performing some sort of movement. In our world, everything falls downwards. We call this thing earth force, and now the 3 little balls that also have earth force. Their weight, position and running speed are all random. Please give an answer about the laws of their motion in this case. After listening to Shangguan Changsheng's exam question, the smile at the corner of Mo Tiancheng's mouth closed up and was replaced by unrivaled gravity. As organists, they know the truth of this world better than the average person. More than that, I understand that there are things in this world that normal people cannot understand. Shangguan Changsheng, long life. This exam question seems to touch on something obscure and extremely grand and mysterious. Mo Tiancheng looked at the 3 round stones running in Shangguan Changsheng's hands. Immediately, he got someone to bring him paper and a pen. The arithmetic in his head was no longer enough to sustain him in solving the puzzle. Shangguan Changsheng knew that the other party had taken the bait when he saw them start to calculate. The answer to this question is no. So when faced with the average or lowly organist, the other person might just slap that answer in his face. But for this kind of senior organist, they were exposed to so much knowledge, and due to their own high level of arithmetic, they could see extra conditions and information points in this question that many people could not see. So there are ideas that can be calculated down, and that line of thinking will take him to the point of no return. So Shangguan Changsheng also depends on the person who makes the question. If he were to change to a lower level, he might not make this question. After thinking about this, Shangguan Changsheng also began to work on the unlocking of the ball lock in front of him. It was also unknown what kind of ancient books the other party had referred to, allowing Shangguan Changsheng to solve it rather smoothly. It didn't take too long for Shangguan Changsheng to have completely unlocked the locking ball. Mo Tiancheng had no external objects in his mind at this time, and the paper under his pen had both pictures and arithmetic. There are also a lot of unreadable symbols and pronouns. Mo Tiancheng was now completely addicted to it, and that's when the other group matchups began to come to an end. The fastest to end it was on the side of the 5 great masters, and it could be said that the existing organist framework was partly structured by them. In this case, someone else's out-of-the-box question is child's play. It's like a child giving a math professor a calculation problem. It was stress-free for the 5 patriarchs, while their opponents were miserable, because they can't even look at it. The difference was so great that it was a complete one-sided crush. So after the 5 patriarchs had finished competing, they set their eyes on Shangguan Changsheng's competition ground. In addition to wanting to see each other's progress, they also wanted to see what kind of exam questions they would come up with. Combined with the other party's previous inquiry, he had probably guessed that Shangguan Changsheng was going to come up with an arithmetic. To come up with arithmetic problems can be an extreme test of the organist's own skills. Arithmetic can be said to be the foundation of all organists, and those who are bad at arithmetic cannot become organists. Zhuge Ming, who was closer, was the first to see the questions announced on the other side's competition grounds. Seeing the content of the title, Zhuge Ming also froze for a moment. This title, "The Brain Runs Uncontrollably." However, as it ran for a while, Zhuge Ming realized that it seemed like he couldn't just use his brain to idle. Gotta need pen and paper to verify while taking notes. Yan Shi stood on the high stage, as the main judge. He was the first one to know the content of the exam questions besides Mo Tiancheng. He was tempted to count it out now, except that he was now the examiner, so he suppressed the urge. This topic that the other party had come up with was too ingenious, and it seemed to contain some sort of law of the operation of heaven and earth. This kid always surprises them too much. As time passed, the second round of the competition was nearing its end. But Mo Tianchang still didn't stop. He had completely sunk into it and couldn't pull himself out. Apart from him, the 5 great masters who had already gotten the title didn't stop either. Every single one of them is too deep to get out of the way. Others who saw the title were greeted with a deep shock. How did the other guy's brain grow? How can they come up with such tricky questions? Yan Ji could only warn when he saw this scene. The second round of the competition has ended. All organ masters who are interested in this question may go down to the field to study it on their own. Do not occupy the public grounds of the examination center. But none of those deep in the arithmetic of the subject looked up or gave a response. When Shangguan Changsheng saw this scene, he was about to shout out the answer. As a result, he saw that Yan Ji shook his head at him. The other man came to him and said, "Some answers are better left for them to seek out on their own, and it's not pretty for you to say them out loud." Shangguan Changsheng scratched his head. It seemed to have made a bit of a mess, mainly because he finally came up with no solution. These people mustn't go crazy. Chapter 63, Shui Jian roamed to Tianji City. The next round 3 of the competition was placed 10 days later. Shangguan Changsheng also scratched his head in some surprise. Why was it so long apart this time? On his way back, Shangguan Changsheng noticed that the number of organ masters in the center area had become less. It was reasonable that there should be a sea of people around them during their competition stage. Even if it's spread out, people shouldn't be so few. Shangguan Changsheng didn't know that some of the questions raised while their match was in progress had long been rumored. And among these questions, the one posed by Shangguan Changsheng drew most of the senior organists into it. And this simultaneously drove a significant portion of the low-level organists. People have a herd mentality, especially when the people they look up to are all working on one thing. Even if you won't, you'll want to explore it. What if you're the lucky one who researched it? Back to the inn. Shangguan Changsheng realized that Li Ao had made another breakthrough and had now come to the realm of 28 revolutions of the 7 Do. However, he thought that it should be so. Li Ao followed him around, but also viewed his fight with some masters. Usually he will also occasionally point out some. Li Ao's own talent can be said to be very good. According to Li Ao's own words, there was no senior in Mingyueguan whose cultivation level was higher than his anymore. Compared to those geniuses who had famous teachers to guide them, Li Ao just lacked the guidance of some masters who had more vision, or had practiced it. As soon as Li Ao saw that Shangguan Changsheng had returned, he immediately came up to him. How did it turn out? Winning. Red Extinguishing Dance appeared out of nowhere and made a pot of tea for Shangguan Changsheng. Shangguan Changsheng wasn't polite either. Red Destruction Dance watched the other party drink the tea and then slowed down before speaking. I saw the problem you gave me on the playing field, and I couldn't solve it. Shangguan Changsheng smiled when he heard this. That's normal. If you can solve this problem, I should worship you. Li Ao heard this. The first 3 days I saw that you had been looking through ancient books in the Organ City, and looking up some arithmetic problems, combining so much information. What kind of a problem did you have? You didn't look? Do you think I can read it? Li Ao had followed Shangguan Changsheng for a while and realized one thing. That is to have an understanding of oneself. It was possible to underestimate some, but not to overestimate. He was completely ignorant of such things as organisms, and understanding such arithmetic problems would not give any other help than to increase the quality of one's sleep. And now that he was asking Shangguan Changsheng, he was hoping that Wang Changson would tell him in layman's terms just how awesome this question that Shangguan Changsheng had come up with was. I've spent the last 3 days poring over ancient texts for the sole purpose of seeing if anyone else has come up with this title. And what's the answer? No solution. To be precise, within the qualifications I proposed, the problem is unsolvable. Unless they add some additional conditions, the problem is solvable. Anyway, as far as the terms of this question are concerned, which I am now publicizing, the answer to this question is insoluble. Well, aren't you fouled? Li Ao still understood the rules of the tournament, as it was one of the few things he could read and understand. It's questions that have been published without solutions, like this first appearance, that are not covered by the rules. And it's not like I don't have an answer for this one. The answer is that there is no answer. It's just that he didn't count that far. Instead, they are trapped because they are too smart for their own good. Red Destroyer Dance replenished her tea again. Red Destroyer Dance knew that her talent was limited, so when she encountered many problems she couldn't go to enlightenment, but had to take the initiative to ask. Li Ao inquired at this time. So what are you guys competing for in the third round? It didn't say that. Only that round 3 would take place in 10 days. Red Extinction Dance spoke up this time. According to the custom of previous years then, this third round of examination should test something from ancient times or get something from ancient times for us to decipher on our own. It's because usually this kind of stuff the sovereign masters have cracked some of it out before using it as an exam question. Li Ao's expression sank when he heard this. In that case, wouldn't those 5 patriarchs be? This shouldn't be so bad. Yan Ji is a notorious rigid and upright person within the 6 patriarchs. Moreover, for different ancient scrolls, the research progress of each patriarch is also different, and the object of research of focus is different. That's why the other 5 patriarchs shouldn't know much about the topic he came up with. After hearing this, Li Ao refocused his attention on Shangguan Changshen. He noticed that the other man seemed to be steady. Shangguan Changshen has a very subtle little habit. That is, when a certain thing has been determined hand to hand, the other party's complexion will be extremely calm, and occasionally the corners of the mouth will appear so a little bit of happy tiny arc. Outside the small village outside of Mechanical City came a woman with 2 swords at her waist. It's the third on the sword list, Shui Jinrong. The other came to a man who was goring a pig, and in just a few moments the man squeezed out 2 small balls from a small opening. Another mighty little dish tonight. Has Battle Tianqing been in there? The Hanyo's fingers were so stained that he could only scratch his head with his lower palm. Ha! We don't ask for names here. We put in anyone who knows the Organ City is down there. If you're looking for someone, I'll have someone send you down there and you can find them yourself. Shui Jianrong nodded, then walked into the house. Arriving at the Organ City, Shui Jianrong walked straight towards the center area. She had 1 or 2 close friends in the Organ City, and asking them for help would always be faster than finding it on her own. Besides, the other party still owed her some favors and should be very happy to do her this favor. Come to a 5-story building made of steel and wood. In Organ City, most of the senior organists live in houses of their own design, one to show off their skills, and another to make it more convenient for them. And this tall building is extremely rare, both in terms of its location and the difficulty of its construction. Knocking on the door, the underling opened the door to the room. Twin swords, woman, handsome. It was someone the butler had ordered to be well entertained earlier. After you, guest. After arranging the people in the living room, the butler walked out. Mistress Aqua, I'm afraid it's not convenient for the master to come out to receive guests. He's currently studying something inside his workroom. About how long? Mostly within 10 days. Because 10 days later is the 3rd round of the secret breaking conference. Also, you can't be absent when you're the referee. Not the referee? This time his lordship enters. Shui Jianrong froze for a moment first. Who counts? Seems to have participated no less than 5 times. After the last one didn't crack. I remember he said that he would never participate again. How come he suddenly wants to participate this time? Mainly, I have a crush on a young man and want to take the other as a disciple. He's a grandmaster. Is it necessary to be like this to accept a disciple? The butler thought for a moment and said with some difficulty. 6 patriarchs all wanted to take him as a disciple. And one of them, who was a bit tougher when he came to the door, was kicked out. So they came up with this. Either exchange the quota for the other party to worship, or meet the other party during the competition and threaten them to worship by doing so. What the housekeeper didn't say later. Shui Jianrong added all of it. Chapter 64, Addicted to Solving Problems. After Shui Jianrong finished saying this, she was also a little more curious about that one young man, who calculus was an organ master, and the other party's position in organ arts was equivalent to her position in sword arts. She announced to the public that she was going to take on an apprentice that the people who came over to find her to be her master could fill up the Organ City. And now that the other party is taking on disciples or all 6 patriarchs are taking on disciples, the other party is able to turn a blind eye. What's that young man's story? Second in this rookie class. You're talking about Shangguan Changshen who has no one before him in this generation of young people. That's him. The old butler returned truthfully. Water Jianrong also heard of this young man. Young generation. Soul second. No one in front of him, 2 shots to defeat Qian no one's disciple Yibu Ju, and no one else is able to hold up a shot. Saying that it was second, even if the other party claimed to be first didn't seem out of place. The only one that might be controversial is the one who voluntarily gave up first place, Li Ao. The other party could be even more dazzling than she was during that period, and if it was only about martial arts, she was a bit moved to take on a disciple. It was just a pity that the other party already had a master, or Qian Ke, who was now a controversial figure in the Jianghu. By the way, can you guys help me find someone? Go ahead. The second on the blade ranking today, Battle Tianqing. The old butler froze at first. Don't I remember that it was already changed once not too long ago? It's changed again in the past 2 days. The evil sword Wai Junzi was beheaded by it, and the heads are all still hanging in the Stoplust Pavilion of the Wind and Moon House. I don't seem to have heard of such a character entering the city. As a qualified butler, not only do you have to manage things inside the house, but you also have to inquire about things in the Organ City and even in the Jianghu. If someone of great importance had come to the Organ City, he will mostly have its relevant intelligence here. Even if you don't make friends, you can't make enemies. But this battle Tianqing had never heard of it. Shui Jianrong continued to add, it hasn't been long since this happened, and word doesn't travel that fast. However, the other party came here to look for a good weapon, paying more attention to the big weapon stores, or some small stores that had a supreme weapon but were not well known. Should maybe be able to find some clues. This last statement came from Shui Jianrong's experience in the jungle. Some families, some endeavors have fallen on hard times, but even when they do, they leave so little good behind. Can't say I'll let some people pick up the slack. She had picked it up once before, and it was because of that one time that she had picked it up that she had been able to turn the tables on a powerful foe. When the old butler heard this, he immediately nodded. Should be able to get back to you in the next couple days. With the influence their old man, the patriarch, had in Organ City. It's still easy to find someone in the Organ City, and I believe it won't take much. 5 days to pass. The old butler sent out people, as well as some of the intelligence networks that used to gather information. None of them had found out half of the people who were related to the 3 words Warrior Sky Green, combined with the strength of the realm, the age of the possible existence of multiple angles, degrees and a wide range of search. The result is still no such person. The old housekeeper was confused. There should be no need for this kind of ruthless person to hide his identity on purpose, but it was just impossible to find anyone. Is there a possibility that the other party didn't come to Organ City at all? The old housekeeper ended up telling Shui Jianrong all about himself, his current stage of no gain, and his guesses. Shui Jianrong pondered for a moment first. It's also possible that the other side hasn't arrived yet, so let's wait a few days and see. There were some things that were really hard to say as well, in case the other party wasn't heading directly towards the Organ City, but was stopping along the way. So wait a couple days and see. Inside the room of Ho-Calculus, who counts at this time burnt. The whole person's hair is oily and shiny. Dandruff is constantly on the table, on the floor, and even on the drawing board. There are formulas and numbers for counting. There are even models of the 3 blobs. 5 days passed, who counted nothing. Among the 6 masters, he thought that his arithmetic level could keep 2 to fight for 1, but the math doesn't add up. The subject matter was complex and esoteric, and during this time he pored over ancient texts, and never get a right answer. And as for going to beg the other 5 great masters for help, he couldn't pull that face right now, and he figured the other 5 were thinking the same thing he was. Shangguan Changsheng, the disciple, wanted it all, but the problem was that he had to show his skills. Now the place has come up with a problem, and if you solve it, it's equivalent to proving your ability. It's not allowed to say that the other person will kowtow and worship on the spot. That's why it's better to face the problems raised by the other party and solve them yourself. That said, there's no need to say no to the contest after that. The Gong Luo family was in the middle of their mansion in Organ City. Gong Shouyu was wondering if he should tell them the answer he had gotten from Shangguan Changsheng. Just as Gong Fuyu figured it out and was ready to go tell them the answer, he ended up being kicked out by them. They have to do their own math. Gong Zhuyu's entire body was speechless. How do you calculate an unsolvable question? 1 or 2 of them are still so stubborn. Gong Shouyu was walking out when he suddenly stopped in his tracks. What if and one thing Shangguan Changshan has calculated? Such a voice suddenly rang in his head. 5 patriarchs. 5 people who stood at the top of the organ art. In the competition afterward, it was inevitable that they would not run into them, and if Shangguan Changshan wanted to win them to get the quota, he could consume them from other places, such as coming up with such an unsolvable topic, consuming their energy and disrupting their thinking, even to the point of getting so engrossed in the subject that you missed the bout 10 days later. Gong Shouyu thought of this, and then threw the idea out of his mind. If the other side really had this plan, they wouldn't have told him the answer, because he only had to tell them the unanswerable answer, and the other side's scheme would not be broken. It was dark at this time, and Gong Tuoyue looked up at the stars. Looking at the twinkling stars in the darkness of the night, for some reason a particularly absurd thought came to mind. This question shouldn't have anything to do with the cluster of stars in the sky, should it? Gong Fuyu then shook her head, smiled, and walked out. After 10 days, the 3rd round of the competition was on schedule. It was only obvious to see that some of the people were not in such good shape, with a big dark circle under their eyes. It looks like it's been a long night. Shangguan Changsheng stroked his chin. He really didn't think that there would be such a surprise. Chapter 65, The Worship of the Inverted Big Dipper. Only in round 3 there is a clear difference from the previous 2 rounds. Small room after small room appears on the center field. Yanji stood on a high platform to make the announcement. The third round is similar to the imperial examinations of the major dynasties, which contain exam papers, as well as physical test questions, and you will then enter the appropriate small rooms according to the draw. 2 hours to complete the exam. Such a pounding, déjà vu feeling. It made Shangguan Chongqing's face, which had always been unperturbed by changes, have an extra touch of dismay. After that Shangguan Chongqing, according to the extraction to the room he entered, start the exam questions. The 5 great patriarchs also entered in turn. After 2 hours had passed, all the participants in the conference left the small room. Yanji said to the crowd, "Next the center square is closed and I will judge each of your papers and exams, with results in a day." There weren't that many people left after the third round. Coupled with these questions, are Yanji is a patriarch. In addition to the high attainments of organ art, their own strength is also good. Marking these exam papers is still extremely quick. Shangguan Chongqing's brows were furrowed at this point, and he couldn't drill any holes in this third round. Whether it's the rules or something else, the test is about your own level of knowledge as well as hard work. 1 day later, the final list was announced. In addition to the list, each person's exam paper is posted next to it. If you think there is a problem, you can check it against the exam paper. Shangguan Changqing also came to look for his name on the list. The top 5 of the rankings didn't have his name on them until the 9th spot. Only then did Shangguan Chongqing see his name. Shangguan Chongqing wasn't discouraged. This ranking was already beyond his expectations. He was dealing with a group of professionals who had devoted most of their time to the art of organism. The elite of the elite. To get this kind of ranking, it was already considered that he was driving harder. Yanji was on a high platform at that moment, and behind him, a huge rectangular object slowly rose up. This would be a building if you opened a window. Yanji introduced. This is an ancient organ box that has existed since the beginning of the establishment of the organ city. We don't know exactly how long it has existed, or it could be even earlier than the organ city. It is said to contain the supreme inheritance of organism art, and whoever can open it will stand at the apex of organism art. After Yanji's introduction, the prizes for the conference were introduced again. The mixed stick, I believe many people have already seen it, is a very peculiar weapon. Not only is it hard on its own, but it is also ever-changing. And none of the swords, guns, swords and halberds are the same. It can even transform into weapons in the hands of others. As long as anyone could open the ancient organ box, then this mixed stick would be his. Also, it will become the lord of the organ city. As Shangguan Chang looked at the ancient organ box, the 8 characters in his brain suddenly vibrated nonstop, and a string of characters suddenly popped up in the middle of his mind. Shangguan Changqing thought to himself that this could not be. After Yanji spoke, his tone suddenly became a bit strange. Next, we invite the grandmasters who have obtained these 5 precious secret breaking slots in this conference to come on stage. After many years, these 5 grandmasters are once again participating in the secret breaking conference, so I'm sure that they must have made a breakthrough, and they are determined to succeed in breaking the secret of the ancient organs box this time around. The 5 patriarchs who walked up at this time coughed. Zhuge Ming was the first to come forward and said, "We are participating in this assembly, Bishop, to test the caliber of this generation of organists and to motivate you. So that's a spot we're still willing to give up. It's just up to you." Zhuge Ming hadn't finished speaking. Shangguan Chongqing then came, in front of Gongchang. The others were anxious at the sight. "As long as you're willing to worship the master, this spot of mine is yours." Shangguan Chongqing smiled back. "How about a compromise? If I'm not unlocked, I'll worship the master. If I am, I won't worship this master." Gong Shouchang couldn't help but laugh out loud when he heard this. "I'll put my words here today. If you can unlock this, I'll worship you and bet my career as an organist." The public official also advised from the sidelines. "Don't be impulsive, young man. If you need to." Shangguan Changqing didn't give the other party a chance to finish his sentence. "The bet stands." Shangguan Changqing smiled and raised his hand, and Gongtu Chang extremely quickly extended his hand to slap with the other party. The other 4. Shangguan Changqing looked at everyone looking his way. "Go ahead, guys. What are you looking at me for? I've lost my old face, but I haven't gotten my apprentice yet. Why do you think you're watching?" But there was nothing that could be done about it now, and the other 4 patriarchs pinching the spot wouldn't be of much use. You can only sort of give up the 4 spots you have in your hands to 6 to 10. If they hadn't stirred it up, it would have been someone else's. Shangguan Changsheng wasn't in a hurry and very politely let the others try first. Yan Shi got out of the way. On one side of the ancient organ box, it suddenly flipped over and small squares with tens of thousands of characters appeared. Shangguan Changsheng saw this and whispered next to Gung Tu Chang. How come you guys are willing to take out this ancient inheritance and not hide it to try one by yourselves? That should be a little more efficient. Gong Chu Chang said somewhat ruefully from the sidelines. We'd like to, but there are only 5 chances at this thing, and once it's used up, you can only try again 5 years later. Shangguan Changsheng, has this place been visited by travelers before? Bit by bit, time passed and the previous 4 used all their options, and yet none of them have succeeded. Gongshou Chang patted Shangguan Changsheng's shoulder. Don't stress. Shangguan Changsheng did not reply, walking up without deep thought or looking up and down. Instead, he directly followed the characters that appeared in his mind and pressed one small corresponding square after another. When Zhu Gaming looked at the other party like this, he thought that the other party was self-destructive and wanted to worship Gongfu Chang like this. But as Shangguan Changsheng pressed the last character down, ancient organ boxes that never gave a reaction. At this point in time all the little square characters all flipped over, muddling into an ancient organ box, opening a small door for one person only. Gong Tu Chang's smug smile stiffened on his face. The public official hurriedly ran to move a table over, who counted and went to make a pot of tea. Yan Shi found a chair, and the other 2 thought about how lucky they were that it didn't go to their heads. Otherwise on that kind of bet, they would have agreed. Shangguan Changsheng looked at the open door in front of him and took a step inside. Only after watching Shangguan Changsheng go in did Gong Tu Chang slow down. Look at what has been set up on the high platform. I'm worshipping the master. Why are you guys so active? It's unheard of to worship a master when you're a patriarch, Zhu Gaming said while asking someone to get a portrait of Qian Ke. Originally, he wanted to get the Snow Sword Villa ancestor, but then he thought that Qian Ke had already rebelled against his master, so he could simply use Qian Ke's own. Seeing this scene from the edge, Red Destruction Dance said with displeasure in his heart, obviously I was first. Chapter 66, Becoming the Lord of the City. After Shangguan Changsheng walked in, the small door automatically closed. It was lit up with a white glow inside for some reason. A set of armor was in the center, and the armor was a golden yellow color, just like one. The forehead is like a dragon's eye, majestic in all directions. There are dragon claws on both shoulders and a reverse grip on the shoulder beads. At the same time a voice rang out in all directions. The old man Wu Wu. A lifetime of research into the art of organisms, the practice of 100 soldiers, the Jianghu martial arts, various sects, all kinds of weapons. No one can beat me. The human world and I are no longer interesting. Suddenly one day, the sense of ascension, in the expected. This armor is called the Golden Dragon Armor. Accompanied me in the battle for many years. Left it together with the mixed stick. If someone can open it, it will be my inheritor. In addition to this, there is also a fragment of a remnant map left behind by an immortal. I am about to ascend, so it is useless to keep it. If you are later on, if you have the heart, you can go and find it. There were only so many words or 2. And Shangguan Changsheng's hand touched the armor. The armor changed instantly, transforming into a bracelet in an instant. When Shangguan Changsheng saw this scene, he didn't go for the bracelet floating in the air. Instead, he stood still and laughed out loud. People let out a laugh when they are speechless. This is ing organ magic? If this is what organics looked like a long time ago, what are they using now? What has happened to this world before? What has ever existed? This kind of stuff couldn't have been done even in the world he once lived in. It's amazing that a world in such an ancient setting would have such a thing. After laughing for a while, Shangguan Changsheng grabbed the hand ring. Having come all this way, even if there were any more problems, there was no way he wouldn't want this. Shangguan Changsheng then set his eyes on another item, the remnants of a diagram related to immortals. This is the 4th piece, 2 pieces of silver armored ghouls, 1 piece of that old ghost, and 1 piece here. What kind of place would this map lead him to if he found them all? Or was there another method of immortality under the sky besides ascension and what was in his mind? Shangguan Changsheng put the bracelet on his hand, then turned around and walked out, while the door that had originally disappeared appeared once again. He came out looking calm, and outside, has set up a table of 8 immortals and a chair, and behind the table has a screen. On the screen hangs a portrait, and Qian Ke has 6 or 7 points of similarity, and it looks like the ink is not yet dry. It should be temporary to find someone to draw. Gongzhu Chang was also carrying a pot of tea in his hand. The other 5 patriarchs stood on the left and right sides, at the same time in a high voice. Greetings to the Organ City Lord. No one objected, even those 2 vice city lords. The 5 patriarchs were all clear-eyed, the ancient organ box had been released to the outside world for hundreds of years, but none of them cracked it, including them who never had a clue. And once Shangwan Changsheng came, there was no thinking, no hesitation, no stopping. Just crack it open like you already know the answer. Anyone whose mind had turned a corner could figure out that behind this Shangwan Changsheng, something definitely existed. And after finishing the previous sentence, Zhuge Ming exclaimed, "I have the honor to invite Patriarch Gongtu Cheng to perform the rite of worship." Gongtu Cheng had all his toes scrunched together at this point, in full view of the public. With so many people watching, he could only pick up the tea and come to Shangwan Changsheng. "Please, invite master to tea." Shangwan Changsheng took the teacup and took a sip. "Good disciple, work hard in the future." Gongju Cheng struggled to get a word out of his teeth. The other party was a handful of years old, so Shangwan Changsheng didn't ask for any 3 obeisances. Shangwan Changsheng looked around again. "Everyone disperse? Go about your business. If there's anything important, I'll trouble a few patriarchs about it." Gong Shoyu could be said to be the most tense of all the people in the arena. In the third round, Gong Lukmoon saw Shangwan Changsheng not make the top 5. There was still that hint of joy in his heart. Although the other party said demonic, he wasn't that demonic yet. But the riddle that has plagued the world's organ masters for more than 500 years, people went up and solved it. He directly became the city lord of the organ city, and even made the second in command of their Gongfu family, his second uncle, worship him as his teacher. "What should I call myself from now on? Master?" He also came back to inherit the family business. Inherit a fart family business. The same young age, the other party directly ascended the peak of his efforts for a lifetime may not be able to climb. Might as well continue martial arts practice. At least this is still a little hope. After all, the other party also has to be distracted to study the organ art. It is not allowed to say that the martial arts cultivation will fall behind. One's own wrestling still has a chance. Red Extinguishing Dance saw this scene. Her heart was half cold. She had come to find someone to pay her respects first, and being preceded by someone was even. Now the difficulty of her worshipping has skyrocketed. Who would not want to worship the master of Machine City? The chances were already slim, but now they are even slimmer. And so on. Red Destruction Dance suddenly thought of someone. Wasn't that Taoist priest particularly close to Shangwan Changsheng? Get on better terms with the other side before everyone reacts. Red Extinction Dance thought of this as he ran back to the inn. Finding that the outside of the inn was already crowded with people with all kinds of gifts, Li Ao was blocked inside the room of the inn and didn't even dare to go out. Li Ao wouldn't be naive enough to think that these people were simply here to find him. Today was the day when the results of the third round of the competition would be announced, and to suddenly come to him at this time, it was definitely because Shangwan Changsheng had created some kind of unimaginable sensation, trying to get some information out of him, the one who gets along closer, or to bring him closer. So he couldn't accept these gifts. He couldn't give Shangwan Changsheng, incurring some unnecessary trouble, and that's when his window was opened. Li Ao was immediately shocked. Even if he crashed the door, why did he still flip the window? Just when he wanted to dislike the person back, he realized that the person coming was Red Extinguishing Dance. So it stopped. What's happening out there? Why are these people so enthusiastic? My master became the lord of the city. Ha! There was a blank stare, followed by a sudden realization, and then a look of should be. It made Red Extinction Dance look a little less confident. Your brother is the lord of the city. I know. I'm not surprised that with his skills he could be the lord of the city. There was still one sentence left unsaid in Li Ao's mind. People have already become Yamakons, so it's nothing unusual for them to become a city lord again. I remember how the other guy looked like he didn't have any confidence after the test, so I'm sure he's humble. Chapter 67, Leaving the Organ City. City Lord's Mansion. In front of the main gate of a compound sat 6 patriarchs. When Shangwan Changsheng came here, he had them prepare paper and pens, as well as food and clothing things. Then he kicked all of them out and left them alone inside the compound. Said they were going to have some kind of 10-year plan for them. Zhuge Ming and Gongtu had some unhappiness in their hearts about this. Organ City, over the years, had been well organized under the leadership of the two of them. When Shangwan Changsheng became the city lord, they also held the idea of raising an heir and letting the other party be the mascot first at this stage. The other party was simply too young, and it was still difficult to assume the role of a city's lord, not to mention a city like Organ City, which operated in a completely different way from other cities. There's an old saying that you're not afraid of young people nibbling at your old age, but you're afraid of young people wanting to start their own business. If the other party really came up with some brain-dead plan, then they would have no choice but to take some extreme measures against this nominal city lord. Dongshu Chang was pondering over his own matters at this time. Even though he was worshipping a young man and his seniority looked to be a bit lower. But this was no substantial benefit, like the inheritance that the other party had obtained inside the ancient organ box. None of them opened their mouths to ask about it now. Such things were too sensitive. He, as the disciple of the other party, had this layer of identity in place. When discussing with each other, there was more access to that mysterious inheritance than others. As each day passes, Liao and Red Destruction Dance arrived at the compound's main door. Since that day, they had also lived in the city lord's mansion. Liao is a close friend. As for the Red Destruction Dance, if Shangguan Shangsheng did not have the intention of accepting a disciple, this girl would not have had so many opportunities to stay by Shangguan Shangsheng's side, and Liao would not have been able to get along with him so casually. They are all people who have been here before and know what they know. And accepting disciples, if it's not this kind of Shangguan Shangsheng, even if they're satisfied, they'll still be examined again. One is to look at character, and the other is that the law is not to be passed on lightly. Red Extinction Dance looked at the door of the room that hadn't been opened for a long time. What is Master doing? What's taking so long? I guess I'm trying to be a dumpster fire and am preparing for some long-term stuff. Liao muttered in a small voice. Hades, that's what's happening now. Although the voice was small, the several people present were not weak and their ears were still sensitive, so they all listened to this. Zhuge Ming thought this couldn't be better. It was also at this moment that the door to the courtyard's room was opened, and Shangguan Shangsheng yawned and walked out. Sleeping or not sleeping is not a problem. It's just too much brain work to prepare all that stuff. Shangguan Shangsheng handed over some of the things that had been compiled into the hands of several sect masters. You guys take it back and look at the maneuverability. How much of it works and how much of it doesn't. Puzzled, Zhuge Ming took the other party's bound book and casually flipped open a page. Then I saw an oddly shaped piece of machinery labeled with annotated rolls. Zhuge Ming first found it interesting, but then realized that the machinery didn't seem simple. Then it flipped again, and flipping back and over were some of Shangguan Shangsheng's visions, as well as a few things he remembered that could be made with the current organics. Zhuge Ming flipped through the pages, then slammed the book shut. There's so much stuff, and most of it isn't easy. Zhuge Ming looked at Shangguan Shangsheng. That's what you want us to do. And you're sure you're just going to hand these things over to us like that? All of these things, but whenever you make them, you're going to achieve quite a bit, even for the ages. The things written in Shangguan Shangsheng's book were no longer a matter of expensive organ creations, because it was also written on how to popularize the thing and lower the cost. Zhuge Ming could even assert that just what they had in their hands was enough to bring a dynasty to an unprecedented heyday, because a lot of things in it can benefit the people. It would only take some time. But which of the organists present was not a visionary? They are well aware of how these things in their hands, developed over a period of time, can revolutionize the world. Shangguan Shangsheng said thoughtfully, you guys try to make it out first, take your time with everything, and don't rush things, because the major dynasties aren't ready to follow suit. Ideas are created and tools are advanced without them, but these cannot be ventured. Otherwise it would make a monstrous change in the world. Then there are some institutional problems. You also look at it first. For reference, do not blindly apply. According to the existing situation of the organ city, take the essence, remove the dross. Zhuge Ming nodded. We will. Zhuge Ming finally looked squarely at Shangguan Shangsheng standing in front of him at this moment. No longer an elder looking at a junior, but a vice city lord looking at a city lord. It was only at this time that Gongzhu Chun leisurely raised his head from his book. This is what you got from that ancient inheritance. Shangguan Shangsheng shook his head. No knowledge was left behind, just a weapon that goes with the hybrid stick for me. Shangguan Shangsheng told the truth, but deliberately didn't tell the whole story. Shangguan Shangsheng walked into the room where Liao was resting after explaining this. Seeing their luggage, Shangguan Shangsheng until next to the luggage, reached out and waved his hand. The luggage just disappeared into thin air. Shangguan Shangsheng looked again at the bracelet clasped in his hand. Shangguan Shangsheng was a bit skeptical that there would be electronic products in the ancient times. There's even a possibility that one could have never crossed over at all. A few days later, Shangguan Shangsheng, Liao, and Red Destruction Dance left the organ city. Red Extinction Dance had finally gotten Shangguan Shangsheng to agree to take on a disciple in the past few days. Shangguan Shangsheng wanted to let him stay in Organ City, but the other party insisted on walking the rivers and lakes with him. Red Extinction Dance's robotic arm has also been given a minor upgrade. Several patriarchs joined hands to help build it, and Liao couldn't even cut it with a sword at full strength. You can see how high the defense is and how good the quality is. The three had just stepped out of the Organ City. A woman with a bucket hat and twin swords at her waist was seen blocking the trio's path. Shangguan Changsheng was able to feel the other party's aura. The endless will see realm hitting the bottom. Should also be a well-known expert in the Jianghu. Using a sword, it is likely to be on the list. Shui Jianrong spoke out. Before, I've been thinking that warrior Sky Green, coming to Organ City to look for the absolute divine soldier. I've been thinking that there's a possibility that it could be the major weapon stores. But not long ago I suddenly remembered that Tianji City has a famous divine weapon. And that is the prize of the secret breaking conference. Mixed stick. You know Battle Tianqing, don't you? Shangguan Shangsheng listened to the other party's tone of voice as if he was coming from a bad place. But the problem was that he had only used that vest once. And if he was feuding with someone, it could only possibly be the evil blade Wai Junzi. But just to be on the safe side, ask first, who are you? And what is the purpose of searching for that what's-his-name warrior Sky Green? The temporary third on the blade ranking, Shui Jianrong, looking for warrior Tianqing wanting to switch rankings with him. Shangguan Changsheng's eyes narrowed slightly. This is an attempt to cut off his path to immortality. To fight or not to fight? If he fought, his strength would be leaked. And the fact that he didn't know how to use the sword would be exposed. Unless he killed his opponent. If you don't fight, your opponent will more than likely pester you. Shangguan Changsheng thought about it again and again before slowly speaking, saying that I don't recognize it. I guess Senior won't believe it either. I do know warrior Tianqing. It's just a pity that Senior came late. Due to the knowledge that the conditions for obtaining the mixed elemental stick are very harsh, Senior warrior couldn't pull off that face to grab it, while not holding much hope for me. He left Organ City a long time ago, and he went in search of the legendary world's first blade, wanting to compete with each other. Shui Jianrong pondered for a moment when she heard this, then turned to leave. Strong martial artists did not fear challenges, and the other party had no reason to lie to him. Plus, he had also heard Hu Calculus say that cracking the ancient organ box was something that no one had ever done before. It took hundreds of years for such a person to appear, so it was understandable that the other party was not hopeful. And since the other guy just took out the second, it makes sense that he would now challenge the first. When the other party left, the hybrid stick inside Shangguan Changsheng's bracelet changed. It took on the appearance of the water stream Rong's twin swords, but only one of them. But that's enough. Chapter 68, The Holy Underworld Divine Order. In a scenic valley, there was a magnificent and bright sect. It seems to be a famous family in the right sense of the word, but the gate has no plaque against the outside. But there is a stone plaque against the inside. On it were written 4 big words, Holy Underworld Sect. And at that moment several carriages, tightly covered, began to drive in through the gate. There were some women in the car. These women came here for a variety of reasons, from fleeing to join in, to being sent in by their parents with money tucked away. And there are others who find their way up through some doorway on their own. It could be said to have come from a variety of sources, except that at this point there were a number of people looking at the boarded-up carriage windows. For some reason, there was some uneasiness hidden in his heart. A woman with a scarf around her neck was looking at some of the women around her. The heart helplessly sighed. Marketing this kind of thing, no matter in which world there are, harmful. With the use of the wagon, the people inside the wagon couldn't see what was going on outside, until a bad odor appeared. The girls inside the carriage furrowed their brows. The smell was truly unpleasant, and at that moment a voice rang out from outside. The girls may disembark from the carriage. The locked door of the carriage opened, and the girls who had endured the bumpy ride got out from inside the carriage. But then the scene in front of them shocked everyone. Without realizing it, they were actually brought into a dungeon. Inside the dungeon are many women who have been bullied, and surrounded by a group of men with unpleasant instruments of torture. A woman had sensed something bad and tried to jump out of the car and run outside, only to be yanked back by the hair that a large hand grabbed. There were others who couldn't believe what they were seeing in front of them. Lord God Envoy, you've come to the wrong place, haven't you? We're not going to the altar to practice martial arts, to make offerings. Yeah, it's an offering to us. Han Yu, who appeared to be the leader, lewdly uttered these words. Everyone else couldn't help but let out a laugh that made the place seem like a magic cave. And at that moment in front of a woman who had just been brought in, they laughed along with their rhythm, making the man a little uncomfortable. When you feel uncomfortable, you get angry. And when you get angry, you strike. And then your hand is gone, detached from your body and dropped to the floor. It's just a shame that hands aren't seeds to take root. It just bled like that, not moving a muscle. The man then let out a scream as those around him reacted. The smart ones are already starting to run out. After all, the situation is not clear. there is no need to be reckless. And as for the angrier ones, they've come at them with knives. Then the hand was gone. And as for those trying to run out of the dungeon, I'm sorry to say that some people are faster than they are. Closed the door to the dungeon, and knocked the first one that came at him off his feet. The others saw that the gate was blocked and they didn't seem to be strong enough. It was about to grab a girl off to the side as a hostage, only for none of them to want to do so, and their hands went limp. As for the others, they stopped completely and dared not move. By now they had cursed the group that went out in their hearts. This brought back what is not a plaything, is simply brought back a tigress? Shangguan Changsheng looked at the girls who were still confused. Don't just stand there. Go open the dungeon. Upon hearing this, there was time to react and pick up the keys from those who were knocked down and start opening the dungeon. Shangguan Changsheng is also a bit helpless. People teach people that they can't teach. Things teach people once and then they will. He did tell some of the girls, but they just wouldn't listen. Because everything the other guy described stepped right on the point of these girls. What's the saying? There are no people in this world who won't be scammed. You just haven't met the right scam for you yet. That's pretty much what happened to these girls. It's just a shame it all fell through. As for those who stood still, Shangguan Changsheng was not idle. They begged for mercy. They cried. Shangguan Changsheng whispered, "You who have been bad guys should understand very well that begging for mercy is useless. Suicide is the best option." Saying this cuts off the possibility of these people committing suicide. Look at the girls in the dungeons who are no longer human. Shangguan Changsheng slowly spoke. I know some of you want to die, and some of you hate these people, so I'll give you a chance today to torture as much as you want. But of course don't get them dead too soon, and give the other sisters a chance. Shangguan Changsheng came here mainly to deal with some of his subordinates. Su Wanyi's talent was good, and her cultivation was okay, but there was a problem with the gong fu she was cultivating. It was from this holy underworld divine sect that as a shirker, he still had to play some roles, just like helping his subordinates get rid of some of their worries, especially this scum. The world of martial arts cultivation is like this, and everyone can't be expected to have high, no, normal human moral standards. The power grows and the desires are magnified, and the abduction of women is just one of them, and that's just a branch. The dungeon is already in such a state of flux amongst the dungeons. He shuddered to think of what else could be done with a larger branch or headquarters. As Shangguan Changsheng was pondering this, he suddenly saw a scene that sent chills down his lower body. A woman with a face full of resentment was using a small knife to cut the bottom of a male member of the holy underworld theocracy between one pole and the other. And it's still just cutting a slice at a time and continuing to pull back and forth afterward. The other party carried out his words well, making the other party worse than dead, but not letting them die right away. And others even saw and followed suit. The scene was disgusting and revolting and deeply frightening to watch the new woman. What kind of torture have these women suffered to have this kind of anger? Shangguan Changsheng scanned around 2 more times and didn't see a male. Not as perverted as he thought. More or less influenced by a little bit of the evil sword Vijunzi brought to him. The second person on the sword list was like that. He thought that these people were similar. Chapter 69 Interrogation. Sacred Underworld Divine Sect Branch. Outside the mountain gate, a Taoist priest and a young girl stood outside the door. The Taoist priest drew the iron sword behind his back. The face of the sword reflects the sunlight. A sword mark appeared on the stone door. It then collapsed. Red Extinguishing Dance flung his mechanical hand and ripped out the heart of a man hiding in the shadows and sneaking up on him. Not that she was to blame for being so smooth. Her opponent jumped out of the shadows and raised his blade just as the center door opened wide. She didn't even apologize for opening up so much to people until she'd had a little heart-to-heart with them. Along the ruins of the mountain gate, a large group of people could be seen rushing over. Liao stretched out his 2 fingers and caressed the long sword. There are few opportunities to strike these days. With a swing of the long sword, a large fruit fell to the ground. Bright red sap stained a patch of earth. There was no pity in Liao's eyes, only the smoothness of a quick sword swing. Red Extinguishing Dance and Iron Fist is also playing Tiger Wind. Grasping knife break knife, hammer sword broken sword. The two just fought all the way from the mountain gate to the front hall. Some disciples saw this was not good and immediately ran to the back hall, successively inviting the guardian elders of this place to take action. Came to the back hall panicked and pushed open the door, only to find the town elder drinking tea with a young woman. The disciple was just about to open his mouth, but he was knocked out by a strong wind, spitting blood from his mouth. He lives or dies. The Jinghua elder withdrew his palm and said to Shangguan Changsheng with his usual expression, I'm sorry, these disciples aren't well disciplined and are always so fussy. Shangguan Changsheng raised his palm and pressed it. The chair underneath the town elder shattered. The whole man assumed a squatting horse stance. and the beads of sweat on his forehead could have made a fresh pot of tea. If you're there, it's mainly because my friend here is of a straightforward nature and rushed in without much of a greeting. The town elder tried to squeeze out a smile. Young man, it's good to be straightforward in nature. It's just as well that this division is due for a refurbishment. Shangguan Changsheng put down the tea in his hand. In fact, I'm a person who also hates fighting and killing, so it's actually quite good for everyone to have a cup of tea and chat in a peaceful manner. I remember when the disciples you sent out were doing their business inside the village. I even patiently persuaded them a few times. Turns out it didn't listen, and just knocked me out and brought me back. What does that make me? I can't just not give it back when I've been hit. Wouldn't that be aggravating? That should be the case. I'll go get that disciple. No, I've taken care of the cleanup. Now it's time to talk about your problems. As the saying goes, if you don't teach, you don't learn. The disciples under you are all such people. You as an elder should have an unshirkable responsibility, right? Actually, they were all sent down from headquarters, not taught by me, and the people I teach are all inside headquarters. The town elder was not willing to take any blame at this time, because if you take this pot, you can cover yourself and have to live inside it for the rest of your life. At such an old age, how come you don't have the courage to face up to your mistakes? No wonder you teach such poor disciples. The town elders saw that this was not working, so they changed their arguments. I wonder if Senior can be acquainted with Fengyu, the sect master of our holy underworld divine sect, or not. Recognize, quite recognize, but I've had a good understanding of his life story, and I've admired this great man for a long time. After all, who would have thought that there was actually a devil list in this world? Fengyu was also clearly on top of this list, and was also ranked second. This made it impossible for Shangguan Changsheng not to make a move. See, the other party did not have the slightest expression of panic. The heart will know more or less. I'm afraid that light with this is not able to pressure each other. This time it is not allowed to say is encountered head iron. Since the strong can't be pressed, let's change the level and press the other side. The Zhenhua elder then changed to a look with some compassion and said, we can only keep 30% of the women we send to the division. And guess where the other 70% is sent to? Seeing that Shangguan Changsheng did not reply, the pressure on his body heaved again. The town elder wouldn't sell out. Sent to some of the surrounding sects. Those sects can live in the light compared to us, but the harsher the light, the darker the shadows. We were just a little bit horny at first, but after we were noticed by those sects, we had to be if we wanted to continue to exist. As each day passes, their needs grow. If it happens that day, and it's a bigger deal, we can also join forces to eliminate us, and then we'll get a fancy name for it. You know so much, it's perfectly fine to talk about it. The Zhenhua elder let out a bitter smile. And who would believe it? That's right, but don't push yourself so hard. Keeping 30% for yourself and giving away 70% to others. But with more and more people being captured, isn't the need for the holy underworld equally increasing? I know that people like me don't have enough to die. It's hard to believe that seniors don't want to immediately take out those people who are cloaked in splendor. Giving me a little time to suffer a little bit will save me a trip to the 18th floor of hell when I do report to hell. Ugh. You make it sound like I wouldn't pry your mouth open with torture. Shangguan Changsheng said with a smile. In the eyes of the town elders, it was like the smile of Hades. Even though I'm old, I've still got those hard bones. The words click, click, click. One hand was crushed to the bone, inch by inch, like a strip of meat dangling to the side. The town elder's teeth broke in half. Since he had stepped into martial arts cultivation, how had he ever been subjected to this kind of torture? Shangguan Changsheng said slowly. Your bones don't look hard either, so brittle that they break after a few random plays. The town elder closed his mouth and refused to open it. Torturing him meant that the other party wanted to know, and the other party wanting to know proved that he still had a chance. There's still a chance to live. You mustn't say anything, or else you absolutely have to die. Shangguan Changsheng wasn't in a hurry and continued to slowly and methodically crush it with his true qi. Outside the gate, two figures appeared. The very same Liao duo who had fought their way in from the mountain gate, and behind them, there was a vote tied up with a rope. Shangguan Changsheng looked at the bad old man he had thrown on the ground, told Ao Li to pull in the ones he'd kidnapped. Liao tied up a group of half-naked men, most of them with big bodies. Shangguan Changsheng took out some of the medicines that he had previously bought at the Celestial Commerce and Industry Pavilion. Take the pink pills and give them to these half-naked men. The half-naked men who took the pills, after a few moments of work, had their bodies gradually reddening and some slight trembling. It was excitement, but the god of kill was beside him again, so he didn't dare to act rashly. eyes could only drift downward and saw the elder lying on the ground, and for some reason, the more he looked at the elder, the better he felt, trying to get closer to the elder. And as for Shangguan Shangsheng, whose figure had changed on the other side, they didn't dare to fight this other mind, because the other party brought them more fear. A terrifying aura emanated from the other party, causing them to feel intimidated. Shangguan Shangsheng arrived in front of the flaccid Jinhua elder. You should be familiar with their reactions, and it's okay if you don't say so. So next we'll untie them, and then my brother and I will wait outside and leave this room to you. Shangguan Shangsheng said here after thinking about it, and then added, if they can't get you to talk yet, I remember there are a couple of good horses inside the stables over there, and a couple of donkeys, and I'll bring them over then, too. I'll try to get them all in place, but of course if there aren't that many, I'll just make 2 slits with the knife and that should be about it. The Jinhua elder's eyes opened even wider than when the bones were crushed just now. The Yen Luo of the Yen Luo temple can be replaced, and the one in front of him can sit on it. There is no such torment in the 18 layers of hell, but any human being cannot think of such a thing. It's almost more than he can even think of such a thing. The guardian elders were just about to be unwilling to be tortured and resolved to bite their tongues and kill themselves. Shangguan Shangsheng spoke again. Your cultivation has been nullified, so if you want to kill yourself you'll have to bite your tongue. If you bite your tongue, you won't die immediately. We'll cure you. Except that without your tongue, you probably won't be able to talk. I won't be able to hear you even if you try to tell me then. So whatever happens we'll just have to go on. The bloodshot eyeballs of the Jin guarding elder wanted to jump out of their sockets. Which evil sect did you send? Chapter 70. That elder, who would rather die than submit, finally spoke. Just for a good death. Shangguan Shangsheng was also a reasonable man, so he smeared poison on those naked men. Then they were poisoned. Only at the end could the old man's curses be faintly heard coming from the courtyard. He scolded Shangguan Shangsheng for not keeping his word. Shangguan Shangsheng thought he was being very trustworthy, as he hadn't brought over any of the horses or donkeys inside the stables. That was kind enough of him. Shangguan Shangsheng looked at his disciple and then at Liao. The next fight is the famous sect, so everything that would reveal your identity has to be hidden for me, and if you can't hide it, do it cleanly. Red Extinction Dance froze at first. Is it unreasonable to list their crimes and let the great sects judge them together? Why just go ahead and kill them? This thing you're talking about would only happen in a situation where there's an extremely fair higher power and you're on par with that person's power. And after making sure you can him up after using all your means you can try this trick. But under normal circumstances, especially when my strength can crush my opponent, there's no need to think about that. Red Extinction Dance thought about it and thought it made sense, but would feel like there was a problem that he couldn't figure out. In that case, why the disguise? I can handle their sudden attack of retaliation. But can you too? It's always impossible for you two to. The Red Extinction Dance utilized its talent for example at this point. Just kill it clean. Shangguan Shangsheng looked at this disciple of his. How come he didn't find this child before? So enlightened. That's fine. But it never hurts to be cautious, after all. One can't be too careful. It wouldn't be good to spread the word or keep that one alive in case of any mishaps. So nip all kinds of dangers in the bud. Hearing this, Red Extinction Dance nodded deeply. In the beginning it was because of the enemy. Did not do enough hard. Did not watch the body burned out. Only to let her have the opportunity to climb out of the mountain of corpses and blood. Only to have the opportunity to take revenge afterward. In just a few short days, several not-so-small righteous sects were suddenly destroyed in the Jianghu. The perpetrator was said to be wearing a mask of a dead tree and called himself the Rotten Old Man. There is a man and a woman under the seat. The man is festering and the woman is rotten. The male likes to cut off heads and string them up, and is said to have a headache and can't see others' heads as good. The female likes to dig into people's hearts to see if the person has any heart, supposedly because she was abandoned by a negative person. So she wants to see if there is any heart under the sky. The man and the woman were known as the festering twins. Whether it's the righteous or the devilish, they will do it to them. And what they do is based on preference. Red Extinction Dance, shrouded under a robe, handed a bag of silver to a storyteller. This storyteller went back and divided the silver money, distributed to several other storytellers. It's the payoff for all the time they've been talking. Masanoshima Island. 2 silhouettes intersected in the air, and one of them, a domineering and unusual figure, smashed down with a long spear one after another. The man with the heavy blade in his hand, colliding with it, lifted his weight. He tried to use it to dislodge the force, but his arm went numb and he nearly dislodged the heavy blade. No one in Pathfinder laughed arrogantly. How is it that after more than 10 years, you're straining more and more? The first weight of the blade list, Blade King A, shook himself off. More than a decade had passed, and Pathfinder's unmanned gun had gotten more and more dominant. That's an overly rapid rate of progress. The gap between the two of them was getting wider and wider. Didn't I hear that you're going to ascend? Why did you come all the way here to fight with me? Wang Yi said while the heavy blade in his hand kept waving it at a surprisingly fast speed, making people wonder a little if the weight of his heavy blade was adulterated. The shadows of 10 heavy swords flew towards Qian Nan. The bastard pistol in Qian Nan's hand stabbed 10 shadows forward, breaking them down one by one. The last shot collided with the blade. This collision directly set off 1,000 waves. The water column rushed up, and unknown fish were brought up. No one in the Pathfinder sent out a small stream of true qi and took advantage of an opening to put the fish through a branch. Wang Yi became more and more grave at this scene, and his opponent still had some strength left. Wang Yi directly heavy sword slapped the waves, like a tsunami of waves, slapping Qian no one. Pathfinder's unmanned opened a path and stood amidst the waves. No one in Qian swung his spear across the room, and a wave of even greater power struck. Wang Yi was slapped back to the island, and his legs even cut out 2 grooves. Wang Yi stuck his knife on the ground with one hand, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and returned with great displeasure. You win! Pathfinder nobody landed back on the island at that point as well, twisting his wrist. The opponent's strike just now had strained him beyond measure. The arms were also numb from the shock. Still, Pian nobody put a fork in Wang Yi's name in his mind. It seems that it is not he who was beyond his strength. He had already challenged several strong people one after another during this period of time, but I just haven't found the one that outshines them. Obviously, ascension was imminent, but then they encountered this file. No one would let this matter pass. Pathfinder nobody is trying to narrow down the target now, and if he doesn't find anyone after the current number 1 fight, then he'll go down the list to number 2. Chapter 71, An old man dragging a coffin on a rainy night. The headquarters of the Holy Stygian Church. Fang Yu, who was wearing 2 thick black circles under his eyes, lying on a huge throne that could almost be as big as a bed, resting his head and eating grapes, listening to the report of the people below. You mean the one that popped up out of nowhere? The rotten old man, who unaccountably demolished 3 of my divisions, and is now ready to beat down my door. The people below were sweating beads as big as soybeans. Stiffly returned. Indeed, a grape seed pierced one of the arms of the man below. Can you finish gathering information for me sometimes? Or don't treat me like a cutie. Who would do anything without benefits? The devil's way seeks profit, and the righteous way seeks fame and profit. There are no interests entangled. How could they come to the door? What's more, there was still him sitting in the town. Even if it was a righteous character, if they wanted to make a move against him, they would have to weigh a few points. And since he's been relatively peaceful for a while now, the only thing that's possible is that his no-growth henchmen have done certain things that have pissed off a certain powerful person. Hurry up and find out for me some of the things that the major branches have done recently, whether they've messed with some powerful people, or messed with characters that are connected to certain powerful people. By the way, check again if there are any strong people who are nowhere to be found in recent times. Fang Yu felt that this so-called rotten old man was most likely just a fake name. It's used as a cover. He's done this sort of thing before. The people below then wrapped their arms in the clothes on their bodies to keep the blood from flowing on the floor of the great hall, and then slowly retreated. Fang Yu sat up again and stretched. If you really mess with someone powerful, looks like we'll have to invite someone over for dinner. There are some things in this world that you don't do a benefit cut and people will agree to let go. There are always stubborn people who recognize only one thing, and that is to their enemies. There is absolutely no possibility of reconciliation, especially within the decent, and there are quite a few such people. So for your own safety, you have to invite a master over for dinner. Just have a meal first, and if you really can't get the other person, then pay something more and ask them to do it, and if you can, then just ask for a meal. Nightfall. A tiger sits aggressively crouched at the entrance of the cave, charged with watching the gate, and at that moment the wind was howling and the rain was pouring outside. Makes this king of the mountain even sadder. And in his cave came 3 gracious guests. It was currently setting up a fire to barbecue the prey it had hunted during the day. As king of the mountain, it had blood. It resisted. The result was that it was nearly roasted on a fire. Shangwan Changsheng sliced off a piece of herbivore meat from an animal that he couldn't specifically name. Dip it in some salt and taste it. Roasted are great. Crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. Dipped in a bit of salt to season and pure flavor. As for why they don't eat tigers, they've gotten a little tired of eating the last few days. There are too many of these tiger things in the mountains and forests of this ancient setting. especially with the three of them walking inside the woods. There is always some tiger as prey, and every time, they can eat them up. So much so that they are now tired of it. Liao hugged a thigh and nod, and then remembered Mingyuegwan. Big brother, any news lately? A little, but not sure. Tai Stable made a trip to him a while back and got some confidence that he could outlast him. Then he was beaten back, while sending him back a message. It seems that those Taoist masters from the Bright Moonquan have a bit of news. Only it comes from the new country. The new country finally exploded after this defeat, coupled with the internal conflicts that had accumulated over the years. There have been a number of uprisings in the interior of the country of New Zealand, and it is said that there seems to have been some Taoist leaders, but not sure if it is. Still need to investigate a bit. Red Extinguishing Dance rattled the firewood with her own iron fist as she roasted a few groundhogs inside the fire. Adjusted to be careful not to overcook it. And at that moment, someone outside suddenly shouted, "Is there someone in the cave ahead of us? Can we stay for a while?" Sounds like a man. Liao and Red Destruction Dance both turned their gazes to Shangguan Changsheng. Shangguan Changsheng nodded. Red Extinguishing Dance took out a wooden stick and threw it at the tiger's butt. The tiger knew better than to block the middle of the cave and leaned to the side to make way. The person standing outside the cave at that moment walked into the cave. A stooped old man. It looked weak, but it was dragging a large coffin behind it. Black coffin with red lid. It was written with dense runes, not like Taoism or Buddhism. The lid of the coffin was also carved with a centipede, only half carved. Red Destruction Dance's heart tightened at the sight. In the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere, an old man is holding a coffin. The horror has been pulled full circle. The old man sized up the three people in front of him and said in an empty, ghostly voice, "I, Paki Zhang, was on my way at night and was caught in a sudden downpour, so I came here to take shelter. Thank you for taking me in." Shangguan Changsheng released the aura of the 7 Dipper 28 revolutions out. "We all have hard times, and a little help is in order." "Nice chest," Paki Zhang exclaimed in admiration. "I don't know where the old gentleman is going this late at night. A good friend invited me to dinner. You have to travel all night just for a meal. This friend of mine is truly generous. Every treat must be a delicacy. It really makes my mouth water." Zhang Paki said so, his eyes surveying the Red Extinguishing Dance as if he was already hungry. Red Extinction Dance could feel the other party's hot gaze, as the other party did not cover it up at all, so ducked behind the two boys. Shangguan Changsheng asked himself as if he hadn't seen it all. "Old Mr. Zhang, what's inside your coffin? Quite curious. I'm so old. When I'm out and about, I always accidentally run over 1 or 2 people, and it's convenient to pull a coffin to collect their corpses." The hunched figure seemed as if it was about to be blown over by the wind at any moment as it uttered such words. Red Extinguishing Dance couldn't laugh at all. Shangguan Changsheng was extremely cooperative and laughed twice. It's still the old man, with his foresight and knowledge of etiquette. Nowadays, the Jianghu people do not care about killing and burying, and when they kill someone, they just throw them into the middle of nowhere. Like those of us who walk in the mountains and forests, if we are not careful, we will step on a bone stick or something, just stomping on people's bones and making them weirdly embarrassed. Paki Zhang laughed. Little brother is also a wonderful man. As the two chatted, a tiger leaned close to the side of the cave and softly made its way out. It's a natural instinct for danger that comes from animals. And this old man's coffin is too scary. The old man was scary too. But within a few steps, the tiger suddenly fell to the ground with a loud thud, because it had just kicked and accidentally stepped on the traces left by the dragging of the coffin. Chapter 72 The Eternal Life in the Mouth of Paki Zhang. Shangguan Changsheng. His eyes narrowed. A wall of true qi violently separated them. Paki Zhang was also stunned. This true qi didn't match the strength they had displayed. However, before he could react, this wall of true qi violently pushed towards him. Although Paki Zhang froze for a moment, he then smiled. With this amount of true qi, the class is. The outstretched hand was violently pushed back, and the entire person was directly pressed against the wall of true qi. All of it was shoveled out, along with the coffin and the little bit of ground inside the cave. A few hundred meters away on the land, Zhang Mazi looked at the dirt in front of him. His entire body was confused. He was just hit by a wall of true qi. Obviously that wall of true qi was so thin. How did you get knocked out yourself? That's not right. Can't it be that you're really getting on in years? This bit of real qi can't even top it. Shangguan Changsheng wiped the false sweat from his forehead at this moment. He was stunned after the tiger fell to the ground just now. And while he understood his strength and that he should be standing at the top of this world, the problem was that he wasn't completely without vulnerabilities. The old man was dragging a coffin. and at first he thought the coffin was the old man's weapon. The kind of weapon you meet someone who carries a coffin and smashes it. But it wasn't until after that tiger slammed to the ground that Shangguan Changsheng suddenly woke up to the fact that that coffin might be a weapon. But definitely not for bashing. That fallen tiger is an example. So he immediately raised a wall of true chi to isolate the old man. Slap each other out in one go. Li Ao. Extinguish dance. Hurry up and get out. Don't stay inside the cave. It's best not to be in a confined space when confronted with this stuff. So the three hurried out. And at that moment, there was a scanty sound coming from inside the dark woods. Red Destruction Dance raised his robotic hand, which erupted in a flash of intense light. Li Ao, he hadn't really thought that the other party's robotic hand had this function, and was caught off guard and flashed head-on. Shangguan Changsheng was prepared, except that seeing the things around him made his scalp a little numb. Furry spiders as big as a human face, scorpions, and colorful snakes were everywhere. Paki Zhang's voice rang out. It was my carelessness. I didn't realize that the juniors nowadays are so smart and hide so well. Originally I wanted to let you guys die a quick death, but now I've changed my mind. I'm going to make human corpses out of you two brats. And as for that girl, I'm going to take my time playing with her. Shangguan Changsheng said with some anger. What do you mean? Can't I play with you? What if I'm tier than her? Paki Zhang. It's pretty tawdry to be able to say that. Li Ao gave an affirmative thumbs up on the side. He had seen it before. It was quite flirty. If the other party really played with Shangguan Changsheng, it wouldn't be a loss. Sharp-tongued brat. I'll see if you'll still be jumping like that when I pull your teeth out. And pulling teeth. Playing quite fancy. Shangguan Changsheng muttered in a small voice. Then a fist struck the ground with a violent vibration, shattering all the poisonous insects into pieces in a flash. Then ran violently in one direction. Paki Zhang looked up. Discovered. Suddenly a huge tailhook drilled out of the ground and attacked Shangguan Changsheng. True Chi wrapped around his entire body, covering his True Chi hand. As he grabbed this tail hook, with a hard yank outward, a huge creature broke through the ground. It was actually a scorpion-tailed centipede. Berserk True Chi was injected into the creature's body, and the scorpion-tailed centipede exploded violently. Paki Zhang spat out a mouthful of blood in utter amazement. One exchange of hands and it's gone. And at that moment the coffin beside him snapped open, and a strange humanoid creature scurried out. The sharp blade in his hand that looked like a scythe attacked Shangguan Changsheng, and at that moment a stick appeared in Shangguan Changsheng's hand. The stick was silver in color with a golden ring at each end. A stick was swung over like a million-pound giant. The humanoid creature was smashed flat directly into the ground. The humanoid creature tried to release poison gas the moment it was smashed flat. However, it was wrapped in a stream of true chi and could not be released. Zhang Paki hated that his parents gave him two less legs at this time. One is running wild. He finally reacted after the scorpion-tailed centipede was taken out by his opponent in a single shot. In the beginning, when he was knocked out by the wall of true chi, it wasn't because he was gullible, but the opposite side was too much stronger than him, and it could be said that he was almost able to kill him in seconds. He didn't understand when such a fierce man had appeared in the Jianghu. It was reasonable to say that such a strong person could not be unknown, so why had he never heard of him? Run fast. If you run slow, I'm going to have to play with you. Yo! The voices rang out right around them, far and near. It feels like the other person is far away, and then it feels like the other person is close to your ear. Zhang Paki glanced backward at this time, almost died on the spot. Shangguan Changsheng's face was right behind him, so close that it could be said that as long as the other party stretched their necks, they could stick together. Paki Zhang was just about to make a move when a stick picked him off the ground. Paki Zhang got back up from the ground, only this time with a fawning smile. Good man. Can we discuss this? I'll work for you as an ox. You let me go, and not let me go. Just be a dog by your side. The smile at the corner of Shangguan Changsheng's mouth carried a bit of playfulness. Paki Zhang immediately raised his price. I also have a mountain villa, and inside that villa, in addition to the women I kidnapped, there is also the wealth and all kinds of exotic treasures I have accumulated over the years. Shangguan Changsheng stabbed his opponent through the abdomen. Women will only interfere with my martial arts training. Treasures. I'm not short of money right now. Zhang Mazi endured the pain and grabbed the stick. What about eternal life? What about eternal life other than ascension? Truly the eternal life of great freedom, of great liberty. Zhang Paki spoke incredibly fast. Women and wealth, if both could not impress the man in front of him, then he can only dedicate his treasured secrets. As soon as the words fell, the true chi that had been furiously trying to be injected into his body came to a violent stop. Shangguan Changsheng said with some disbelief. What do you know about eternal life when you're as old as you are? Zhang Paki saw the other side stops to know that there is a talk. This life is considered to be temporarily saved. That's because I'm not strong enough, but I believe that with your strength, you'll definitely be able to obtain that legendary eternal life. Although Zhang Paki said so, but in his heart there are calculations. He does know so a legend, but that place whoever enters will die. It can be said that there is not a single person under the sky who has the strength to enter that place. Shangguan Changsheng raised the stick in his hand, and the opponent's wound directly soared with blood. Don't sell out. Hurry up and say it, or else I'll waste you later and throw you inside the wolf's den. Chapter 73, I don't need it. Zhang Mazi endured the pain and looked at the other party like this. He more or less realized in his heart that even if he told the truth, the other party would not spare his life. I'll have to take you to that place. If you go by yourselves you'll just get lost at sea, and even if I show you the way, you'll have a hard time finding the right path. You say that as if you're the only one who knows. Shangguan Changsheng didn't want to let this person live for long. It's true that I'm not the only one who knows about it, but the man who took me there has been killed by me, and very few people know about this place, and even fewer know how to get there. It also took me decades to find that one person who could take me there, and this scorpion-tailed centipede of mine was also found there. You have seen the strength of the scorpion-tailed centipede. Such a small insect has the strength of the knowledge realm. The menace of that place can be imagined. I almost died there at the time, and I didn't even stay on the perimeter long enough for me to leave. The word Shangguan Changsheng heart is full of killing intent. The stick suddenly changed and became a large knife. Shangguan Changsheng forcefully upward. Paki Zhang then turned into a soft cucumber with one half split in half. Shangguan Changsheng was indeed interested in the eternal life in the other party's mouth. But judging from the information the other party revealed in just a few words, I'm afraid that place is too dangerous, and it's highly likely that the other side will convey some misinformation and bury all sorts of pits to tempt themselves into potentially risking their lives for it. He wants eternal life, not death. In that case, it would be better to kill him once and for all. After all, he still had the method of immortality. The other person is dead. There are always clues that can be left on them. Shangguan Changsheng rummaged through his opponent's bloody corpse, looking for anything useful. Occasionally, one or two snakes or poisonous spiders could be turned up, and Shangguan Changsheng would just use his true qi to shock them to death. Looking around, he did find something, a poison recipe, and a map that pointed to a sea route. Shangguan Changsheng revealed a smile. So much nonsense. Dead, not still mine. Then rummaged around again and actually found a letter. Shangguan Changsheng looked at the contents of the letter, an eyebrow raised. Coincidentally, it wasn't the headquarters of the Holy Stygian Church. Paki Zhang dragged the coffin step by step in. The surrounding people only dared to stand aside to guide the way. Do not dare to approach. It was because everyone was well aware of this one's terror, as well as the other party's temperamental character. And at the entrance of the main hall, Fang Yu had been waiting for a long time, and seeing the other party arrive, he immediately reached out his hand in an inviting manner. Shangguan Changsheng walked forward. The steps blocked his view. He didn't see inside the great hall. Instead, he smelled a strong odor of blood. Thank you, Brother Zhang, for coming to the meeting. With Shangguan Changsheng completely walking in front of the gate of the grand hall, he saw things inside the great hall. On a huge round table lay a dozen naked young boys and girls. Each one was tied up, eyes wide and streaming with helplessness, and there were several others hanging upside down on the side. A basin was placed under their heads and they were all shaved bald. Blood dripped down their necks and along their smooth heads into the basin. Ice cubes were placed around the perimeter of the tray to ensure the freshness of these human blood. A smile appeared on Shangguan Changsheng's aged face. Thanks for the hospitality. Fang Yu suddenly had an alarm bell ringing as a huge coffin slapped towards him. Fang Yu immediately pulled away. Coffin, but it came at him head-on. Fang Yu shattered the coffin with a palm strike, and the things inside the coffin were revealed. It was a corpse, Paki Zhang's corpse. The other side is dead. It's you, the rotten old man. The only person who has been his enemy during this time is this person, but he did not expect the other party to be so strong. Zhang Paki, the first 5 characters in the devil's head. Just die. It seemed that the other party had anticipated that he would go to invite someone, so they had robbed him halfway in advance. It's really a good tactic. Fang Yu immediately understood how tricky the other party was and had no intention of wanting to engage. After all, his means in the rivers and lakes are still circulating some, and what means the other party uses, he does not know. If he really fought with the other side, he would be at too much of a disadvantage. Unfortunately, Fang Yu had thought of some things too well. A figure flashed behind him before Fang Yu flew out. Another figure flashed in the direction that accompanied him as he flew out. The direction of his flight changed once more. After transforming hundreds of times, the location of Fong Yu's final direction was the earth. A net 2/3 of the bones in his entire body were broken, and his entire face was no longer recognizable as a person. Young boys and girls for food and human blood for wine. This Paki, this Fong Yu, takes pleasure in eating people. People become pigs and sheep in their eyes, meat to be slaughtered and eaten at will. Shangguan Changsheng thought he knew the darkness of the world and had seen a lot of it. It was also known that there was cannibalism during the years of the plagues, but never had I seen anything like this. Nothing compelling that was not plagued by famine. It's just because I want to eat. To eat. Shangguan Changsheng took one step and arrived in front of his opponent. Why the cannibalism? It's delicious. Why else? Fong Yu was also completely broken at this point. The gap was too big. He couldn't figure out how the people down there could offend such a person. I've been around for so long and I can't believe I don't even have that kind of eyesight. Inviting such a ruthless man. What he didn't expect was that the other party was so strong and actually so insidious to change his face. But you're human. Ha ha ha. These pariahs are worthy to be compared to me. I am a strong martial arts practitioner. One of those who stand at the top of the martial arts. Only those who also stand at the top of the martial arts way are my kind. And as for them, haha, what is the difference between and a cow or donkey? What's the point but to work for me and be killed by me for meat? The words that came out of Fong Yu's mouth were so taken for granted in Fong Yu's mind. He was even a little surprised as to why the other party would ask that. After all, everyone who became a member of the Devil's Path should not be much different in their thoughts. Can't you still follow the example of those righteous people? You have to sell yourself and put up a sign that you're a chick. It had been a long time since Shangguan Changsheng had been taught a lesson by this world, and today kind of grew on him. Originally, the way Paki Zhang looked at Red Extinguishing Dance before, he thought it was lustful. Now it seems that I was more or less innocent. It seems like it's time for a demon to fix this world. Shangguan Changsheng twisted off Fong Yu's head as he spoke. Instead of fleeing, the group of people from the Holy Underworld God sect were encouraged by a man who appeared to be the leader. All knelt before him. Greetings to the new bishop. For the bishop. Before the words were finished, the true balloon sent them off to do their duty before the last godfather. I don't need to. Chapter 74. The Castle Peak Road is far away. See you next time. The sacred underworld sect was slaughtered in one day. Not a strike by the righteous, but a blackout. The decaying old man sits at #2 in the Devil's Way rankings. Compared to the sacred underworld sect, the decayed old man seemed to be more coveted by the people of Jianghu. There were a large number of sects negotiating to form an alliance to crusade against the corrupt old man. The name of the game is Defend the Devil. The Holy Underworld Divine Sect's vast power had not even enjoyed this treatment. Is this rotten old man really so angry with the heavens? There were 3 people inside the inn who were ready to leave without listening too much more to the other people's discussion. Although there was indignation in Red Extinction Dance's heart, he was still pulled away. Leave that one town. Red Extinction Dance recalled all the words in the inn. In addition to chatting about the righteous people preparing to make an alliance to crusade against the rotten old man. And then there is the matter of giving rotten old men, arranging charge after charge, and creating many things for no reason. What with the forced robbery of women, the slaughter of villages and killings, the list is simply endless. But where have they done so much? Even if you directly arrange for people to rumor monger did not say so much. And some even said that there is a nose and eyes of the officials have even received the relevant reports. Shangguan Changsheng didn't care. On the contrary, he felt quite good, because then it sits on that one identity. Li Ao was quite silent on this journey. At that time, on the outskirts of the Holy Underworld God sect, Li Ao and the others were responsible for clearing out some tiny congregations, and they ended up encountering an elder who was managing the congregations. The opponents treading Heaven Realm cultivation. If not for Shangguan Changsheng's timely arrival, he and Red Extinction Dance might just. Li Ao thought of this and looked at Shangguan Changsheng's back. If his previous role was to be used to carry baggage, since Shangguan Changsheng obtained that inheritance in Organ City, what little usefulness he had left was gone. Li Ao realized that he's now a drag. Compared to other geniuses, Li Ao realized that he was not a bit worse, and especially when compared to Shangguan Changsheng. Before he could say he didn't care, or chose not to care, but with the strong men they encountered, Li Ao realized that he was really small. The current him, not to mention standing beside these people, even if he could see the back of these people, it was all thanks to Shangguan Changsheng's light. Shangguan Changsheng also noticed the thoughts of the people in the group, plus the map he had obtained from Paki Zhang earlier. Shangguan Changsheng took out a jade tablet and threw it directly to Li Ao. Take this jade token and go to the Snow Sword Villa. Whether the other party is willing to teach or not is up to you. Shangwan Shangsheng and Li Ao's cultivation styles were different, and the two of them followed different paths. He practiced boxing, and the other practiced swords. It does teach some things, but not much, and it's not systematic. Li Ao didn't say anything more as he took the jade token, because his life had long been Shangwan Shangsheng's. Shangwan Shangsheng finally looked at his newly accepted disciple. Red Extinction Dance, so I have to go too? Which has grown faster for you in the time you've been following me? Martial arts cultivation. What is it that you worship me to learn? Origami. So you see why I wasn't going to bring you out with me before. Red Extinction Dance nodded. The study of organismic arts requires a quiet location and long hours of study. But the problem was that the master never stopped, either running here or there, either fighting here or ing there. Straight away, her martial arts cultivation had grown quite a bit, but her organ techniques hadn't progressed much. It was because what the master said at times was so heavenly and profound that she couldn't understand it. Red Destruction Dance had also discovered at the same time that master's organ technique was really just purely gifted. But this trip wasn't in vain. At least she understood that this world was even dirtier than she had imagined, and the righteous and devilish paths weren't much cleaner. It's also that the organ city is good, Li Ao said with his hands spread out. So let's just split up. Otherwise, I'd have to kill a chicken, slaughter a goat, make a separate meal, and it's not like we won't see each other again. The two of them heard the same thing. Early morning on day 2, without saying too many goodbyes, the three headed in different directions. Only when Shangwan Shangsheng was about to lose sight of his back as he walked away, Li Ao turned back. Next time he'd be sure to see the other guy's back. Then he left without looking back. At this time, there was no one in the world's first Qian, and the whole group was very confused. Who the hell is ahead of him? It was hard to believe that it was really Moro Yun Infinite, an epiphany that directly walked in front of him with a few big strides. If he couldn't find anyone else, he was going to have to go and beat the hell out of the second in the world. As the Pathfinder, nobody was thinking about it. A place suddenly came to mind. A place that was extremely dangerous, rarely visited, but with opportunities. Once upon a time, some Jianghu masters whose time was running out would choose to go to such a place to seek so much opportunity. If some old-timer happened to get a chance there and didn't die, it's not possible to say no. A trip there might be fruitful. Qian no one thought of here said to do it. Directly across the sea. Leave it at that. Wang Yi rubbed his shoulders at the top of a mountain looking at the other party's distant figure. The jerk is finally gone. Feeling the soreness in his shoulders, Wang Jia's expression became grave. He's a lot stronger than he used to be. Wang Jia himself knew very well that if he wanted to soar and stand at the apex of martial cultivation, the other side is a hurdle that can't be gotten around. After Wang Jia figured it all out, he walked towards the depths of the island again. In the center of the island, a mountain rose with wisps of black smoke. The surrounding area of this peak is dead silent. While the temperature rises the closer you get to the center of the island. Wang Yi was also completely ruthless and walked into the interior of the mountain peak through a cave. Strange green lava flowed around it. Wang Yi removed his clothes. His body was full of hideous wounds, which looked so gruesome under the eerie light emanating from the green lava. With a face full of determination, Wang Yi walked into it. On the surface of the sea, a huge fishing boat casts out a large net, fishing in the darkness of the sea. Shangwan Shangsheng watched as the fishing boats pulled up a large net, and one of the uncles, with a look of disgust, kicked a tuna into the sea. It was not these fish that this one boat was fishing for, but some mussels. These mussels can have those oversized pearls inside, and there are times when you get lucky and catch a gem. This boatload of people have their lives covered for the next 10 years. Of course these sea mussels aren't that easy to catch. So the fishermen on the boats take on other business, like transporting guests, especially for Jianghu people like Shangwan Changsheng. Most of them were generous.